Chapter 361 Return to the Clan. The female cultivator, who was severely mentally injured, had an extremely ferocious old face. Her consciousness was somewhat unclear, and her body was twitching due to a strong headache. Li Shiming was traumatized by the female cultivator's spirit, and his 10 spiritual thoughts turned into 10 chains, penetrating into the female cultivator's spirit. Li Shiming's own spirit is extremely strong, and coupled with the fact that he keeps practicing the Tian sleeping art every moment, his spirit continues to improve. Not to mention that the female cultivator was mentally traumatized. Even if the female cultivator's spirit was intact, it would not be as strong as Li Shiming's spirit. The current female cultivator's spirit had no defense at all, allowing his spiritual thoughts to penetrate deeply into the female cultivator's spirit. In this way, he displayed other minds, which was equivalent to other minds being used at zero distance, and exerted the most powerful effect. Originally, other minds could not affect the female cultivator in the middle stage of the golden elixir, but in this case, other minds acted on the female cultivator's soul without any obstacles. The female cultivator's pain disappeared. Her face returned to calm, and there was a strange light in her eyes. The female cultivator fell into the illusion created by other minds. This illusion was transformed by magical power, and the effect was extraordinary. She seemed to have returned to the time when she was still under the master's tutelage. That day, the master gave her a heritage jade slip, which was a reward for completing an important task. She placed the inheritance jade slip between her eyebrows, and a large amount of information was transmitted into her mind. She was lost in her memory, forgetting that she had learned this skill for hundreds of years. The illusion created by Hexin Tong allowed her to put herself into her memory. Li Shiming also obtained the entire content of this exercise through the female cultivator's memories. Yin Yang Harmony Sutra is one of the core inherited exercises of Yin Yang sect. After reading the content, Li Shiming's expression was strange. "What kind of weird technique is this?" he murmured to himself. Even though he had a lot of knowledge, he was still shocked after seeing this technique. It can be said that at least half of the content in Yin Yang and Yi Jing is normal and consistent with the Taoist understanding of Yin and Yang. But the other half of the content is about Yin and Yang cultivating with the help of each other, which is completely different from the orthodox Taoist concept of harnessing the power of Yin and Yang from heaven and earth, especially after male practitioners practice Yin Yang Harmony Meridian. They will be affected by the Yin Qi, which will change the appearance of the body and make the face ugly. Li Shiming shook his head. He originally thought that the pure Yin spiritual power of the female cultivator might be helpful to the clone Li Yuanba, and he wanted to get the skills she practiced. But he never imagined that nothing about the demon sect's skills was normal. "Let's just enrich the database," he said helplessly. After he killed the female nun, he didn't even want to keep the body. He popped up a ball of flame and burned the body. He had no burden at all for killing a middle-stage Jindan monk from the Yin Yang sect. Nothing else happened after that, and he passed through the checkpoint safely. On the way back, he was still thinking about the contents of Yin Yang and Yi Jing. This technique is indeed a little unreliable, but the concept of Yin and Yang in it still has some effect. Perhaps in the future, we can collect more Yin and Yang techniques and create a Yin and Yang technique on our own. This idea is not a whimsical one. With the analysis ability of the natal magic weapon Z15, coupled with the research on the spiritual power operation in the bodies of Li Shiming and his clone Li Yuanba, Z15 can completely establish a simulated cultivation system based on Li Shiming and Li Yuanba. Any future exercises can be run in this simulated training system first, and only after there are no problems can they be practiced on his and his clone's real bodies. Once you have an idea, you need to start preparing. This job is not easy. Even with the computing power of the Z15, it will take a lot of time to complete the job. One day later, when Li Shiming returned to Shushan sect, the simulated cultivation system based on Li Shiming's Wugo Taoist body and his clone Li Yuanba Tai Chi Taoist body was completed. This is only the initial establishment. Later, it is necessary to continuously collect data from his practice to improve this simulated practice system. Li Shiming tried to introduce the Yin Yang Harmony Sutra into his clone Li Yuanba Tai Chi Taoist body. This chapter is not finished yet. In the simulated cultivation system, the Yin Yang Harmony Sutra operates in Li Yuanba's body in a cultivation manner, abandoning the harmony of male and female monks, and directly reconciles the spiritual power of Yin and Yang through the constant switching between Li Yuanba's human state and the corpse refining state. During this process, many mistakes were made in the simulated training process of Li Yuanba. The smallest mistakes made Li Yuanba go crazy, and the serious ones directly caused Li Yuanba's golden pill and corpse pill to collapse at the same time. Li Shiming put this task into his daily research and worked hard to develop a yin and yang technique that Li Yuanba could practice, which required continuous attempts. It is estimated that the entire world of immortality cultivation, that is, Li Shiming, has such means, constantly modifying the techniques through simulated cultivation. It is extremely dangerous to modify the cultivation methods in the world of immortal cultivation. The most top-level cultivation methods in the northern Shu continent, such as Yin Yang He Jing, are most likely modified from an ancient cultivation method, or the powerful ones are based on their own created by perception. He, a small early-stage golden elixir monk, only understands the cultivation of immortals at the level of the golden elixir stage. He could only modify the technique to suit his own needs through trial and error. The Shushen sect was satisfied that Li Shiming had returned safely without any trouble. None of the monks in the Shushen sect wanted to encounter a big scene when their alchemy master went out. As a result, after Li Shiming left the sect, they often had to worrying about Li Shiming's safety. After all, Li Shiming is a Jindan elder, so he cannot be forced to stay in the mountain gate. The monks of the Shushen sect probably did not expect at this time, or every time they went out before, Master Li would never be in peace. This time, he also escaped from being tracked by Yuanying ancestor and killed more than a dozen Jindan monks, all of whom were Jindan cultivators from major sects. It can be said that if his record is announced, it will directly put him at the top of the ranking among the golden elixir monks in Beishu continent. Li Shiming was sitting in the training room of the cave. Next to him were the nascent soul body, the fake baby body, and the grand elder level body refining elixir. The sword-holding peak is the safest place, especially the top of the mountain. After he rearranged the formation, even the nascent soul's aura will not leak out. The reason why he summoned the nascent soul's body, the fake baby's body, and the great elder's body refining golden elixir was for the Yuanying level spiritual veins in the 4th grade pulse slot plate. He entered a normal state of cultivation, and the nascent soul level spiritual veins played a big role in increasing his cultivation speed. The heavenly ghost is in the training room, switching between 3 bodies from time to time. Each of the 3 bodies has different training tasks. Li Shiming majored in the 5 Rhymes Chi training technique, and also practiced the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique, the body training technique, the Draw Body Protection magic technique, and the Toward Demon secret book. That became an auxiliary exercise. Law can almost occupy most of his time. He also needs to refine alchemy, research, etc. And everything is extremely important. The research now has silver corpse, so he doesn't have to personally participate. In the underground factory space, 13 silver corpses are busy respectively, and the 13 silver corpses are controlled by his 13 brains. The silver corpse has the same strength as the golden pill cultivator, and can also use spiritual thoughts. This makes the silver corpse not much different from his own hands-on research. 13 silver corpses. This is already more than the number of silver corpses that a normal golden elixir stage monk can refine. But Li Shiming didn't feel the slightest pressure in this regard. The number of corpses to be refined was related to the monk's realm and spirit. At the early stage of his golden elixir, he could refine about 10 silver corpses if he had practiced spiritual techniques and his spirit was particularly strong. Every silver corpse will bring a burden to the monk's spirit. Once the burden exceeds the monk's endurance, the silver corpse will lose control. The benefits of Li Shiming's sacrifice of Z15 as his natal magic weapon were revealed. With Z15 as his natal magic weapon, he never felt the mental burden brought by the silver corpse again. If one brain can withstand 10 silver corpses, he can probably add another 1,900 silver corpses before reaching his limit. Of course, this calculation is an estimate and not accurate. However, from a theoretical analysis, this result is still a conservative estimate. In the world of cultivating immortals, few monks would cultivate a large number of silver corpses. 1 or 2 silver corpses would be considered normal practice. This chapter is not finished yet. The limit of soldiers. This has nothing to do with the monk's mental burden, but the difficulty of cultivating silver corpses. First of all, if you want to promote the iron corpse to silver corpse, the sky thunder level alone will eliminate most of the iron corpse. Secondly, the cultivation of a silver corpse requires the consumption of 3rd grade corpse refining materials. And in the world of immortality, one powerful silver corpse is more useful than multiple ordinary silver corpses. Li Shiming is also considering whether he should also start increasing the number of silver corpses. In the past, He had to consider his own mental limitations. But now, he does not need to consider this aspect. He also has a large number of golden elixir monk corpses. Because he came into contact with corpse refining during the chi chain stage. He will collect the enemy's corpses after every time he kills them. After so many years of fighting, he had preserved a lot of the corpses of the Jin Dan monks in his hands. As for the third level corpse refining materials, this is no longer a problem. The third level corpse refining materials are not particularly precious materials. He can obtain such resources through elixir refining. The only trouble is that if he really produces a bunch of silver corpses, and the thunder falls again and again, the sect will probably investigate whether he is practicing some kind of magic skill. Time passed day by day, and Li Shiming's life was peaceful and fulfilling. He truly exerted the function of his natal magic weapon Z15. He divided himself into many parts, refining alchemy, practicing, and researching without any delay. On this day, the phantom changeling snake was lying next to Li Shiming, twisting its body uneasily. The absolute changeable snake is extremely lucky to have met Li Shiming. Its daily food is a second-grade high-grade elixir. It rests next to the nascent soul-level spiritual veins. From time to time, it can also enjoy Li Shiming's use of the 9-Shao Insect Sutra to treat it. Body. The absolute changeling snake stayed at the second-level peak for more than half a year. Finally, under the influence of a large amount of resources, it could no longer suppress its own breakthrough. Li Shiming was very optimistic about the phantom changeling snake, and asked the soul changeling snake to consolidate itself during the second stage and lay a solid foundation for the future. Compared to spiritual beasts, the speed of improvement of the unparalleled changeling snake is really too fast. Even the true disciples of large sects do not receive the same treatment as the dueling changeling snake. There is an alchemy master who provides him with second-grade elixirs, and he is also an alchemy master of Li Shiming's level. The formation has been set up. You have to rely on yourself to make a breakthrough. This is a healing elixir. This is an elixir to restore the spiritual power in your body. This is an elixir to replenish your spirit. Take it when you need it, Li Shiming said with a smile and patted the body of the magical snake. He sent several third-grade elixirs to the mouth of the absolute changeling snake. There is a separate space in the mouth of the absolute soul changeling snake. Currently, this space is still very small. The space will change as the absolute soul changeling snake grows big. Only top-level spiritual beasts would have such a space to preserve the food of the spiritual beasts. The 9-Shao Worm Scriptures do not have any relevant records about the breakthrough of the Ultra-Spirit Changeling Snake. It only says that breaking through to the third level requires the Ultra-Spirit Changeling Snake to break through on its own and cannot rely on its master. Otherwise it will aggravate the catastrophe. The breakthrough of spiritual beasts never requires the preparation of a large amount of resources like human monks. Breaking through the third level and becoming a great demon. Success and failure are both a process of survival of the fittest among spiritual beasts. Li Shiming was worried, fearing that this was the only one left in this world. He had spent a long time with the magical snake and had feelings for it. That's why I prepared several third-grade elixirs for the absolute spirit changeling snake, so that no matter whether it can be used or not, it will be prepared. He grabbed the body of the Ultraman changeling snake. White Lotus appeared at his feet. And then he and the Ultraman changeling snake flashed into a formation on the top of the mountain. This formation has been prepared for a long time, and it was specially arranged for the absolute spirit changeling snake to help it fight against the sky thunder. It can be said that Li Shiming has done everything he can do, and the rest depends on the magical changeling snake. The phantom changeling snake glanced back at Li Shiming, then turned its head and swam towards the center of the formation. Li Shiming retreated outside the formation. He took out the identity jade plate and sent a message to his master, Elder Su, telling him that there was a spiritual pet here who wanted to break through, and there would be some movement. Putting away the jade plate of identity, he looked at the mysterious changeling snake in the formation. The miraculous phantom snake coiled around its body, and the aura on its body was extremely unstable. It raised its head and raised its head to the sky. This chapter is not finished yet. Bray. At this time, the phantom changeling snake is not invisible, and it needs to devote all its energy to breaking through. Amidst the screams, the aura of the absolute changeable snake suddenly increased. It had already reached the limit of breakthrough. The spiritual power in its body was so full that it could not hold any more, so it entered the breakthrough process very quickly. The terrifying aura spread outwards, and was blocked by the formation. The formation continued to gather the spiritual power from the top of the mountain towards the absolute changeable snake. The miraculous changeling snake that could no longer absorb spiritual power suddenly became like a bottomless pit. And the spiritual power gathered by the formation was crazily sucked into its body. Li Shiming smiled slightly. He no longer needed to mobilize the entire spiritual veins of the sword-holding peak. He just mobilized the spiritual energy in the Yuanying-level spiritual veins, which was enough for the absolute spirit changeling snake to break through. First update at Chapter 362, turning into a dragon. The body of the mysterious changeling snake continues to grow, as if it is being stretched by spiritual energy. During this process, its aura also continued to improve, and it soon reached the level of a great demon. But it was still absorbing spiritual energy, and Li Shiming was suspicious. If he hadn't had nascent soul-level spiritual veins, a single golden core-level spiritual vein would not have been able to provide a breakthrough for the unparalleled changeling snake. Li Shiming didn't know how spiritual beasts, especially top-level spiritual beasts, such as the phantom changeling snake, could break through on their own in the wild. How they could find so much spiritual energy, and how they could support their breakthroughs without such spiritual veins. He himself did not use so much spiritual energy to break through the golden elixir. You must know that he formed 5 golden elixirs. However, it is normal for top spiritual beasts, such as the phantom changeling snake, which are almost extinct, to have something special about them. The body length of the phantom changeling snake is fixed at 6 meters, and will no longer increase. But spiritual energy continues to flow into its body. 1 hour, 2 hours, and when it is close to 3 hours, this surge of spiritual energy is considered to be over. In the sky, large dark clouds appeared, completely covering the entire top of the sword-holding peak. Li Shiming was slightly surprised. The size of the dark cloud was much larger than when he was promoted. Based on the size of the dark clouds alone, he judged that the thunder this time was probably stronger than any thunder he had ever seen. The movement in the sword-holding peak was really loud. Golden elixir monks from all over the sect flew out of the cave and came to the outside of the sword-holding peak to watch. Since Li Shiming had reported it in advance, and Elder Su had explained the thunder incident to the sect, all the golden elixir monks also knew that this was Li Shiming's spiritual pet making a breakthrough. Most of them looked at Shenhao in their eyes. Not long ago, Li Shiming had several attempts to break through the silver corpse through the refining corpse, although he did not say whether the silver corpse successfully broke through afterward. It can be judged from this how extravagant Li Shiming is. But they didn't have any jealousy about this. Li Shiming did not rely on anyone, but relied on his own alchemy ability to achieve this level of wealth. This time, even Li Shiming's spiritual pet has to break through the 3rd level. This method of using resources to create helpers can only be done by an alchemy master. Many monks have spiritual pets. But if you really want to cultivate spiritual pets, the time, resources, and energy required will be enough to affect the monk's own cultivation. Therefore, even if a monk has a spiritual pet, he will only treat it as a pet. Once the spiritual pet reaches a certain level, he will not invest more resources. What kind of spiritual pet is this? Why is there such a big movement? A golden elixir monk asked aloud. If you want to know, just ask Master Li. The golden elixir monk next to him replied with a smile. Naturally, no monk would really ask Li Shiming about this matter. If Li Shiming didn't take the initiative to tell about the spiritual pet, then it would be Li Shiming's secret. Inquiring into the monk's secret is a taboo in the world of immortality. As Li Shiming's master, Elder Su was also very curious. For such a big scene, the spiritual pet must be extremely extraordinary. Elder Su couldn't help but smile bitterly. As a master, his help to Li Shiming was extremely limited. He did not teach Li Shiming's cultivation techniques, alchemy, and other aspects. He also gave some guidance to Li Shiming in his early days. After that, Li Shiming seemed to take off and soar into the sky, almost catching up with him. He didn't know that Li Shiming's true combat power actually surpassed him. If he knew this, he would probably feel even more complicated. With a boom sound, a thick thunderbolt fell towards the top of the sword-holding peak. This sky thunder reached from high altitude to the top of the mountain, forming a long vertical lightning. The hairs on the hairs of all the monks who were watching the sword-holding peak stood on end. They could all tell the power of this thunder. Among them, even the middle-stage Jindan monks could not survive this thunder. What a pity! This was the voice of all the monks. Li Shiming watched the thunder strike from the sky directly towards the changeling snake. He was also horrified by the horror of this thunder. He regretted not blessing the changeling snake with a sky thunder possession to increase the changeling snake's ability to withstand lightning. Although the blessing of sky thunder possession can make the breakthrough of the magical changeling snake more convenient, This method is tantamount to relying on external force. And he does not know whether it will cause punishment by the rules of heaven and earth. His mind was connected to the changeling snake, and he sensed that the vitality of the changeling snake was extremely weak. This thunder caused the 6-meter-long body of the phantom changeling snake to turn into charcoal. But Li Shiming didn't worry for long. He heard the slow and powerful heartbeat in the 6-meter-long coke. The heartbeat was getting heavier and heavier, as if it was beating on a cowhide drum. Ka-ka-ka. With continuous crackling sounds, the charcoal cracked open, revealing the strange shape-shifting snake inside. The first thing to be exposed is the scales. The blue scales have a strange light, and there are faint patterns flashing on them. Then the entire snake body emerged from the charcoal, and the entire body of the magical morphing snake was completely different from before. If Li Shiming hadn't witnessed the breakthrough of the Ultraman changeling snake with his own eyes, and coupled with his blood bond with the Ultraman changeling serpent, he would have thought that the Ultraman changeling snake in front of him was not the same creature as the previous one. The phantom changeling snake has white patterns on the back of its head, for legs growing out of its belly, and its entire body is covered in blue scales. Is this evolved into a dragon? The natal magic weapon Z15 gave the closest answer based on the shape of the magical changeling snake at this time. Making Li Shiming explained, evolving from a snake to a dragon is not something that all snakes can do. Li Shiming had never considered this aspect, because in the ruins of the 5Chi sect, the huge miraculous morphing snake still maintained its state as a miraculous phantom snake and had not turned into a dragon. There is a probability that a snake will evolve into a dragon. This is related to the blood in the snake's body, as well as the breakthrough environment and conditions. The miraculous changeling snake itself has a trace of dragon blood. For countless thousands of years, the snake's eggs have continuously absorbed spiritual energy and nourished it. Later, he met Li Shiming, a master of alchemy, who provided what can be said to be the most extreme resources for the phantom changeling snake, allowing the phantom changeling snake to reach the top breakthrough conditions. The miraculous shape-shifting snake, or should it be called the unearthly shape-shifting dragon? The 6-meter-long magical morphing dragon has blue scales all over its body. Its slender and perfect body is full of power. Phantom Dragon. Are you satisfied with this name? Li Shiming communicated with the phantom dragon through his mind. Ing! The miraculous phantom dragon screamed, and the cry sounded like a dragon's roar. Li Shiming felt that the dueling transformation dragon liked this name very much. As a great demon, the dueling transformation dragon should also have its own name. The magical dragon flew to Li Shiming's side and danced happily around him. Li Shiming sensed that the miraculous morphing dragon was carrying water-attributed spiritual power fluctuations while flying. It seemed that the miraculous morphing dragon that turned into a dragon not only had poisonous attributes, but also had increased water attribute control. Phantom Spirit Jiao, hide yourself and take a look, Li Shiming ordered with a smile. The phantom dragon then disappeared, and Li Shiming's spiritual mind swept across it. He could not detect the phantom dragon's invisibility with his spiritual mind. He could sense that the phantom dragon was beside him through the contract. After the phantom dragon turned into a dragon, Li Shiming had greater expectations for it. He wanted to see the day when the phantom dragon turned into a dragon. You go back to the cave first. I have to deal with it here, Li Shiming ordered the phantom dragon. He had discovered that the phantom dragon's breakthrough had alarmed many monks. The phantom dragon flew toward the cave at an extremely fast speed, and during the flight, it continued to become smaller, and finally shrank to a size of several inches. Li Shiming cast a spell and opened a channel in the mountain protecting formation. Elders who entered the sword-holding peak, and the other monks left consciously. Master, this is the spiritual tea I fried. You can keep it and drink it slowly. Li Shiming took out a jade box and handed it over and said, Sure, Ming. What can I help you with? Elder Su asked, looking at his proud disciple with a smile. Although Li Shiming usually pays filial piety, but this time when they met, they offered 3 kinds of spiritual tea. It was definitely because he wanted to ask for something. Master, my spiritual pet is a bit special. I don't want others to know, so please explain it to my disciple. Li Shiming stuffed the jade box into Elder Su's hand and said, There was so much noise this time that even the sect might ask questions. His status is very high, but with his master supporting him, he doesn't need to face those troubles. I don't care what spiritual pets you accept, and the sect won't care about it, as long as you don't betray the sect. The sect will fully support you in anything, Elder Su said after receiving the jade box. With Elder Su's statement, Li Shiming was relieved. In fact, Even if the Phantom Dragon is exposed, it will not have much impact on Li Shiming. But once this news is spread to the dragon-like spiritual pets, it is likely to cause some trouble. The clone Li Yuanba is in Shirwanda Mountain and knows something about spiritual pets. Especially the fact that a monk accidentally obtained a powerful spiritual beast larvae and adopted it as a spiritual pet. This is not all a good thing. The spirit beast community has very strong opinions on human monks accepting spiritual pets. If ordinary spirit beasts are adopted as spiritual pets, the spirit beast clan may turn a blind eye. But if they adopt Bloodline, a noble spiritual pet, then there is a high probability that the spirit beast clan will go out to rescue the spiritual pet. After sending Elder Su away, Li Shiming returned to the cave. The small phantom dragon flew to his hand and wrapped around his wrist like a bracelet. This was the place where the phantom dragon liked to stay when it was a baby. Now that it has become the great demon queen, it has the ability to freely control the size of its body. And it still likes it this way. Li Shiming just let it go, which would make it easier for the phantom dragon to follow him. If the phantom dragon maintains a 6-meter-long state, it can only stay in the space object. The computer room space is a bit too small for it. After communicating with the phantom dragon, he took out 2 mountain magic weapons. He had sacrificed 2 mountain magic weapons, and during the time he came back, he had a brain that had been researching knowledge about mountain magic weapons. The 2 mountain magic weapons were harvested from the last time I went out. They are called Jialan Peak and Panshur Peak. Panshur Peak is the magic weapon of the Great Elder Monk, and its quality is higher than the Jialan Peak magic weapon. After such a long period of research, he decided to merge the 2 mountain magic weapons into one. He doesn't need 2 mountain magic weapons. One is enough for those magic weapons that consume spiritual power. The naval magic weapon Z15 has given out a new magic weapon design drawing, which is completely designed based on the characteristics of Jialan Peak and Panshur Peak. What he has to do is to combine the 2 peaks together through weapon refining, which is not an easy task. Under the divine vision of the 2 mountain magic weapons, every formation line and every pattern was clearly revealed, and the materials they were composed of were also clearly analyzed by him. He spit out a mouthful of elixir fire, which was the elixir fire of the fire attribute elixir. During this period of practice, the total amount of spiritual power in his 5 golden elixirs has been greatly improved. It is extremely rare for a 3rd-level golden elixir monk like him to continuously support high-level spiritual elixirs. Although 3rd-grade elixirs are cultivated by major sects, or occupy the areas where resources are produced, the number of golden elixir monks in major sects is very large, and the amount allocated to each golden elixir monk is very small. There are almost no golden elixir monks who can devote all their energy to cultivation without considering the consumption of 3rd-grade high-level elixirs. Golden elixir monks usually complete sect tasks and then use the task rewards to exchange for 3rd-grade elixirs. Or they may venture out to snatch 3rd-grade elixirs from dangerous places, and then ask alchemy masters to make elixirs for them. After accumulating a certain number of 3rd-grade elixirs, the golden elixir monks will choose to retreat to improve their strength, without the help of the 3rd-grade spiritual elixir. If the golden elixir monk only relied on spiritual energy to practice, his cultivation level would improve so slowly that even if the golden elixir monk had a lifespan of 500 years, it would not be enough to squander it. With the supply of enough 3rd-grade high-grade elixirs for Li Shiming, the spiritual power of the golden elixirs in his body was enough for refining weapons. A mouthful of elixir fire was sprayed out. This elixir fire was affected by the Nanming Lihua, and its power was greatly improved compared to the flame of the normal fire attribute elixir. The corners of the 2 mountain magic weapons began to melt, and the melted materials, under the control of his spiritual thoughts, merged together to form the prototype of a new magic weapon. Then the 2nd elixir fire spurted out, and this time a small part of the 2 mountain magic weapons melted, and merged again to add to the prototype of the magic weapon just now. This is an extremely large and complex task. Li Shiming's elixir fire cannot melt all the magic weapons on the mountain. He can only use the elixir fire to melt them bit by bit, and then merge them to form a new prototype of the magic weapon. If there were any weapon refiners around, they would definitely yell that this method was not feasible, because of the great difficulty involved. It is simply impossible to achieve. But Li Shiming was full of confidence. He kept spitting out elixir fire. When the spiritual power in his body was not enough, he would take the 3rd-grade high-level spiritual elixir to practice. After recovering his spiritual power, he would consume the elixir fire to refine the weapon. The completely unrealistic plan took shape bit by bit through the precise calculations of the naval magic weapon Z-15 and Li Shiming's weapon refining methods. Based on his own understanding of the mountain magic weapon, Li Shiming combined the refining methods on the Jialan Peak and Panshir Peak, as well as the Wanjianfeng magic weapon on the clone Li Yuanba's side as a reference, and a mountain magic weapon slowly took shape in his hands. With the help of Shenmu, he added a large number of micron-level formation patterns to the mountain magic weapon, which made the mountain magic weapon far surpass Jialan Peak and Panshir Peak in many aspects. Chapter 363 Imitation. Li Yuanba was sitting in the training room, with the Wanjianfeng magic weapon floating in front of him. His sword intention entered Wanjianfeng, resonated with the sword intention inside, and then flowed back into his body after being strengthened. Although he was only at the early stage of Jindan cultivation, the blood energy in his body was extremely terrifying. This is a manifestation of his Scorching Sun Jade body technique, reaching the ultimate golden elixir stage. In fact, not only the Fire Sun Jade body technique, but also the Evil Corpse spirit record in his corpse refining state has also been cultivated to the extreme golden elixir stage. It's a pity that the golden elixir and corpse elixir in his body are still in the early stage of the golden elixir due to insufficient spiritual power. This is the effect of 10 drops of the 4th grade Tianlu immortal milk, which allows his body refining in the human state and the physique in the corpse refining state to reach the peak of the late golden elixir, infinitely close to the great elder level. Li Yuanba's physique is stronger, and the sword power he can withstand is stronger, without being restricted by his body. His sword power has grown greatly recently. He is different from Li Shiming in that he has no chores to worry about. The only thing he has to do is practice. Since the death of the 2 great arhats of Qianye Temple, coupled with the conflict between Patriarch Lu and Venerable Huijing, Li Yuanba has found a rare peace. In the following months, in addition to listening to Deacon Yuxing's work report, Li Yuanba devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. Junior brother Li Jiangpu is here to visit. Just when he was about to practice the sword intention climbing to the sky technique again, a message transmission technique flew over. He was slightly startled. Jiangpu was the guard Jindan of Sanluo Sect's boundary mountain pass. He rarely left the pass. So why did he end up here? There were usually gatherings, and Li Yuanba would go to the checkpoint to get together. He opened the formation, and the figure flew out. I've met senior brother Jiang. Li Yuanba stepped forward and bowed. I'm taking the liberty to come here, but I won't sit in. This time I'm here to invite you to participate in the 3rd grade resource collection mission. Jiangpu smiled and returned the salute, then stood above the guard house and said, Li Yuanba knew about the task of collecting 3rd grade resources. In certain places in Shirwanda Mountain, a certain amount of 3rd grade resources were produced, and these places were controlled by the sect. Whenever resources mature, powerful golden elixir elders will be sent to collect them. Jiangpu said it was an invitation, but in fact, he introduced Li Yuanba into the sect's core golden elixir. This task requires veteran Jindan elders to invite qualified Jindan elders to participate. The origin of 3rd grade resources is the most precious wealth of the sect. The participating Jindan elders must be the most trustworthy Jindan monks in the sect. Of course, the mission is also dangerous. These 3rd grade resources that exist in the wild are all guarded by big demons. The big demon has a competitive relationship with the Jindan elders of the Sanluo sect. Normally, the big demon guards the 3rd grade resources. When the 3rd grade resources mature, the golden elixir elders and the big demon decide the distribution rights based on their strength. This is why the sect does not need to worry about the safety of 3rd grade resources. The guardian of the great demon is always at hand, and is more serious and responsible than human monks. Brother General, when are you going to set off? Of course, Li Yuanba couldn't refuse to participate in such a mission, not to mention the reward. Just to enter the sect's core golden elixir, he had to participate. This mission is somewhat urgent. If you want to participate, we will set off immediately. For some reason, the maturity period of a batch of 3rd grade resources has been advanced by half a year. The sect immediately issued the mission after finding out. Jiangpu explained helplessly. The maturity period of 3rd grade resources is almost fixed. The sect has accurate records and has made task arrangements several years in advance. But this time, a batch of 3rd grade resources matured in advance, disrupting the sect's arrangements. Jindan monks, especially the Jindan elders, who are powerful enough in the sect and are the core of the sect, usually have important tasks. They may either practice in seclusion, or they may have gone out to have tasks. These Jindan elders rarely have free time. And the task is urgent. The best option is to mobilize the nearest Jindan elder to perform the task. So the choice of candidates is difficult. The Jindan elder, who was not strong enough, could not get the resources back from the big demon. Instead, he gave the resources to the big demon. As for the Sanluo sect, there can be no more than 3 Jindan elders who collect resources. Although the big demon is a 3rd level spiritual beast, similar to the realm of Jindan monks, its combat power can far exceed that of Jindan monks. According to the agreement between the Sanluo sect and the spiritual beast clan, regarding the competition in collecting resources, the Sanluo sect's golden elixirs are limited to 3, and any more would be a violation of the agreement. The Spirit Beast clan is very powerful, and the Sanluo sect does not want to conflict with the Spirit Beast clan. The reason why the Spirit Beast clan can coexist peacefully with the human monks in the Beishu continent is not because the human monks are easy to talk to, but because the Spirit Beast clan has enough strength to allow the human monks to give up part of their living space. Li Yuanba didn't need to pack anything. He sent a message to Deacon Yu Xing and left with Jiang Pu. Senior brother Jiang, who else is going with us this time? Li Yuanba asked curiously. Senior brother Qi Jin is guarding the Zheng'an Mountains. The origin of 3rd grade resources is right next to the Zheng'an Mountains. Let's go over and meet up with senior brother Qi Jin. Jiang Pu replied while flying. Anyone who can be called a senior brother by Jiang Pu is probably stronger than Jiang Pu. Li Yuanba's spiritual sense penetrated into the jade slips of the map and found the Zheng'an Mountains, which was a mountain range at the junction of the spiritual beast's sphere of influence and the Sanluo sect's sphere of influence. Senior brother Qi Jin is guarding there, and the danger is even higher than the Jieshan Pass. Jiang Pu's speed increased to the extreme, and he did not hesitate to consume a large amount of spiritual power in the golden elixir. It seemed that the mission was really in a hurry. Li Yuanba didn't know the details of the mission, although he was not as good as Jiang Pu. In terms of speed, a pure swordsman had a great advantage. Once the sword was released, although the consumption was not big, the speed was still behind him, behind Jiang Pu. Jiang Pu was not surprised that Li Yuanba could easily keep up. The reason why he called Li Yuanba was because he knew Li Yuanba's strength. Li Yuanba was so deceptive. He seemed to be at the early stage of Jindan, but in terms of combat power, he had surpassed the 3 Jindan elders guarding the level. This was verified in the battle. Li Yuanba is still in the early stage of the golden elixir. The sword cultivator's combat power will increase as his level increases. This improvement ratio is higher than that of most golden elixir cultivators. Just like his master, Elder Jin. In the late golden core stage, he had reached an almost invincible combat power in the golden core stage. Although Li Yuanba joined the Sanluo sect for a short time, he was a disciple of the Sanluo sect with upright roots and a strong background. Elder Jian was his master and Patriarch Lu was his master. So Jiang Pu applied to the sect to let Li Yuanba participate in the 3rd grade resource collection task, and the sect quickly agreed. The Zheng'an mountain range is not far from the Jieshan Pass, which is why Jiang Pu received this temporary collection mission. The two of them flew for less than an hour and arrived at the Zheng'an Mountains. The Zheng'an Mountains have abundant spiritual energy. When Li Yuanba looks down from the air, he can see traces of 1st and 2nd grade elixirs from time to time. Logically speaking, this kind of place will be a place that many monks yearn for. Coming here to collect resources this time can bring great benefits. However, monks are rarely seen in the Zheng'an Mountains. There are many spiritual beasts here, and it is difficult for non-golden elixir monks to compete with the spiritual beasts for elixirs here. If the Jindan monk comes, he must take into account the presence of the Jindan Qi Jin who is here. According to the rules, senior brother Qi Jin has priority in disposing of all resources in the Zheng'an Mountains. This is also the benefit of guarding this place. Of course, these 1st and 2nd grade resources are nothing to Elder Jindan. Only 3rd grade resources are of interest to Elder Jindan. Li Yuanba was able to see these 1st and 2nd grade elixirs because of the effect of his Divine Eye power. Ordinary monks cannot fly in the air and can still see the elixir hidden on the ground. He couldn't help but sigh. He had gone deep into the 100,000 mountains back then, but he didn't have clairvoyance at that time and didn't find any 1st or 2nd grade elixir. The seemingly most useless auxiliary magical powers such as spiritual eyes are also extremely helpful to monks, at least in terms of discovering resources. They have great advantages. However, monks who master magical powers such as Jedi power must have a very high status in the sect, and ordinary resources will not be of much interest. Just like Li Yuanba at this time, He saw so many first and second grade elixirs, but he was too lazy to work for these resources. Senior brother Qi Jin is here, Jiang Pu reminded. In fact, he didn't need to remind him. Li Yuanba had already seen a figure flying out from below, and the aura of the late stage of Jin Dan was revealed without any concealment. Junior brother Jiang, the sex mission is very tight. Let's go over there right now. Senior brother Qi Jin glanced at Li Yuanba, frowned slightly, and then said to Jiang Pu in a deep voice, Senior brother Qi Jin has not been involved in outside affairs for a long time, and has no understanding of new golden elixirs like Li Yuanba. He had some objections to Jiang Pu bringing over an early-stage Jin Dan monk. However, he also understood that those who could be brought by Jiang Pu must have a strong background. As long as Li Yuanba did not drag him down, he would not take the initiative to stir up trouble. Senior brother Qi, this is Li Yuanba, a disciple of Elder Jian. He is more powerful than me, Jiang Pu said quickly, not wanting to cause any misunderstanding. Disciple of Elder Jian. When did Elder Jian accept a disciple? Senior brother Qi Jin looked at Li Yuanba again and said hesitantly, it's not that he doesn't believe Jiang Pu's words, but he knows that he hasn't heard of Elder Jian accepting disciples a few years ago. How come it has only been these years that Elder Jian's disciples have reached the Golden Elixir stage? Almost all the Golden Elixir monks of his generation were shrouded in the prestige of Elder Jian, who suppressed all the Golden Elixir monks in Sun Luo's sect. Golden Elixir cultivators, like Jiang Pu who grew up after Elder Jian, became famous do not yet know how terrifying Elder Jian is. Senior brother Qi Jin is a Golden Elixir cultivator at the same time as Elder Jian, and has a natural awe for Elder Jian. Junior brother Li, I practice Earth attribute skills. I am good at defense and close combat. I need the cooperation of sword practitioners to deal high damage. Senior brother Qi Jin solemnly introduced himself. They had to complete the task together in the future, and he didn't want to cause any quarrel between them because of his previous attitude, which would affect the collection task. Senior brother Qi, I will try my best to cooperate, Li Yuanba replied with a smile. What needs to be collected this time is the royal jelly of the second grade Muyangbi, which is guarded by the great demon Golden Moon Bear. This time it was senior brother Qi Jin who led the way, and he introduced the mission in detail to Jiang Pu and Li Yuanba. The ordinary honey produced by the second grade Muyangbees would not be the third grade honey, but the royal jelly prepared for Queen Muyangbi is the third grade honey. This Muyangbi population was discovered many years ago. Neither the Spirit Beast clan nor the Saluo sect had much interference with the Muyangbi population. Even the collection of third grade royal jelly is done in proportion, and the second grade honey is never touched, just to ensure the reproduction of this population. What is the strength of the great demon Golden Moon Violent Bear? Li Yuanba asked aloud. The last time we came into contact was during the middle stage of the great demon. In that battle, our 3 Jin Dan elders barely suppressed it. The Golden Moon Storm Bear's innate ability is too powerful. You must be careful not to be targeted by its long-range attacks. Senior brother Qi Jin, he replied in a deep voice. The 3 of them entered the Spirit Beast's sphere of influence. Without going too far, Li Yuanba saw the flowers all over the valley below. These flowers are all first-grade spiritual flowers, and the valley covers thousands of acres, all covered by spiritual flowers. Muyangbees were flying among the spiritual flowers, stopping on the flowers from time to time to collect nectar. Although Muyangbi is small, it is a second-grade spiritual bee. A swarm of second-grade spiritual bees is extremely terrifying, and even a third-grade spiritual beast would not dare to provoke it easily, not to mention the other weak spiritual beasts. This valley is completely the territory of Muyangbi. Li Yuanba even felt that the 6 peaks outside the valley naturally formed a formation to protect the valley. The most peculiar thing is that the formation formed by these 6 peaks has no trace of man-made changes, and is completely a natural formation. Perhaps only special places like this can allow a large number of second-grade spiritual flowers to grow, and thus provide the basis for the existence of the Muyangbi population. As they approached the valley, a howl came from outside the valley. Damn it! This Golden Moon Bear has advanced, Senior brother Qi Jin said with an ugly expression. Li Yuanba also sensed it, and a giant bear, with a late-stage aura of the great demon flew towards them from below. The spiritual power fluctuations caused by the Golden Moon Violent Bear in the late stage of the great demon did not affect the valley, and all its power was blocked by the formation formed by the 6 peaks. Perhaps this is also the reason why the Golden Moon Storm Bear dares to show its strength without any scruples. That is, if the golden elixir battle is launched outside. As long as it is not targeted at the valley, it will not affect the Muyang bees in the valley at all. Junior brother Jiang. Junior brother Li. Let's work together. If nothing can be done, retreat immediately and don't be reluctant to fight. Senior brother Qi Jin solemnly confessed. The increase in strength of the Golden Moon Violent Bear was beyond his expectation. But he still wanted to try the current strength of the Golden Moon Violent Bear. After the last battle with the Golden Moon Bear, his strength has also improved. Jiang Pu is not weak. And with Li Yuanba, who is stronger than Jiang Pu, there may be hope for this battle. Chapter 364 Melee Combat. Senior brother Qi Jin's earth attribute spiritual power surged in his body. The magic weapon in his hand, the thick earth stick, was not a magic weapon separated from the body, but a close combat magic weapon held in both hands. A golden armor magic weapon appeared on his body, turning him into a golden armor general. His aura became extremely violent, even more violent than the Golden Moon Violent Bear at this time. Hit! He shouted, leaped hundreds of meters in the air, and smashed the thick earthen stick against the Golden Moon Bear's head. As soon as he made a move, he used all his strength, and the thick earth stick that supported the sky turned into a shadow of a giant stick that was 100 meters long. Under the shadow of the giant stick, the Golden Moon Storm Bear looked small. Jiang Pu and Li Yuanba were not affected by senior brother Qi Jin's seeming advantage, and they took action together at the same time. Jiang Pu's flying sword was on the left, and Li Yuanba's flying sword was on the right, slashing at the Golden Moon Storm Bear. The golden crescent-shaped fur on the Golden Moon Storm Bear's chest emitted golden light, and its entire body was instantly enveloped in golden light. Its left paw struck the thick earthen stick that supported the sky, and its right paw struck Xingyijian. It ignored Jiang Pu's flying sword. Boom! The extremely powerful sky-supporting earth stick was blocked by the Golden Moon Bear. The sky-supporting earth stick received the huge force of this claw and rebounded upwards. The phantom of the 100-meter giant stick shattered inch by inch, revealing the main body of the thick earth stick that supports the sky. Senior brother Qi Jin's body somersaulted in the air, dispelling the power coming from the thick earth stick that supported the sky. Jiang Pu's flying sword struck the golden light of the Golden Moon Bear. There was a crisp ding sound, and the flying sword was bounced away without producing any effect. This made him feel palpitated. The Golden Moon Bear in the late stage of the Great Demon was beyond the scope of what he could fight against. Li Yuanba's Xingyi sword was about to come into contact with the right paw of the Golden Moon Violent Bear. Xingyi's sword was like a swimming fish, following the spiritual power of the Golden Moon Violent Bear's right paw, grazing over the right paw and landing on the Golden Moon Violent Bear. The shoulder of the Moonstorm Bear cut into the golden light. Under his divine vision, he could see the direction of spiritual power that ordinary monks could not detect. It's a pity that he doesn't have the magic weapon Z15. He can only rely on his stronger control of the flying sword and make good use of the direction of the spiritual power discovered by Shenai's. The golden light of the Golden Moon Storm Bear was not an impeccable defense. He saw a spiritual gap in the golden light, and Xingyi's sword cut into the golden light along the spiritual gap. That is to say, the Golden Moon Storm Bear was not as flexible in its application of golden light as the human monks, which gave him this opportunity. After Xingyijian struck the shoulder of Jin Yubaoxiong, it was rebounded by the terrifying power contained in its shoulder, and Xingyijian was bounced away. When Xingyi's sword was ejected, a wisp of bear hair flew away. Good swordsmanship! Senior brother Qi Jin laughed. 3 Jindan monks took action together, but only Li Yuanba achieved victory. Although the result of this battle was only a wisp of bear hair, and it was senior brother Qi Jin who attracted most of the Golden Moon Bear's energy, allowing Li Yuanba to succeed. But this was the Golden Moon Bear in the late stage of the Great Demon, and a wisp of bear hair was in the Golden Moon. The violent bears all have third-level defense. Spirit beasts are different from human monks. Their bodies are their magic weapons, and they devote all their resources to improving their physical strength. Coupled with the innate ability of the Golden Moon Bear, it can enhance its own defense through golden light, which makes it difficult to harm even a strand of fur of the Golden Moon Bear. The Golden Moon Storm Bear looked at Li Yuanba with eyes full of anger. Senior brother Qi Jin's previous attacks failed to make it angry, but Li Yuanba succeeded in irritating it. Although Xingyi's sword was bounced away, a sword intent like the sun entered the body of the Golden Moon Storm Bear. It's a pity that Li Yuanba's level is too low, and this Jiang sword intent was quickly driven away by the Golden Moon Violent Bear. But in the end, it succeeded in hurting the Golden Moon Storm Bear. The Golden Moon Storm Bear had not suffered such a big loss for a long time, and it regarded Li Yuanba as its most important enemy. Li Yuanba suddenly sensed danger, and his spiritual eye also discovered the violent fluctuations in the spiritual power of the Golden Moon pattern on the chest of the Golden Moon Bear. Shang Yijian separated a ray of sword light and led him to perform sword escape. His figure merged with the sword light on the spot and escaped for 100 meters. Just when his figure disappeared, a golden light shot out from the chest of the Golden Moon Bear. The speed was so fast that if he slowed down even for a moment, he would be hit by the golden light. Li Yuanba thought of senior brother Qi Jin's previous reminder that the Golden Moon Violent Bear had long-range attack methods. But the Golden Light's long-range attack was too fast. If the Golden Moon Bear hadn't triggered this long-range attack and needed to use the Golden Moon pattern on his chest, he might not have had time to dodge. Junior brother Li, this Golden Moon Bear is not something we can defeat. Let's go back and report it to the sect. Senior brother Qi Jin was decisive. After sensing the power of the Golden Light's long-range attack, he spoke out. He said that the main responsibility for the failure of the mission must be borne by him. Senior brother Qi, let me try again. Li Yuanba was aroused by the Golden Moon Bear and wanted to try his body-refining results. He said loudly. The aura on his body suddenly changed drastically. A heat spread from his body, but his skin was as white as jade. The Burning Sun Jade body technique of the late Deshang dynasty. Senior brother Qi Jin exclaimed after seeing the origin of this body training technique. Although the Scorching Sun Jade body technique is difficult to practice, as long as you have enough contribution points to achieve the status of senior brother Qi Jin, you can definitely redeem it from your sect. But if you want to practice the Fire Sun Jade body technique to the late stage of Deshang, the energy and resources required are unimaginable wealth. Indeed, Li Yuanba used 10 drops of 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk, based on the value of 4th grade resources. If these 10 drops of 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk were replaced with 3rd grade resources, he would be able to cultivate many golden ones. A monk in the late stage of Dan. Even the 6 major sects would not squander resources like this unless the body refining talent was so high that the major sects were willing to specially cultivate it. Obviously, Li Yuanba is a sword cultivator, not a body refining cultivator trained by the sect. This will not be the body refining resource provided by the sect. Li Yuanba's Shang Yijian was withdrawn from his body, and he had a long sword in his hand. This was a 3rd grade sword base refined from the Secret Book of Sword Demons, just like the situation of the original body Li Shiming. Due to the strength of body refining, the 3rd grade sword base has also been greatly improved. The power of his 3rd grade sword-based magic weapon reached the limit of a 3rd grade high-grade magic weapon. Li Yuanba intends to show his strength in Sun Luo's sect. He must have a good background and a clean net worth. The better he performs, the more resources the sect will provide him. These resources are not just cultivation resources, but also inheritance of skills and treatment. For example, he was given the task of guarding Jieshan City and was able to participate in core tasks such as resource collection this time. All because of the sect's fancy. The Golden Moon Bear's golden light missed, and it rushed towards Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba held the 3rd grade sword base and faced him without flinching. The Golden Moon Burst Bear was extremely fast, and Li Yuanba was not slow either, and they quickly formed a close body. The Golden Moon Violent Bear struck out with a claw, and Li Yuanba was not weak, and slashed towards the claw with the 3rd grade sword base. The Golden Bear claws collided with the 3rd grade sword base. Li Yuanba's figure swayed slightly, and the Golden Moon Bear's claws flew back. Neither side took any advantage. The body of the Golden Moon Storm Bear turned and moved in a short distance, and the other bear's claws grabbed Li Yuanba's back. Li Yuanba's body turned half a circle, and the 3rd grade sword base used his backhand to block the bear's claw again. He turned his head to pass the Golden Moon Bear's golden light, and hit back with a headbutt to the Golden Moon Bear. There was a loud boom, and this head hammer hit the Golden Moon Bear on the head. It is estimated that Jin Yubaoxiong has never thought that human monks would use such attacks. The physique of the great demon in the late stage is naturally several times stronger than that of human monks of the same level. For ordinary Jindan monks, this kind of attack method is suicide. But Li Yuanba's headbutt made Jin Yuxiong's body fall back. Li Yuanba would not let go of the opportunity gained, because the distance between him and the Golden Moon Storm Bear was really too close. Almost face to face. He gave up using the 3rd grade sword base, and instead used every part of his body to launch a personal attack on the Golden Moon Violent Bear. Shoulders, elbows, knees, kicks. In just a few breaths, countless attacks fell on the Golden Moon Bear. Jin Yubaoxiong, who missed the opportunity, was beaten back by Li Yuanba's attacks. Who is the big demon? Jiang Pu couldn't help but ask. Senior brother Qi Jin's eyes widened with disbelief. He knew best how strong the Golden Moon Storm Bear was. But Li Yuanba's performance was even better than that of the Golden Moon Storm Bear. When the Scorching Sun Jade Body Technique was fully activated, every attack by Li Yuanba was filled with extreme heat. And the terrifying power was not weaker than the power of the heat. This is the effect of top body training techniques. It is through practice that human monks can catch up with, or even surpass the spiritual beasts, and become the masters of this world. 10 drops of the 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk were not in vain. Li Yuanba was able to fight against the Golden Moon Brutal Bear in the late stage of the Great Demon with the power of body refining alone. As for Li Yuanba gaining an advantage in the fight against the Golden Moon Storm Bear, that does not mean that he is stronger than the Golden Moon Storm Bear. In fact, his strength is about the same as that of the Golden Moon Storm Bear. The scorching heat of the Scorching Sun Jade Body Art is almost the same as the Golden Moon Bear's Golden Light talent. The reason why he was able to suppress the Golden Moon Violent Bear was that he had 2 auxiliary magical powers. The Divine Eye Power allowed him to see clearly the movement of the Golden Moon Violent Bear's spiritual power. And there was a slight chance of judging the Golden Moon Violent Bear's movements. Next action. In this kind of close combat, through physical contact, Hashin telepathy can exert a certain effect and eavesdrop on part of the Golden Moon Storm Bear's thoughts. In the process of close combat, a little advantage will be infinitely magnified. A storm of attacks fell on the Golden Moon Storm Bear. The Golden Moon Storm Bear wanted to fight back. But every time it had this intention, Li Yuanba would attack the counterattack part, interrupting its counterattack. The Golden Light defense of the Golden Moon Storm Bear became weaker and weaker under the repeated blows. I surrender! To Li Yuanba's expectation. After being severely hit, the Golden Moon Storm Bear retreated quickly and conveyed its meaning through his spiritual thoughts. Great monsters, like the Golden Moon Storm Bear, are also intelligent beings to a certain extent. It had not communicated in this way before, because the Golden Moon Storm Bear thought that Li Yuanba and the others were too weak and not worthy of its communication. Li Yuanba restrained his figure and did not pursue. He knew very well that the battle with the Golden Moon Bear was not a battle of life and death at all, but a competition for resources. There may be casualties during the battle, but you must not kill after the opponent admits defeat. The agreement between the Spirit Beast clan and the Senluo sect is not in vain. If he really dares to kill the Golden Moon Bear after admitting defeat, then it is very likely to attract revenge from the Spirit Beast clan. The Golden Moon Storm Bear didn't wait for Li Yuanba's reply. Turned around and flew downwards. It's not the first time it has lost. If it loses this time, just practice hard and get back on track next time. We won! Jiang Pu was still in a sluggish state, and Jin Yubaoxiong gave up. They had the right to collect 3rd grade royal jelly this time. Junior brother Li, are you really a swordsman? Senior brother Qi Jin looked at Li Yuanba and asked incomprehensibly. Yes, although the sword cultivator is powerful. It is achieved through sword intention. Li Yuanba's battle just now was completely suppressed by his physical strength. Senior brother Qi Jin himself is a monk who is good at close combat, and he is even more aware of the terrifying physique of Li Yuanba. He himself relied on the particularity of earth attribute skills to achieve close combat, while Li Yuanba relied entirely on powerful body training for close combat. There was a huge difference between the two. The reason why he asked Li Yuanba if he was really a sword cultivator was because if Li Yuanba continued to develop like this, he would become a great elder-level body refining elixir, which was a completely different path from that of sword cultivator. My major is sword cultivation, and I also practice the Scorching Sun Jade Body Technique. It was only through some adventures that I achieved some success in practicing it, Li Yuanba explained with a smile. Jiang Pu's eyes revealed a look of envy. What kind of adventure would have allowed Li Yuanba's body refining strength to reach such a level? What he didn't know was that the adventure Li Yuanba was talking about was the robbery of a fake infant monk. Since the Golden Moon Storm Bear has admitted defeat, let's go into the valley and wait for the royal jelly to form, Senior brother Qi Jin reminded. The 3 of them landed at the entrance of the valley. This is the place to enter the valley. The sect has a way to enter. Under the leadership of Senior brother Qi Jin, they successfully brought Jiang Pu and Li Yuanba into it. In fact, Li Yuanba can completely enter the formation on his own. Although this formation is special, It is not difficult for him to break it. The real power of this formation is not the formation itself, but the ability to enter the valley without disturbing the second-grade Muyang Bee inside. Entering from the entrance of the valley is the only way to enter the valley without disturbing the Muyang Bees. After entering the entrance, Li Yuanbao saw a path that bypassed the sea of flowers. The path was shielded by the formation and was separated from the sea of flowers. The formation of this trail was artificially constructed, and it seemed to be specially prepared for collecting royal jelly. The three of them were walking on the path, and Mu Yanfeng not far away ignored their presence. Chapter 365 Beehive. We walked around the valley on the trail and came to the hinterland of the valley. That's where the royal jelly is collected. It seems that the new royal jelly hasn't been produced yet. Senior brother Qi Jin pointed to a place ahead. Li Yuanbao saw that it was right behind the hive. Part of the hive was within the formation. He could directly touch the hive without leaving the formation. He clearly sensed that the aura of third-grade spiritual beings came from the hive. This aura was extremely weak, and the number of third-grade spiritual beings should be very small. Every time the third-grade royal jelly is taken, a portion will be left for Queen Muyang, so that the Muyang Bee colony can continue to exist normally. This is the third-grade resource production area determined by the Sunluo sect. Although it is shared with the Spirit Beast clan, both parties have put their best efforts into the development of the third-grade resources here. If the third-grade royal jelly is developed in a disorderly manner, it can only be obtained once at most. With such nurturing development, a batch of third-grade royal jelly can be obtained every few years. Royal jelly needs to be brewed by Queen Bee Muyang herself. The flowering period in the valley has been advanced by half a year. According to past experience, royal jelly will be formed in these days. Senior brother Qi Jin continued. He didn't care about the dust on the ground and sat cross-legged on the ground. In fact, it is difficult for a monk's robe to be stained with dust. And even the purest robe has the function of driving away magic. Jiangpu smiled and sat next to senior brother Qi Jin. Junior brotherly, you need to recover your spiritual power first. You don't need to be on duty these days. Just the two of us. Senior brother Qi Jin said to Li Yuanbao. Li Yuanbao's contribution was great this time, and he could only express his gratitude in this way. Yes, Junior brotherly. Let me play a role too. Jiangpu then said. Then I'll trouble you two senior brothers. Seeing that he couldn't hold on, Li Yuanbao nodded and said. He took out a formation disc and activated the formation within it. He sat under the protection of the formation. Senior brother Qi Jin and Jiangpu looked at each other without saying anything. They both saw that the grade of this array disc was as high as the 4th grade. However, considering Li Yuanbao's background, although the 4th grade formation plate is extremely precious and only the ancestor of Yuanying is qualified to possess it, given Li Yuanbao's background, it is not impossible to have a 4th grade formation plate. Li Yuanbao used the Sumeru mustard seed formation. Although senior brother Qi Jin and Jiangpu were both from the same sect, and his relationship with Jiangpu was quite irreconcilable. In order to restore his spiritual power, he had to restrain his mind movement skills, which would cause since he was unprotected. He had to resort to means to protect himself. With his current status, a 4th grade formation plate would not make his fellow disciples think of killing him and seizing the treasure. His own combat power also made it difficult for senior brother Qi Jin and Jiangpu to have other thoughts. After waiting for 3 days, the aura of the 3rd grade spiritual creature in the hive is getting stronger and stronger, and the 3rd grade royal jelly is being produced. Strange. How do I feel that the quality of this 3rd grade royal jelly is much higher than before? Senior brother Qi Jin murmured to himself. He was not asking Jiangpu. Jiangpu's experience was not as rich as his. Li Yuanbao put away the 4th grade formation plate at this time. He did not waste the 3 days. Not only did he take the spiritual elixir to practice the main skills, but he also conducted a summary of the previous battle. I'm about to inform Junior Brotherly that royal jelly will be collected soon. Do you want to collect it? Senior brother Qi Jin asked Li Yuanbao with a smile. It's better for senior brother Qi to collect it. I'll just watch from the side and say, okay. Li Yuanbao shook his head and said, collecting requires experience. How much 3rd grade royal jelly needs to be left behind? Neither more nor less. If you leave too much, the amount of 3rd grade royal jelly collected will be less. The 3rd grade resources are related to the welfare of the sect's golden elixir, and there may not be enough to distribute at that time. If you leave too little, the Muyang Queen Bee may not have enough to eat, and there may be problems with the growth of the Muyang Bee colony. Then I won't be polite. Senior brother Qi Jin's attitude towards Li Yuanbao was very good. completely different from his original attitude. Who said that strength is the most important thing in the world of immortality? Li Yuanba's strength convinced senior brother Qi Jin, and his attitude was naturally different. Senior brother Qi Jin did not ask Jiang Pu for his opinion. As the weakest among the three, Jiang Pu hardly made any contribution in this mission, and Jiang Pu had no right to speak. After waiting for a while, he walked to the position where the honeycomb was exposed in the formation, reached out and took out a thin tube, and inserted it into the honeycomb. Be careful. Li Yuanba felt something was wrong and quickly warned loudly. Senior brother Qi Jin also reacted quickly, and his earth attribute spiritual power instantly turned into a spiritual power shield, blocking his body. But even if his reaction was fast enough, he still couldn't block an attack. This attack was extremely weird. When he was about to insert a thin tube into the hive, a thin needle protruded from the hive first and attacked senior brother Qi Jin. The attack of the thin needle is silent, and its speed is extremely fast. The fine needle pierced the earth attribute spiritual power shield, and the earth attribute spiritual power shield was pierced. The fine needle continued to penetrate, and the defense that senior brother Qi Jin was proud of was easily broken in front of the fine needle. Senior brother Qi Jin froze, and black energy rose on his face. Li Yuanba grabbed his robe and pulled him away from the hive. Li Yuanba saw something wrong with senior brother Qi Jin's expression, especially the right arm where the fine needle had pricked him, which gave off a rancid smell. His spiritual sense sensed that a hole had been corroded out of senior brother Qi Jin's right arm, and the poison was rapidly eroding senior brother Qi Jin's body. Moreover, this poison spread along the veins in senior brother Qi Jin's body and spread throughout his body. Seeing something was wrong, Li Yuanba immediately took out a third-grade antidote pill and put it into senior brother Qi Jin's mouth. This is the emergency elixir prepared by the main body, Li Shiming, for the clone. The third-grade detoxification pill is the top third-grade elixir, and its detoxification effect has reached the ultimate level of the third grade. Theoretically, as long as it is a third-grade poison, these top-grade 3-grade detoxifying pills can eliminate the poison. Senior brother Qi Jin vomited several mouthfuls of black blood, but his complexion quickly recovered, and the injury on his right arm also stabilized. After the poison is gone, the injury is nothing to a late-stage Jin Den monk. When Li Yuanba rescued senior brother Qi Jin, he was also paying attention to the situation of the hive. That attack was so fast that even if he faced that sudden attack, he would have difficulty dodging it without preparation. Just as he took the third-grade top detoxifying pill and gave it to senior brother Qi Jin, a gap appeared in the honeycomb formation, and a palm-sized Muyang bee flew out and rushed towards him. Queen Bee Muyang has been promoted to the third rank. Without the barrier of the hive, Li Yuanba felt the aura of Queen Bee Muyang. This was a third-rank Queen Bee Muyang. Senior brother Qi Jin said that the Muyang Queen Bee was only of the second rank, and it was not easy for spiritual bees to break through the shackles of the population. I wonder what opportunities this Muyang Queen Bee had, and she actually broke through to the third rank. Take senior brother Qi and leave first, Li Yuanba said to Jiang Pu, who threw senior brother Qi Jin aside. At the same time, a third-grade sword base appeared in his hand. The third-grade sword base was blocked in front of him. Almost at the same time, the bee needle from the tail of Muyang Queen Bee was stabbed out. If he hadn't used his spiritual eyes and other minds to discover Muyang Queen Bee's attack position in advance, this pin might have fallen on him. The spiritual eyes allows him to clearly see the figure of Queen Bee Muyang flying at an extremely fast speed. The telepathy is even more effective. Queen Muyang has little defense against two minds telepathy. He can pass through his mind telepathy, Qintong, sense the attack intention of Queen Bee Muyang. Just when Li Yuanba thought he had blocked Muyang Queen Bee's attack, he saw that the needle had pierced the base of the third-grade sword, and a small hole appeared on the base of the third-grade sword. The third-grade sword base was actually pierced. You must know that the third-grade sword base was influenced by Li Yuanba's successful body refining. The Sword Demon's Secret Book strengthened the third-grade sword base to the limit of a third-grade high-grade magic weapon. Although the third-grade sword base is not a defensive magic weapon, as a close combat magic weapon, the third-grade sword base is no weaker than the defensive magic weapon of the same level. Fortunately, there was the obstruction of the third-grade sword base. Although Muyang Queen Bee's tail needle pierced the third-grade sword base, it could not continue to attack Li Yuanba's body. Jiang Pu took senior brother Qi Jin with him, and while escaping, He also sensed the fight between Li Yuanba and Queen Muyang. After he saw Muyang Queen Bee pierce the long sword magic weapon in Li Yuanba's hand with one needle, he had no intention of staying and helping. He knew very well that staying would only cause more trouble for Li Yuanba. Queen Bee Muyang's attack was too terrifying, and he had no ability to survive from Queen Bee Muyang's attack. Li Yuanba was horrified. He looked at the small hole in the base of the third-grade sword in his hand. But he was not worried that the base of the third-grade sword would be damaged. The third-grade sword base exists in his body in the form of energy. As long as this damage is returned to the body and repaired by the Sword Demon's secret book, the third-grade sword base will be recondensed and intact. What he was thinking about was that his defense might not be able to withstand Muyang Queen Bee's tail needle attack. Not to mention that the Scorching Sun Jade body technique was still a little short of the perfect level of the Golden Elixir chapter. Even if it reached the perfect level, he was not sure whether it would be able to withstand it. Block the blow from Muyang's Queen Bee tail needle. You must know that no matter how powerful his Scorching Sun Jade body technique is, it cannot be compared with the third-grade sword base. At least it cannot reach the hardness of the third-grade sword base at the Golden Elixir stage. Li Yuanba shouted loudly, and the Jiyang sword intent on his body exploded, turning into countless fine needle-like swords that flew toward Queen Bee Muyang. Muyang Queen Bee's defensive power was obviously not as good as its attack power. After discovering the attacks from countless Jiyang sword intent small swords, it launched its ultimate speed and dodged all Li Yuanba's attacks. At this time, Li Yuanba sensed that Jiang Pu had led senior brother Qi Jin out of the path and had exited the formation in the valley. He couldn't help but feel relieved, and a white lotus rose under his feet. Then his figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already at the gap of the hive. A spiritual thought entered it and dug out a large piece of royal jelly. He did not take away all of it, but left a part. Queen Bee Muyang noticed Li Yuanba's movements and emitted a harsh buzzing sound. Her speed increased again, and her figure was almost invisible as she flew towards Li Yuanba. It's a pity that in the face of unreasonable magical power such as step by step, Lotus is born. No matter how fast it is, it can't be as fast as the spatial movement of the divine foot power. Li Yuanba's figure flashed continuously, widening the distance between him and Queen Bee Muyang. When he was about to leave the valley formation, he switched to sword escape. The Queen Bee of Muyang flew to the junction of the valley formation and did not go out to pursue it. It was obvious that for the importance of royal jelly, the Muyang Bee swarm was more important, and it would not leave the Muyang Bee swarm too far. In fact, over the years, Queen Bee Muyang has long been accustomed to royal jelly being stolen. But this time, Queen Bee Muyang was promoted to the 3rd level. Her wisdom improved a lot, and she discovered the loopholes in the hive. In addition, senior brother Qi Jin did not make any cover-up moves at all. Senior brother Qi Jin trusted the formations previously arranged by the sect too much. The formations used against the 2nd-grade Muyang Queen Bee were much less effective against the 3rd-grade Muyang Queen Bee. Seeing that Queen Bee Muyang did not chase him out, Li Yuanba couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to reveal that he had mastered the magical foot passing. "Bubu Shenglian, how is senior brother's condition?" Li Yuanba asked aloud when he saw Jiang Pu still supporting senior brother Qi Jin. Jiang Pu took out a defensive magic weapon in front of him and observed the valley vigilantly. He believed in Li Yuanba's strength and the situation of senior brother Qi Jin. If he left with senior brother Qi Jin, he might as well wait for Li Yuanba to leave together. Safety. Senior brother's poison has been cured, but the poison has a considerable impact on the soul. He hasn't woken up yet. Jiang Pu had already checked on senior brother Qi Jin's injuries and immediately replied after hearing Li Yuanba's question. At this time, the Golden Moon Storm Bear appeared. Seeing the miserable condition of senior brother Qi Jin, it couldn't help laughing. The Golden Moon Bear looks like a giant bear, and it always makes people feel strange to laugh with such a humane smile. It also did not attack Jiang Pu and senior brother Qi Jin. The previous admission of defeat meant that it could not interfere with the collection of resources by the Golden Pill monks of Sun Luo's sect. The relationship between Sun Luo's sect and the Spiritual Beast clan is very special. They live together in Shirwanda Mountain and share the rich resources of Shirwanda Mountain. "Go away, or I'll beat you up again," Li Yuanba glared and said in a deep voice. Jin Yubao Xiong's laughter stopped. He looked at Li Yuanba with some fear, and his body turned into a golden light and retreated. The big demon doesn't care too much about defeat, because human monks always rely on external objects to fight. and the big demon can always find reasons to convince themselves. But in the battle between Li Yuanba and the Golden Moon Bear, Li Yuanba used his body to eat the Golden Moon Bear, which made the Golden Moon Bear feel in awe of Li Yuanba.
Huh?
Senior brother Qi Jin exhaled a breath and opened his eyes. In fact, he did not fall into a deep coma. Li Yuanba's third-grade top detoxifying pill was so effective that it detoxified the poison before it completely destroyed the soul.
Junior brother Li, thank you.
Senior brother Qi Jin broke away from Jiang Pu's support and bowed to Li Yuanba with a "okay" salute. He knew very well what grade of third-grade antidote pill Li Yuanba took out to save him. That third-grade top detoxifying pill, in terms of value alone, can be exchanged for almost 100 detoxifying pills of the same grade, which no monk would exchange. Even an alchemy master would be hard-pressed to refine a few of the third-grade top detoxifying pills in his lifetime. And even fewer would fall into the hands of monks. Chapter 366 Intelligence.
Senior brother Qi, please don't take action in the short term. Queen Bee Miyang's poison will still cause great damage to your body.
Li Yuanba reminded senior brother Qi Jin as he helped him up. When senior brother Qi Jin was poisoned, he used his spiritual mind to check senior brother Qi Jin's injuries.
I will work hard to repay that detoxification pill,
senior brother Qi Jin solemnly promised. He also knew how difficult it was to obtain a third-grade top detoxifying pill. But he still made a guarantee. He has the idea to try to be promoted to Yuanying. So he must have a pure mind before being promoted to Yuanying. He owes such a big favor to Li Yuanba. Even if he can remember the life-saving grace, that one is obviously used to save his life. The third-grade top detoxifying pill must be returned.
Hey! This mission failed.
Jiang Pu didn't know the grade of the detoxification pill. He didn't care about the detoxification pill mentioned by senior brother Qi Jin, and said with regret, in his opinion, it is not difficult for senior brother Qi Jin to repay a third-grade detoxification pill.
Although the mission failed, we got information this time about the emergence of a third-grade queen bee in the Miyang bee population. The reward for the information will not be less than the reward for completing the mission.
Senior brother Qi Jin shook his head. It was also a pity in his heart that he finally defeated the Golden Moon Storm Bear, whose strength was promoted to the late stage of the Great Demon, and obtained the right to distribute the third-grade royal jelly. However, he missed the third-grade royal jelly due to the unexpected appearance of the third-grade queen bee. As for the appearance of the third-grade Miyang queen bee, the sect will definitely handle the matter. Even though the attack power of the third-level Miyang queen bee is extremely strong, it is still only in the third-level realm. Based on the information they brought back, Simluo sect has a way to rearrange this third-level resource production area. On the contrary, this time I relied on Li Yuanba to defeat the Golden Moon Violent Bear. If I come here next time, how can I defeat the Golden Moon Violent Bear without Li Yuanba?
The mission was not failed. I grabbed the third-grade royal jelly from the hive when I left,
Li Yuanba said with a smile, taking out a jade box. Although this third-grade royal jelly is precious, it is the sect's resource, and he will not and cannot take it for himself. The sect will definitely send monks to investigate afterwards, and they will know that the third-grade royal jelly was taken away.
Junior brother Li is good at what he does.
Senior brother Qi Jin sincerely praised him. Under the attack of Queen Bee Miyang, he was still able to take away the third-grade royal jelly. But he did not have such ability anyway.
Senior brother, please put this royal jelly away,
Li Yuanba said as he handed the royal jelly over.
The rewards of the mission belong to junior brother Jiang Pu, and I deserve it.
Senior brother Qi Jin took the jade box and said,
Yes, junior brother Li. I have no face to participate in the distribution of mission rewards.
Jiang Pu nodded. Fortunately, senior brother Qi Jin at least took action. The only thing Jiang Pu did was to lead the way for Li Yuanba. If Li Yuanba hadn't blocked Queen Miyang for Jiang Pu and left Queen Duan alone, Jiang Pu might have died in the valley. Li Yuanba didn't persuade him to say anything. The two senior brothers said this. Just let them do whatever they want.
Sure enough, the quality of this royal jelly is close to the 4th grade. It seems that this resource production area may not be our turn to collect the golden elixir.
Senior brother Qi Jin opened the jade box and inspected the 3rd grade royal jelly and said, although the current royal jelly is still a 3rd grade product, its quality is close to that of a 4th grade product. If Queen Bee Miyang's strength improves a little more, then Queen Bee Miyang will most likely be able to refine honey into 4th grade royal jelly. This information alone allowed them to gain more than the reward of the mission itself.
The origin of 4th grade resources. I'm afraid the sect will have to renegotiate with the Spirit Beast clan.
Jiang Pu exclaimed.
This has nothing to do with us. The production of 4th grade resources takes longer, and long-term observation is needed to determine. With Queen Bee Muyang's combat power, I am afraid that the sect's nascent soul ancestor will need to personally come forward.
Chi's senior brother Jean shook his head and said, they also did not expect that a simple collection mission would eventually turn into the discovery of a possible origin of 4th grade resources. Senior brother Chi Jean ignored his injuries and accelerated his flight speed. He didn't have to worry about his own safety. With a monk of Li Yuanba's strength accompanying him, he would be safe as long as no being at the Great Elder level or nascent soul stage appeared. By the time they reached the Zhenghan Mountains, they could already have direct contact with the sect. Previously, in the area over the valley, although the identity jade disc within the sect could not be used to communicate, the contact card of the Beishu Trading Company could be used to contact the sect. But senior brother Chi Jean didn't do that. And the information using the contact card of Beishu Trading Company was not kept confidential. The origin of 4th grade resources. Once this discovery is leaked, the other major sects and the forces with a nascent soul ancestor will all be eyeing this 4th grade resource. Senior brother Chi Jean took out the identity jade disc and reported the discovery to the sect.
Junior brother Li, junior brother Jiang, please rest here first. The sect has already informed the ancestors. We may still need to wait for the ancestor summons.
After finishing the contact, senior brother Chi Jean said to Li Yuanba and Jiang Pu.
Then I won't disturb senior brother Chi,
Jiang Pu said with a smile. And Li Yuanba had no objection and nodded in agreement. Senior brother Chi Jin's cave looks very ordinary from the outside. It was dug out of a mountain wall. When he walked into the gate of the cave and came to the hall, Li Yuanba felt the richness of the spiritual energy, which was close to the nascent soul level spiritual veins. If the Zhenghan Mountains were not close to the sphere of influence of the spiritual beast clan, this spiritual vein alone would be enough to attract a large number of late-stage Jindan monks. With such spiritual veins, various 2nd grade elixirs are planted everywhere in the cave. As long as there is free space, there is even a 3rd grade elixir planted in the hall. Li Yuanba was surprised that the spiritual soil used in the elixir was extremely spiritual, especially the 3rd grade spiritual soil. The quality was the best among the 3rd grade spiritual soil he had ever seen.
I have done some research on spiritual soil. I will send some spiritual soil to junior brotherly later.
Senior brother Chi Jean noticed Li Yuanba's surprise and said with a slightly complacent smile. Li Yuanba thought that senior brother Chi Jean practiced earth-based exercises, and it was normal for him to study spiritual soil.
My foundation is too shallow. Even with spiritual soil, I can't be as self-sufficient as senior brother Chi.
Li Yuanba lamented the utilization rate of senior brother Chi Jin's cave. His body has nascent soul-level spiritual veins, which is 1 level higher than the spiritual veins in this cave. It is a true nascent soul-level spiritual vein. However, in terms of utilization, he is much worse than senior brother Chi Jin. This is not only the reason for spiritual soil, but also the exploration of oneself.
I am still in the experimental stage of planting 3rd grade elixir. I have put in a lot of effort, but I succeeded with this one.
Senior brother Chi Jin shook his head and said, all major sects are conducting relevant research. Among the 3rd grade elixirs that have relatively few environmental requirements, they can be planted artificially. But the restrictions on artificial planting are so great that they cannot be planted in large quantities. As long as 1 3rd grade elixir is planted in an area, a 2nd 3rd grade elixir cannot be planted in this area. This is related to the need for spiritual energy from 3rd grade elixirs, and the rejection of 3rd grade elixirs themselves.
Junior brotherly, would you like to take out your spiritual tea and share it?
Jiang Pu said to Li Yuanba with a look of anticipation.
Junior brother Jiang, you are looking down on me. Why do you need junior brotherly to provide spiritual tea when you are here to be a guest?
Senior brother Chi Jin said very dissatisfied.
Senior brother Chi, you don't know that the spiritual tea in the hands of junior brotherly was cooked by Master Li Shiming himself. Except for a small part of the people living outside. The rest were divided up by the Yuaning ancestors.
Jiang Pu explained with a smile. Road.
Master Li Shiming? Can you become a master by frying spiritual tea?
Senior brother Chi Jin asked in surprise. He was in a semi-reclusive state in the Zhenghan Mountains. Li Shiming's rise was too short, and he had never heard of Li Shiming's reputation.
Master Li is the #1 alchemy master in the northern Shu continent.
Jiang Pu explained to him.
His.
Senior brother Chi Jin took a breath. If he hadn't known Jiang Pu's character, he would have thought that Jiang Pu was bragging for Master Li. Li Yuanba was not stingy. He took out a jade box and a set of tea sets, and started brewing spiritual tea. Senior brother Qi Jin is also a tea-loving monk. When Li Yuanba was preparing the spiritual tea, he could smell the special features of the third-grade spiritual tea. The quality of Samp and Ling Cha is surprisingly high. No wonder it is competed for by Yuanying ancestor.
Please!
Li Yuanba pushed a cup of third-grade spiritual tea in front of senior brother Qi Jin and said. And he sent another cup of third-grade spiritual tea to Jiangpu, who had been waiting for a long time. During the next cup of tea, neither senior brother Qi Jin nor Jiangpu made a sound, silently savoring the ultimate feeling brought by the top-grade third-grade spiritual tea.
After drinking this spiritual tea, other spiritual teas will have no taste anymore.
Senior brother Qi Jin broke away from the aftertaste of the spiritual tea and let out a long sigh.
If senior brother Qi wants to drink this spiritual tea, he can harvest the spiritual tea leaves and send them to me. I will ask Master Li to roast them through my connections. However, you need to pay some compensation for inviting Master Li to do it.
Li Yuanba smiled. Said, senior brother Qi Jin has a very high status in the sect, and it will be of great benefit to Li Yuanba to make friends with such a monk. So he was willing to help senior brother Qi Jin with a little help. Of course, the reward for asking Master Li to do something was impossible to waive.
Really?
Senior brother Qi Jin said with a look of surprise on his face. For late Jindan monks like him, who had the idea of promoting to the nascent soul, the biggest role of the third-grade spiritual tea fried by Master Li is not its quality, but the spiritual benefits brought by tasting this spiritual tea. Impact. At his level, hundreds of years of experience have long made it difficult for his mind to be affected. Master Li's 3-grade spiritual tea has such an effect. This kind of effect that can improve the state of mind is no less effective than those of spiritual pills. In fact, the spiritual tea that could be favored by the Yuanying ancestor could not just be used for food and drink.
Junior brother Li has always maintained contact with Master Li. I can prove this,
Jiangpu said with a smile.
Master Li is currently unable to refine third-grade spiritual elixirs in the later stages of the golden elixir. However, it will not be able to help you in refining the elixir,
Li Yuanba continued.
With Master Li's cultivation speed, I'm afraid it won't take many years to refine it.
Jiangpu was also an admirer of Master Li. After hearing what Li Yuanba said, he immediately explained. Just as they were talking lively, Li Yuanba and senior brother Qi Jin both raised their heads and looked in the same direction. Senior brother Qi Jin was secretly shocked. Not only was Li Yuanba extremely powerful in combat, but his ability to sense breath was also incompatible with Li Yuanba's early stage of the golden elixir. There was only one possibility, and that was that Li Yuanba's spirit was extremely strong. Looking at Jiangpu's perception was slower than the two of them, indicating that Li Yuanba's spirit surpassed Jiangpu's.
Let's go out to meet the ancestor,
senior brother Qi Jin said. The three people left the cave and flew into the air to wait.
Hey, Yuanba is here too.
Ancestor Yuanying came very quickly. First his voice came, and then Patriarch Lu's figure appeared in front of the three of them.
I've met the ancestor.
The three of them bowed and saluted.
You have done a great job. If we really find out that the Miyangbi swarm can produce 4th-grade resources, your rewards will be indispensable,
Patriarch Lu said with a smile and waved his hand to support the three of them. Of course he was happy. This time, he could not practice in seclusion and guard the sect. This has some impact on him. But the sect's responsibility requires him to do this. At least until the matter of Tianqing Trading Company is completely over, and it is confirmed that Tianqing Trading Company will not retaliate again. He and the ancestors of Yuanying who guard the other 5 major sects can practice in seclusion. During this period, a 4th-grade resource origin appeared. This was not in vain. If 4th-grade resources were produced for the first time, he, the ancestor guarding the nascent soul, would be the first to obtain them. The other Yuanying ancestors of the sect are waiting for the next production of 4th-grade resources. In addition, his participation in the origin of 4th-grade resources will also allow him to receive more 4th-grade resources than other nascent soul ancestors.
Thanks to Junior Brother Li. Junior Brother Li has the greatest credit for discovering the changes in Miyangbi. This is the royal jelly that Junior Brother Li snatched from the hive. Please take a look at it.
Senior brother Qi Jin put the jade box containing the 3rd-grade royal jelly handed over and report his merits to Li Yuanba. Patriarch Lu took the jade box, opened it, and looked at the 3rd-grade royal jelly inside. He couldn't hide the joy on his face. After seeing these 3 grades of royal jelly, he was almost certain of senior brother Qi Jin's judgment. He then asked in detail about the situation of Miyangbi swarm and the battle with Muyang's Queen Bee.
Yuanba, if your master comes out of seclusion, will he say that you are not doing your job properly?
Patriarch Lu was very casual with Li Yuanba. He smiled and said to Li Yuanba, he didn't care at all whether Li Yuanba became a body refining elixir or a sword cultivator. The method of sword cultivation is single and pure. But Patriarch Lu does not fully approve of it. He appreciated that Li Yuanba did not fall behind in sword cultivation. But he also mastered other powerful methods, which made Li Yuanba's ability to survive even stronger. A living monk is a good monk. No matter how strong a sword cultivator is in the future, he still needs a process of growth. Countless sword cultivators have fallen in the process of growth. He has a deep feeling for Li Yuanba's sword intent. Li Yuanba's sword intent in the early stage of the Golden Core is no weaker than the sword intent of the Elder Swordsman in the early stage of the Golden Core. It can be seen that Li Yuanba's talent is so strong. In the future, just in the sword cultivation field on top of that, he is no worse than the Sword Elder. Chapter 367 transferred. Before leaving, Patriarch Lu met with Li Yuanba alone. When senior brother Qi Jin and Jiang Pu heard the request from Patriarch Lu, the envy in their eyes almost burst out. The Yuaning ancestor, who has lived for hundreds of years, has not less than a few disciples in his life, and his disciples take on more disciples. Therefore, in the sect, there are not many monks with the Yuaning Patriarch as their master. But in the eyes of the ancestor of nascent soul, there is a high probability that he does not take these juniors to heart. Patriarch Lu met Li Yuanba alone more than once, which was beyond ordinary concern. In the Sanluo sect, with such a backer, no monk would offend Li Yuanba unless he had some kind of interest that must be fought for.
Yuanba, I see that your cultivation has improved very quickly. It seems that you are not lacking in resources. Right?
Patriarch Lu asked Li Yuanba casually. Li Yuanba was startled when he heard this. He didn't understand what Patriarch Lu meant. Could it be that Patriarch Lu took a fancy to his reward? This shouldn't be the case. No matter how good the reward given to the Golden Core disciples was, Patriarch Lu would not take it seriously.
I would also like to thank my ancestor for his help. The mission given by the sect is excellent.
Li Yuanba bowed and replied.
This time, the sect was able to obtain a 4th grade resource source. You deserve the greatest credit. This credit is very great. However, my opinion is that you'd better save this credit. The accumulated credit will be used in the later stages of your golden elixir. At this time, we will increase your chances of converting it into infant resources.
Ancestor Lu said with a smile. He can say this because he is really optimistic about Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba was the person he watched to become the elixir, and he was completely stable in the golden elixir stage in a short period of time. And his combat power in the body refining process was comparable to that of the late golden elixir. He is proud to have Elder Jian as a disciple. When it comes to his disciples, he also hopes that Li Yuanba can become his pride. When he meets other Yuaning ancestors, he could also use Elder Sword and Li Yuanba to attack those old friends.
I listened to my ancestors.
Li Yuanba is incompetent, and his resources are indeed sufficient. Adult resources may sound far away, but they must be prepared in advance. Although he had not heard of the competition for Chongying resources in the Sanluo sect, the qualified Jindan elders of Shushan sect, where the main body is located, almost joined the competition for Chongying resources in the form of factional opposition. Li Yuanba has no shortage of cultivation resources, but the adult resources cannot be obtained even by Li Shiming. They are resources of another level, and cannot be accessed by Jindan monks.
Although the reward given to you by the sect has been converted into the accumulation of merit, you have brought me a lot of benefits this time, so I still have to give you a personal reward.
Patriarch Lu said with a smile. A fragment with strong corpse energy appeared in his hand, only the size of a fingernail. As soon as the fragment was taken out, the space where he was turned cold.
This is the core fragment of a golden corpse. It's a trophy from a battle. It's of no use to me, so I'll give it to you.
He threw the fragment to Li Yuanba. He remembered that Li Yuanba had a corpse for refining. The core fragment of the golden corpse, even a small fragment, is a 4th grade spiritual object. Its value is extremely high, far beyond what any 3rd grade spiritual object can compare with. He took out such rewards with some consideration. Li Yuanba didn't know what the secret was. His cultivation speed was extremely fast, which showed that he did not lack cultivation resources. Moreover, he was able to cultivate his body to such an extent. This required physical training resources. Even more terrifying, all this shows that Li Yuanba's net worth is extremely rich. As an ancestor, if he takes out ordinary 3rd grade spiritual objects, Li Yuanba will probably say that he is stingy in his heart. Ancestor Lu thought about it, and finally found the core fragment of the golden corpse that he had almost forgotten.
Thank you, Ancestor,
Li Yuanba said with a look of surprise in his eyes. His corpse refining strength has reached the level of silver corpse. Although a lot of third-grade corpse refining resources have been invested, the general's strength has improved extremely slowly. This general is his natural corpse refining, unlike the original body Li Shiming, who can sacrifice many refining corpses. This general is his only refining corpse, and it will also be one of his main combat strengths. The general is a perfect match for him. The general is a special corpse, with sword intent in his body. As his strength increases, the sword intent will also increase. If the general's strength can be quickly improved, it will be extremely beneficial to him.
That's it.
Ancestor Lu nodded and disappeared.
Farewell, Ancestor.
Li Yuanba bowed. After seeing off Ancestor Lu, the matter of the Miang swarm has nothing to do with him, and Ancestor Lu will handle the rest. No matter how powerful that third-grade Miang Queen Bee was, it was nothing in front of Patriarch Lu. Li Yuanba's attention was attracted by the fragment in his hand. It would not be garbage that could be collected by Patriarch Lu. He took out a jade box that sealed the spiritual object and carefully placed the fragments of the golden corpse's core into it. He had a feeling that it would be too much of a waste to use such treasures now. He needs to check some information and understand the core of the golden corpse, and then make a comprehensive analysis of the situation of the generals before making a decision. The matter is over here. Senior brother Qi Jin is injured, and Li Yuanba and Jiang Pu are not left any longer. At the time of separation, senior brother Qi Jin gave a storage bag to Li Yuanba. On the way back, Jiang Pu became even closer to Li Yuanba. Before, it was a combination of interests, but now he was in awe of Li Yuanba's identity. Jiang Pu had heard before that Patriarch Lu viewed Li Yuanba differently, but this time he saw Patriarch Lu's attitude toward Li Yuanba with his own eyes, and felt Patriarch Lu's care for Li Yuanba up close. The two separated in Jieshan City. Jiang Pu returned to Jieshan Pass, and Li Yuanba returned to his garrison. Li Yuanba returned to the training room and took out the storage bag given by senior brother Qi Jin. Unsurprisingly, what was inside was spiritual soil. But what surprised him was that in addition to the second-grade spiritual soil, there were also some third-grade spiritual soil. Third-grade spiritual soil is spiritual soil that can grow third-grade spiritual plants. Its value is very high. The amount in the storage bag is almost half an acre. This value is extremely high. Even if Li Yuanba is rich, holding this storage bag feels a bit heavy. It was obvious that senior brother Qi Jin wanted to repay him for saving his life. He also knew that the second and third grade spiritual soil he left behind was of little use. He chose sword cultivation and had no plans to learn other secondary positions. Although he is not yet able to rely solely on the sword, the practice of sword cultivation takes up too much time, leaving him no time to learn the secondary duties. And even if he learns it, he has no time to operate it. In addition to practicing the main skills of sword cultivators, what they spend the most time every day is constantly polishing their sword intent. For Li Yuanba, he uses Wanjin Peak to enhance his sword intent every day.
It's better to send these spiritual soils to the main body.
Li Yuanba quickly thought of a way to deal with it. A month later, Li Yuanba received the newly picked sampling tea leaves from senior brother Qi Jin, as well as a valuable reward, which was ostensibly for Master Li Shiming. He also used this excuse to go to the rightful sphere of influence through the Boundary Mountain Pass again, and handed the third-grade spiritual tea leaves and spiritual soil into the hands of the original body, Li Shiming. This time I passed the Boundary Mountain Pass without any trouble. On the Sanluo sect side, after Jiang Pu came back, the other two Jindan elders, who had already had a good relationship with Li Yuanba, after learning about Li Yuanba's improvement in strength and the importance of Patriarch Lu, they almost responded to Li Yuanba's requests. Even on the other side of the Righteous Path checkpoint, the three Righteous Path Golden Elixir elders showed no embarrassment at all, and even made it clear to Li Yuanba that he could pass freely at any time as long as he wanted. In the days that followed, Li Yuanba kept in touch with senior brother Qi Jin, and their relationship was upgraded to that of good friends. Senior brother Qi Jin is one of the few late-stage Jindan monks among demon sects, such as Sanluo sect, who have not practiced demonic arts. His character are trustworthy, and Li Yuanba is willing to make this friend. One day half a year later, after finishing his training, Li Yuanba suddenly received an urgent message from Jiang Pu. He immediately turned into sword light and flew towards the Boundary Mountain Pass. Arriving at the Jieshan Pass, the three Jindan elders were already sitting in the hall, among whom Meng Sheng looked extremely ugly.
What happened?
Li Yuanba asked Jiang Pu.
Fellow Taoist Mu Peng over there was transferred and replaced by Zhiguang Arhut from Qianye Temple. This transfer was too sudden. A batch of Brother Meng's goods was confiscated by Zhiguang Arhut.
Jiang Pu replied in a deep voice. Unlike the Boundary Mountain checkpoint on the Sanluo sect side, the golden elixir guarding the checkpoint on the right side is not only held by the golden elixir elders of the three major sects, but sometimes the golden elixir elders of the major forces within the rightful influence's sphere of influence. Generally speaking, the transfer of the checkpoint guard Jindan will be notified in advance. This sudden change broke the rules to some extent. You must know that the gray income in this level adjacent to the 100,000 mountains is extremely high. This is an unspoken rule. When guarding this dangerous level, these gray incomes are also part of the reward. The Zhiguang Arhat of Qianye Temple was not only suddenly replaced, but a batch of goods was confiscated as soon as he arrived. This was equivalent to cutting off the financial path of the Jindan elders on both sides. Although Li Yuanba didn't know the extent of Meng Sheng's losses this time, looking at Meng Sheng's expression, he didn't want to ask questions and increase Meng Sheng's worries.
What can we do?
Li Yuanba asked puzzledly. Although he had used his connections to freely pass the checkpoints on both sides before, he did not dare to attack the guarding golden elixir in the checkpoint even if he was able to pass. You must know that there is a large formation to help in the level. If he really takes action with this strength, he will be the enemy of the righteous golden elixir elder, and at the same time, he will have to fight against the suppression of the large formation.
At the request of fellow Taoist, we will talk to Zhiguang Arhut first. If we fail to talk, we will find an opportunity to trigger a conflict between the two parties. Let's have a duel in the central buffer zone. Then we will give Zhiguang Arhut a hard blow.
Jiang Pu said through gritted teeth. Destroying a person's wealth is like killing his parents. If Zhiguang Arhut is really ignorant, the guarding golden elixirs on both sides will not let him go. Since Li Yuanba came to Jieshan City, the guards guarding Jindan on both sides have lived extremely comfortably. Bringing goods privately has brought them great benefits. And this is still a small matter. The key is that Li Yuanba's channels allow them to convert their profits into the third-grade elixir refined by Master Li. This allows them to either greatly improve their strength or accumulate abundant cultivation resources while guarding the checkpoint. All guarding golden elixirs are in the middle stage of the golden elixir. The strength of the middle stage golden elixir is the most difficult to improve. With such convenience in guarding here, it is impossible for them to let go.
I don't like the Arhats of Chiba Temple.
Li Yuanba expressed his attitude.
If we really want to take action then, we will need junior brother Li's help,
Jiang Pu said with a smile. The reason why Li Yuanba came here was because of Li Yuanba's fighting power. If the two sides really faced off, only Li Yuanba could seriously injure or even kill Zhiguang Arhut in a short period of time.
Notify me then.
Li Yuanba nodded. In the Righteous Pass, Ing Ho walked into the cave of Zhiguang Arhut.
Fellow Taoist Ing, if you are here for private smuggling, please don't talk.
Zhiguang Arhut's attitude towards Ing Ho was very unfriendly, and he said sternly before Ing Ho opened his mouth.
Zhiguang Arhut, do you know that these are the rules here? You must abide by the rules here when you come here. The interests involved not only involve us, but also involve multiple factions within the three major sections. Do you really want to? Is this a must-do?
Ing Ho heard Zhiguang Arhut's determined tone and made the matter clear.
The sect sent me here to guard this place. In my eyes, anything that does not comply with the rules will be pointed out and dealt with. If you have any objections, please complain to the temple,
Zhiguang Arhut said in a deep voice.
In that case, you are responsible for the consequences.
Ing Ho's eyes flashed with cold light. He said these words and then walked away. Zhiguang Luohan looked at the background where Ing Ho left, with a sneer on his face. Since the arrival of Zhiguang Arhut, many unreported goods have been investigated and dealt with, which has affected many forces. But he has Chiba Temple as his backing, and no one can do anything to him. What made everyone even more irritated was that he almost never rested and stayed at the customs clearance passage every day, checking all the goods. Normally, such work would be guarded by 3 guards in turns. As this lasted for a long time, even the guarding golden elixirs on both sides couldn't stand it anymore. Ing Ho and Xian Tong, 2 righteous golden elixirs, took the initiative to contact Jiang Pu to discuss the details of how to deal with Zhiguang Arhut. Li Yuanba was not involved. He only needed to take action to deal with Zhiguang Arhut at the last moment. In fact, the influence of Zhiguang Arhut on him was not great. Li Shiming, the real body, had a large number of third-level cultivation auxiliary elixirs in the early stage of the golden elixir, which had been delivered to him long ago. He has no other needs recently, and there is no goods that need to be transported through the checkpoints. But an Arhat from Chiba Temple appeared at the Jieshan Pass, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Qianye Temple has always been eyeing him, and he will always feel a little uneasy if he doesn't get rid of Zhiguang Arhat early. However, although he did not pay attention to this matter, Li Shiming, the main body, had a separate brain that was always paying attention to the situation near the Jieshan checkpoint through the drone satellite system. Chapter 368 Conspiracy. There have been several trade interruptions at the Jieshan checkpoint. Sometimes the Sanluo sect seized the goods that were passing through normally on the pretext that there was a problem with the goods. Sometimes it was Jingdao who seized the goods, and the relationship between the two parties reached a freezing point in a short period of time. In particular, the goods of trading houses related to Chiba Temple were inspected extremely strictly. Although not every cargo from a business related to Chiba Temple would be seized by the Sanluo sect, the passage of its cargo was no longer as smooth as before. This is a loss for Chiba Temple. Of course, the goods of other large sects also encountered trouble, but not as frequently as Qianba Temple encountered it. In this way, the original tense relationship between Ingho and Shintong, the two righteous guardians of Jin Dan and Zhiguang Arhat, has been eased due to the same hatred. Finally, this mutually harmful behavior caused Sanluo's sect and the three major righteous sects to have opinions, and several major sects sent orders requesting discussions. This discussion was naturally conducted by the Jin Dan elders who were guarding here. On this day, Li Yuanba received the notice early. He came to the Jieshan checkpoint, met Jiang Pu and other three Jin Dan elders, and exited the checkpoint into the buffer zone.
Junior brotherly, this time we will hold back Ingho and Xian Tong, and you must deal with Zhiguang Arhat as quickly as possible,
Jiang Pu said to Li Yuanba through spiritual transmission. This was a matter that had been discussed, and Li Yuanba had no objection. As for Qianba Temple's actions this time, he also saw the conspiracy. Just last night, 9 Arhats quietly entered the righteous pass. Even Ingho and Shintong, the two guarding Jin Dan, didn't know about this. The reason why Li Yuanba knew was that the surveillance of the drone satellite system played a role. Although it was night, when the 9 Arhats left Chiba Temple, they were targeted by the drone satellite system of the main body Li Shiming. After Li Yuanba learned about this, he didn't have much worry. Although there are many 9 Arhats, with his fighting power, if he cannot defeat him, he can completely escape. Besides, this place is very close to the formation. As long as the 9 Arhats do not restrain him instantly, he will have time to return to the formation. Range. Use the power of the formation to protect yourself.
I will take action with all my strength,
Li Yuanba replied using voice transmission. They arrived at the middle of the buffer zone first, waiting for the arrival of the monks from the right side. Li Yuanba couldn't help but be surprised by Qianye Temple's methods. He knew that the 9 Arhats were already nearby, but the UAV satellite system could not detect any trace of the 9 Arhats.
Coming!
Jiang Pu reminded in a deep voice. From the Zhendao Pass, Ingho took the lead, followed by Xian Tong and Zhiguang Arhat. After seeing Li Yuanba, Zhiguang Luohan's expression did not change, but his eyes flashed with surprise. Chiba Temple paid a heavy price for this operation. When he came to the Jieshan Pass, he offended almost all the forces. He cut off the financial resources of all the forces here. If it weren't for the support of Qianye Temple, he would have been surrounded and killed by now. Even so, he will still have a lot of troubles, and various forces will continue to cause him some trouble in the days to come. But as long as Li Yuanba can be caught, everything will be worth it. Li Yuanba possesses the inheritance of 2 magical powers of Qianye Temple. One is the inheritance of divine foot power, and the other is the inheritance of his mind power. In addition, Li Yuanba is suspected to be the reincarnation of a great Buddhist power. These are things that Qianye Temple cannot do in any case. The reason why he would let Li Yuanba go, as a Buddhist sect, Chiba Temple will not allow a powerful Buddhist sect to switch to the demonic sect. Now that Li Yuanba has not awakened the memory of his past life, and is most susceptible to influence, Qianye Temple needs to bring Li Yuanba back to the temple and let Li Yuanba return to Buddhism through Buddhism. In order not to arouse Li Yuanba's vigilance, this operation took a long time from the last operation against Li Yuanba.
Friending, we meet again!
Jiang Pu greeted Ingho. Although they had negotiated in private to get rid of the troublesome Zhiguang Arhat, superficial things still had to be done.
Fellow Taoist Jiang, You have gone too far and caused us great losses,
Ing Ho said in a deep voice.
To each other. How many of our goods have you intercepted? We will retaliate in kind.
Jiang Pu replied with a smile.
Then follow the rules. Whoever has the bigger fist is justified. But there are 4 of you here, which is against the rules.
Ing Ho pointed at Li Yuanba and said,
Junior brother sure won't take action. We only have 3 people.
Jiang Pu waved his hand.
Zhiguang Arhut, what do you think?
Ing Ho turned to Zhiguang Arhut and asked, although the relationship between them has eased. It is not a relationship where mutual trust can be achieved.
Our temple has some issues with Donor Li. So why don't I deal with Donor Li?
Zhiguang Arhut seemed unaware of the conspiracy. He looked at Li Yuanba calmly and said, Li Yuanba took 1 step forward and already rushed towards Zhiguang Arhut. His move shocked all the monks present. They didn't expect that he would hit him as soon as he asked. And he didn't even say any nonsense. However, Ing Ho and Xian Tong, the 2 righteous golden elixir elders, did not intervene. This was what they had agreed upon. Besides, Zhiguang Arhut took the initiative to ask for a fight with Li Yuanba. And there was nothing wrong with Li Yuanba's behavior. A look of doubt flashed in Zhiguang Arhut's eyes. He knew that Li Yuanba was a sword cultivator. So he was always on guard against Li Yuanba's flying sword. But when Li Yuanba rushed over, he didn't activate the flying sword. He just rushed over with his body, which was not at all like the fighting style of a sword cultivator. Zhiguang Arhut summoned a flying sword magic weapon. The flying sword magic weapon flew towards Li Yuanba. He also summoned a bronze bell, and put it on his head. The bronze bell was a defensive magic weapon, and it emitted a defensive shield to protect his body. Whole body. Just when the flying sword magic weapon was shooting at Li Yuanba, a 3rd grade sword-based magic weapon appeared in Li Yuanba's hand. The 3rd grade sword-based magic weapon didn't seem to use much force, and it was lightly tapped on the flying sword magic weapon. However, at this moment, the terrifying Jiyang sword intent and the
Chennai power
found the spiritual gap on the surface of the flying sword magic weapon, making the 3rd grade sword base directly act on the body of the flying sword magic weapon. Zhiguang Arhut didn't know that Li Yuanba had mastered the spiritual eyes. Otherwise it would have been impossible not to notice the protection of his flying sword magic weapon. The Shinoculars played a very small role in combat, and only had the ability to see more clearly than ordinary monks. As long as you take precautions against this, and make more changes to your spiritual power, you can completely avoid being controlled by the spiritual eye. The use of
Chennai power
is extremely secretive, and does not have any external form. This makes Zhiguang Arhut still unaware that Li Yuanba possesses magical powers such as
Chennai power.
The Jiyang sword intent entered the Feijian magical treasure with a slight intrusion. The Jiyang sword intent ran rampant inside the Feijian magical treasure, instantly causing the Feijian magical treasure to lose its spirituality. Zhiguang Arhut let out a muffled groan, which was the backlash from the flying sword magic weapon. This muffled groan was the result of his mental trauma. Although it was not serious, it still made him unconscious for half a breath. Li Yuanba's goal was not Zhiguang Arhut's flying sword magic weapon. He used a little momentum to speed up his approach to Zhiguang Arhut. When he came to Zhiguang Arhut, he changed his hands to hold the hilt of the 3rd grade sword base, and activated the
Divine Eye power
in his eyes. Zhiguang Arhut was mentally traumatized and had no time to control his spiritual power at this time. Zhiguang Arhut's defense was independently defended by the copper bell magic weapon he had previously controlled. Without the control of a monk, the copper bell magic weapon's spiritual power circuit would not be flexible. Under Li Yuanba's divine vision, a gap in its spiritual power was discovered. Li Yuanba slashed down with both hands, cutting through the defense of the bronze bell magic weapon. The current defense of the bronze bell magic weapon was in its original form. The bronze bell magic weapon has 2 states. One is suspended above the head, using the defensive patterns on the bronze bell magic weapon to form a spiritual shield that protects the whole body of the Zhiguang Arhut. In another state, the bronze bell magic weapon becomes larger and covers the entire body of the Zhiguang Arhut within the bronze bell magic weapon, thus achieving the strongest defensive effect. But Li Yuanba first injured Zhiguang Arhut's spirit, which made Zhiguang Arhut unable to control the bronze bell magic weapon. His attack was too fast, without giving Zhiguang Arhut any time to recover, and he broke through the defense of the bronze bell magic weapon with one sword. With a pop sound, a big head flew up. When Zhiguang Arhut's head flew up, he was also recovering from his mental trauma, with unbelievable despair shining in his eyes. He never thought that Li Yuanba's combat power would be so powerful. He was killed by Li Yuanba's sword without even being able to block him. Next to them, Ing Ho and Jiang Pu hadn't started fighting yet, and they hadn't even begun to make superficial appearances. The battle here was over. For a moment, Jiang Pu and Ing Ho were both a little embarrassed. They didn't know if they wanted to fight again to make this conflict more real. Li Yuanba's spiritual thought swept over Zhiguang Arhat's body. Put away the space ring. And put away the flying sword magic weapon and the copper bell magic weapon. After he finished doing this, he did not relax at all. He was still doing vigilant movements and observing the situation around him. In fact, not only the Jindan elders of both good and evil sides who participated in the war were shocked, but also the 9 Arhats who used special means to hide in the dark. According to the previous plan, Zhiguang Arhat would lead Li Yuanba into their encirclement, and then 9 Arhats would arrange a large formation to quickly capture Li Yuanba and retreat. The entire plan was carefully considered, and all the Arhats who handled it thought the plan was feasible. But one thing they never expected was that Zhiguang Arhat was killed without even receiving a single blow from Li Yuanba.
I found you!
Li Yuanba shouted in a deep voice. His spiritual thoughts revealed that although he did not have the formation Starlight Sea, his understanding of the formation was not weaker than any formation master. This is the knowledge he shared from Li Shiming, the main body. During the scan, his spiritual mind found a faint breath of the formation. This should be some kind of secret formation from Qianye Temple. The aura is extremely weak. If it were placed elsewhere, Li Yuanba might not even notice the existence of this formation aura. He made this discovery after knowing that there were 9 Arhats nearby and deliberately scanning them with his spiritual mind. Wang Jianfeng flew out from his hand and turned into a huge mountain peak in the air, pressing down towards a place 100 meters away. At the same time, he also rushed towards that place, not caring that he was also under the power of Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon. He knew very well that the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon could not block the 9 midterm Arhats at the same time. But he was certain that the 9 midterm Arhats would definitely be affected by the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon. The length of this influence would depend on the 9 midterm Arhats. Arhat's own strength. Ontology Li Shiming has given the best demonstration on how to make better use of mountain magic weapons. The Wang Jianfeng magic weapon is Li Yuanba's magic weapon. Although it is not a natal magic weapon, it was refined by him himself. This made the refining degree of Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon reach the extreme. Even under the power of Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon, the impact he received was many times smaller than that of his enemies. Especially the sword intent in Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon will not have any impact on him. When Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon fell downwards, a space was locked by Wang Jianfeng, and the terrifying binding force and sword intent attacked every space in this space. The 9 Arhats, who were originally hiding their bodies, had not yet decided whether to show up and fight Li Yuanba or remain invisible after seeing Zhiguang Arhat being killed. It was shrouded by the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon. The invisible formation's defense was not strong. Under the power of the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon, the stealth formation collapsed, revealing the figures of the 9 Arhats. Whether it was the 2 Jindan elders from Zhendao or the 3 Jindan elders from Sun Luo's sect. After seeing the 9 Arhats, they all understood that this was a conspiracy against Li Yuanba. They had become Qianye Temple's pawns against Li Yuanba without knowing it, which made them extremely angry. Li Yuanba rushed into the 9 Arhats. The restraint force made his movements a little slower, but his powerful body refining ability made his attacks still extremely sharp. Although the Golden Elixir chapter of the Secret Book of Sword Demons only contains the skills to strengthen the 3rd grade sword base, the previous content contains melee sword skills. This is not an ordinary melee swordsmanship, but another branch of swordsmanship. The swordsmanship of melee swordsmanship. This kind of swordsmanship, which rarely appears in the world of immortality, was demonstrated in Li Yuanba's hands. The 3rd grade sword-based magic weapon is pointed and stabbed, and every time it attacks, the life of an Arhat will be taken away. To be honest, even if these Arhats, whose strength is probably in the middle to late stage of Arhats, are not attacked by Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon, they can't stop Li Yuanba's melee attack. Not to mention how they could withstand Li Yuanba's attack when their bodies were restrained by Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon and accompanied by the invasion of sword intent. They didn't even have a single ounce of their usual strength. Ing Ho and Xian Tong, the 2 righteous Jindan elders, watched Li Yuanba's battle and couldn't help but gasp. These are the elite Arhats of Qianye Temple, and each of them has a strength similar to or exceeding theirs. However, Arhats with such strength were slaughtered by Li Yuanba like chickens. According to the power they were in, they should have taken action to stop Li Yuanba's massacre. But they didn't dare to take action at this time. If Li Yuanbao got jealous and attacked them, it would be something they couldn't bear. Chapter 369 Captured. Just when Li Yuanbao was killing Qianye Temple Arhat, he suddenly felt a strong heart palpitation. He was about to use step-by-step lotus to retreat without hesitation. There were still 3 Arhats left, and he couldn't care less if he didn't kill them. But just when he was about to use
lotus every step,
he was shocked to find that he couldn't activate
lotus every step,
and the space he was in was shrouded in a terrifying force. An old monk appeared next to Li Yuanbao. He glanced at the fallen Arhats, and there was not much emotion in his eyes. At this time, the 2 golden elixir elders of Zhengdao and the 3 golden elixir elders of Sunluo's sect were all in a state of being unable to move.
It's Venerable Haik,
Jiang Pu exclaimed in his heart. But he couldn't speak. The appearance of Venerable Haik here was unexpected by all the monks. When Venerable Huijing came to the Boundary Mountain Pass, he was blocked by Patriarch Lu. He originally thought that no more venerables from Qianye Temple would come here. Who knew that Venerable Haik would come again and suppress all the monks present as soon as he came up? Venerable Haik raised his head and glanced at the Wanjian Feng magic weapon that seemed to have not yet fallen in the sky. With a move of his hand, the Wanjian Feng magic weapon was restrained by an incomparable force and turned into a small peak, falling into his hand. Li Yuanbao did not feel disconnected from the Wanjian Feng magic weapon. It seemed that Venerable Haik did not destroy the master recognition mark in the Wanjian Feng magic weapon. Venerable Haik stretched out his hand and caught Li Yuanbao in his hand. With another wave of his hand, the 3 living Arhats were thrown towards the right path checkpoint. He grabbed Li Yuanbao without saying a word and disappeared in one step. It was only after he disappeared and had a cup of tea that the 5 Jindan elders present regained their ability to move. They looked miserable. Qianye Temple actually sent a venerable person to capture Li Yuanbao. This matter was definitely not a small matter. Especially Jiang Pu, who knew the details of Li Yuanbao, knew the importance of Li Yuanbao. With slightly trembling hands, he took out the jade plate of his identity and sent a message to the sect.
Everyone, the Jieshan checkpoint has been closed recently. We will wait until the ancestor of our sect comes to discuss everything.
After sending the message, Jiang Pu said in a deep voice,
Is this really necessary?
Ing Ho asked in surprise. The largest number of resources circulating in the Boundary Mountain Pass are first and second grade resources. These are the basic resources of many forces. Even among the spiritual elixir prescriptions provided by the 3 major sects for the sect's chain energy and foundation building disciples. Included in these resources. Cutting off the full circulation of these resources will have a huge impact on Sunluo's sect and the 3 major sects.
Given how much Patriarch Lu attaches great importance to Junior Brotherly, Qianye Temple's actions this time may trigger a war at the nascent soul level between the 2 sections. Is the resource circulation at the Boundary Mountain Pass still important?
Jiang Pu said with a helpless smile. Venerable Haik was carrying Li Yuanbao, and with every step he took, he would appear outside Li Su. His walking style was extremely leisurely, as casual as strolling in a courtyard. However, Li Yuanbao knew that this was the
south close to the end
of the divine foot power. It was not that he couldn't practice it, but the spiritual power required to perform
south close to the end of the world
was too much, which was difficult for his small golden elixir to bear in the early stage. Li Yuanbao couldn't struggle. Venerable Huika's hand was holding him, with a suppressing power in his hand, which made the golden elixir in his body extremely obscure and unable to be mobilized. His powerful body refining ability was also unable to be used at this time.
Little donor, don't worry. I am doing this for your own good.
Venerable Haik's voice was gentle and had a strange tone, which made people feel compassion and peace of mind. In order to win Li Yuanbao's trust, he casually stuffed Wan Jianfeng's magic weapon into Li Yuanbao's space ring. Li Yuanbao's space ring was of a high level and had his spiritual barrier on it, but it was ignored by Venerable Huike. Venerable Haik's behavior seemed to express goodwill, but in fact the items placed in Li Yuanbao's space ring were no different from those placed in his hands. As long as he wants, he can take out items from Li Yuanbao's space ring at any time.
Little benefactor, your divine foot power budging lotus step by step has actually reached the Deshang state. I'm afraid it's not because of the realm. You can already get the inheritance of South close to the end of the world from the inheritance of Shinzu Tong.
Venerable Huike said while using
South close is the end of the world,
he said to Li Yuanbao as he hurried on. It was Li Yuanbao's mastery of the divine foot power that strengthened his speculation that Li Yuanbao was the reincarnation of a great Buddhist master. If it weren't for the reincarnation of a great Buddhist master, How could he have cultivated the
Buddha's lotus
to such an extent within a few years? Chiba Temple has been studying
step by step to produce lotus
for thousands of years. Many generations of monks and wise men have been studying
step by step to produce lotus.
However, the most outstanding inheritor of Shinzutong in the history of Chiba Temple is also it took 5 years to get started with
building lotus step by step.
If you want to reach the state of Dasheng, it will take at least several decades of hard training. With this kind of magical power, those with low cultivation or without the corresponding talent would not even be qualified to get started. On average, it takes hundreds of years for Chiba Temple to discover a disciple with a gift of divine foot power. This disciple is selected from several generations of disciples. That is to say, Chiba Temple is a large sect and controls a large area of influence. Such a foundation. Venerable Haik explored Li Yuanba's space ring and found a large number of third-grade high-level elixirs. The quantity of these third-grade high-level spiritual elixirs is enough for the initial cultivation of the golden elixir. Even the early-stage golden elixir monks, who are highly valued in the sect, cannot obtain so many third-grade high-level spiritual elixirs. It's not that the big sect doesn't have such financial resources, but it's that it's impossible for the big sect to invest all the resources that can train many golden elixir monks into one disciple. If we really do this, I am afraid that this large sect will not be able to pass on the inheritance for many years. This also confirms from the side that Li Yuanba is the reincarnation of a great Buddhist master, and he can only have a reincarnated body. The only explanation for being able to have so many third-level cultivation resources in this realm is the legacy of his previous reincarnation. This does not mean that Li Yuanba has restored the memory of his previous life, but that the reincarnation of the powerful will seal the memory of some resources with a realm. When reaching a certain realm, a certain memory will be unlocked, so that the legacy of the previous life can be found and used to restore strength. He also discovered a fragment of the core of a golden corpse. This kind of spiritual object that only the ancestor of Yuanying was qualified to touch appeared in Li Yuanba's space ring. This was also something that should not appear. Venerable Haik also discovered the general, but he did not touch the corpse refining general. When examining Li Yuanba's body, he sensed Xingyijian from Li Yuanba's golden elixir. This flying sword was nothing, but it was a natal flying sword, and it was a natal flying sword that had been cultivated for at least 400 years. Sword. This natal flying sword should have belonged to a veteran swordsman, but it was recognized by Li Yuanba as its owner and became Li Yuanba's natal flying sword. Venerable Haik did not think that this was the natal flying sword that the Buddhist Almighty had cultivated himself, but he could identify it as the natal flying sword that the Buddhist Almighty had prepared for the reincarnated body. Otherwise, how could such a natal flying sword, which had been cultivated for 400 years, be recognized by Li Yuanba as its owner? If Li Yuanba was really taken over by a sword cultivator who had been practicing for 400 years, Venerable Huiku would be able to find out. It is precisely because no traces of body snatching can be found on Li Yuanba's body that it is more consistent with the possibility of the reincarnation of a great Buddhist master. Powerful reincarnation and body seizing are two different things. Body seizing is forcibly seizing a monk's body for one's own use. No matter how perfect the body seizing is, it cannot achieve true compatibility. The flaws left by this will cause trouble when the cultivation reaches a deeper level. Powerful reincarnation is another gentler method, using special means to allow one's own soul to enter the reincarnation cycle and slowly awaken as the body grows in the body after the reincarnation cycle. The body of the final reincarnation will be completely integrated with the memory of the previous life. This method of reincarnation is no different from the original body, and the fit between the soul and the body is extremely perfect. Of course, the risk of reincarnation of a powerful being is extremely high. Although the body after reincarnation has been carefully selected, it is likely to die midway due to insufficient strength during the growth process. Reincarnation often brings huge wealth, and once the identity is exposed, other monks will focus on it. The ability to reincarnate, even if there is a little benefit in the legacy, is enough for any monk.
Where did you put the Shinzutong inheritance relics and the Hard Tong inheritance relics?
Venerable Haik looked around and found neither of the two inheritance relics. So he asked aloud? He released control of Li Yuanba's voice, allowing Li Yuanba to speak but unable to do anything else. Li Yuanba ignored Venerable Haik, and did not even think about related things in his mind. He fell into the hands of Qianye Temple. If possible, he would commit suicide immediately if he could not escape. Li Yuanba is the clone, and the main body Li Shiming is the most important. He couldn't guarantee that he would be able to keep his secrets under Chiba Temple's magical power. Once the other party forced him too much, he would find a way to commit suicide. Now he wants to see how Chiba Temple is going to treat him. If he can survive, he still doesn't want to die. Li Yuanba's clone is very important to Li Shiming. The existence of Li Yuanba is equivalent to giving Li Shiming another identity. Especially Li Yuanba's sword cultivation ability is equivalent to helping the original Li Shiming to cultivate another path of cultivation. Although Li Shiming's current flying sword strength is not as good as that of Li Yuanba, a real sword cultivator, it is much stronger than other cultivators. Venerable Hike saw that Li Yuanba had no intention of answering, and he did not force him. Li Yuanba had already fallen into his hands, and the two inherited relics would return sooner or later. He was extremely fast, and returned to the gate of Qianye Temple in a few hours. Li Yuanba didn't even have time to observe the environment before he was led by Venerable Huika to appear in a main hall using
south close to the end of the world.
The walls of the main hall are covered with countless Buddha statues. Each Buddha statue has a different posture, but they all exude a strange charm. Li Yuanba had a feeling that these Buddha statues were not painted randomly. He saw a familiar Buddha statue among them, that of the angry Ivajra Buddha. The angry Ivajra Buddha statue cannot be said to be exactly the same as the true meaning of Li Shiming's practice of
Vajra body protection magic,
but the artistic conception is exactly the same. When he saw the statue of the angry Eye King Kong, he immediately knew that it was the true portrait of the angry Eye King Kong. Looking at the other Buddha statues on the wall, it would be really terrible if all the Buddha statues were drawn according to the images of real gods and Buddhas. If the Buddha statues here are all drawn based on the true meaning, then the history of Qianye Temple would frighten Li Yuanba just thinking about it.
Little donor, please rest here for a few days,
Venerable Hike said with a smile and a Buddhist salute. He did not seal Li Yuanba's strength. It seemed that Li Yuanba's strength did not need to be sealed at all. Li Yuanba did not speak. He sat quietly on Pu Tuan and watched Venerable Huika leave. After Venerable Hike left, he waited for a while, but did not sense any breath around him. Then he stood up and checked his environment. This hall not only has formations, but also has some kind of special power surrounding it. He tried to attack the wall, but he was still a few inches away from the wall and couldn't get any deeper. Even if he took out the third-grade sword base and used his body refining ability to attack with all his strength, the effect would be the same, based on his knowledge of formations. The formations here should be part of the sect protecting formation. The sect protecting formation occupies an extremely large area and consumes a huge amount of spiritual energy. In addition to protecting the sect protecting formation can also concentrate some resources on one or two places in the formation to form the most tightly protected areas. This formation is the most difficult to crack, because the monks in the formation are exposed to the power of the formation gathered by the protector ray. And the source is not here, which increases the difficulty of cracking countless times. Of course, if it is really a formation, Li Yuanba has the support of Li Shiming, so he can spend some time to crack the formation. But what's more troublesome is the unknown special power. This special power is extremely advanced, and has a stronger defensive effect than the formation. It is precisely the existence of this special power that makes Li Yuanba unable to cause any damage here, even though he has the strength of the late stage of gene and body refining. Li Yuanba studied for an hour, and finally he sat back on Pu Tuan feebly. He observed the Buddha statues on the wall, and the body on the other side. Li Shiming recorded the images he observed in the natal magic weapon Z15 through the connection of the soul. Although he didn't know what the functions of these Buddha statues were, this was definitely an extremely important piece of knowledge. Just when he thought he was going to stay like this for a few days, when Chiba Temple came to find him, he heard the sound of Buddha's voice in his ears. This Buddha sound comes from the four directions, and the Buddha sound in the four directions carries a strong Buddhist meaning. As soon as you hear it, you will know that this is the true meaning of Buddhism preached by an eminent monk who has reached an extremely deep level of Buddhism. For Buddhist disciples, having four eminent monks preach the Buddha's message is a rare opportunity to improve their Buddhist skills. But for non-Buddhist disciples, the Buddhist ideas preached by the four eminent monks have a strong effect of bewitching the mind. If you stay in an environment where four eminent monks preach the Buddha's teachings for a long time, you will slowly lose yourself. Chapter 370 Promotion. Li Yuanba felt that his will was sinking. Every Buddha statue on the wall of the hall had strange fluctuations, amplifying the Buddhist intentions of the four eminent monks. Although his spirit is much stronger than that of a Jin Den monk of the same level, he is not yet strong enough to resist the influence of Buddha's will at this level. The real body Li Shiming's mind moved slightly. He took over Li Yuanba's body and blocked Li Yuanba's consciousness. Li Yuanba is his clone, and the main body has absolute control over the clone. If he hadn't encountered this situation, Li Shiming would not have treated Li Yuanba like this. Venerable Huike looked at the pictures coming from the formation, because he suspected that Li Yuanba was the reincarnation of the Buddhist power. He did not directly investigate. If the Buddhist power was less-minded, his behavior would probably cause the Buddhist power to attack. Dissatisfied? As for the fact that he brought Li Yuanba to Qianya Temple, this was to bring the reincarnation of the Buddhist Great Master out of the Devil's Cave. The Buddhist Great Master should be grateful to him. At first, Li Yuanba's demeanor showed a sinking look, which attracted the attention of Venerable Huike. The reason why Li Yuanba was brought to this hall to receive the preaching of Buddhism from 4 eminent monks was to suppress Li Yuanba's current consciousness. If you want the reincarnated body's past life consciousness to awaken, you need to weaken the consciousness in this life. Otherwise, you will have to wait until the strength in this life reaches a certain level before the past life consciousness will actively awaken. Of course, there are risks in this, because the reincarnation of the powerful will seal his own consciousness. That's because the consciousness of the powerful is extremely powerful, far beyond what a weak body can withstand. Only when it reaches the realm standard set by the powerful can the consciousness of the powerful be awakened. Venerable Huike did not want the Buddhist Great Master to awaken his consciousness now. He used the Buddhist will of the 4 eminent monks just to arouse a trace of the Buddhist Great Master's consciousness. This can determine whether Li Yuanba is really the reincarnation of the Buddhist Great Master. We cannot blame Venerable Huike for being so cautious. But if Li Yuanba is really the reincarnation of a Buddhist power with a higher level than Venerable Huike, the hidden effect of his reincarnation is not something he can detect, and it needs to be confirmed through such means. Seeing that Li Yuanba's consciousness was about to sink, for some reason, Li Yuanba suddenly looked calm, with a calm and peaceful look on his face. This is not like being influenced by the true meaning of Buddhism. After hearing the true meaning of Buddhism, non-Buddhist monks will first fall into deep despair, recall all their sins, and feel remorseful, and fall into deep self-blame. Unless Li Yuanba is not guilty in his heart. But Li Yuanba was born in a demon sect such as Sun Luo's sect. And the information from Qianya Temple alone shows that Li Yuanba has killed many monks. How can he be the kind of person who is not affected by the will of Buddha? Of monks. This Buddha's intention is not an ordinary Buddha's intention. The cultivation level of these 4 Buddhist eminent monks is not high. Only the Arhat realm. But their Buddhist teachings are so profound that the entire Qianya Temple ranks at the forefront. If Venerable Huijing had not been possessed by demons, and the 4 eminent Buddhist monks kept preaching to him the Buddha's will to suppress Venerable Huijing's inner demons, Venerable Huike would not have been able to recruit the 4 eminent monks all at once for Li Yuanba. Not to mention that the Prajna Hall, where Li Yuanba is located, is the highest level teaching place in Chiba Temple. It can amplify the effect of the 4 eminent monks preaching of Buddha's ideas. The power of Buddhism is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. For something that could not be explained, Venerable Huike regarded it as the means of the power of Buddhism. He did not disturb Li Yuanba. He wanted to see what Li Yuanba would do next. One of Li Shiming's brain consciousness took over the body of the clone Li Yuanba. The terrifying Buddha's intention that was originally born by the clone Li Yuanba was all born by Li Shiming's brain. This kind of Buddhist intention was not done specifically for Li Yuanba's sake, but because Qianya Temple wanted to suppress the inner demons of Venerable Huijing. And Li Yuanba just took advantage of it. The power of the Buddha's will to deal with the inner demons of the Venerable can be imagined. If Li Shiming didn't have the magic weapon Z15 and 191 brains to share this Buddha's intention, he would have been affected by the Buddha's intention. Li Shiming, who was sitting in the Shushan sect's Jianfeng cave, was filled with Buddha's thoughts. Although the Buddha's intention cannot affect his consciousness, the Buddha's intention does act on him. His thoughts moved slightly, and a phantom appeared behind him. It was the true meaning of the Vajra body protection magic art that took the form of an angry-eyed Vajra. At this moment, he has started to practice the Diamond Body Protection Magic Art. He has taken 10 drops of the 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk. Even with such precious resources, he has not been able to reach the golden elixir stage of his Vajra Body Protection Magic Art. Extreme. Of course, there are many reasons for this, but there is no reason why Buddhist practices require stronger support from Buddha's will. In the Buddhist sect, only the core true transmission of the Buddhist sect is qualified to use the Buddha's will to practice. However, even the core true transmission of the Buddhist sect cannot have the conditions that Li Shiming has at this time. The Buddhist intention of the 4 Buddhist monks cannot be squandered at will. The Buddhist intention they are preaching now is also a kind of special energy, which is accumulated and improved in daily life. If the 4 eminent Buddhist monks had continued to serve the disciples in the temple, and used the Buddha's will to assist the disciples in practicing Buddhist techniques. Then they would not have been able to practice the Buddha's will to such an extent. They are the most precious foundation of Chinya Temple, which is to deal with the inner demons that may appear at the first level of the Venerable. Such eminent Buddhist monks may have nothing to do in their lives. But once they are used, it will be a major matter involving the life and death of the Venerable One. The Venerable is also the ancestor of Yuanying. Such existence is related to the prosperity of a sect. Li Shiming was influenced by his clone Li Yuanba, or in other words, by Venerable Hui Jing. If we get to the bottom of it, it's Li Shiming who took advantage of himself. Venerable Hui Jing's inner demons are related to Li Shiming. If he hadn't hit a rocket into Chinya Temple, thus affecting Venerable Hui Jing's state of mind, how could Venerable Hui Jing have fallen into the inner demons? Among the angry-eyed Vajra formed by the true meaning transformed into a human form, and as soon as it appeared, it crazily absorbed the Buddha's meaning. This made the illusory figure of the angry-eyed King Kong almost solidify, like a solid body, roaring towards the sky. The roar of the angry-eyed King Kong had no sound, but it activated the Vajra power in Li Shiming's body. Under the action of the roar, the Vajra power continued to swim in his body. The Vajra power is more than twice as strong as any Vajra power practiced before. This is an effect achieved with the addition of Buddha's will. Ordinary Buddha's intention does not have such an effect. This kind of Buddha's intention, which is specifically designed to help the Venerable fight against inner demons, helped Li Shiming beyond imagination. The Vajra power turned into golden energy in his body, and all the places he traveled turned into gold. If you look closely, these golden colors are actually diamond patterns. Li Shiming's Diamond Body Protection Magic Technique is only a hair away from the perfection of the Golden Elixir chapter. This is also the final chapter of the Vajra Body Protection Magic Technique he obtained under the action of the Golden Vajra power. His body is experiencing a kind of wonderful evolution. Yes, this is evolution, which means that his body is transforming to a higher level. He has seen the great elder level body refining elixir, and there is such a living dead in the computer room space. So he has a more in-depth study of the ultimate body refining in the golden elixir stage than other monks. His current situation is that he is transforming to the ultimate level of body refining in the golden elixir stage. This is also the most important transformation of the golden core cultivator. This transformation means that from now on, his body is very different from ordinary golden core, and he already has a trace of the ability of the nascent soul body. The four eminent monks sitting cross-legged at the four corners outside the Prajna Hall were wondering why they had lost so much of their Buddhist intentions. Under normal circumstances, when they preached the Buddha's intention, they released their own Buddha's intention along with the Buddha's sound, thereby affecting specific people. The preaching of the Buddha's will cause losses. This loss was still at an acceptable level when it was only targeted at the Venerable Hui Jing. But today, Venerable Hike set H. Low and added an early-stage golden elixir monk in the Prajna Hall. For some reason, the Buddha's will was seriously damaged. Fortunately, the hundreds of years of accumulation of the four eminent monks cannot be consumed in a short time. They can only wait until this time to preach the Buddha's message to finish, and then investigate what happened. Naturally, they would not have thought that their Buddhist will would be absorbed by Li Shiming, who was in the Shushan sect, and would become the material for him to practice Buddhist body refining techniques. Li Shiming's skin all over his body turned golden, with faint Buddhist diamond patterns flashing in his skin. After a period of practice, the golden Vajra power spread throughout his body, leaving no trace behind. Originally, he felt that the Vajra body protection magic art was still a bit raw, but now it truly reached perfection. I never thought there would be such an opportunity, Li Shiming muttered to himself with a look of surprise in his eyes. He thought that if his clone Li Yuanba was caught, given the trouble Li Yuanba had caused to Chinya Temple, he would definitely be forced to reveal the two inherited relics, and then there would be no way for him to survive. But he never expected that Chinya Temple had a huge misunderstanding and regarded Li Yuanba as the reincarnation of a great Buddhist master. He used this method to prove it, which gave him great benefits for nothing. Li Shiming moved his body, and an extremely powerful feeling came from his body. He stretched out his right hand and squeezed it gently, and an air explosion sounded in his hand. It seemed that with this squeeze, the air was compressed until it exploded. His situation is very special. For a body refining monk, the most difficult thing is not to reach the late stage of the golden elixir, but to improve the body refining. The improvement of the realm requires relatively more resources. The golden elixir monks, who can devote themselves to refining the body, are all monks who are favored by the resources of the big forces. They will not lack the cultivation resources of ordinary golden elixirs. Their body refining resources are many times more expensive than the cultivation resources of ordinary golden elixirs. Generally speaking, the body refining golden elixir reaches the body refining state of Li Shiming long after the golden elixir late stage. The physical training method is the most difficult method to practice, and it requires too many resources. People like Li Shiming who directly use 4th level body training resources to practice body training techniques, let alone a large sect, are the biological sons of a certain Yuanying ancestor. It is impossible for the Yuanying ancestor to invest the resources he can use to his own son. 4th grade body refining resources are also extremely precious to the ancestor of nascent soul, as they allow his body to hold more and stronger spiritual power, greatly improving his self-preservation ability. Li Shiming, who used the 4th level body refining resources, practiced body refining to the extreme of the golden elixir stage without reaching the late stage of the golden elixir, or even the early stage of the golden elixir. In his case, theoretically it can be said that he is at the Grand Elder level body refining realm, but his actual realm has not reached the Grand Elder level, so I really cannot give an accurate assessment of his realm. Li Shiming's mind moved slightly, and his hard sword flew out and circled around the room, slashing towards his body. With a clang sound, the hard sword struck his body. When it was about 1 centimeter away from his skin, it was blocked by the golden Vajra power emitted by his skin. But he didn't use any spiritual power, and only used the Diamond Body Protection Divine Art. This is only the first line of defense of the Vajra Body Protection Divine Skill. If this first line of defense is really broken, his skin will be 3 points stronger than this energy-based defense. If the skin is broken again, there will still be muscles, bones, and every part of the body will become a defense against attacks. His vitality has also become extremely tenacious. Even if his arm is cut off, as long as the arm is not too damaged, it can be reattached directly. The hard sword poses no threat to him, which is inevitable. The power of his flying sword is not too strong. The power of the hard sword can threaten ordinary monks in the middle stage of the Golden Core at most. To deal with the late Golden Core monks, he has to use multiple flying swords and the help of 3rd level spells. He thought for a while, and with a wave of his hand, a 3rd grade sword-based magic weapon appeared in his hand. However, when he saw the 3rd grade sword-based magic weapon, he gave up the idea of using this magic weapon to try to defend himself, because the quality of the 3rd grade sword-based magic weapon at this time has exceeded the level of the 3rd grade magic weapon. Although it has not reached the 4th grade, it is still between the 3rd and 4th grades. The 3rd grade sword-based magic weapon is enhanced as his physique increases. His physique has reached the realm of Great Elder level body refining. This body refining realm exceeds the standard of the Golden Elixir stage. This also makes the 3rd grade sword-based magic weapon also exceed the standard of 3rd grade. Li Shiming didn't want to kill a magic weapon of this level on his body. In fact, there is no need to test more. The magic weapon Z15 has started to update the body data through continuous scanning of the body. I believe that it will not take long before he can clearly see the actual data of his body.
I wonder if there is a follow-up technique to the Vajra Body Protection Magic,
Li Shiming said softly to himself. It is a bit early for him to consider the follow-up exercises of the
Diamond Body Protection Magic Technique.
It does not mean that his body refining realm has reached the Great Elder level. He has the qualifications to be promoted to Nascent Soul. He still needs to upgrade the Golden Elixir to the later stage before he can be qualified to be promoted to Nascent Soul. Of course, if you consider refining the Nascent Soul, the way of promotion is a little different from that of ordinary Jinden monks. But the path of body refining is not the path of cultivation that he considered. Although body refining is strong, it can reach the Nascent Soul realm. The Nascent Soul is integrated with the Tao body and cannot leave the body, let alone be exposed to it. When fatally injured, Nascent Soul escaped alone and was reborn, based on Li Shiming's emphasis on life. As long as there was no way to advance to the Nascent Soul through normal means, he would not consider some unusual body refining Nascent Soul. Chapter 371 Guidance. This time, the 4 Buddhist eminent monks finished preaching the Buddha's message a little early. Venerable Haik didn't care. He looked at Li Yuanba, who seemed to be sleeping, shook his head, and closed his eyes. Li Yuanba has been in this state for a long time, and the Buddhist will strengthened by Buddhist monks has not had any impact on him. Venerable Haik was even more certain that he was the reincarnation of a great Buddhist power. If he were not the reincarnation of a great Buddhist power, how could he calmly face such a strong will of the Buddha? You must know that even if Venerable Haik was in Li Yuanba's position, he would not be as calm as Li Yuanba.
He didn't know that Li Yuanba's consciousness was sealed. And it was Li Shiming's consciousness that controlled his body. And no matter how strong the Buddha's intention is, it cannot have much influence on Li Shiming when its influence is only 191%. Li Shiming recovered from the joy of perfecting his body, and his mind returned to Li Yuanba's body. He mobilized Li Yuanba's spiritual thoughts and began to scan the surroundings. His scan was different from the scan of the clone Li Yuanba. His scan directly communicated the participation of the natal magic weapon Z15, and the information obtained was more detailed than the one transferred by the clone Li Yuanba. After spinning a stick of incense, he was a little disappointed. Although he scanned more information, he still couldn't figure out what kind of energy the strange energy barrier was, let alone how to break it. However, through the formation, he found that the formation had the effect of opening up and overlapping spaces. In other words, the space Li Yuanba was in was created by the formation, and it was most likely not the only space in the hall. This hall should have more than 2 spaces, both opened up by formations. But I don't know why they are like this. He wanted to use his spiritual thoughts to explore the situation in another space. But the strange energy barrier prevented his spiritual thoughts from doing this. Even though he was extremely proficient in formations, the strange energy barrier left him helpless. If he can't break through this strange energy barrier, then he won't be able to let Li Yuanba escape. After a while, he may really lose this extremely important clone. With strong unwillingness, he activated his Jedi power. Under the Jedi power, the Buddha statue on the wall was enlarged, revealing the small patterns that make up the Buddha statue. Especially for the Buddha statue of Angry Eyes Vajra. The patterns that make up the Buddha statue of Angry Eyes Vajra are exactly the Vajra patterns, which are the same as the Vajra patterns in his body. He has tried it, but this kind of pattern cannot be copied at all. Even if he wants to record it, he will not be able to save it because it is restricted by certain rules. After all, Chiba Temple is a Buddhist sect, and it was able to preserve such patterns and form Buddha statues. No! Maybe it's because of the Buddha statue that the pattern can survive. Li Shiming thought of a possibility. He tried to use the golden Vajra power in his body, and drew a glaring Vajra Buddha statue in the space in front of the body. The strokes were composed of lines composed of Vajra patterns. If the monks of Chiba Temple saw what he did, their jaws would probably drop in shock. The Buddha statues in the Prajna Hall are not drawn as Li Shiming imagined. Instead, they use a special Buddhist secret method to solidify the true meaning of their own skills on the walls of the Prajna Hall. In this small Prajna Hall, the Buddha statues on the walls took more than 10,000 years to be painted to the present level. Each Buddha statue is the trace left by a genius who practiced certain Buddhist techniques in the history of Chiba Temple. Li Shiming used a more crude method. He used many spiritual thoughts, each of which was controlled by an independent brain. And these brains worked together under the coordination of the natal magic weapon Z15. Theoretically, it is impossible to draw the diamond pattern, due to the special balance of the Raging Eye Vajra Buddha statue itself. The Raging Eye Vajra Buddha statue was actually drawn. Li Shiming could clearly feel that every line of the Angry Eye Vajra Buddha statue was composed of countless Vajra patterns, even with the help of the Z15. If it weren't for the magic eye that can observe the micron level in the real world, I might not be able to draw the Angry-Eyed Vajra Buddha statue. The Angry-Eyed King Kong Buddha statue is majestic and solemn. Li Shiming always has a feeling that it may come alive at any time. He doesn't know if this is an illusion. He doesn't want to have too deep connection with the Angry-Eyed King Kong. He was not a true Buddhist, so he really wanted to receive special attention from Angry Eyes King Kong. He didn't know what the consequences would be. Li Shiming's behavior in the Shushan sect's Jianfeng Cave Mansion did not affect his control of his clone Li Yuanba. He found that he could not break through the Prajna Palace through divine vision and knowledge of formations. So he had to consider other methods. There are not many methods he can use on his clone Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba has already used his sword cultivation ability before, and he cannot be stronger than what Li Yuanba used. He thought of other minds, and he tried to stimulate other minds. Psychic power is a special kind of power. He found that neither the formation nor the strange energy barrier here could block the psychic power. It's normal to think about it. The Prajna Hall is designed to amplify the Buddha's intention. To a certain extent, the Buddha's intention is also a kind of spiritual power. After the things to other minds were activated, he immediately sensed the positions of the 4 eminent monks outside. The 4 eminent monks were within the effective range of those minds, but he didn't dare to use his other minds on the 4 eminent monks. Through his other minds, the 4 eminent monks he perceived were as dazzling as 4 suns.
This is a manifestation of extremely strong spiritual power. The spiritual power of the four eminent monks far exceeds that of Li Yuanbao. With Li Yuanbao's ability to talk to others, trying to shake the minds of the four eminent monks is simply a fool's errand. Li Shiming controlled the psychic power of Hexin telepathy, passed through the strange energy barrier, passed through the overlapping space of the space formation, and came to the space that overlapped with Li Yuanbao's space. He immediately sensed a mind whose spiritual power was as strong as a mountain. To say that the spiritual power of the four eminent monks is like the sun is actually illusory. But the spiritual power of the soul, he feels, is like a substantial mountain, which is more terrifying than the illusory sun. Just when Li Shiming was about to retreat, he stopped. He found that there was a trace of confusion in the spiritual power of this mind. For a monk with a spiritual power as substantial as a mountain, there should not be any confusion in his mental power at all. They have reached substantial spiritual power. So how can they be confused? Unless Li Shiming thought of a possibility. And he thought of a rumor. Regarding the rumors about Qinya Temple, it is said that the last long-range rocket attack not only caused losses to the buildings and personnel of Qinya Temple, but also caused the inner demons of Venerable Huijing. This matter was only circulated among the top leaders of the 6 major sections. The main reason was that Venerable Huijing made too much noise at that time, and Qinya Temple couldn't keep it secret even if it wanted to. Li Shiming's identity, and he paid special attention to Qinya Temple, so he also knew about it. Thinking about it now, perhaps this monk who was in the Prajna Hall with Li Yuanbao was most likely the Venerable Huijing who gave birth to the inner demon. If Venerable Huijing were in a normal state, even if Li Shiming was killed, he wouldn't dare to provoke Hushi with his newly acquired other minds. But in the current situation, perhaps this Venerable Huijing is Li Yuanbao's chance to escape. At this time, he had no worries. At most, the clone Li Yuanbao would be lost. This was the worst result of doing nothing. In order to let his clone Li Yuanbao survive, he was willing to take a risk. Li Shiming flew out of the cave first. He sent a message to his masters, Elder Su and Elder Ma, explaining that he was going out, since he had no luck in going out many times before. Elder Su and Elder Ma gradually got used to him going out, and they no longer had much objection. As soon as he left the mountain gate, he activated the Hidden Sky Concealment Technique and Charming Soul Concealment Secret Technique in succession, borrowed the invisibility effect of the shadow, and used Step-by-Step Lotus to head towards the direction of Qinya Temple. While rushing on the road, it did not affect his control of the clone Li Yuanbao, trying to use other minds to contact Venerable Huijing. Venerable Huijing's condition has improved a lot. His inner demons have been suppressed deep in his soul. Every time the 4 eminent monks preach the Buddha's will, the inner demons will weaken. But this inner demon was too stubborn for him to completely eliminate. He was not too anxious. Being in Qinya Temple, with the help of 4 eminent monks, and the targeted environment of Prajna Hall, his inner demons would be weakened to the point where they could no longer affect him sooner or later. Although the 4 eminent monks stopped preaching the Buddha's meaning, they did not stop their own understanding of the Buddha's meaning. His mind is open. This is to facilitate the 4 eminent monks to better accept the influence of Buddha's will when they preach it. Anyway, there is no danger in Chiba Temple. Probably he never thought that in Qinba Temple, he would meet a monk who mastered the power of the soul and be in the same hall with him. The probability is so low that it almost shouldn't happen. What a place Qinya Temple is. Its heritage. Even the other 5 major sects would not dare to underestimate Qinya Temple. Except for the last time a rocket broke into the mountain gate. The actual invasion of the mountain gate has not happened in thousands of years. Venerable Huijing did not have any precautions. His mind seemed to be undefended, and the door was open to welcome visitors. The problem is that the power of the mind controlled by Li Shiming is not as simple as participation. As a magical power, the invasion of the mind by other minds is extremely secretive. The power of the mind arrived in front of the mountain and allowed the power of the mind to enter without encountering any resistance. At this time, the 4 eminent monks began to preach the Buddha's message again, and their targets were still Venerable Huijing and Li Yuanbao. Li Shiming didn't care about the influence of Buddha's intention on himself. He simply ignored this influence. Venerable Huijing began to be happy and sad according to the Buddha's will, and his emotions were released freely in the Buddha's will. Through the guidance of the Buddha's will, he was able to drive away the root cause of the inner demons, so that the inner demons became water without a source, will only continue to weaken. Of course, emotions cannot be completely driven away, but such guided release can keep his negative emotions at their lowest level. Today, as usual, Venerable Huijing released his emotions in the Buddha's mind. He screamed and cried, was very sad and happy, and no longer had the image of a venerable. Neither he nor the 4 eminent monks noticed that a spiritual power was mixed with the Buddha's will. When Venerable Huijing releases his angry emotions, this spiritual power guides the angry emotions in another direction in a timely manner. Even though this spiritual power is extremely weak compared to the Buddha's will blessed by the 4 eminent monks through the Prajna Hall. This spiritual power is the spiritual power exerted by the other mind power. No matter how weak it is essentially weaker than the Buddha's will. The Buddhist ideals of the 4 eminent monks are at a higher level. Li Shiming did not use the power of his mind to fight against the Buddha's will of the 4 eminent monks, but used the method of pulling out 1,000 caddies with 4 ounces to change the direction of the guidance of the 4 eminent monks. Venerable Huijing's anger was guided by the power of his soul. Not only did his anger not decrease due to venting, but it became more and more intense. The inner demons that had been suppressed deep inside his body now found an opportunity to take over Li Shiming's work, which affected the anger of Venerable Huijing. In the mind of Venerable Huijing, the 4 eminent monks were the sinners who imprisoned him. He wants to break this cage. He shouldn't be here. He should do whatever he wants, and do whatever he wants. At first, Venerable Huijing was able to suppress the inner demons by himself. But the power of the mind controlled by Li Shiming joined again. And with a little influence, Venerable Huijing was completely controlled by the inner demons. Before Venerable Huijing finally lost control, Li Shiming used his other mind communication to penetrate his subconscious into Venerable Huijing's consciousness. He didn't know how effective this subconscious mind was, whether it could work under the influence of inner demons. But this was the limit of what he could do. He only hoped that when Venerable Huijing went crazy, he would not break this space and harm Li Yuanba's body. If he were to be attacked by Venerable Huijing, not to mention that Li Yuanba had not yet reached the perfect body refining strength, even Li Shiming's elder level body refining strength would not be enough. Since all of this was the operation of the power of the mind. Even Venerable Huike, who had been monitoring Li Yuanba, did not find anything unusual. Venerable Huike believed that Li Yuanba was the reincarnation of a great Buddhist power, so he respected Li Yuanba to a large extent. Even surveillance was carried out through formations. The formations here could not sense the power of the soul. Amitabha! The 4 eminent monks loudly announced the Buddha's name, and a look of horror flashed across their faces. Then, they all vomited blood and collapsed on the ground, their breath becoming extremely weak. Venerable Huike realized something was wrong, and he immediately flashed his figure, came to an eminent monk, and put a spiritual pill into his mouth. He appeared next to the other 3 eminent monks and gave them the elixir. The 4 eminent monks have a very high reputation in Shinya Temple. If they can be saved, Venerable Huike will still come to the rescue. At the same time, Venerable Huike also sensed the terrifying volcano-like anger in the Prajna Hall, and he knew that Venerable Huijing was out of control. Chapter 372 Escape. Venerable Huike cast a spell, which was an urgent message to inform other monks in Shinya Temple what had happened. The most important thing is to be able to notify the Venerable who is in retreat. Of course, whether the Venerable in retreat can come out of seclusion in time depends on luck. If the Venerable in retreat is in a state of closing his 5 senses, then notifications in this way cannot be perceived. Amitabha! Venerable Huike threw the 4 eminent monks away from the Prajna Hall, and he called out the Buddha's name to Venerable Huijing. This Buddha name uses the secret method of Buddhism to help Venerable Huijing suppress the inner demons. It was obvious that the effect of this was almost non-existent. Venerable Huijing, who was provoked by Li Shiming and allowed the inner demons that had been suppressed for many days to regain the upper hand, could no longer be suppressed by ordinary means at this time. If the 4 eminent monks were not injured, there might be a chance of borrowing the Prajna Hall. Venerable Huijing's eyes were red, and his mind was completely controlled by his inner demons. He let out a heart-rending howl, broke the defense of the Prajna Hall with one punch, and flew out of the Prajna Hall. Li Shiming controlled the body of the clone Li Yuanba and felt the vibration of the space. For some reason, even though Venerable Huijing was so angry, he did not affect the space where Li Yuanba was while breaking the defense of the Prajna Hall. Is my subconscious mind effective? Li Shiming thought a little unconfidently. Before Venerable Huijing was about to be completely influenced by the inner demon, he gave Venerable Huijing a subconscious idea and regarded Li Yuanba as the closest, most important, and most trusted person. This is the subconscious mind that uses other minds to display in the most fragile state of Venerable Huijing's mind. In fact, reaching the subconscious mind has little to do with communication with other people's minds. Communication with other people's minds is just a tool. The real principle is the psychological suggestion in psychology. In this regard, there is a huge amount of knowledge in the natal magic weapon Z15. This is the first time he has used Tank Mind to perform hypnotic abilities, and he doesn't know what the effect will be. However, from the fact that the clone Li Yuanba is still alive, we can see that the effect should be pretty good.
Venerable Huijing, wake up!
Venerable Hike shouted at Venerable Huijing, his voice shaking people's souls like a bell.
Death!
Venerable Huijing was not affected at all. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and he did not recognize that he was his fellow sect in front of him. He struck out with a palm, and the terrifying energy came towards Venerable Hike. Venerable Hike looked ugly. He did not dare to dodge. Behind him was Qianye Temple. Once he dodged, Qianye Temple would be destroyed to an unknown extent. He looked solemn, took one step forward, and at the same time his nascent soul came out of his body. His body disappeared. This was using
close to the end of the world
to send his body to a safe place. This is the gate of Qianye Temple, and his own cave is the safest place. When the nascent soul is out of the body, if there is no safe place, the body will usually be placed in the Dharma form transformed by the nascent soul. This will make the Dharma form have some scruples during battle and be unable to attack with all its strength. Venerable Hike had the conditions to keep his body absolutely safe, so he had no scruples about it. After sending his body to a safe place in the cave, his nascent soul transformed into a huge Dharma form. What he did seemed complicated, but it was actually done in an instant. At this time, Venerable Huijing's attack also arrived, and Venerable Hike's nascent soul Dharma phase blocked Venerable Huijing. Venerable Hike is also helpless. His strength is not as good as Venerable Huijing. His strongest point is his speed. The magical foot power,
south close to the end of the world,
allows him to maintain an absolute advantage in speed in battles with the same level. But when he couldn't dodge and had to fight head-on, his advantage was gone. This is also the reason why he inspired the Yuanying Dharma as soon as he came up. Without doing this, he would not be the opponent of Venerable Huijing at all. Venerable Huijing did not use the Dharma, but the power of this attack was extremely terrifying. There was a loud boom, and the energy shock wave caused by the collision of the two terrifying momentum spread to the surroundings. Venerable Hike is in the state of nascent soul, so he is much stronger than Venerable Huijing using his body attack. He still has the power to restrain the scattered energy and not cause too much damage to Qianye Temple. Although Venerable Huijing was affected by inner demons, his fighting instinct was not lost. He knew that in his current state, he could not be an enemy of Venerable Hike. He also chose to leave his body with the nascent soul, and following his instinctive choice, he entrusted his body to the protection of the person he trusted most. If Venerable Huijing was still conscious, he would not do such a thing. But who knew that he was under the control of inner demons? It's also a coincidence. If Li Shiming hadn't given him a subconscious mind before, his choice at this time would be to put his body inside his own nascent soul. But at this time, Venerable Huijing's subconscious mind believed that Li Yuanba was the most trustworthy. This trust was so strong that even his inner demons were not able to control him immediately. Besides, the most important thing for the inner demon at the moment is to fight against Venerable Huike, rather than caring about Li Yuanba, a small early-stage golden elixir monk. Even if Venerable Huijing's body is given into Li Yuanba's hands, he will not be able to harm the nascent soul's body at all. Li Shiming was stunned for a moment. Before he could figure out what was happening, the old monk's body fell in front of Li Yuanba, who he controlled. Venerable Hike doesn't want to fight Venerable Huijing in Qianye Temple, especially when Venerable Huijing also leaves the body to form the Yuanying Dharma. Whether this battle is won or lost, Qianye Temple will be disappointed. Turn into powder. He sent a provocative thought towards Venerable Huijing, and then the nascent soul Dharma flew into the sky. Venerable Huijing chased after him, and the two nascent soul Dharma images soon left the scope of Qianye Temple and ascended to the 33rd heaven. Li Shiming controlled the clone Li Yuanba and held the body of Venerable Huijing in his hands. At this time, the Prajna Hall did not have the strange energy barrier, and even the formation was in danger. For him, this was completely open. The drone satellite system is monitoring the situation at Qianba Temple at this time. Many monks from the Arhat realm are flying in the air, and many monks are coming towards the Prajna Hall. No venerable ones were found. But Li Shiming didn't believe that there were only two venerables in Qianye Temple. There must be other venerables who were in retreat, but they didn't know when they broke out. There was not much time left for him, so he no longer hesitated at all. He took the body of Venerable Huijing and performed the
building lotus step by step,
and left the Prajna Hall. As soon as he appeared in Chinya Temple, he was discovered by the sect protecting formation. Due to Venerable Haik's previous warning, the sect protecting formation was fully activated. He has always maintained the spiritual power and
other mind power.
Especially the spiritual power, at this time is of great use. Beyond imagination, the spiritual power lines of the sect protecting formation were clearly visible in his eyes. He ignored the monk who noticed his figure chasing him, and his figure kept flashing in the spiritual power lines. With the
lotus growing at every step,
he is not afraid of any monk as long as no venerable appears. The large formation could not stop him. The white lotus kept appearing and disappearing in the formation, and his figure also moved on the white lotus toward the outside of Chinya Temple.
He is using lotus growing every step and immediately activates the forbidden air formation.
An Arhat shouted loudly. Based on the background of Chinya Temple, there should not have been chaos when encountering the enemy. But the monks discovered that the enemy was their venerable Huijing, which made them all at a loss. That's why when Li Yuanba's figure appeared, their reaction was a little slow. When Li Yuanba was still 100 meters away from Chinya Temple's sect protecting formation, he found that
step-by-step lotus
could not be used. This was prohibiting the application of the power of space, making it impossible to use the divine foot power here. Moreover, the activation of this forbidden air formation also prohibited flying. He landed on the top of the building from the air, stepping on glazed tiles under his feet, and his body became a little heavy. He was affected, and so were the rest of the monks, which was only fair in this formation. But there were too many monks in Chiba Temple, and 2 Arhats appeared in front of him. The strength of the 2 Arhats is in the middle stage of Arhats. They are fully mobilizing the spiritual power in their bodies. What they want to do is not to defeat Li Yuanba, but to hold him back. As long as he can delay it for 2 breaths, other disciples will come. No matter how strong Li Yuanba is, he cannot be the enemy of the entire Chinya Temple Arhats at the gate of Chinya Temple. Li Shiming also knew this, and controlled Li Yuanba to exert force. The glazed tiles under his feet made a cracking sound, and his body rushed towards the 2 Arhats. The 2 Arhats both formed the Buddha's seal. The pestle-like magic weapon in their hands was not intended to attack, but with the help of the Buddha's seal, they formed a piece of Buddha's light. When Li Yuanba made the save, he had a 3rd-grade sword base in his hand. His Jiyang sword intent combined with his strength in the late stage of body refining in the golden elixir stage, before Li Shiming's body refining breakthrough. In terms of body refining strength alone, even due to the reason for the stronger sword intent goes beyond the original body Li Shiming's refining strength. Being unable to fly makes his movements more like a mortal ranger rather than a monk, which is more beneficial to Li Yuanba, who has practiced the secret book of sword demons. He didn't hold back at all, and he couldn't show mercy at this time. In the late stage of body refining, the Jiyang sword intent, the 3rd-grade top magic weapon, the 3rd-grade sword foundation, and the close combat sword cultivation technique of the
sword demon's secret code.
These made him hit hard. The power far exceeded the imagination of the 2 Arhats. His figure passed between the 2 Arhats. The 2 Arhats behind him were split into 2, and their magic weapons were also chopped away by this blow. When the 2 magic weapons fell to the ground, they were already broken and spiritually damaged. The 2 Arhats couldn't even hold on for a breath, which no one expected. After overcoming the obstruction of the 2 Arhats, there was no decent monk in front of him. He was too lazy to take action, and his hands moved in a strange way, walking through the spiritual power lines of the Chinya Temple's sect protecting formation. Finally, he passed through a barrier. The pressure on his body lightened, and he left the sect protecting formation of Chinya Temple. Bai Lian appeared at his feet again. He glanced at Chinya Temple behind him, and there were already many Arhats chasing him. However, because Chinya Temple's sect protecting formation did not close the forbidden air formation for a while, these Arhats could only leap on the ground and buildings. It was impossible to catch up with him, who had mastered the divine foot power. However, he did not dare to stay longer, because in his perception, the power of Chinya Temple's sect protecting formation was rapidly increasing. This is when a formation master begins to control the sect protecting formation. If he leaves the sect protecting formation at Chinya Temple a little later, even with Li Shiming's natal magic weapon Z15 and the help of Shin Vision, it will be very difficult. I broke out of the sect protecting formation in a short time. A large formation controlled by a formation master and a large formation without the control of a formation master are 2 completely different powers. Since the conflict involved was between venerables, and both venerables were from Chinya Temple, the formation master did not react at the time. when he reacted and was about to participate in trapping Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba had already come out to protect him. Zongda Formation. Although the Prajna Hall is in the middle of Qinya Temple, Li Yuanba used
Step by step to live Lotus.
to leave it first. But it was only in the last 100 meters that he was affected by the Forbidden Air Formation and changed to a leap. This made the time between when he left the Prajna Hall and when he left the Sect Protector Formation extremely short. He used his full strength in one direction to cast
Lotus step by step.
The battle between Venerable Huike and Venerable Huijing's Yuaning Dharma was still unknown. Once Venerable Huike discovered that he was running away, he used Venerable Huike's magical power to catch up. It's still possible for him. He still remembers that in front of Venerable Huike, his
Step by step Lotus
was unable to be used. He didn't know how Venerable Huike restricted him from using
building Lotus step by step.
what were the conditions for this restriction. But he didn't dare to bet. The only option was to stay as far away from Venerable Huike as possible. When he was using the
Step by step Lotus
to escape from a distance, he sensed a soaring aura in the distance coming towards Qinya Temple.
Ancestor is here.
He sensed that this aura was that of Ancestor Lu, as the ancestors of the nascent soul of the Sunluo sect. Although the effects of the righteous and demonic levels on them are limited, it is still very risky to directly break into the sphere of influence of the righteous path. He felt moved in his heart, and he didn't want Patriarch Lu to take risks for him. He took out the contact card. This place was beyond the communication range of the Sunluo sect's identity J disk, so he had to use the contact card. He sent a message to the sect through the contact card, indicating that he had escaped from Qinya Temple, and asked the sect to pass the news to Patriarch Lu. Li Shiming did not want his clone Li Yuanba to meet Patriarch Lu right now. Li Yuanba was holding the body of Venerable Huijing in his hands. It was really difficult to explain in this situation. Besides, the distance between Li Shiming's body and his clone Li Yuanba is also very close. When the two parties meet, they can hand over the body of Venerable Huijing to Li Shiming, and Li Yuanba can meet with Patriarch Lu. Behind Li Yuanba, many arhats known for their speed were also chasing him. It is a pity that this generation of monks who practice Shinzutong have been killed by Li Yuanba. Currently, except for Venerable Huike, there are no monks who practice Shinzutong in Qinya Temple. So let alone catching up with Li Yuanba, they couldn't even see Li Yuanba's figure. Chapter 373 Serious Injury. Patriarch Lu got the news from the sect that Li Yuanba was captured by Venerable Huike of Qinya Temple. After hearing the news, he immediately set off from the sect and headed towards Qinya Temple without any hesitation. Unfortunately, he was delayed due to some matters at that time, and it was already too late when he received the news. In addition, Venerable Huike used the divine foot power to return to Qinya Temple. So the time when the two arrived at Qinya Temple was quite different. If it were any other disciple, Patriarch Lu would definitely consider profit and loss first. But Li Yuanba was different. This was the disciple from another generation that he was most proud of. With Li Yuanba's talent and potential, he is almost another Sword Elder. Even better than the Sword Elder. For Li Yuanba, he was willing to go to Qinya Temple and have a fight with Qinya Temple first. Just when Patriarch Lu was able to sense the aura of Qinya Temple sect protecting formation, his whole body's aura surged. With his identity, he would not sneak close to Qinya Temple. This was how he informed Qinya Temple that he coming.
Hey!
He was planning to attack Qianba Temple's formation next and asked Qianba Temple to surrender. When he looked up at the sky, in the sky, ordinary monks cannot sense the fighting aura of the nascent soul ancestor. But he, who is also the nascent soul ancestor, can sense the changes in the 33rd heaven. His nascent soul flew out and turned into the nascent soul Dharma appearance, and his body flew into the huge nascent Ing Dharma appearance. The nascent soul Dharma phase flew upwards. He came to seek help from the venerable Qinya Temple. Those who could fight in the 33rd heaven above the Qinya Temple must be the venerable from the Qinya Temple. Patriarch Lu's nascent soul Dharma rushed into the 33rd heaven and was immediately startled by the Buddha's light in his eyes. Venerable Huike and Venerable Huijing fought a real fire. Venerable Huijing was affected by the inner demons and fought with all his strength without leaving any room. Fortunately, Venerable Huike was able to use
south close to the end of the world.
He kept moving around in the 33rd heaven. At first, he would hold back. However, Venerable Huijing's attacks became more and more powerful, and he had to deal with them with all his strength. He thought very well. As long as he continued to consume Venerable Huijing's spiritual power, he could prevent Venerable Huijing from causing damage to Qinya Temple. After Venerable Huijing's spiritual power was consumed too much, he could control Huijing. His Holiness, Venerable Huijing was influenced by inner demons and left no room for battle. Venerable Hike took advantage of this. But it is not easy to consume a Venerable's spiritual power. Venerable Hike cannot just dodge. He also needs to fight head-on with Venerable Huijing from time to time in order to consume Venerable Huijing to the greatest extent. After every hard fight, he can use
close to the end
to dodge in order to gain time to recover his spiritual power. However, Venerable Huijing has been consuming and has no time to recover. If he keeps fighting like this, maybe as he thought, Venerable Huijing will eventually consume too much spiritual power and be suppressed by his superior spiritual power. As long as he suppresses the out-of-control Venerable Huijing, he can bring Venerable Huijing back to the temple and find a way to exorcise his inner demons. He had no time to think about Li Yuanba's affairs at this time. No matter how important Li Yuanba was, it was not as important as Venerable Huijing's affairs. Just when Venerable Hike was once again about to have an all-out fight with Venerable Huijing, Patriarch Lu got involved in the battle. As soon as Patriarch Lu's aura appeared in the 33rd heaven, Venerable Huijing's nascent soul form launched an attack on Patriarch Lu without any hesitation. At this time, Venerable Huijing was still attacking Venerable Hike. At the same time, he launched attacks on Venerable Hike and Patriarch Lu. And they were all full blows without reservation. Because he was in the 33rd heaven, restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. And Venerable Huiku was focused on fighting. He did not notice Patriarch Lu approaching. It was only after Patriarch Lu entered the 33rd heaven that he sensed Patriarch Lu. However, at this time, Venerable Hike was already preparing for a head-on collision with Venerable Huijing. There was no time to take back the blow that had been prepared for a long time. If he took it back, he might be injured because of it. He gave up using
south close to the end
to dodge, and it would be too late to dodge again. The reason why Venerable Huijing attacked Patriarch Lu with all his strength as soon as he appeared was because he was too familiar with Patriarch Lu's aura, which was the source of his anger. It was Patriarch Lu who killed his 2 Arhat-level disciples and prevented Venerable Huijing from going to Shirwan Mountain, which planted the seeds of the inner demon. Li Shiming's long-range rocket attack only triggered the inner demon seeds. In Venerable Huijing's instinctive consciousness, Patriarch Lu was his great enemy. The strength of Patriarch Lu and Venerable Huijing is about the same. But Venerable Huijing and Venerable Huika fought for a long time. And they fought Venerable Hike and Patriarch Lu at the same time. With Venerable Huijing's true combat power, it is impossible to deal with 2 nascent soul ancestors at the same time. Patriarch Lu would not be merciful when he was attacked. When he saw the 2 sages fighting, he knew that he needed to deal with one of the sages first. Otherwise, he would not be able to resist once the 2 sages jointly targeted him. In the 33rd heaven, Patriarch Lu took action with all his strength, striving to achieve success with one blow. Venerable Hike also attacked with all his strength, because he did not want to get hurt. If he was injured in this situation, he would probably be jointly attacked by Venerable Huijing and Patriarch Lu. At that time, the speed of his
south close to the end of the world
would slow down. He couldn't even escape. Among the 3 nascent soul ancestors, only Venerable Huijing had no idea. He simply wanted to fight. The 3 attacks hit hard together. Venerable Hike and Patriarch Lu jointly attacked Venerable Huijing. Especially Patriarch Lu activated the secret technique when he took action, making this attack the most powerful one. Venerable Huijing's nascent soul Dharma form was attacked by 2 nascent soul Dharma appearances, and let out a shrill scream. The nascent soul Dharma appearance was severely damaged, and the huge body of the Dharma appearance was covered with cracks.
Venerable Huijing!
Venerable Hike exclaimed. He did not expect this result. Venerable Huijing was seriously injured, and the Yuaning Dharma almost collapsed. Ancestor Lu's eyes flashed with joy, and he was about to add another blow to completely collapse the Yuaning Dharma of Venerable Hike. As a result, Xianya Temple will lose 1 Venerable, which will have a huge impact on the balance of power between the forces. And there will be changes in the distribution of some 4th-grade resources. The 4th-grade resources in the Beishu continent are extremely limited, except for the 4th-grade resources from the outer continent. All the 4th-grade resources in the continent are divided up by the 6 major sects and other qualified forces. The 6 major sects naturally occupy an overwhelming number of 4th-grade resources. The distribution of these 4th-grade resources among the 6 major sects is based on the number of top combat power of each major sect. Venerable Hike saw what Patriarch Lu meant, and his Yuan-Ing Dharma appearance used,
close to the end of the world,
to block Patriarch Lu's Yuan-Ing Dharma appearance. He was about to speak when he saw Venerable Huijing's nascent soul form suddenly shrunk. A burst of space fluctuations appeared, and Venerable Huijing's Yuanying form and his nascent soul disappeared. Both Patriarch Lu and Venerable Hike understood that this was Venerable Huijing's special secret technique that allowed the nascent soul to travel through space and return to the body. This secret method has great limitations. It requires the Yuanying to be within a certain distance from the body, and it also consumes part of the Yuanying's original energy. Executing such a secret method will have an impact on the Yuanying. The reduction of the original energy means that the strength of the Yuanying will be reduced to a certain extent. Patriarch Lu felt happy. Who told Qinya Temple to snatch his disciple first? He caused the strength of a venerable from Qinya Temple to decline. Not to mention the injury of Venerable Huijing nascent soul. It was this decline in strength. It also had a great impact on the overall strength of Chiba Temple. Venerable Hike felt a mixture of joy and sorrow in his heart. He was happy that Venerable Huijing escaped in time. But he was worried that Venerable Huijing was out of control, and he didn't know what he would do next. You must know that Venerable Huijing was affected by the inner demons. No matter how affected he was by the inner demons before, he could still suppress the inner demons with the help of the eminent monks from Qinya Temple. But when Venerable Huijing's inner demons broke out, without any help, he didn't know whether Venerable Huijing could still wake up from his inner demons. If Venerable Huijing's inner demon attracts the demon to come to the world, then Venerable Huijing is likely to become a nightmare for the entire northern Shu continent. Venerable Huijing didn't dare to chase him yet. He needed to hold Ancestor Lu back, and couldn't let Ancestor Lu chase and kill Venerable Huijing.
Hike! Hand over Li Yuanba,
Ancestor Lu said in a deep voice. Patriarch Lu found Venerable Huike, and he would not let Venerable Huike go just because he had taken some advantage before.
Donor Lu. I agreed. But something happened in the temple. Please wait for me for 2 days. I can issue a Buddhist oath and promise to send Li Yuanba back intact.
Venerable Huike no longer had the idea of forcing Li Yuanba to stay in the temple. He met for such a big thing. Other things can be put aside. Patriarch Lu did not persecute him too much. Venerable Hike was willing to take the Buddha's oath to prove it, so it would be impossible to break his promise. Ancestor Lu felt a message coming from the communication board. He sensed it, and found that it was the sect that had reported that Li Yuanba had escaped. Now, he didn't want to insist on anything anymore. After getting such a huge advantage, he didn't want to cause any trouble because of his serious injury to Venerable Huijing. Anyway, he had already avenged Li Yuanba, and he wanted to avenge Li Yuanba by severely injuring a respected person. Li Yuanba would be very satisfied after knowing this. The Li Yuanba he was thinking of was about to meet his real body, Li Shiming. He was delighted in his heart, as if he was about to have another nascent soul body. Although there is already one nascent soul body, and there is only one heavenly ghost, and at the same time, the maximum number of nascent soul bodies that can be controlled is 1. But who knows if there will be any way to control the nascent soul in other ways in the future. The body fights for itself. There are too many secrets in the world of immortality. Not to mention that there are still many ancient secrets left in some ruins waiting to be discovered. No one can tell how many secret techniques there are in the world of immortality, and whether there is any secret technique that can control the body of the nascent soul. Maybe one day, he will get a secret method that can control the nascent soul body, allowing him to have several nascent soul bodies to fight for him at the same time. Li Shiming controlled Li Yuanba's body, thinking about good things while using
Boo 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 Shanglian
to rush on. At this moment, he felt a change in the Venerable Huijing in his hand. Venerable Huijing has transformed from the living dead to a true venerable. The terrifying nascent soul aura made it almost impossible for him to remain standing. Although Venerable Huijing's Yuanying was severely injured, no matter how weak the Yuanying was, it only needed a little breath, which was not something Li Yuanba could bear. However, Li Shiming soon discovered something strange. The pressure exerted by Venerable Huijing on Li Yuanba was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When the coercion is strong, Venerable Huijing will be accompanied by strong anger and murderous intent. But when the coercion is weak, a sense of intimacy comes from him. The state of Venerable Huijing is extremely special, because the Yuanying's dharma has been severely damaged. The Yuanying carries his soul, consciousness, and inner demons. Before being severely injured, the inner demons took over his soul, and his consciousness was almost completely suppressed, receiving a full blow from Venerable Hike and Patriarch Lu. Patriarch Yuanying's attack was not just aimed at the surface of Yuanying's dharma. This attack was comprehensive and also attacked at the soul level. When the nascent soul dharma was severely damaged, the soul of Venerable Huijing was also severely damaged. This caused the inner demon to fall into an extremely weak state. And Venerable Huijing's consciousness was even dispersed, leaving only his subconscious and instinct. This is why Venerable Huijing Juanying will have two completely different emotions towards Li Yuanba after returning to his body. In Venerable Huijing's subconscious mind, Li Yuanba was still the closest and most trustworthy person. He had previously been able to entrust Li Yuanba's body after nascent soul left the body. This was equivalent to putting his life in Li Yuanba's hands. This shows the extent of his trust. In the world of immortality, even the master-disciple relationship cannot reach this level of trust. Li Shiming was initially shocked by the return of Venerable Huijing nascent soul. Since he was controlling the clone, he did not lose his ability to think. He quickly judged that something was wrong with Venerable Huijing. Otherwise, how could the subconscious sent through other minds have such an impact? And Venerable Huijing still has a strong influence on Li Yuanba to this day. Trust. It is no longer accurate to say simple trust. This is trust. A reliance that can be entrusted with everything. He thought 1,000 times in his mind that the real body was already close to here, and they could meet at a distance of almost 5 miles. But he doesn't want the main body to be in danger. Even if the clone really dies, the main body still has a chance to come back. Li Yuanba also needs the help of ontology. The natal magic weapon Z15 gave a reference solution. This is also the most reasonable solution given by the natal magic weapon Z15 based on all the resources in his hands, and the use of supercomputing and analysis capabilities. Li Shiming didn't move forward. But it wasn't that he didn't do anything. He released the ghost. The speed of Tiangui was extremely fast, and the distance of 5 miles was reached in an instant. Li Shiming controlled the clone Li Yuanba to give Venerable Huijing a reassuring message and expressed his absolute trust in Tiangui. Chapter 374 Contract. Because Venerable Huijing's inner demons were severely damaged, his subconscious mind barely suppressed the inner demons for a short time, allowing his body to be controlled by his subconscious mind. This is also the reason why Li Yuanba was still able to lift the body of Venerable Huijing without being slapped to death by Venerable Huijing. In just a few breaths, the heavenly ghost arrived at the side of Venerable Huijing. With Venerable Huijing's strength, even though he was injured, he could still sense the presence of heavenly ghosts. Although the invisibility ability of the heavenly ghost comes from the heavenly demon, he still cannot hide himself in front of the nascent soul ancestor. However, Li Shiming, through his clone Li Yuanba, conveyed to Venerable Huijing in advance the idea that the heavenly ghosts could absolutely be trusted. This made Venerable Huijing, who was under the control of his subconscious, not produce the slightest resistance to the heavenly ghosts. The ghost flew into Venerable Huijing's body and discovered the inner demon almost instinctively. The inner demons in Venerable Huijing's body are extremely stubborn and cannot be eradicated. But the heavenly ghost created by Li Shiming, a new special species formed by the fusion of the outer SH.L of a fierce ghost and a heavenly demon, still maintains some of the heavenly demon's special abilities. The inner demon can make a monk lose control of his mind. When it reaches a certain frequency, it will trigger the demon to come. The heavenly demon is much higher in level than the inner demon, although the heavenly ghost has only inherited a small part of its abilities. But the inner demon in Venerable Huijing's body was not in its strongest state. Due to a battle with 2 nascent soul ancestors, he was severely injured, which gave the heavenly ghost a chance. The heavenly ghost pounces towards the inner demon. Only creatures like the heavenly ghost, who are between illusion and reality, can attack such illusory existences as the inner demon. The heavenly ghost opened its mouth. This mouth looked like a human form, but when it opened, it was several times larger than a normal human mouth. It swallowed the inner demon of Venerable Huijing in one mouthful. If the inner demons had not completely occupied Venerable Huijing's spiritual wisdom before being guided by Li Shiming, the demons in the sky could swallow up the inner demons, which would make Venerable Huijing wake up immediately. But at this time, the inner demons were entangled with the spiritual wisdom of Venerable Huijing. Devouring the inner demons was equivalent to swallowing up the affected spiritual wisdom of Venerable Huijing. This is also the reason why inner demons are difficult to get rid of. The inner demons are closely connected with the soul and intelligence of the monks, and are even entangled with each other. If you want to use violent means to get rid of the inner demons, you will harm the monks themselves. After Tiangui swallowed the inner demon, Tiangui started to shake as if he was drunk. This inner demon is the inner demon of Venerable Huijing, the ancestor of Yuanying. The spiritual energy inside is so abundant that the ghosts can eat it to hold on. Li Shiming observed Venerable Huijing. When he sensed that the demon was devouring his inner demon, the demon had already taken action before he could stop him. He didn't know if the ghost would wake up Venerable Hui Jing after swallowing his inner demons. Just when he was worried, he sensed through Li Yuanba's spiritual mind that Venerable Hui Jing was looking at Li Yuanba. This was a look that was so clear that there was no trace of impurity in it. And Li Yuanba was regarded as a close relative. Or even his only support.
Is this Venerable Hui Jing stupid?
Li Shiming thought in surprise. Venerable Hui Jing is the ancestor of nascent soul. How could he be so fragile? He also didn't want to think about what kind of suffering Venerable Hui Jing suffered. First, he was tortured by inner demons for many days. During the recovery period, he used his other mind to guide him. Without any resistance in his mind, the inner demons completely exploded. When Venerable Hui Jing was controlled by inner demons, he was seriously injured by the two nascent soul ancestors, and his inner demons and spiritual wisdom were devoured by heavenly ghosts. At this time, Venerable Hui Jing was able to survive, thanks to he lost the terrifying vitality of Yuanying ancestor. Li Shiming controlled the spiritual thoughts of his clone Li Yuanba and gently touched the body of Venerable Hui Jing, hoping to explore Venerable Hui Jing's situation. Under normal circumstances, Venerable Hui Jing would not allow any monk to explore his body. This is a monk's instinct. However, Venerable Hui Jing did not resist Li Yuanba's exploration at all. Instead, he deliberately restrained his aura so that Li Yuanba's spiritual thoughts would not be affected by his aura. Li Shiming was sure at this time that something was wrong with Venerable Hui Jing's soul. Although Venerable Hui Jing is still alive, the current Venerable Hui Jing is no longer the original Venerable Hui Jing. At this time, Venerable Hui Jing's memory and spiritual wisdom were almost emptied. What was left in his body was the realm of the nascent soul stage. The somewhat weak nascent soul, the fighting instinct, and the subconscious planted by Li Shiming. His mind was almost a blank piece of paper. A piece of white paper that could be scribbled and written on by Li Shiming. After knowing that Venerable Hui Jing was not in any danger, Li Shiming, who was several miles away, flashed to Li Yuanba's side. He passed Li Yuanba in advance and used other minds to plant a subconscious seed in Venerable Hui Jing that he must obey all orders of Li Shiming. So when Li Shiming appeared, Venerable Hui Jing looked at Li Shiming with his pure eyes, like a puppy looking at its master. Li Shiming's natal magic weapon Z15 immediately retrieved a reverse unequal servant contract with a powerful being. This is also the safest way. As long as the contract is signed, Venerable Hui Jing will restore his original memory, and unable to escape from the shackles of the contract. Of course, it is not easy to reach a contract with the Yuanying ancestor who is one level above him. First of all, it is necessary that the Yuanying ancestor does not resist at all. This alone makes this type of contract impossible to achieve. How can the Yuanying ancestor tolerate the control of others? Any of the monks who can become the ancestors of nascent soul are not outstanding. They were killed from the sea of blood in the corpse mountain. Even if they die, they will not accept a contract controlled by others. However, Venerable Hui Jing meets this condition. Venerable Hui Jing is now implanted in the subconscious by other minds, and he is like a blank sheet of paper. In fact, it is necessary to arrange the corresponding formations. This is also difficult for Li Shiming. He is a master of formations. He can easily lay out the formations required for the reverse unequal servant contract. Finally, and most importantly, when the Yuanying ancestor signed the contract, his own mental power should not be too strong. You can't let the ancestor of Yuanying give you a massage and cause your own mental trauma to be severe. Therefore, this reverse unequal servant contract is a contract passed down from ancient times, and the chance of its actual application in the world of immortality is extremely low. That is to say, the collection of knowledge in the natal magic weapon Z15 is to collect all the knowledge that Li Shiming can obtain. Li Shiming himself didn't even notice the reverse unequal servant contract. But with the magic weapon Z15, he would find it when needed. Without any hesitation, he arranged the reverse unequal servant contract formation in the computer room space. He didn't have to worry about Venerable Hui Jing recovering his memory in the short term. And he knew that it wouldn't be long before many monks would come over, including even the Yuanying patriarch. He took Venerable Hui Jing into the computer room space. Venerable Hui Jing did not resist his taking, and he did not show any abnormality when he appeared in another strange environment, because every inch of the computer room carries Li Shiming's aura, which is the aura of the master he needs to obey. Be careful! Li Shiming let go of his control over his clone Li Yuanba and told Li Yuanba in a deep voice. Li Yuanba nodded heavily. If he hadn't come to help this time, he might have been killed in Qianye Temple. He rose into the air, used his sword escape, and headed towards the Boundary Mountain Pass. At the same time, He also reported his location to the sect, and once again reported the news of safety. Just as he was flying towards the Jieshan checkpoint, he found a figure coming in his direction. Of course, this figure was still far away from him. So far away that even his divine vision could not observe it. The reason why this figure was discovered was the picture shared by Li Shiming. This picture came from the drone satellite system. Although the area around the figure's body was blurred, Li Yuanba still vaguely judged that this was his master, Patriarch Lu. Therefore, he did not use
step by step to live Lotus
to dodge, and just flew at the original speed, waiting for the arrival of Patriarch Lu. In less than a cup of tea, Patriarch Lu caught up with Li Yuanba.
Yuanba, you actually escaped from Qianye Temple.
Ancestor Lu looked Li Yuanba up and down and said with a smile. Of course he was happy. This time he severely injured Venerable Huijing. At least for a long time. The strength of Qianye Temple will be greatly affected. He didn't know yet that Venerable Huijing was not simply seriously injured, but something more troublesome. Another thing he was happy about was that Li Yuanba escaped from Qianye Temple by relying on his own ability. If this incident spreads, it will definitely slap Qianye Temple in the face. Qianye Temple used Venerable Huika to capture Li Yuanba, and also planned to lure Li Yuanba out. After being besieged by many arhats in Qianye Temple to no avail, Venerable Huika captured Li Yuanba. This incident in itself meant that Qianye Temple lost face. Not to mention that Li Yuanba was captured in Qianye Temple and escaped alone. Patriarch Lu can almost imagine that the next time he meets the Venerable Qianye Temple, he will use this incident to mock Qianye Temple severely.
Ancestor, thank you for personally coming to help. Qianye Temple was in chaos for some reason, and I took the opportunity to escape.
Li Yuanba, who was not one to tell the truth, bowed in reply.
You don't have to worry about Qianye Temple taking action against you again. Qianye Temple will not be able to be an enemy of our sect for at least 100 years.
Patriarch Lu explained with a smile. Li Yuanba knew why this was happening, and he knew it better than Ancestor Lu. Patriarch Lu said that he would not be able to become an enemy of this Luo sect within 100 years, which was short term, judging from the situation of Venerable Huijing. It means that Qianye Temple has lost one Venerable, so the originally balanced high-end combat power will be reduced. Without compensation, he would not dare to be an enemy of Sun Luo's sect again. Of course, with the foundation of Qianye Temple, one of the arhats, who is most promising to be promoted to nascent soul, will be selected, and all resources will be allocated in order to produce another Venerable as soon as possible. This inclination of resources is not a good thing. It is tantamount to overdrawing the foundation of Chiba Temple.
You're walking too slowly like this. I'll take you back.
Ancestor Lu was in a good mood. As he spoke, he accelerated his flight with Li Yuanba. On the other side, Li Shiming still activated the
secret technique of concealing the soul,
and the
secret technique of covering the sky,
and used
Lotus growing step by step
to move quickly in the shadows of trees, rocks and other objects. In his computer room space, a reverse unequal servant contract is being signed. This complex contract is nothing to him. No matter how complicated the operation is, it will become simple with the magic weapon Z15. Venerable Huijing walked into the center of the contract formation very obediently. Li Shiming took a drop of his blood essence and sent it into the machine room space, and the blood essence flew into the formation. A contract pattern appeared above the formation, and the blood essence was integrated into the contract pattern. The contract pattern slowly fell towards Venerable Huijing. If Venerable Huijing had the slightest unwillingness in his body or soul, the contract would not be completed. The so-called reverse unequal servant contract is a contract in which the lower class is the main servant and the higher class is the servant. The signing of such a contract itself has many restrictions. Fortunately, no accidents occurred. Venerable Huijing quietly allowed the contract pattern to fall on his body and integrate into his soul. Li Shiming only felt a heavy hit on his head, which almost caused him to break away from the performance of
step-by-step Lotus.
The natal magic weapon Z15 intervened in time to share the impact on his soul, so that he did not have any accidents. He first checked his own situation. Originally, with his 191 brains, he could sacrifice about 2,000 corpses of the same level. However, just by signing a reverse unequal servant contract with Venerable Huijing, he felt that more than half of his contract number was taken up, which allowed him to sacrifice at most about 500 corpses of the same level. In other words, one servant of Venerable Huijing is equivalent to him sacrificing 1,500 silver corpses. No wonder that in his special situation, with a brain of 191, He would almost have problems due to the soul impact caused by the contract with Venerable Huijing. Thinking about the sacrifice of 1,500 silver corpses at the same time. The intensity of these soul impacts can be judged from this comparison. Li Shiming was a little excited. This was the real ancestor of nascent soul. It is not the body of the nascent soul. There is no nascent soul inside. It is just an empty nascent soul body. A piece of his mind entered the body of Venerable Huijing in the air of the computer room. Due to the existence of the reverse unequal servant contract, he can sense the soul of Venerable Huijing. It's a pity that his control of Venerable Huijing is not as smooth as his control of the refining corpse. He needs to contact Venerable Huijing's soul to issue orders to him. And then Venerable Huijing will execute it, which cannot be done. He directly controls Venerable Huijing. He smiled and shook his head. He was too greedy. Getting a servant from the Yuanning ancestor is already a huge benefit. He found that Venerable Huijing had no space objects on his body. And the only 4th grade magic weapon was a 4th grade Ri Buddha bead in Venerable Huijing's body, which was his natal magic weapon. Venerable Huijing's space items, as well as many precious things, were all left in his cave. The reason for doing this is so that when the inner demon is out of control, the powerful spiritual objects in the space items cannot be used. Chapter 375 Influence. Li Shiming checked the injuries of Venerable Huijing. At a glance, he found that Venerable Huijing's nascent soul was extremely weak. He does not have a magic elixir in his hand that can cure nascent soul's injuries, and it is impossible for such a magic elixir to fall into his hands. Venerable Huijing's injuries can only be recovered by himself. Li Shiming opened the nascent soul-level spiritual veins of the 4th grade pulse-locking plate to Venerable Huijing, and gave Venerable Huijing an order to practice and recover on his own. Venerable Huijing sat down cross-legged. His cultivation had become instinctive. Even if he lost his memory, nascent soul could still control the spiritual energy into the body, according to the main cultivation method, and enter the cultivation state. Li Shiming observed for a while, and found that although Venerable Huijing's nascent soul's injury was serious, it would not worsen after he started practicing. If you just want to recover from the injury, you don't know how long it will take. You must know that a retreat for the ancestor of nascent soul takes months or even years. Li Shiming knew too little about this kind of situation. If you want Venerable Huijing to recover from his injuries as soon as possible, you still need a 4th grade healing elixir.
Let's wait for Huijing to recover on her own,
Li Shiming said helplessly like a poor man. He had a lot of wealth, including some 4th grade spiritual objects. But when faced with Venerable Huijing's injuries, he still felt his poverty. He observed the image of Venerable Huijing and thought about Venerable Huijing's appearance. He was afraid that as long as he appeared outside the computer room, the monks he saw would guess Venerable Huijing's identity. Although it is extremely reassuring to have the ancestor of nascent soul by his side to protect him, it is still extremely uneconomical to be targeted by Qianye Temple because of this matter.
Huijing, can you grow your hair?
Li Shiming issued an order to Venerable Huijing through a reverse unequal servant contract, asking a monk, who is still in the nascent soul stage, to grow his hair. If he dares to say this to any of the venerables, the venerable will blow his head off. But Venerable Huijing followed Li Shiming's orders while practicing his main skills. Venerable Huijing's originally bald head had white hair sticking out. Soon he had a head of white hair, and the white hair turned on his head to form a bun. Li Shiming carefully checked the computer room space with his mind. Although Venerable Huijing had grown hair, his face would still be recognizable. He maintained the soul connection with Venerable Huijing. As he thought about it, Venerable Huijing's face changed, and his white hair turned black. After several breaths, what he saw was no longer the previous Venerable Huijing. At this time, the Venerable Huijing had turned into a young man with black hair. Only then did Li Shiming think of it. It seemed that in the nascent soul stage, monks could change their appearance at will. However, monks in the nascent soul stage no longer cared about their appearance. Li Yuanba enjoyed the treatment of Yuanning Patriarch, and Patriarch Lu forcibly tore open the Boundary Mountain Formation of the righteous forces and led him through the Boundary Mountain Formation. At the Boundary Mountain Pass of Sun Luo's sect, Patriarch Lu left him behind and then headed towards the mountain gate.
Junior brother Li.
A voice of surprise came from the Sun Luo sect Boundary Mountain level, and the 3 Jinan elders, Jiang Pu, Meng Sheng and Sher Kan, flew out together. Ancestor Lu made a lot of noise. They were going to meet Ancestor Yuanning, but when they flew out, they only saw Li Yuanba. Ever since Li Yuanba was captured by Venerable Haik, Jiang Pu and the others fell into deep self-blame. If they hadn't asked Li Yuanba for help, maybe Li Yuanba wouldn't have been captured.
Ancestor Lu rescued you, but I couldn't help you and put you in danger.
Jiang Pu came to Li Yuanba and solemnly bowed and apologized. The other two Jin Dan elders followed suit and bowed to express their apology.
It's none of your business. Even if it doesn't happen this time, there will be another time. Xianye Temple is determined to catch me.
Li Yuanba quickly helped Jiang Pu up and said, "This is also a fact. The Venerable has been dispatched. If Li Yuanba is not provoked this time, he will find another way to design something against him. He can't stay in Jieshan City all the time. And even Jieshan City is not necessarily safe. For Venerable Hike, it is not difficult to get through the Jieshan Pass. Of course, after this incident, if Qianye Temple takes any action against Li Yuanba again, it will definitely trigger a nascent soul war between Qianye Temple and Sanluo sect. If Ancestor Lu hadn't felt that he had taken advantage this time, Ancestor Lu would not have stopped so easily." From the Zhendao side, the two Jindan elders Ing Ho and Xintong also sent news, and Patriarch Lu was also discovered by them through the Zhendao formation. In fact, as long as the nascent soul ancestor does not use secret methods to hide his aura, his whereabouts cannot escape the monitoring of various formations. The impact that Patriarch Lu broke through the formation and entered the sphere of influence of the righteous path was not small. However, the Sanluo sect also sent a notice to the 5 major sects regarding this matter. Qianye Temple was the party at fault in this incident. No wonder Patriarch Lu was angry. Except for Qianye Temple, Shushan sect and Qianhuan sect stayed out of the matter. Qianye Temple arrested Patriarch Lu's genius disciple, and it involved Patriarch Yuanning's personal matters. Patriarch Lu's reaction was supported by the major sects, including the righteous Dao. Over the years, Qianye Temple has been extremely arrogant due to the inheritance of various magical powers, which has long made other major sects dissatisfied. Just like the Shushan sect, the venerable Qianye Temple actually stopped Li Shiming, who was also the disciple of Patriarch Yuanning. If Patriarch Fan hadn't issued a warning at that time, Li Shiming might have been captured by Qianye Temple at that time. There are many more of these things, and they all seem to be small things. But the accumulation of small things is enough to affect his impression in a large sect. Li Yuanba didn't know what was going on behind the scenes, so he sent a message back to Elder Jin Dan, who cared about him. He also learned from Ing Ho that Zheng Dao was negotiating with the Sanluo sect, and that the Jieshan Pass was in a state of complete suspension. After he was captured, Sanluo sect stopped all transactions. Even if this had an impact on Sanluo sect, Patriarch Lu's anger was obvious, and the sect needed to respond accordingly. Li Yuanba didn't want to ask about these things anymore. After being caught this time, he felt that his strength was still too weak. He has enough training resources, and a magic weapon, like Wanjian Feng, that can help him improve his sword intent during the Golden Core stage. The only thing he needs to do now is to continuously improve his strength. He needs to take advantage of Chibaji's period of weakness to increase his strength enough to protect himself. This is not impossible. It will take at least 100 years for another venerable person to emerge from Chiba Temple. This is still the most ideal situation. In more than 100 years, with Li Yuanba's cultivation speed, although he cannot say that he will definitely be promoted to nascent soul, reaching the level of Great Elder is still guaranteed. Li Yuanba bid farewell to Jiang Pu and the other 3 Jindan elders, and returned to the Jieshan town governor's office. Although he was captured by Qianye Temple, this did not affect Jieshan City, which was still the same as when he left. His arrest shocked at least the Golden Core monks. The monks in Jieshan City were not yet at the level to know the high-level news. As soon as he came back, he immediately applied to the sect for some permissions of the Boundary Mountain Formation. In the past, he didn't pay much attention to the authority of the Boundary Mountain Formation. Anyway, it was very easy for him to enter and exit the Boundary Mountain Formation. But after this time, he found that he still underestimated his own safety situation. His application was quickly approved. The authority he requested for the Boundary Mountain Formation was not the control authority, but the sharing of the Boundary Mountain Formation's exploration authority. The ancestor of nascent soul may be able to use secret techniques to hide his realm in order to deceive the formation. If the nascent soul ancestor wants to forcefully pass through the formation, unless he possesses the ability of a formation master and has the same powerful calculation and analysis ability as Li Shiming. Otherwise he can only tear apart the formation with powerful strength like Ancestor Lu. If the formation is forcibly passed, the secret method of its hidden realm will no longer be able to work, and the formation will discover the ancestor of nascent soul. What Li Yuanba needed was this function. He found out as early as possible that the Yuanning ancestor appeared at the Jieshan Pass. The distance from the Jieshan Pass to the Jieshan City was the distance between the Jieshan Pass and the Jieshan City. When he put on the hard band to improve his mental state, he used
Ubu Shenglian
to suffice. He ran away. Even if Venerable Hike used
south close to the end of the world,
he would still have the confidence to escape at this distance. The impact of Li Yuanba's arrest lasted for half a month, causing great losses to various forces. It was not until Qianye Temple took the initiative and promised a series of compensation plans to the Sluo sect, and compensated the Shushan sect and Qianhuan sect that caused the losses, that the incident was resolved. But the far-reaching impact of this incident did not end with the opening of the Jieshan Pass. The spies of various sects did not know the details of what happened at Qianye Temple. They only knew that Venerable Hui Jing was influenced by inner demons and had a battle with Venerable Hike. Later, Patriarch Lu joined the battle and killed Venerable Hui Jing, wounded. After that, there was no news about the whereabouts of Venerable Hui Jing. The major sects believed that Venerable Hui Jing was healing his wounds and fighting inner demons in Qianye Temple. According to the person involved, Patriarch Lu, Venerable Hui Jing has recovered from his injuries, but his strength has also dropped a lot, and he can no longer match Patriarch Lu's combat power. Half a month later, in Qianye Temple, Venerable Hike was sitting in the Prajna Hall. Prajna Hall was destroyed by Venerable Hui Jing, and there were many damages on the outer wall. But those damages did not affect the Buddha statues on the wall. The Buddha statue in the damaged part of the wall fills the damaged part like a light curtain. Venerable Hike looked helplessly at the damage to the Prajna Hall. Although the remaining Buddha statues in the form of the true meaning were not affected, the resources required to repair the Prajna Hall were also greatly consumed. Of course, compared with the matter of Venerable Hui Jing, the restoration of Prajna Hall is not a big deal. After ending the confrontation with Patriarch Lu, Venerable Hike returned to the temple, but did not find Venerable Hui Jing. After investigation, we found out that Li Yuanba left with the body of Venerable Hui Jing. Venerable Hike did not think that Li Yuanba could restore Venerable Hui Jing's body, let alone return Venerable Hui Jing's nascent soul to his body later. News came from Sun Luo's sect that Li Yuanba was taken back to the sect by Ancestor Lu. Venerable Hike now wondered whether Patriarch Lu had found the injured Venerable Hui Jing and brought him back to Sun Luo's sect. This was definitely not what he wanted to see. However, judging from the current intelligence, Patriarch Lu should not have discovered Venerable Hui Jing. Otherwise, with Patriarch Lu's temper, it would be impossible not to spread the news. What reassures Venerable Hike the most is that Venerable Hui Jing is still alive. Venerable Hui Jing has left the spiritual imprint of Venerable Hui Jing on the cave ben in Qianye Temple. If Venerable Hui Jing dies, although the spiritual imprint will not disappear immediately, at least it will slowly disappear. Half a month has passed, and the spiritual imprint has not changed at all, which shows that Venerable Hui Jing is living well.
Amitabha!
A Buddha's name rang out in the Prajna Hall, and an old monk walked into the Prajna Hall.
Senior Brother Hui Kong, I'm disturbing your practice.
Venerable Hike quickly stepped forward and saluted.
What happened to Junior Brother Hui Jing?
Venerable Hui Kong asked in a deep voice. He was not satisfied with Venerable Hui Ke. During this period of time, Venerable Hui Ke was taking care of Qianye Temple, but he actually caused so much trouble in Qianye Temple. Of course, Venerable Hui Jing was stronger than Venerable Hike, but Venerable Hui Jing had a problem when he was fighting against his inner demons in the temple. Venerable Hike didn't deal with it in time, and even let Patriarch Lu knock on his door. Although he didn't say any words of blame, his attitude was expressed.
Hui Jing was influenced by the inner demon and severely injured the 4 monks who were reading the monk's message. I wanted to hold him back in the 33rd heaven. Unexpectedly, the old devil Lu came and injured Hui Jing. After that, Hui Jing disappeared. However, Hui Jing is still alive, but he doesn't know where he is. What is his current situation? Hui Jing was seriously injured that day. He didn't bring any healing elixir with him, and he was in the period of inner demon attack.
Venerable Hike said without any concealment. Venerable Hui Kong was half an elder to him, and he had been taught by Venerable Hui Kong when he was young.
Activate all the secret spies. Activate the hidden secrets of each major sect. And we must find out the traces of Junior Brother Hui Jing. Before that, I will not go into seclusion and deal with this matter with you.
Venerable Hui Kong ordered in a deep voice.
Yes, Senior Brother.
Venerable Hui Ke bowed and responded.
In addition, start the training plan and start inspecting all great arhats.
Venerable Hui Kong then ordered. Venerable Hike was startled. He did not expect Venerable Hui Kong to have such a plan. This means that Venerable Hui Kong is not optimistic about Venerable Hui Jing's situation. and the chance of Venerable Huijing returning to Qinya Temple is extremely small. Although Venerable Huikong has not cultivated any magical powers, his long-term practice of the Divine Soul technique has enabled him to have a sense of many things. Most monks have this kind of induction, but his induction is more sensitive and accurate.
It's Huijing.
Venerable Hike did not say anything. He had been with Venerable Huijing for hundreds of years. It was extremely difficult for him to think that Venerable Huijing might never come back, even if he was a monk. Except,
I feel that junior brother Huijing is extremely far away from Qinya Temple, and may not even be in this world anymore.
Venerable Huikong also had a strange look in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, even though he trusted his induction, the situation of Venerable Huijing and the induction still puzzled him. Chapter 376 Transaction. Venerable Huijing, who was missed by Venerable Huikong and Venerable Hike, was sitting quietly cross-legged in the computer room. Next to him were the bodies of the nascent soul, the false infant, and the grand elder-level body-refining bodies. The heavenly ghost is resting in the nascent soul body. For the heavenly ghost, this kind of rest is a kind of practice. The nascent soul body passively strengthens the heavenly ghost. Tian Gui gained great benefits this time. It took several months after Li Shiming returned to the sect, and Tian Gui finally digested what he gained this time. The heavenly ghost has been able to control the fake baby's body to act like a normal person, but it is still unable to control the fake baby's body to participate in the battle, because it cannot mobilize the huge power of the fake baby's body and allow the fake baby's body to move normally and freely. Is already its limit. Li Shiming had also been stable for a few months. He calmed down from the surprise of getting Venerable Huijing, the servant of the Yuanying ancestor, and devoted himself to cultivation again, taking a large number of third-grade high-grade elixirs, and occasionally taking third-grade top-grade elixirs. His cultivation speed was far faster than that of other monks of the same level. During this period, his strength was getting closer and closer to the peak of the early Golden Core stage. But it could not be seen on the surface, because when he broke through to the Golden Core stage, the aura he revealed was not only insufficient in terms of total spiritual power. The rest is no different from the aura at the peak of Jin Dan's early stage. The strength of the Dueling Transformation Dragon has also stabilized. Although he has taken a lot of third-grade elixirs recently, his strength has improved extremely slowly. Think about it. The more noble the bloodline of the spirit beast, the longer its growth period. It is already very good that the Dueling Transformational Jiao can feel some growth in just a few months. After the Dueling Transformation Dragon became smaller, he stayed in the computer room every day, sharing the spiritual energy in the Yuanying level spiritual veins with Venerable Huijing. The circulation channel between him and his clone Li Yuanba was restored, and the newly transferred elder Jin Dan, who was guarding the Jingdao boundary mountain pass, joined in jointly safeguarding the smuggling business. That is to say, Chiba Temple wanted to set up a trap, so it sent Qiguang Arhut to cause trouble at the Jishan Pass. The rest of the Golden Core monks want to go there for the benefit of it. Without considerable resources, it is difficult to get ahead in the Golden Core stage. Li Shiming was sitting in the training room. He mobilized 150 brains and put them into the computer room space to conduct research on Venerable Huijing. This is an important job that he has added in recent months. The reason why he does not use all his brains is because he has dozens of brains, and has been controlling the 13 silver corpses to carry out scientific research and manufacturing work. Even recent contacts with the outside world have been handled by Yin Ji, and he rarely comes out to meet with guests. His mind sank into the body of Venerable Huijing, and through the connection of the reverse unequal servant contract, he shared the feelings of Venerable Huijing during his cultivation. For Li Shiming, sharing the feelings of ancestor Yuanying when he was practicing was as difficult as a primary school student watching college students solve advanced mathematics problems. Venerable Huijing's understanding of spiritual power has reached a level beyond his comprehension. But he is not without benefits. With the natal magic weapon Z15 to help him analyze and study, he can more or less get some high-level insights from Venerable Huijing. These insights should not be known by his level. No nascent soul ancestor would let other monks delve into his soul and share his feelings during cultivation. No matter how close the relationship is, it can't be this close. In the world of cultivating immortals, monks are actually lonely. The best relationship between monks, even the inheritance relationship between master and disciple, cannot make the master allow the disciple to get too close to him. The injured Venerable Huijing was unable to take action for a long time, but Li Shiming found another way to use him. Through this continuous sharing of Venerable Huijing's cultivation experience, Li Shiming felt that his understanding of spiritual power had improved a lot, As for how much improvement he has made, Li Shiming cannot use quantifiers to describe it. This is an indescribable feeling. There is no other way to share this high-level understanding without using the contract to connect with the soul of Venerable Huijing. This high-level understanding, even if he only gained some superficial knowledge, greatly improved his cultivation speed in the early stage of Golden Elixir. You must know that according to his judgment, even if he has enough third-grade elixir, it will take several years for him to advance to the middle stage of Golden Elixir. But in just a short time, he was close to the peak of the early Golden Elixir. If he hadn't felt that his realm was very stable, he would have doubted whether there was something wrong with his cultivation. Li Shiming did not last long. After an hour, he ended his soul connection with Venerable Huijing. He found a message on the contact card. After opening it, he found that it was a message from Jian Arhut from the Medicine Buddha Hall of Chiba Temple. He had previously used the Shushen sect's channels to spread the demand for the content of the
Badra body protection magic technique.
After the Golden Elixir stage, although body training exercises like the
Diamond body protecting magic technique
are powerful, they are too restrictive and require intensive study of Buddhism. Even large sects such as Shushen sect do not have the nascent soul chapter of the
Badra body protecting magic technique
content. Apart from Buddhist practice, few monks practice the
Badra body protection magical art.
Li Shiming also wanted to give it a try. He now has a wide circle of friends. And who knows which Golden Elixir monk will have all the contents of this technique. Jian Arhut of Chiba Temple is the Arhut in charge of alchemy affairs in the temple. He did not expect that Jian Arhut would take the initiative to contact him and offer to have the complete
Badra body protection divine art
in his hand. In fact, his need for the nascent soul chapter of the
Diamond body protection magic technique
is not urgent. His realm is at the early stage of the Golden Elixir, and it will take at least decades, or even hundreds of years, before he needs the nascent soul chapter of the
Badra body protection magic technique.
It's possible. It all depends on when he breaks through the nascent soul stage. But now that there is news about the complete
Badra body protection magic art,
he will not let it go. Xianye Temple had been in big trouble before, and it was impossible to cause trouble again at this time. As long as he did not leave the sword-holding peak and the gate of the Shushen sect, nothing would happen at all. He used the contact card to reply a message to Jian Arhut. He originally wanted to make an appointment with Jian Arhut, but he did not expect that Jian Arhut was waiting for him in the Shushen sect.
So proactive?
Li Shiming muttered to himself as he activated the sword-holding peak formation. A silver corpse in the underground factory area finished its work, exited the factory area, exited the cave, and waited in the pavilion. He has 13 silver corpses, only 2 of which are not 3-headed and 6-armed. One of them was made from the corpse of Ju Tuesday. Although the appearance of this refined corpse was changed by him, he would not choose to use this silver corpse. She went to meet the Arhut at Chiba Temple. The silver corpse he chose was the silver corpse cultivated by Elder Lu, who he killed. After such a long period of cultivation, its strength reached the peak of the middle stage of the silver corpse. Jian Arhut flew into the sword-holding peak. This seemingly ordinary spiritual peak was the dream destination for many Golden Elixir monks. Li Shiming, the master of alchemy, has almost affected the elixir affairs of the entire northern Shu continent. Fortunately, Li Shiming did not go all out in alchemy refining, which left a way for other alchemy masters to survive. Otherwise, with Li Shiming's powerful alchemy ability, it would be difficult for other alchemy masters in the Beishu continent to receive alchemy business. When Li Shiming was a senior alchemist, he showed a terrifying ability to refine 10 furnaces of second-grade elixirs at the same time. And he was also able to maintain the theoretical upper limit of the quality of 10 furnaces of second-grade elixirs. Jian Arhut was familiar with Li Shiming. Xianye Temple had previously been suspended from its alchemy business by Li Shiming because it had offended Li Shiming. In the end, Xianye Temple had to pay a lot of compensation before it could resume. This time, after Jian Arhut learned that Li Shiming wanted to obtain the nascent soul chapter of the
Badra body protection magic,
he immediately reported it to the temple. This was a good opportunity to make friends with Li Shiming. The nascent soul chapter of
Badra body protection magic technique
is only one of the top body training techniques in Xianye Temple. Its difficulty in training also means that this body training technique does not have to worry about leakage. The temple agreed to his proposal, and it was up to him to complete the matter. Xianye Temple has decided to cultivate a venerable person, which requires a lot of resources to be refined into elixirs from raw materials. And all the Golden Elixir monks in the entire Beishu continent know that it is most cost-effective to hand over the elixir refining materials to Li Shiming. although Li Shiming will take a commission from it. The value of the refined elixir alone far exceeds his commission. Although Li Shiming currently does not have the ability to refine the late-stage elixir of the golden elixir, Qianye Temple's resources to cultivate great arhats cannot be refined at once. And the same period will take more than 100 years. When Li Shiming's realm reaches the middle stage of the golden elixir, he can refine the elixir of the late golden elixir. When Li Shiming's realm reaches the late stage of the golden elixir, he can refine the most important fourth-grade elixir. These are all within Qianye Temple's calculations. The only thing that needs to be considered is whether Li Shiming can handle the alchemy. This is the task of Xian Arhat. As soon as he reached the top of the sword-holding peak, Xian Arhat felt the aura of the silver corpse. To him, this aura was an evil presence, and he almost wanted to kill him. But thinking that this was Master Li's territory, he suppressed the urge to take action.
Xian Arhat, I am in seclusion, and it is inconvenient for me to move my body. Please forgive me for meeting you in this way.
A sound like metal friction came from the silver corpse's mouth. Xian Arhat's face was filled with confusion. He did not expect that the dignified head of Qianye Temple's Medicine Buddha Hall would not be able to meet Li Shiming in person. He almost turned around and left. In a short period of time, his mood fluctuated continuously, which was extremely rare for him as a Buddhist cultivator.
Master Li, it's an honor for you to meet me despite your busy schedule.
No matter how angry he is, he must remember Qianba Temple's instructions and must pretend to be humble.
What price will I have to pay for the entire Vajra body protection magic?
Li Shiming asked very directly through the silver corpse.
I think Master Li also knows that the Vajra body protection magic technique is the top body refining technique in Buddhism. The Vajra body protection magic technique in my hand includes parts of the nascent soul stage, and its value is among all the techniques in the northern Shu continent. They are all the highest. My requirements are not high. I only need to agree with Master Li to refine the elixir 20 times.
Xian Arhat said with a smile. 20 shots at refining the pill may not sound like much. But Li Shiming immediately thought of the key. Xian Arhat did not ask him to make the elixir immediately, but agreed to make the elixir 20 times. With Qianye Temple's relationship, even through the channels of Beishu Trading Company, if you want to refine the third-grade elixir in the middle stage of the golden elixir, 20 furnaces of elixir are not a problem at all. Since Qianye Temple made such an agreement, it must not be for the third-grade elixir in the middle stage of the golden elixir. You must know that as the quality of the elixir increases, the time and energy required to refine the elixir will also double. The third-grade elixir in the early stage of the golden elixir can be refined in 1 hour. But the third-grade elixir in the middle stage of the golden elixir takes more than 3 hours. This depends on the degree of trouble in processing the third-grade elixir. If it is a third-grade elixir in the late stage of the golden elixir, it will take 6 to 10 hours, while a fourth-grade elixir will take several days. If Li Shiming can really refine the third-grade spiritual elixir in the later stage of the golden elixir, he will need to consider the attitude of the Shushan sect when taking over the elixir refining business. Different from the previous third-grade elixir, the third-grade elixir taken in the later stage of Jin Dan is already a strategic level resource. The Shushan sect strictly restricts Li Shiming from refining third-grade elixirs of the late Jin Dan period, especially third-grade elixirs that involve promotion to the nascent soul stage.
Xian Arhat, please clarify the level and quality requirements for the 20 shots of alchemy, and then I will consider whether to trade.
Li Shiming said in a deep voice through the silver corpse. Xian Luohan did not expect that Li Shiming would be so careful, and did not let him catch the loophole.
I have some special third-grade elixirs that require masters to advance to the middle and late stages of golden elixirs before they can be refined. I am optimistic about your future. This is also a kind of gamble. I believe that the conditions I gave are very suitable.
Xian Luohan tried to argue.
Xian Arhat underestimates me so much that he still needs to gamble on me to advance to the middle and late stages of the golden elixir. I made it clear that I can agree to the conditions. But every time I refine an elixir, I need to prepare a separate reward that matches the spiritual elixir I refine.
Li Shiming said calmly through Yin Ji. He thought more. From what Xian Arhat meant, he heard that the elixirs that needed to be refined were not only third-grade elixirs, but even fourth-grade elixirs. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned that he needed to be promoted to the late golden elixir stage. As for the special fourth-grade elixir in the later stages of Jin Dan promotion, the only supporting fourth-grade elixir for nascent soul promotion is the one. He didn't care about refining the fourth-grade elixir for Qianye Temple to be promoted to nascent soul, because he also needed the supporting fourth-grade elixir. Even though the Shushan sect provided him with a set of fourth-grade elixirs for nascent soul promotion, The clone Li Yuanba was also inferior. Not to mention his body, which contained 5 golden elixirs. Who knew what he would encounter when he broke through? Trouble. It's always good to be more prepared.
No problem. Master Li, please rest assured about the reward.
Jian Arhat replied with a smile on his face, feeling relieved. As long as Li Shiming agrees to make the alchemy, everything else is easy to talk about. For a large sect like Qianya Temple, the reward is just a small matter. Chapter 377 Induction. Li Shiming held a golden jade slip in his hand, which was brought back by the silver corpse just now. Jian Arhat was quite happy. And after Li Shiming agreed to the conditions, he left the entire
Vajra Body Protection Magic Technique.
The entire content of
Vajra Body Protection Divine Art
was copied into the natal magic weapon Z15 after his spiritual thoughts entered the jade slip. It is obvious that Chiba Temple did not use any hands or feet to create this
Diamond Body Protection Magic Technique,
because it not only includes the content of the technique, but also the insights of many monks who have practiced
Vajra Body Protection Magic Technique.
This can be said to be a complete body training technique inheritance. With techniques, insights, and experiences, this inheritance takes thousands of years to summarize. But it was such an inheritance of
Vajra Body Protection Magic
that surprised Li Shiming. But it was easily given to him by Qianya Temple. What Li Shiming didn't know was that the reason why this inheritance was so complete was the goodwill expressed by Qianya Temple to him. During the period when Qianya Temple's strength weakened, Li Shiming, the master of alchemy, became even more important. In addition to the plan to cultivate the Venerable, which requires Li Shiming's help, there are other elixirs that also require Li Shiming's help. Besides, the plan to cultivate Venerables is not 100% successful, let alone 100%. A 10% success rate would be good. In case of failure, Li Shiming will need to continue to help refine the elixir. These matters must be settled with Li Shiming in advance. After carefully comparing this
Diamond Body Protection Magic Technique,
he found that it was somewhat different from the
Vajra Body Protection Magic Technique
he practiced. The
Vajra Body Protection Magic Art
is widely circulated, at least in the Golden Elixir chapter and its previous contents. Many sects have collected them. However, in the circulation, whether intentionally or unintentionally, there will always be some errors and omissions in the content. In his opinion, Qianya Temple's
Vajra Body Protection Divine Art
should be the most authentic. Based on the content of this inheritance, he fine-tuned his Vajra power. He has reached the perfect level of
Diamond Body Protection Divine Art
in the Golden Elixir chapter. In the Golden Elixir stage, he has already reached the Great Elder level of body refining strength, and there is no way to improve in this aspect. But after fine-tuning the Vajra power, he found that his body refining strength had increased by 10%. This achievement was brought about by pure skills. After fine-tuning the Vajra power in his body, the bonus to his body increased. Li Shiming returned to his daily life of practicing alchemy and research. And Li Yuanba in Saluo's sect was also safe. Cultivation is timeless. And 1 year has passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Li Shiming opened his eyes while practicing, his eyes full of surprise. Just now, his heart was throbbing, as if something was about to happen. There weren't many things that worried him in this world. Apart from him and his clone Li Yuanba, there was Yin Shirlan. He sent a message to Yin Shirlan, but found that there was no response. He immediately contacted the familiar monks from Qianhuan sect, and the response he received was that Yin Shirlan had gone into seclusion again. Yin Shirlan would close down every once in a while. She didn't practice so hard originally, but she worked so hard after Li Shiming provided a lot of spiritual elixirs for cultivation, and Li Shiming was promoted to golden elixirs early. She had agreed with Li Shiming that Jin Danqi would become a Taoist companion. Due to her temperament, she would not tell this reason, but her performance let Li Shiming know this, since something happened not to Yin Shirlan. Then, Li Shiming suddenly thought of Tianhai Island and his earthly home that he had not contacted for a long time. At once, he found the cause of his heart palpitations. Something happened to his father. The reason for this feeling became clear when he thought of his home on Tianhai Island. Although cultivating immortals means being isolated from the world, he is still a human being and still has his own feelings.
I miss home,
he muttered to himself, uttering the most humane words in years. He felt that he could not stay for a moment, and he needed to go to Tianhai Island immediately. He casually put away all the things that should be put away, and walked out of the cave. Then he walked out, and came to the outside of Tianmu Peak to cast a spell. Li Shiming was lucky. Not long after he played the magic formula, He received a reply from his master, Elder Su, asking him to come in. He flew into Tianmu Peak and arrived outside the master's cave. The cave has been opened. He walked into the cave and saw his master, Elder Su, waiting for him.
I've met the master.
Li Shiming bowed and saluted.
Shiming, you haven't left the cave for a long time. What happened today?
Elder Su looked at Li Shiming and asked with a smile. He could sense the aura on Li Shiming's body. Although Li Shiming's aura was at the peak of the early stage of the Golden Elixir since he was promoted to the Golden Elixir, Li Shiming's aura at this time was obviously the real peak of the early stage of the Golden Elixir. He had a feeling that his disciple was about to catch up. Li Shiming's senior sister Yi Jingxian achieved Elixir before Li Shiming, but she has not yet truly formed the combat effectiveness of the Golden Elixir stage. 10 years after achieving the Golden Elixir, the monks need to convert their major skills to the Golden Elixir chapter to make the spiritual power in the Golden Elixir sufficient. They also need to refine their own natal magic weapons and other magic weapons so that they can at least have attack and defense capabilities, matching combat capabilities. But the disciple in front of him had completed the decades of training that other Jindan monks had taken him to in just a short period of time. In this way, Li Shiming also achieved unprecedented achievements in alchemy. Elder Su was extremely proud. Li Shiming was his most successful disciple, and an important member of their lineage.
Master, I want to go back to Tianhai Island to have a look.
Li Shiming solemnly made his request.
This is no small matter. Although the Mingxin sect over there is not very strong, it is still a sect with fake babies,
Elder Su said with a slight frown. Although Li Shiming broke the rumors of his good fortune by safely entering and exiting the mountain gate again and again, it was still too dangerous to go far away from the Beishu continent to Tianhai Island, where the sect had no influence. Li Shiming is different from ordinary disciples. He is the alchemy master of Shushan sect, and his status in the sect is already higher than Elder Su. And as Li Shiming's realm improves, his status will become higher and higher. Elder Su never wanted Li Shiming to get involved in danger. If something happened to Li Shiming, it would be a heavy loss to the Shushan sect.
Master, I sense that something happened to my relatives in the world.
Li Shiming stated his reason. Elder Su was slightly startled. He had almost forgotten this matter. Considering Li Shiming's age, Li Shiming did have relatives in the world. No wonder Elder Su would forget this. For normal monks, they are generally over 100 years old when they reach the Golden Elixir stage. This is still a monk who has just broken through the Golden Elixir stage. That's it. All the relatives he knew in the secular world should be deceased at the age of 100. And those younger generations in the family, who have never met, will not have any feelings. Therefore, monks in the Golden Elixir stage are almost completely disconnected from the world, truly transcending the mortal world and having no worries.
Wait a minute,
Elder Su said after pondering for a moment. He cast a spell in front of Li Shiming. After about a stick of incense, Li Shiming felt his whole body tighten and his breathing was not smooth. However, he did not feel the danger, but he understood that this was the arrival of the nascent soul ancestor. Among all the Golden Elixir monks in the entire world of immortality, who has studied the Yuanying ancestor the most deeply, it is definitely him. Apart from him, who else would make the ancestor of nascent soul willing to let the Golden Elixir monk study his body, and even allow the Golden Elixir monks to understand his Yuanying and soul?
I've met ancestors.
Elder Su bowed and saluted. Li Shiming quickly followed suit and saluted. He still respected Zhua ancestor very much. Although Ancestor Zhua and Ancestor Fan belonged to two factions within the Shushan sect, to Ancestor Yuanying, the so-called factions are just a game between the younger generations. What they are more interested in is the sect. Disciples like Li Shiming who are extremely important to the sect are naturally the ones they pay the most attention to.
Shiming, are you planning to go to Tianhai Island?
Zhua Laozu waved his hand to Elder Su, helped him up, then turned to Li Shiming and asked. Without waiting for Li Shiming to answer, Zhua Laozu continued.
You have reached the peak of the early stage of the Golden Core. You really need to go out and have more experiences and insights to break through to the middle stage of the Golden Core earlier. The Ming Dynasty over there on Tianhai Island. Xi and Zong. Don't worry. I have a token here for you to take with you. If you really encounter Ming Xi and Zong's fake baby, show it to him.
Li Shiming bowed and took the token. It was a jade token. This jade was of third-grade quality. If it was placed in the hands of a Golden Elixir monk, he would probably refine it into a magic weapon. But in the hands of Zhua ancestor, it would be a magic weapon. It is the quality of the borrowed jade tablet that contains a trace of his power.
If something happens to you, I will exterminate the Mingxin sect.
Zhuo took a deep look at Li Shiming again, and disappeared after saying these words. Li Shiming was still a little unaccustomed to Zhuo's style of doing things. During this short meeting, he left without even waiting for him to say a word.
Shiming, the sect is still very interested in you. With this token, unless the Mingxin sect is crazy, there is no way they can do anything to you.
Elder Su felt relieved and said with a smile.
Thank you, Master.
Li Shiming bowed.
When do you plan to leave?
Elder Su asked, waving his hand.
I don't need any preparations, and I'm not in a hurry for some alchemy business. I'll say goodbye to the Master and leave.
Li Shiming replied.
When you cross the North Sea, you only need to put the Shushan sect's mark on the flying boat, and the sea monsters will not attack you. Be careful along the way, and don't act recklessly.
Even with Zhuo Ancestor's token, Elder Su still warned carefully. After coming out of Elder Su's Tianmu Peak, Li Shiming went to Elder Ma to say goodbye. Then he left a message for Yin Shuan and set off, this time to go to Tianhai Island. He was still planning to take the Shirwanda Mountain instead of the other farther route given by the sect. The route given by the sect bypassed the Sun Luo sect's territory, but that route was almost a third longer. He was anxious at this time and hoped to return to Tianhai Island as soon as possible. He didn't want to delay for a moment longer. After Li Shiming came out of the mountain gate, he used the
secret technique of concealing the soul
and the
secret technique of covering the sky,
at the same time, making himself invisible in the shadows and using
lotus growing step by step
to move forward. He reached the boundary mountain level as quickly as possible without disturbing any monks. He deviated from the main formation of the level at one point and used his knowledge of formations to pass through the two great formations of good and evil. When he arrived at the 100,000 mountains, he did not meet his clone Li Yuanba and continued towards the depths of the 100,000 mountains. With the way he was traveling, as long as he didn't look for trouble and didn't have the misfortune to directly collide with the ancestor of nascent soul, there wouldn't be any delay. He remembered that when he first landed on the Beishu continent, he walked for a long time on this route alone. Now he didn't stop at all along the way. It took him a few hours to pass through the 100,000 mountains and arrived at the closest point to Tianhai Island on the North Sea. When he came to the sea, he did not use
Bu Shang Lotus.
Again, there were fourth-grade sea beasts in the sea, which he could not provoke. He summoned the meteor ink boat honestly, and there was the Shushan sect's mark on the meteor ink boat. This mark is not just marked casually. It requires special spiritual objects distributed by the sect to inspire it. It can be said that this mark represents the Shushan sect. Ignoring the Shushan sect's mark is a provocation to the Shushan sect. Although his master, Elder Su, had told him that with the mark of the Shushan sect, he could safely cross the North Sea, Li Shiming was still fully on guard. He still remembered that when he used the rocket to cross the North Sea, the terrifying and huge Dharma was ready to stop the rocket. Even though he later met many nascent soul ancestors, the impression left on him by the huge Dharma image on the North Sea still made him feel deeply fearful. That fourth-grade sea beast was aimed at him at that time. That incomparably powerful aura, and that thunderous roar made his soul tremble every time he thought about it. Entering the North Sea also left the range of the UAV satellite system, which made him a little unaccustomed to relying on the UAV satellite system. He has a map between Beihai and Tianhai Island, a detailed map preserved on jade slips, so he doesn't have to worry about getting lost. Meteor Ink boat is a third-grade flying boat. After such a long period of training, he has long been able to control it 100%. It was also the first time that Li Shiming opened the Meteor Ink boat at full speed. The Meteor Ink boat not only consumed spiritual stones, but also consumed his spiritual power. He was very safe along the way. The Shushan sect's mark seemed to be very effective. No sea beasts attacked his Meteor Black boat. Of course, with the speed of Meteor Mojo, there are probably not many sea beasts that can catch up and launch attacks. Even among the sea beasts of the Great Demon level, only those in the middle and late stages of the Great Demon can pose a threat to Meteor Ink boat. And this still requires sea beasts that are good at speed. The fourth-grade sea beast that Li Shiming was most worried about, the powerful existence equivalent to the ancestor of nascent soul, did not appear. When he saw the faint seven-star island in the distance, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He did not get too close to Qixing Island, but chose to bypass Qixing Island, which was Tianhai Island's first line of defense in the sea. He knew something about the formation on Seven-Star Island and knew its maximum range. He didn't know if there were Jindan monks stationed on Qixing Island now, but he thought that when Mingxin sect took over Tianhai Island, they would also set up defenses on Qixing Island. Chapter 378 Going Home.
Tianhai Island. I'm back.
Li Shiming murmured to himself when he arrived on land. Since he left when he was more than 10 years old, he is now close to 40 years old. Due to the effect of Juyan Dan, his face remains the same as before, but his state of mind is completely different. He sniffed the air of Tianhai Island, and the smell of this air often appeared in his memories. Meteor Emojo's speed slowed down, and when he arrived on land, he no longer needed to worry about his own safety. This is not the northern Shu continent. The Golden Core stage monks here are already at the top of their combat power. The only fake infant ancestor also has the token given by Zhou ancestor, so there is no need to consider the threat of the fake infant. The first feeling I got when I came to Tianhai Island was that it was barren. It didn't mean the soil here, but the concentration of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy intensity of Tianhai Island is obviously much worse than that of Beishu continent. This is probably one of the reasons why the strength of monks here is generally low. The influence of the richness of spiritual energy on monks is not very obvious. Monks practice with the help of spiritual veins and spiritual energy gathering arrays. However, a low level of spiritual energy means that spiritual resources are scarce and of low quality. This is the most serious problem. Li Shiming sat in the flying boat and set Nanling Mansion as the destination. His eyes kept scanning the scenery on the ground, trying to find familiar scenery. Although the speed of Meteor Ink boat has slowed down a bit, it is still very fast. It can take up to 3 hours to reach the original boundary of Nanling Mansion. He also met some monks along the way. Those monks were of too low a level, and were scared away when they saw flying boats flying in the sky from a distance. After traveling for more than an hour, he discovered a chase. With his temperament, he would be too lazy to interfere in this kind of battle in the world of immortality. But when he used his divine vision to see clearly the monk being chased, his powerful memory reminded him of the monk's identity. Li Shiming thought, and the Meteor Ink boat turned and flew towards the monk. Zhu Ji sensed the spiritual power in the spiritual lake. Behind him were 2 early-stage foundation building monks of the same level. His strength was already weaker than any of them, and he consumed more spiritual power in the chase. This caused his spiritual power to be exhausted. A helpless and bitter smile appeared on his face. After the Tianhai sect's mountain gate was broken, he followed the sect and wandered outside. He was spotted by a late-stage foundation building monk and became his disciple. He was lucky enough to use some resources to be promoted to a foundation building monk. Although he was under constant oppression from the Mingyu sect, he still lived a good life. But this time when he went to Fanshe to buy resources, he was targeted by 2 Mingyu sect monks. And this was the beginning of a chase.
It seems that we have to answer here today, so why not fight for it?
He mobilized the remaining spiritual power, stopped running away, and turned around to stop. The 2 chasing Mingxin sect monks saw him stop, dispersed to the left and right, and surrounded him. When the 2 Mingxin sect monks took out 2 spiritual weapons respectively, Zhu Ji's heart sank. Although he was also a monk in the early stage of foundation building, he was still using super-grade magic weapons. 1 against 2. Both the magic weapon and the strength are much weaker, and he will definitely die in this battle. Just as Zhu Ji was waiting for death, a pressure came down from the sky. The spiritual weapons of the 2 Mingxin sect monks were fixed in the air, only 1 meter away from Zhu Ji, but unable to move any further.
I have protected this person. You go!
A young voice came from the air, although they didn't know who the other party was. As disciples of sects such as Mingxin sect, they knew what this kind of pressure represented. This was a Golden Core cultivator.
Senior, since you have spoken, we should leave.
After feeling the pressure on his body weakening, the Yiming Xian sect monk bowed and said without being humble or arrogant. Li Shiming couldn't help but nodded. Such monks have been carefully cultivated by the sect, and they will maintain the pride of the sect even when facing Jindan monks. He also had no intention of taking action against the 2 Mingxin sect monks. His strength was not yet strong enough to resist the power of the fake infant. He came back this time to visit relatives and didn't want to cause any trouble. If he really wanted to take revenge for being kicked out of Tianhai Island by Mingxin sect, he would have to wait until his strength increased enough to crush Mingxin sect. The 2 Mingxin sect monks retreated a distance, turned around and flew away with their spiritual weapons. Li Shiming put away the flying boat, fell from the sky, and landed in front of Zhu Ji. Zhu Ji's face didn't change much. It just lost its original youthfulness and became calmer. The lifespan of a monk in the Qi Chain stage is about 150 years, and that of a monk in the foundation stage is 200 years. 20 years is not enough for a monk to change much. Unless the monk is in the last days of his life, the rate of aging will increase exponentially. Zhu Ji stared blankly at the monk in front of him. He almost opened his mouth to call out a name. The name of the genius monk of Tianhai sect. The young man who had been trained under him when he first entered. The reason why he didn't call out his name was because the other party was a Jin Dan monk, and calling him by his first name was extremely disrespectful. Second, the face of the Jin Dan monk in front of him was really too young. Although he was exactly the same as the boy back then, there was no way he had not changed at all after 20 years.
Senior brother Zhu Ji. Long time no see.
Li Shiming said with a smile.
Are you really Li Shiming?
Zhu Ji asked in disbelief even when he heard Li Shiming call his name. It has only been 20 years. In 20 years, he was at the 8th level of Chain Qi. Li Shiming first entered the sect. And even when Mingxin sect invaded, Li Shiming was only at the late stage of Chain Qi. But 20 years later, Li Shiming stood in front of him. But he was already a Jin Dan monk, which made him doubt his eyes.
It seems that senior brother still remembers me,
Li Shiming said very happily. It feels so good to be remembered. It is difficult for monks to have a deep relationship. Back then, Zhu Ji taught him basic knowledge. But later on, there was almost no contact. Because Li Shiming has Z15. His memory is shared with Z15. And he can retrieve relevant memory scenes from his memory at any time. No matter how many years have passed. As long as Zhu Ji has not changed beyond recognition, he can recognize it at a glance.
I don't dare to be called senior by my seniors.
Zhu Ji recovered from the shock and saluted respectfully. Li Shiming sighed secretly in his heart. He knew it would be like this.
I wonder how the Tianheizong is doing.
Li Shiming waved his hand to ask Zhu Ji to stand up. And then asked. He also knew something about the Tianhai sect. Elder Yin and Elder Ren also brought some news when they came to Beishu continent. But what happened after that was unclear.
The Tianhai sect has long since disappeared. Now the 7 sects have merged into one, and have been driven to the seaside to survive.
Zhu Ji mentioned the Tianhai sect with a look of sadness on his face. He is different from Li Shiming. He has been near Tianhai sect since he was born, and later joined Tianhai sect. It can be said that he has the most authentic blood of Tianhai sect. Therefore, his feelings for Tianheizong are very deep, which is far from Li Shiming's view of Tianheizong as a ladder to improve his strength. Zhu Ji talked a lot after that, and also let Li Shiming know the current situation on Tianhai Island. The Mingxin sect was the only one. But the Mingxin sect did not completely kill the other 7 sects. Instead, the 7 sects were blocked and suppressed with all their strength. Since the cultivation resources of the 7 sects were unavailable, the Jin Dan elders were looking for other ways out. Even if the 7 sects were unified, there would only be 9 Jin Dan elders left. You must know that at the peak of the 7 sects, there were more than 20 Jin Dan elders. And this is still an official number. Elder Xiangyin and Elder Ren are the Jin Dan elders who left. There is no other way to leave. Without the supply of resources, it will be difficult for the Jin Dan elders to even maintain their own strength, let alone improve their strength. No golden core cultivator with any ambition would ever want to be trapped in a hopeless place like Tianhai Island. As for why the Mingxin sect didn't kill them all, Li Shiming was too familiar with this method. If Mingxin sect really has no enemies in Tianhai sect, then Mingxin sect will slowly become corrupt. This is a lesson learned from the rise and fall of countless sects. Without external enemies, the sect would have no bloody spirit and upward motivation. Leaving the 7 weak sects behind would allow the disciples of the Mingxin sect to have enemies to fight with.
Senior, what are your plans for coming back this time?
Zhu Ji looked at Li Shiming's face carefully and asked uneasily. In front of Li Shiming, even if Li Shiming restrained his spiritual energy fluctuations, there was still a terrifying oppressive force coming from Li Shiming. He didn't know what Li Shiming's strength was, but he didn't feel this way even when facing Elder Jin Dan in the sect. If Li Shiming can return to the sect, although the current sect is no longer Tianhai sect, the integration of the 7 sects can be regarded as the continuation of Tianhai sect. Then the strength of the sect will definitely be greatly improved.
I have already joined other sections. I came back this time just to have a look.
Li Shiming shook his head. He thought for a while, took out a jade bottle, and threw it over.
Meeting can be considered fate. We will meet again in the future if we are destined.
After saying that, he flew into the air, took out the meteor ink boat and left. Zhu Ji held the jade bottle in his hand and looked at Li Shiming's flying boat until it was no longer visible, and then withdrew his gaze. No matter how little knowledge he had, he still saw that the flying boat was a magic weapon. It seemed that Li Shiming was doing very well outside. He opened the jade bottle in his hand and sniffed it. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. There were 10 second-grade high-grade elixirs in the jade bottle, the quality of which exceeded his imagination. Although he only took a slight sniff, he felt the stirring of the spiritual lake in his body, and his spiritual power increased a little. If he takes all 10 second-grade high-level elixirs, his strength will at least increase by a small level. He quickly looked around and found that no other monks were there. He carefully put away the jade bottle, shrunk his body, and ran away quickly. Li Shiming had no intention of intervening in the affairs of the seven sects, so he speeded up the flying boat. Nanling Mansion is in the south of Xia Kingdom, where he traveled through time. When approaching Nanling Mansion, he put away the meteor ink boat, blessed himself with an invisibility spell, and flew into Nanling Mansion. The familiar streets have changed, and every face here is unfamiliar. The soldiers who were originally familiar at the gate of the government office have also changed into unfamiliar appearances. His mind swept across the government office and found that the owner had changed long ago. He was at a loss for a moment. He had no intelligence support in Xia Kingdom, which made it impossible for him to know where his father was currently. His eyes fell on the main study room, where there was a middle-aged man wearing a 4th grade official robe. The main study is the master study. In this government office, only the prefect is eligible to use it. Li Shiming fell into the room through the open window, and then he released his invisibility.
Who are you? Do you know that I am the 4th rank of the Xia Kingdom and the master of a mansion?
The prefect saw Li Shiming suddenly appearing. Although he was a little surprised, he still asked in a deep voice. He probably thought that if he spread his voice, soldiers would come over. But he didn't know that Li Shiming had sealed off the surroundings of the study a long time ago. Not to mention the sound. Even if there were people standing at the door, they couldn't see what was going on inside. Li Shiming didn't answer. He took a look around the study. There were not many changes here. The furnishings were still the same, but the books were changed.
Where did Magistrate Li, who used to live here, go?
After looking around, he turned to look at the magistrate and asked,
Are you an immortal?
The prefect glanced at the 2 soldiers standing not far from the study. It seemed that they didn't know what was happening here. He reacted and asked aloud.
Answer my question,
Li Shiming said impatiently.
Master Li was promoted to the capital 10 years ago.
After the prefect guessed that Li Shiming was an immortal, his attitude immediately became respectful, and he answered the question honestly. Li Shiming was overjoyed, but he did not expect that the prefect did know his father's whereabouts.
Excuse me.
Li Shiming nodded and disappeared in a flash. The prefect stood there for a long time, and did not call the soldiers outside, but looked at the place where Li Shiming disappeared with fanatical and envious eyes. Li Shiming came out of the study. He reapplied the invisibility spell to himself. He flew over the garden. Here was a precious memory of his. He copied the scenery here into his natal magic weapon Z15, which he could read at any time in the future. From here to the capital, he no longer used the flying boat, but directly used the
step-by-step lotus.
He even did not use the
charming soul concealment secret technique
and
cover the sky concealment technique.
Only used ordinary invisibility spells. The monks in Xia Kingdom probably haven't even reached the foundation building stage. An ordinary invisibility spell is enough to make it impossible for the monks here to see through it, let alone other mortals. In front of the old house in the capital, Li Shiming looked at the somewhat old vermilion door without using his spiritual thoughts. Relying on the feeling between relatives, he knew that his father Li Wenyuan was here. Considering the age of the gate, and the fact that his father Li Wenyuan was still a 4th rank official when he left, if his father returned to the capital, he should at least have a mansion suitable for his status. It was obvious that the Li family was in decline. He knocked on the door. After more than 10 breaths after the knocker hit, the door slowly opened a gap.
Master! It's the master! The master is back!
The person who opened the door was stunned for a moment when he saw Li Shiming. And then he shouted in surprise. And then he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Chapter 379 Greetings.
Mo Yin!
Li Shiming looked at the gray-haired man who kept kowtowing to him, and recognized that this was his boy, Mo Yin. In 20 years, Mo Yin, who is similar to him in age, has shown some signs of aging.
It's me, Master. Master still remembers me,
Mo Yin said with a smile, his face full of tears. He thought of something, stepped aside and opened the door and said,
Master, come in quickly. Master has been very unwell recently.
No, I'm just nagging the young master. Li Shiming smiled and walked into the door. Because Mo Yin's voice was loud, it alarmed several people inside. Li Shiming saw a middle-aged woman and the young men next to him, who looked like Mo Yin before, and couldn't help but look at Mo Yin.
Master, Mo Yin is already the housekeeper. This is my son. This is my boy. They work at home.
Mo Yin introduced with a bow. He turned to the middle-aged woman and the young man and scolded.
Why don't you do that?
But come and meet the young master. I've seen the young master.
The middle-aged woman and her son knelt down and kowtowed to Li Shiming.
Get up.
Li Shiming almost forgot about secular etiquette and was not used to this kind of etiquette. He waved his hand and said. He looked at Mo Yan's family and knew that the family was really in decline. He felt that there were only 6 people in the house, and there were 3 in Mo Yan's family alone. For Sanjin Hospital, this number of people was very few. Mo Yan led Li Shiming towards the second gate. Since there were no female relatives in the family, the rules were not so strict. He led Li Shiming through the second gate. Li Shiming saw a figure holding a basin. She was also a woman in her 30s with a girl's bun. When the woman saw Li Shiming, the water basin in her hand fell to the ground with a clang.
Master.
The woman called out the long-lost title in disbelief, just like she did 20 years ago.
Sichin, you have grown up.
Li Shiming looked at Sichin and said with a smile on his face. He looked at Sichin's bun again and frowned slightly. With Sichin's age, he should have been married long ago. Why is he still wearing this bun?
Cough, cough, cough.
A violent cough came from the bedroom. Li Shiming patted Sichin on the shoulder and walked into the master bedroom. In the master bedroom, a 15-year-old boy was supporting a skinny old man. The old man's violent coughing made the white hair on his head tremble continuously. Suddenly, the old man stopped coughing. He saw Li Shiming coming in, and his originally cloudy eyes suddenly became brighter.
Unfilial Li Shiming has met his father.
Li Shiming knelt on the ground, knocked his head down hard, and said excitedly,
Shiming, you're back.
The old man struggled to get out of bed, but his skinny body could not support him to sit up. The young man next to him tried hard to help the old man up. The old man was unable to get out of bed and reached out to touch Li Shiming. Li Shiming knelt down in front of the bed and put his head in front of the old man's hand.
Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed at all. You are right. The choice to become an immortal is the right one.
The old man said slowly with a smile, followed by another violent cough. Li Shiming's spiritual thoughts swept over the old man's body. With his state, and the help of a lot of medical knowledge in the natal magic weapon Z15, he quickly discovered the old man's condition. The old man was injured. The injury was delayed for too long and damaged his roots. He cast a spell. An ray of white light fell on the old man's body. The white light was in the old man's body, treating the inflammation and lesions caused by the injury. After a while, the old man's face became rosier. Li Shiming was not happy. His father's body was fundamentally damaged. Coupled with his old age, his lifespan had come to an end. Although he is a golden elixir monk and even possesses invincible strength in the golden elixir, he is still powerless against Shoyuan. The life-extending elixir in the world of immortality itself is extremely precious and rare. Even if he had it, he couldn't give it to his mortal father. His heart was heavy, but he thought of another thing. He knew about his father's body. Although he was very weak when he left, he was aware of his father's physical condition. With the spiritual tea he left behind, his father would not be in danger. In 20 years, my body has become like this. In addition, how his father was injured was the main reason why his father's lifespan was exhausted. He suppressed the thoughts of his heart and kept a smile on his face. Father, how do you feel? Li Shiming stepped forward and took his father's hand from the young man and asked.
I feel much better. My whole body is relaxed.
Li Wenyuan's eyes never left Li Shiming. He seemed to feel that his body was not as important as looking at Li Shiming.
That's good. I'll help you adjust for a while. And then you can move around freely,
Li Shiming said with a smile. But he knew in his heart that his father would not live for more than 1 year at most. And human power could not save him. The matter of longevity was determined by the rules of heaven and earth.
Shiji, hurry up and call me brother.
Li Wenyuan thought of the young man beside him and said to him,
Brother.
The young man named Shiji shouted shyly. Li Shiming looked at his father inexplicably. He didn't feel much of the blood of close relatives from this young man's body. Although the blood was from their line, this blood was definitely not his younger brother. In this regard, monks have special means to verify. And Li Shiming does not need complicated verification, because his induction is more sensitive.
This child was adopted from the clan after I returned to the capital. He is a good boy. He has always taken care of me.
Speaking of Shiji, Li Wenyuan touched Shiji's head lovingly with his hand. Li Shiming also looked at Li Shiji, warmth flashing in his eyes. He left his father, who was probably extremely lonely. My father has a love that is rare in this world. He can never forget his deceased wife in his life. After he passed away, he was able to adopt a child to fill the emptiness beside his father. He was very grateful to Li Shiji.
Shiming, how long will you stay back this time?
Although Li Wenyuan didn't want to affect Li Shiming's cultivation of immortality, he still couldn't help asking.
I'll stay with you. I won't leave.
Li Shiming said with a smile. Cultivation as an immortal is important, but companionship in the end is also important. Besides, now that he is in the secular world, it will not affect his cultivation. He has nascent soul-level spiritual veins with him, as well as a large number of third-level cultivation auxiliary elixirs.
It won't affect you, right?
Li Wenyuan's eyes were full of smiles, but he still asked uneasily.
Don't worry.
Li Shiming gently patted his father's arm and said, he sensed Li Wenyuan's condition. Although he used methods to treat Li Wenyuan's illness, his long-term physical deficit could not be recovered in a moment. He waved his hand again and cast a small spell to help him sleep. Li Wenyuan fell asleep with a smile on his face. Whether it was physically or mentally, he would get a good rest in this sleep.
Shiji, you should also take a rest.
Li Shiming looked at the tired Li Shiji and smiled.
Okay, brother.
Li Shiji looked at this eldest brother, and for some reason, he felt at ease in his heart. The original heaviness at home was no longer there. Li Shiming helped his father tighten the quilt, and then walked out of the master bedroom. Mo Yin and Sichin were waiting outside.
My father has recovered from his illness. Do you know who hurt my father?
Mo Yin? Li Shiming looked at Mo Yin and asked in a deep voice.
The master was dismissed from office a few years ago, and was brought back. I don't know how the master was injured. The income from the mansion was gone, and all the servants were cleared, leaving Sichin and I alone.
Mo Yin thought for a while and replied. He is just a small butler. Due to the decline of the Li mansion, he is more like a steward and does not even have any face outside.
I'll go find out.
Li Shiming nodded. He turned to look at Sichin and asked.
Sichin, are you going to live like this for the rest of your life? I am the young master's maid.
Sichin said with a calm expression but a firm tone. Li Shiming couldn't help but feel silent. Sichin was indeed his maid, and she was also the most personal maid, according to the secular view of this world. The maidservant, who is in charge of the marriage, will stay with the young master for the rest of his life, and will become the young master's concubine after the young master gets married. But he went to cultivate immortality. But he didn't expect that this girl Sichin would guard him for 20 years. As a monk, he couldn't afford to repay this feeling. The difference between immortals and mortals also prevents him from intermarrying with mortals. The difference between immortals and mortals mentioned here is not a rule. But the physique of a monk is simply not something that mortals can bear. With Li Shiming's great elder-level body refining physique, the sweat flowing out of his body is a fatal threat to mortals. He was in a state of holding his breath at this time, and did not dare to expose the slightest breath. As long as the slightest breath was exposed, it could cause the death of a mortal. He didn't use talk or mind, but his sensitive perception allowed him to clearly sense Sichin's persistence. Come and take this. You will always be my Sichin maid.
Li Shiming laughed. Although he could not bring Sichin with him, he could give Sichin an extraordinary gift. He took out a Juyin pill. The Juyin pill was mild in nature, and had special effects. With his help, he took it, so there was no need to worry that Sichin would be injured by the Juyin pill. Sichin took the Juyin pill without any hesitation. For her, Li Shiming is her heaven. What Li Shiming didn't know was that over the years, the Li mansion had declined to the point where it could no longer even pay wages. Mo Yin and his wife took on some jobs without asking for any wages. And Sichin also took care of the seriously ill master for free. It is estimated that if the female cultivators in the northern Shu continent know that Li Shiming gave a beauty pill to a mortal, the female cultivators in the entire northern Shu continent will go crazy. A beauty-preserving pill was extorted by the female cultivators in the Beishu continent to the point of exchanging it for a pile of third-grade spiritual objects. But even so, it could not be obtained from Li Shiming. But Li Shiming gave the beauty pill to Sichin, his mortal maid. A layer of mist formed on Sichin's body. She was a mortal, so her physical reaction was more obvious. The water mist disappeared, and her skin returned to its former glory. Even better than before. She first saw her hands. She noticed the changes in herself, and then touched her face in disbelief. From the touch of her hands, she knew that the skin on her face like the skin on her hands, had become extremely moist and returned to the state of her youth. As if watching a miracle, Mo Yin knelt down with a thud.
Mo Yin, here are 3 elixirs, which have the effect of strengthening the body. Each of your 3 members of the family will take one, and you will not be sick for the rest of your life.
Li Shiming took out 3 more elixirs and put them in front of Mo Yin and said, "The value of these 3 elixirs cannot be compared with that of Zhu Yin Dan. They are just the lowest elixirs that Li Shiming refined at that time. However, the 3 elixirs are all top elixirs, and their medicinal power can act on the bodies of mortals. This is extremely rare. It's a pity that my father's health is too depleted and he is old. No matter how gentle this elixir is, he can't bear it." Mo Yin took the elixir with both hands and excitedly went to find his wife and children with the elixir in his hands. After seeing Sichin's huge changes, he had great confidence in the elixir. Besides, this is a reward from the young master. Who is the young master? He is an immortal. In his simple mind, it was normal that the young master had not changed at all in 20 years. So when he first met the young master, he was more surprised. Mo Yin ran away, leaving only Li Shiming and Sichin behind. Li Shiming smiled, took out a glass mirror from the space ring, and handed it to Sichin. Sichin took the glass mirror and saw himself in the mirror. Surprise and joy appeared on his face at the same time.
"We are still the same as before."
Li Shiming came closer. His and Sichin's faces appeared in the mirror, and he said with a smile,
"Master, your room has been prepared for you. I will take you there first."
Sichin lowered his head shyly, quickly resumed his identity as a maid, and handed the mirror back and said,
"The mirror is given to you."
Li Shiming waved his hand. His room was changed to the left wing. He originally lived here as the main room, but his father Li Wenyuan came to live there. Naturally, his son's room could no longer be arranged in the main room. But when he walked into his room, he found that the layout was exactly the same as before. Although the Li mansion was in decline and there were only a few servants, there was no clutter or dust here, which shows how much Sichin put his care into this place. Sichin brought some washing water and washed Li Shiming's face. He also found a teapot and poured a cup of tea for Li Shiming. At Li Shiming's level, a cleaning spell could make him clean. He had not been exposed to spiritual tea lower than the 3rd grade for many years, but he still picked up the teacup and took a sip of the tea brewed by Sichin. Although there is no aura in the tea, it has a warm taste. Li Shiming sat at the desk and picked up a book, which he had left behind back then. Sichin fanned him, as he did before. A touch of warmth and worldly human touch allowed Li Shiming to enjoy this rare time. He can only stay here for 1 year. This is the result of him giving up many affairs in order to accompany his father to his old age. Although it will not affect his cultivation, for many golden elixir monks in Beishu continent, it has quite an impact. He still needs to find a way to notify the sect. Otherwise even the sect may send monks to look for him. Notifying the sect can be handled through Beishu Trading Company. Chapter 380 Arrangement. Li Shiming rarely practiced, and even stopped practicing the
Tian sleeping dream technique
that he had been practicing since he obtained it. He slept on a warm bed like a mortal. On the small couch outside the bedroom, Sichin's face had regained its youth, with a faint smile on her face even in her sleep. Li Shiming seemed to be the young master he once was, the scholar who studied diligently every day and always had a little maid by his side. These 2 mornings, he slept until he woke up naturally, which was unimaginable for a Jin Dan monk at his level. But he didn't care about anything. His body refining had reached the pinnacle of the golden elixir, and he was at the great elder level. The
5 rhymes chi training technique
and
9 heavens thunder strike technique
he practiced had reached the peak of the early stage of the golden elixir. No matter how hard he practiced, it cannot be improved. He turned off his perception, which made him not even know when Sichin got up. He sat up from the bed, and Sichin came in with toiletries, gently waiting for him to get up. When Sichin took out a scholar's robe, Li Shiming did not refuse. Nor did he say that the 3rd grade robe he was wearing before was so precious that the total value of the entire Xia kingdom was not as good as that 3rd grade robe. He walked out of the door, looked at the sunshine falling on his body, and couldn't help but smile happily. Then he walked to the main room and saw his father Li Wenyuan sitting and drinking tea. It seemed that his father was recovering well.
"Greetings to father."
Li Shiming bowed and saluted.
"You're old too. You don't have to wake up every morning in dusk."
Li Wenyuan helped Li Shiming up and scolded him dotingly. He was very satisfied that his son could come back to see him. Based on his position, he naturally knows many families, who have left monks. The monks have never come back since they left.
My child has not fulfilled his filial piety for many years, so my father still gives me some opportunities to make up for it.
Li Shiming straightened up and said,
Sure, Ming. How is your cultivation now? I heard that your sect has disbanded.
Li Wenyuan looked at him and asked with concern. Li Shiming frowned. His father shouldn't know about such things. Things in the world of immortality cannot be known by the secular world. My father actually knew about it. So the news must have come from the Xia kingdom. Maybe the Mingxin sect had reached out here and suppressed the secular families, who were originally 7 sect monks. He thought about his father's injury again. But he didn't ask. It was easy for him to investigate such matters. But asking his father would only make him think too much. His father's health was not good. In the last year, he didn't want his father to worry about chores anymore.
I changed my sect a long time ago. The current sect is very powerful, and the sect also values me very much.
Li Shiming replied with a smile.
That's good. I heard that immortals live for a long time. You should take care of Shiji in the future. Shiji has been sensible since he was a child, and he has no hope of an official career because of my involvement.
Li Wenyuan nodded lightly and said,
Don't worry, Father. I will leave some means to continue the inheritance of my Li family.
Li Shiming knew what his father was thinking, and he promised. He knew his situation very well. It was impossible to leave an heir in a short time. Even if he had an heir with Yin Shuruan in the future, the child would definitely have spiritual roots and would not remain in the world. The inheritance of this lineage of the Li family depends entirely on Li Shiji. Li Shiji's blood is also the blood of the Li family, although he is several generations apart from Li Shiming's own blood. He and Li Shiji also have the same great-grandfather, since Li Shiji was adopted into his father's name. Li Shiji is his younger brother and the successor of the Li family.
Father, there is some gold and silver here. Just use it for household expenses.
Li Shiming thought of the lack of money at home and took out 20 gold and silver bricks from the space ring. Each of these gold and silver bricks is the size of a real brick, and together they are considered a huge fortune in the world. He has these gold and silver, which he purchased from Beishu Trading Company. They are materials used for experimental research. It's a good thing that this is the case. Otherwise he really wouldn't be able to come up with worldly possessions.
Shiji, come in and put these away.
Li Wenyuan didn't care about these belongings. That is to say, he had fallen into decline in recent years. Before he was demoted, his family had a lot of money, so he casually ordered. He did not refuse. Li Shiming was his son, and it was only natural for his son to use his property to honor me. Li Shiji walked in, with a look of surprise on his face when he saw Jin Yin.
Looking at your worthless look, your eldest brother gave it to you, and now it's up to you to take care of it.
Li Wenyuan waved his hand and said,
Thank you, brother.
Li Shiji first bowed to Li Shiming to express his gratitude, and then struggled to lift the gold and silver on the ground.
Let me help you. Where do you want to put them?
Li Shiming waved his hand, and he held up the 40 gold and silver bricks with his spiritual mind. He asked with a smile,
Brother, put it in the warehouse over here.
Li Shiji was surprised at first, but he was relieved when he thought that his eldest brother was an immortal. He pointed to a room next to him and said. Li Shiming and Li Shiji walked into the room together. The warehouse was empty. It seemed that all the valuable things in the house had been sold. Li Shiming put down the gold and silver bricks and grabbed Li Shiji, who was about to leave.
Shiji, take this jade plaque.
He handed over the jade plaque and said. Li Shiji took the jade token and was about to speak when he was startled and almost screamed, because there appeared in front of him a man with silver light all over his body. It is not accurate to say that he was a man. It should be said that he was a monster. This monster is 4 meters tall, with its head almost touching the top of the warehouse. It has red eyes and has terrifying fangs.
Don't be afraid. This is killing. It is the corpse refining in the world of immortality. The jade token in your hand can control it, but it will not leave this place and enter the courtyard. It will always protect this place. Anyone who dares to use weapons here will be killed by it. Kill him immediately. If an enemy comes to your door, the jade tablet can control it to kill.
Li Shiming explained with a smile. Refining corpse and killing life was made from the corpse of Ju Tuesday. This Ju Tu practiced killing to become a Buddha, and his killing intent was almost solidified. In the past, Li Shiming still attached great importance to killing. Unfortunately, as his vision continued to improve, Juetu, a half-finished product of killing and becoming a Buddha, did not even have a breakthrough in the golden elixir, and he paid less and less attention to it. In addition, Xiaxing is the core disciple of Qinya Temple after all. So staying at home on Tianhai Island is a good thing. The fighting power of the killing creature that has become a silver corpse is that even the early stage golden elixir monks can easily defeat it. And the middle stage golden elixir monks can also resist 1 or 2. The most important thing is that with his connection with Xiaxing. If Xiaxing encounters any trouble, he will know it immediately. By then, he would know that something was wrong at home. And if killing could not solve the problem, he could come back to avenge his family. Of course, if even a silver corpse cannot protect a family, then what kind of force will this family offend? And what kind of powerful force can an ordinary family offend?
Brother, where does this killing live?
Li Shiji regained his composure and asked aloud. He knows that his eldest brother will not harm him. He is an immortal, and this is the method of an immortal.
I will arrange a space underground, and you don't have to worry about it. As long as nothing happens in the family,
killing will not occur. From now on, you have to pass this jade token from generation to generation. As long as I don't die, then this killing can at least protect the family. 500 years.
Li Shiming thought for a while and replied. With his cultivation at the golden core stage, even if he cannot break through to nascent soul, he still has a lifespan of 500 years. In the mortal world, 500 years is equivalent to 20 generations of mortals. Li Shiji opened his mouth wide. He understood one thing. That is, his eldest brother could live for at least 500 years. He admired Li Shiming even more. He grew up listening to Li Shiming stories. When Li Wenyuan educated him, he would talk about Li Shiming from time to time. Li Shiming, the youngest Hanhua in Xia Kingdom, was accepted into the immortal sect and became an immortal. Li Shiming smiled and patted Li Shiji on the shoulder. And he walked out of the room. The placement of killing animals is quite simple. When summoning killing creatures, he hid the aura of killing creatures. Otherwise, if he summoned silver corpses in the capital, the formation in the imperial city would have alerted the police. He dug a space underground and arranged a formation. This formation has several functions. One is to protect the 3-entry courtyard above so that it cannot be destroyed, at least by secular forces. The second is to create a light spiritual energy environment in Sanjin's courtyard. A small amount of spiritual energy can make a mortal's body stronger, and any amount of spiritual energy will be highly toxic to mortals. Third, this underground space will absorb spiritual energy and transform it into a dormant environment for the refining corpse. Killing is extremely sensitive to murderous intent. Anyone, whether a mortal or a monk, who enters the courtyard with murderous intent will awaken the killing creature. In addition, that jade card can also awaken killing creatures and control killing creatures. The reason why he restricted killing to only Sanjin Courtyard and was not allowed to leave the scope of Sanjin Courtyard was because he was worried that there would be unscrupulous people among future generations who would use killing to fight for power, in which case killing would become a tool of power. It didn't take long to arrange the underground space, and the formations were set up within an hour. He found a piece of vegetables grown by Sichin in the garden in the backyard. Originally, ornamental flowers and trees were supposed to be planted here, but the family was in financial difficulties before. So Sichin planted some vegetables to reduce the family's expenses. This vegetable field is not big, and some ordinary green vegetables are grown. Li Shiming came to the vegetable field, waved his hand, and a sheet of rain and mist appeared to nourish the green vegetables in the vegetable field. He did not use the particularly advanced spiritual planter ability, but used the lowest level, spring breeze transforming rain technique. On the one hand, the advanced spiritual planter's ability is beyond the ability of ordinary fields and ordinary plants to bear. On the other hand, the advanced spiritual planter's ability is effective. If the effect is too strong, it will make mortals unable to withstand the spiritual energy in the spiritual plant. He carefully controlled the amount of spiritual energy in the green vegetables, just at the level that a mortal could bear without suffering the consequences. At noon, he personally cooked a table of vegetables with these green vegetables that had a hint of spiritual energy. Because he burned a lot. Not only the owner had it, but also Sichin and Mo Yan's family. It is estimated that the monks in the northern Shu continent would jump up if they knew that the dishes Li Shiming cooked for a group of mortals. In the Beishu continent, the spiritual tea he made has become the top hospitality item for high-level occasions. Lunch made the family feel extremely comfortable, especially when Li Wenyuan ate the dishes specially cooked by Li Shiming that could nourish the mortal body, which replenished his weak body. In the afternoon, Li Shiming planted 2 tea trees in a corner of the flower garden. This was not spiritual tea, but after his transformation, Under the influence of the formation, these two tea trees could produce a small amount of tea at regular intervals. Tea leaves with weak spiritual energy come out.
Drinking this tea regularly can ensure good health. These are the foundations he plans to keep for his family. Since his family is immortal, he cannot keep them no matter how good they are. He stayed at home for 3 days without leaving the house. He accompanied his father every day, taught his younger brother to read, and taught Sichin how to grow tea trees and roast tea. He seemed to have forgotten about cultivating immortality, but his spirit continued to be pure in this kind of life. 3 days later, he told his father, became invisible and flew away from the capital. He landed on a mountaintop 100 miles outside the capital, and he deployed the 4th grade Pan Tiangang 4-phase formation, and used the 3rd grade formation flag to enhance the effect. He then fell into the formation and sat cross-legged on the Putuan, which was originally used by Patriarch Wang Zhao. He took out the 4th grade pulse-locking disc and released the spiritual energy of the nascent soul-level spiritual veins. What he did was not a matter of ordinary cultivation, but the 3 days since he returned home and returned to mortal life made him feel something, and the bottleneck of his early golden elixir was loosened. To be honest, Li Shiming did not expect that he would be promoted to the middle stage of Jindan so quickly. In the world of immortality, it does not mean that you can be promoted once you reach the level of cultivation. Every improvement in realm requires a corresponding opportunity. Of course, what he felt when he returned home was only one aspect. The main reason was the insights he gained from Venerable Jijing, which made his understanding of spiritual power reach or even exceed the level of the early golden elixir. He relaxed his mind, mobilized the spiritual power in the 5 golden elixirs in his body, and started to operate in his body according to the golden elixir chapter of
5 Rhymes Chi training technique.
While the spiritual power was circulating, a hint of enlightenment arose in his mind, and the spiritual power changed unconsciously. The spiritual power returns to the golden elixir, and the spiritual power in the golden elixir is constantly replaced by the changed spiritual power. When all the spiritual power in the 5 golden elixirs was replaced, the 5 golden elixirs suddenly shook together, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. The 5 golden elixirs have increased in size, and the quantity and quality of spiritual energy that can be stored in them have increased a lot. The spiritual power of the original peak of the golden elixir in the early stage now only fills 1/10 of the 5 middle stage golden elixirs. This shows how many times the spiritual power in the golden elixir has increased. In addition, the quality of spiritual power has also been greatly enhanced, which is reflected in the attack power. Moreover, under the operation of the
5 elements Chi receiving formation
of the 5 golden elixirs, the spiritual power in the 5 golden elixirs is still consolidating, and the spiritual power in the 5 golden elixirs has become less. The quality of the spiritual power, but it has reached the peak of the middle stage of Jindan. Chapter 381 Disposal. The Tiangang 4-phase array blocked the fluctuations of Li Shiming's breakthrough to the middle stage of the golden core. Otherwise, in such a spiritually barren environment, the aura of his breakthrough would probably cause extremely serious harm to all mortals and beasts in this area. Even the lowest level of golden elixir monks are equivalent to beings like gods on land to mortals. The life or death of a mortal kingdom can be decided with a wave of the hand, turning a country into a place of death. The world of cultivating immortals has its own operating rules. Even demon cultivators will not kill a large number of mortals at will, not to mention the murderous intention caused by killing a large number of creatures. Even the rules of the world of cultivating immortals will make demon cultivators the target of various sects and forces. Mortals are the foundation of the world of immortality, and a stable mortal world is the need of all forces in the world of immortality. Li Shiming's promotion was a matter of course, so the promotion process ended in only 5 hours. It was already dark when I got home, and Sichin had already prepared bath water. The house is no longer what it was 3 days ago. Mo Yin, the housekeeper, has become a real big housekeeper. After the house no longer worries about property, he went to buy some honest and obedient servants. Now that Sichin has 2 maids and 2 nuns, she no longer needs to do all the hard work. Under Sichin's care, Li Shiming took a bath in a mortal way. He felt this kind of warm time, which he could not experience in the dangerous world of immortality. In the 20 years since he left home, he has experienced countless lives and deaths, and his hands are stained with blood. Only at home can he feel so relaxed. He no longer thinks about alchemy and cultivation, and enjoys the rare peace and quiet in these rare years. After Sichin let him sleep and fell asleep himself, he opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, Sichin fell into a deeper sleep. He came to the underground space, took out the Yuan level spiritual veins, and started practicing. In the past, it was because he couldn't make any progress that he would give up on cultivation. But now that he has just broken through to the middle stage of the golden core, he will not waste even a little time. Li Shiming knew one thing very well. Without strength, he wouldn't even be able to save this family. He has a lot of third-grade high-level spiritual elixirs to assist in the middle stage of Jindan cultivation. After breaking through to the golden elixir stage, he has refined almost all of these third-grade elixirs. After a night of practice, he returned to bed in the early morning and lifted the spell from Sichin. The spell will not harm Sichin, but will help her spirit. Not long after the spell was lifted, Sichin stood up energetically and went to prepare for Li Shiming to get up. Li Shiming watched Sichin's movements with a smile, and when it was almost time, he also got up. After going to see his father and saying lo, he walked out of the courtyard gate and walked towards the imperial city. In the past few days since he came back, he had recuperated his father's body and arranged his home. He needed to go to the imperial city to ask what happened back then and why his father was injured. In this era when it was not possible to be punished as a doctor, my father reached the highest rank of the second rank in the court. Even if he was demoted, he would not be injured, let alone have his family property taken away. If the father committed a serious crime of beheading, he would not just be injured and take away the child. He walked slowly towards the imperial city, and soon he felt the aura of the imperial city's formation.
I wonder who the monks are stationed here now.
Li Shiming murmured to himself. He thought of Gu Jia, the monk stationed at the 7th level of Qi Chain. With Gu Jia's lifespan, he would have turned into white bones by now. Gu Jia's lifespan was short back then, and he only took on the task of guarding the mortal world for the sake of his descendants. While thinking about the past, Li Shiming walked into the range of the formation. He did not analyze the formation. This formation was too low level and not worthy of his analysis. Even a trace of his aura is enough to forcefully destroy the formation.
Where are you, a monk? This is the Xia Kingdom's palace. You are not allowed to break in.
A monk flew out of the palace and stood in front of Li Shiming and said, "This monk is only at the 9th level of Chain Qi, and he has an old aura all over his body. He should be a monk who is nearing the end of his life. Although this kind of monk is not at a high level, his eyes are extremely vicious. He cannot see Li Shiming's strength, but he can tell from Li Shiming's demeanor that he is extraordinary. So although he speaks with a warning, there is not much threat. Words.
Li Shiming, the elder of the Shushan sect. I came to visit the Emperor of Xia for the sake of a mortal relative."
Li Shiming spoke of his origins in a deep voice, without any concealment.
Mingxin sect disciple Mingbin has met his senior.
Mingbin's complexion changed drastically. His body was almost half shorter, and he tried his best to bow down and said, "Mingbin is an old disciple of the Mingxin sect, who transferred from the northern Shu continent. However, he failed to break through the foundation building in the end and became a monk stationed in the Xia Kingdom. He certainly knew the name of Shushan sect, one of the 6 major sects in the northern Shu continent, and the true ruler of the northern Shu continent, Saluo sect, who drove Mingxinzong to Tianhai Island, is as famous as Shushan sect. Saluo sect. Mingxinzong cannot afford to offend. And the same is true for Shushan sect. To be able to become an elder of Shushan sect, it is not necessary to be at the golden core stage. Such beings, not to mention a small Qi Chain disciple, even the Jindan elders in the sect must show enough respect when they see this person." But soon, Mingbin thought of the relationship between the name Li Shiming and Xiagua, the monks from the Xia Kingdom. Whether they joined the Mingxin sect or the previous 7 sects, are all Mingbin must understand. These monks' mortal relatives must be taken care of more or less. This is the rule in the world of immortality. But Mingbin still had some impression of the name Li Shiming. Li Shiming joined Tianhai sect 20 years ago. After Mingxin sect entered Tianhai Island, Li Shiming disappeared. When Bo Xiaojun was dealing with secular affairs, he suppressed all the secular relatives who had joined the 7 sects monks, especially the fallen 7 sect monks, most of whom died in the confrontation with the Mingxin sect. This means that these 7 monks are against the Mingxin sect, and their relatives do not need preferential treatment. After this order was issued, every mortal kingdom carried out this order. It was also this order that allowed the Xia state to remove his father Li Wenyuan from his official position and give him 30 bands. Then his family property was confiscated, leaving only the ancestral property in the Sanjin courtyard. Li Shiming's message flashed through Mingbin's heart, but it was not shown on his face. He knew very well that if Li Shiming knew about this, The revenge of a golden elixir monk would be extremely terrifying. But he didn't know that Li Shiming had always turned on his mind. And everything he thought was heard by Li Shiming. This is why Li Shiming is very confident that he can find out the reason why Li Wenyuan was demoted and seized his property. Li Shiming also set a precedent for using supernatural powers to explore things in the mortal world.
Ming Bin, give you time to inform Ming Xinzong and hand over Bo Zhao. In addition, all the Xiao royal family will be executed. I will give Ming Xinzong 5 days to deal with it,
Li Shiming said calmly. Ming Bin was shocked. He did not think that he had leaked the news, but thought that Li Shiming had already found out the reason for Li Wenyuan's demotion and was here to cause trouble for Ming Xinzong. However, the level involved in this kind of matter is too high for him to intervene. The only thing he can do is to pass the news back to the sect.
I'll wait for the news at home.
After finishing speaking, Li Shiming turned around and left. Ming Bin bowed and saluted, watched Li Shiming's figure disappear, and then breathed a sigh of relief. He drove the magical weapon, speeded up and returned to his yard in the Imperial City, and activated the contact circle.
Father!
Bo Zhao shouted as he hurriedly entered the room.
Why is it so rough? How can I participate in the sect's major events in the future?
Bo Ran, who was in the middle stage of Jin Dan, frowned at his unstable son and shouted in a deep voice. Bo Zhao was his son and his disciple. He put a lot of thought into this son. Bo Zhao is now in the early stage of foundation building, but he is already managing mortal affairs for the sect. This is the least likely thing to go wrong, because no matter how big something happens, it's just a human thing. But it can hone Bo Zhao's management skills and make him make great progress in this aspect. After the Mingxin sect occupied Tianhai Island, it could be said that it was full of waste, and many important positions needed to be filled by monks. Bo Ran, the Jin Dan elder, used a little power to put his son Bo Zhao in the position of managing the mortal kingdom.
Father! There is news from the Xia kingdom that a Jin Dan elder from the Shushan sect appeared in the Xia kingdom, and his family was suppressed. And his father was demoted and had his family property taken away. Now he wants to.
Bo Zhao said, I dare not say any more here.
What is he going to do?
Bo Ran could no longer maintain his composure and asked with a sudden change of expression.
He said he wanted the sect to hand me over and execute all the Xiao royal family.
Bo Zhao lowered his head and replied.
What does this matter have to do with you?
Bo Ran asked, staring at Bo Zhao. His heart was not at peace. He was an elder of the Shushan sect. Although Tianhai Island was far away from the Shushan sect. What a sect the Shushan sect was. Even if it was far away from the northern Shu continent, the influence of the Shushan sect still needed to be considered.
I have given instructions to deal with a group of families who resisted the monks of our sect. And one of them is Elder Li's family.
Bo Zhao did not dare not to tell the truth. The elder of Shushan sect had already investigated it clearly. And he would not tell the truth if he did not tell the truth. Use. In the world of immortality, evidence is of little use. As long as the monk believes in his own judgment, hatred will arise.
Don't be anxious yet. Show me the information about Elder Jin Dan.
Bo Ran ordered calmly. Bo Zhao was prepared, and he handed a piece of information into Bo Ran's hands. Bo Ran looked at the information, feeling very angry at Bo Zhao's decision to deal with it. A monk's mortal family, no matter how powerful it is, should be taken care of if possible. This is the rule in the world of immortality. Monks don't pay too much attention to their secular relatives. But if you target these secular relatives, you may develop hatred against the monk. Therefore, no force would do such a thankless task, and there would be no benefit from dealing with mortals. Doesn't a sect need to use mortals to establish its authority? But looking at his son, he issued such an order, and he also met the relatives of Shushan sect elder Jin Dan. He looked at Li Shiming's information again. There was not much information, but it could be seen that Li Shiming was a genius in Tianhai sect, and was valued by the sect. There was no news after that. I thought he had died, but I didn't expect that he was still alive. After 20 years of cultivation, he was promoted to the golden elixir stage and became an elder of the Shushan sect. The information in Bo Ran's hand is not comprehensive. Only the part where Li Shiming was on Tianhai Island. He didn't have any news about Li Shiming in Beishu continent. Ming Xinzong stayed away from the northern Shu continent and did not know the fame of Li Shiming's name in the northern Shu continent.
He was promoted to Jin Dan at a young age. This is a genius monk. I'm going to visit him to see if I can solve this trouble,
Bo Ran said in a deep voice. His confidence comes from the fact that he is in the middle stage of the golden elixir. No matter how talented Li Shiming is, He is only a beginner in the golden elixir, with his strength in the middle stage of the golden elixir. If he lowers his face a little, he can completely make Li Shiming give up dealing with his son.
The Shushan sect elder only gave him 5 days,
Bo Zhao reminded. He was really scared. The elders of Shushan sect asked the sect to hand him over. If he wasn't Bo Ran's son, he wouldn't have confidence that the sect would protect him.
I know. You go down first. I'll discuss it with the other elders.
Bo Ran waved his hand impatiently and said. On the same day, Bo Ran sailed towards Xia Kingdom in a flying boat and arrived at the capital of Xia Kingdom in the afternoon. He did not land in the city, but fired a message-passing spell towards the city. Li Shiming was drinking tea made by Si Qin and flipping through a notebook in his hand, when he saw a white light flying into the air. This white light cannot be seen by mortals. It is a message transmission method, a special method that can pass through formations because of its special safety. With a move of his hand, he summoned the message transmission technique into his hand. Si Qin looked at him with a confused look, wondering why Li Shiming suddenly waved.
I'll go out and heat up the tea for me.
Li Shiming scanned the contents of the message transmission formula and ordered Si Qin with a smile.
Yes, master,
Si Qin responded. Li Shiming's figure flew up, and he used some skills to prevent mortals from seeing his flying figure. He flew into the air and saw Bo Ran. Bo Ran, who was in the middle stage of Jin Dan, stood confidently in the air.
Where's Bo Zhao? Why didn't you send it over?
Li Shiming looked at Bo Ran, then looked around and asked in a deep voice. His eyes could clearly see everything thousands of miles away. Since he didn't see any other monks, it meant that the Mingxin sect had no intention of handing over Bo Zhao. He did not think his request was unreasonable, although there was a saying in the world of immortality that monks should not interfere with secular affairs. But when it comes to close relatives of monks, this does not hold true. On the contrary, Bo Zhao, the true successor of Mingxin sect, issued an order to interfere with the secular world, which was a violation of the rules of the world of immortality. Li Shiming asked Mingxin to hand over Bo Zhao because he did not want to escalate the matter. With his current strength, he could not deal with the fake infant monk, but he had already moved out of his identity as the elder of the Shushan sect, and the Mingxin sect didn't even hand over a foundation-building monk. This shows how much they looked down on him, the Jin Dan elder, and how much they looked down on the Shushan sect. Anger flashed in Li Shiming's eyes. How could a small Mingxin sect dare to provoke Shushan sect like this? Chapter 382 Voice of the Heart. Li Shiming dared to use the adjective, small, to describe Mingxin because, except for the fake infant ancestor, Mingxin was not in his eyes. His personal combat power has reached the Great Elder level in the body refining process. The Great Elder is theoretically the strongest being in the Golden Core stage. Not to mention that he has the help of the natal magic weapon Z15. Has 3 magical powers, Divine Feet, Other Minds, and Divine Eyes. Has dozens of silver corpses. And has the Great Demon Jew. He alone can withstand the combat power of a sect's Golden Core stage. So when he faced Bo Ran, his attitude was clear. That is, to hand over Bo Zhao, the true disciple who broke the rules. And the grudge between him and Mingxin sect on this matter would be wiped out. Bo Ran heard Li Shiming's question, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He sensed Li Shiming's realm. Li Shiming turned out to be a middle-stage Jin Dan monk. He once again thought about the information found by his son Bo Zhao. All the information about Li Shiming, and it made him tense up. In 20 years, Li Shiming went from the beginning to the middle stage of Jin Dan. It took him nearly 300 years to reach today's realm. The more genius Li Shiming is, the higher his status within the Shushan sect, and the more troublesome it will be for him.
Mingxin sect elder Bo Ran has met fellow Taoist Li.
Bo Ran forced out a forced smile, bowed to Li Shiming and introduced himself. His thoughts were racing in his mind, thinking about how to make Li Shiming calm down and resolve the matter.
I think my request has been sent back to Mingxin sect. What is Mingxin sect's attitude?
Li Shiming was very rude and ignored his salute and asked in a deep voice.
Fellow Taoist Li, it has been decided to kill all the royal family of the Xia Kingdom. The new emperor of the Xia Kingdom can be succeeded by the secular family of the Taoist friend.
Bo Ran didn't seem to be affected by Li Shiming's attitude. He still replied with a forced smile.
I am too lazy to pay attention to such trivial matters. If I hadn't given Mingxin's face, I would have done it myself. When will the Bo Zhao I want be delivered?
Li Shiming waved his hand and asked. When he heard Bo Ran's name, his heart moved slightly. He thought of the 2 names Bo Ran and Bo Zhao. The surname Bo is not a common surname. There is an elder and a true disciple in the same sect. So there is no relationship between them. He didn't believe it. In particular, Bo Ran came here for Bo Zhao's matter, which further aggravated Li Shiming's suspicion. He turned on his mind channel. Originally, he was not sure about hearing the thoughts of the monks in the middle stage of the Golden Core. However, he found that after he broke through to the middle stage of the Golden Core, the mind channel could easily detect the voices of the monks in front of him. The voice of my heart. Sure enough, he heard Bo Ran calling Bo Zhao his son in his heart.
Fellow Taoist Li, Mingxin sect is very sorry for what happened to your father and family. The sect is willing to provide generous compensation. Bo Zhao will also be handed over to the sect's law enforcement team for punishment according to the sect's rules.
Bo Ran lowered his head and said, the so-called generous compensation from Mingxin sect in his mouth is actually that he plans to use some third-grade resources himself. As for sending Bo Zhao to the law enforcement team for disposal, he will actually do it. But Li Shiming will not do it on Tianhai Island. If you stay there for too long, just release Bo Zhao later and that's okay. In his opinion, this has given Li Shiming a great deal of respect and dignity, and he thinks Li Shiming should accept it. Li Shiming looked at Bo Ran solemnly. He heard Bo Ran's inner thoughts through his hushing communication. Even if he didn't hear these inner thoughts, he would not let Bo Zhao go. Third-grade resources are extremely precious to other Jindan monks, but they are nothing to him. Besides, it's not that he underestimates Bo Ran. Bo Ran, the elder of Mingxin sect, can produce as many third-grade resources as he can.
When I came to Tianhai Island, ancestors of the sect asked me to bring a message to Ancestor Zong, telling him not to interfere in the disputes at the Golden Core stage.
Li Shiming suddenly changed the subject, took out a token and said, obviously, Bo Ran was startled for a moment. And then he understood that Zhua ancestor was referring to the Yuanying ancestor of Shushan sect, and he sensed a weak aura from the token. But it made him feel happy. It was an aura that only the ancestor of nascent soul could possess. He thought of his ancestor Zong, and smiled helplessly. He could only accept this obvious threat to Li Shiming.
I will bring the words of Ancestor Zhua to Ancestor Zhua, and I will also send them to Bo Zhao.
Bo Ran bowed and said. Li Shiming heard Bo Ran's voice again, and his eyes lit up. He heard about the state of Zong Laozu. Zong Laozu was currently in a very bad state, and had not appeared for a long time. Originally, when he was in the Beishu continent, Zong Patriarch's lifespan was short. It took some effort for Zong Patriarch to lead Mingxin Zong across the Beihai. Even though Li Shiming crossed the Beihai without any trouble, the Beihai seemed calm. But this is because Li Shiming's flying boat has the mark of the Shushan sect, which prevents the sea beasts in the North Sea from attacking. It was because of Shushan sect's countless years of prestige that Li Shiming could travel safely to and from the North Sea. The Mingxin sect is not the six major sects, and Patriarch Zong is not the Patriarch of Yuanying. He must show a certain degree of strength to be able to lead the entire sect across Beihai. After arriving at Tianhai Island, although there was no battle, Patriarch Zong still used the nascent soul dharma. Don't underestimate these consumptions. When a monk's lifespan is about to end, any consumption will affect the premature end of his lifespan. The current status of Patriarch Zong is absolutely confidential within the Mingxin sect, and Bo Ran is one of the few elders who knows the true situation. Ancestor Zong is about to reach the end of his life, and he relies entirely on a treasure from the Mingxin sect to survive. His lifespan will not exceed 5 years at most. During this period, Ancestor Zong cannot even leave the sect, and the most he can do is strike with one blow. Power. As long as Patriarch Zong takes action, the result will definitely be death on the spot. How important Zong Laozu is to Mingxin sect. Without Zong Laozu, even if Mingxin sect's overall strength was stronger than the 7 sects, the 7 sects would not obediently give up the foundation of Tianhai Island. Relying on the mountain gate formation, the 7 sects will definitely defend the mountain gate and help each other. Perhaps the Mingxin sect is still fighting against the 7 sects to this day. Not to mention, once the news of Zong Patriarch's death spreads, the remaining forces of the 7 sects will definitely counterattack and seize some resource points with all their strength, instead of just shrinking back like they are now. However, Li Shiming has no plans to take any action against Mingxin Zong now. As long as Bo Ran sends Bo Zhao over, the matter between his father and his family will be over. As for the feud between him and Mingxin Zong, we can wait until Patriarch Zong dies. Maybe the next time I return to Tianhai Island, I can take revenge for being driven away from Tianhai Island by Mingxin sect. Li Shiming returned home, and not long after, Mo Yin ran into the backyard in a hurry.
Mo Yin, You are already your father. Why are you still the same as before?
Li Shiming glanced at him and said with a smile. Siqing stood aside and chuckled, but felt rude and quickly blocked his smile with a round fan.
Young master, something big has happened. The Imperial Preceptor has sent an order from the Immortal. All members of the royal Jin family have been killed by the Imperial Preceptor. Mo Yin ignored the young master's joke and said before he could catch his breath. The Xia Kingdom's Imperial Master is naturally the stationed monk Mingbin. Li Shiming was not surprised at all. To the Mingxin sect, the lives of the royal Jin family had no value. If it weren't for the stability of the mortal country, perhaps after Mingxinzong invaded, all the royal families of the mortal country would have been replaced. As far as Li Shiming knew, when the Xia Kingdom was still within the sphere of influence of the Tianhai sect, the Jin family was the descendant of a certain monk of the Tianhai sect. They were small and powerful in the sect, so they had the opportunity for their family to rule the country. It is most appropriate for the killing of mortals to be carried out by Mingbin, a monk stationed at the end of his life. Does father know about this?
Li Shiming asked, nodding his head without any surprise.
Master, you told me not to disturb him with mundane matters, so I didn't report him.
Mo Yin was a little curious about Li Shiming's calmness about this matter, so he answered without thinking too much.
Let me tell you.
Li Shiming stood up and walked towards the main room. Li Wenyuan was not in the room, but sitting under the tree in front of the main room, quietly sipping a pot of tea. This tea is a spiritual tea grown by Li Shiming after he came back, and then fried by Li Shiming himself. Both in terms of health and taste, it has reached the ultimate level in the world. Having been an official all his life, Li Wenyuan likes tea as much as other officials and literati. The tea was spiritual energy left by Li Shiming. No matter how much he saved, he drank it all a few years ago, after experiencing life and death and the ups and downs of officialdom. Although he is still thin, his temperament has become more peaceful.
Father!
Li Shiming said softly, not wanting to disturb Li Wenyuan's beautiful and quiet time.
Sure, Ming. Sit down and have a cup of tea with me. This tea you made is really fairy tea.
Li Wenyuan smiled and pointed to the stone bench opposite. Li Shiming sat on the stone bench, took a teacup, poured tea for himself, and took a sip.
Tell me what you have to say. You have become an immortal, so why are you still acting coy?
Li Wenyuan saw what was on his mind and laughed.
Father! The Imperial Master killed the entire Jin family of the royal family today.
Li Shiming put down his cup and said. The teacup in Li Wenyuan's hand paused for a moment, then slowly brought it to his mouth, took a sip before putting it back on the table.
Is it because of you?
Although he was asking, he used an affirmative tone. Otherwise, what a coincidence. As soon as Li Shiming came back, the entire Huang family was killed.
The Jin family violated the rules of the world of immortality. They deserve to die.
Li Shiming did not deny it.
The royal family is pretty good. They have managed the Xia Kingdom very well. The country is peaceful, and the people are safe.
Li Wenyuan shook his head and said with a hint of regret.
Father, what do you think of letting Shiji take over the Xia Kingdom?
Li Shiming asked with a smile.
Immortal, one person attains enlightenment, and chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. How Shiji lives his life in the future is up to him. Just let him do it if he wants. I won't live much longer. I drink tea every day with you by my side.
And think about the past. Something happened.
Li Wenyuan didn't look surprised at all. He smiled calmly. He had been hanging around in the officialdom for many years, and after hearing that the royal family was destroyed, he understood Li Shiming's terrifying energy. As for making Li Shiji the Emperor of Xia, his idea was to follow Li Shiji's wishes. Li Shiji was very smart, because he stopped serving the imperial examination. He read a lot of miscellaneous books at home. His knowledge of classics and meanings may not be as good as those of scholars who came from the imperial examination, but his knowledge was extremely broad.
Father, I have left behind a powerful puppet in this ancestral home. No matter how badly Shiji breaks his head outside, returning to the ancestral home will keep him safe for the rest of his life. From now on, he only needs to choose one of his descendants to live there. The ancestral home can also ensure that the bloodline of my Li family will never be interrupted.
Li Shiming explained to Li Wenyuan in detail the method he left behind. He knew what his father was most worried about, so he reassured his father in advance.
That's good. Do you have a woman you like? When will you have an heir?
Li Wenyuan looked at Li Shiming and asked with a smile.
Yes. Her name is Yin Sherlan. When I came back, she was practicing in seclusion. I'm afraid it will be decades before we get married. If she gets married, if she doesn't have enough realm, it will affect her path. As for children, that will wait until after marriage. After the child is born, he will not return to the mortal world, but will stay in the world of immortality. At that time, there will be one bloodline of the Li family in the mortal world and one in the world of immortality.
Li Shiming never told anyone else about his plans, and he didn't hide anything from his father.
I can't see it anymore.
Longing flashed in Li Wenyuan's eyes, and he shook his head slightly and said, My son is nearly 40 years old, but it will still be decades before he gets married, and I don't know how long it will take to have a child. He couldn't understand the immortal's time, but he was still very happy after knowing Li Shiming's plan. Li Shiming did not comfort him. He was not good at comforting others. He just stayed with his father quietly.
Master, the Imperial Master from outside is here to visit,
Mo Yin reported, holding a bright gold name card in his hand.
Shi Ming, it's up to you to receive the reception. You talk to Shi Jie first. I'm tired. Let's go back to the house to rest.
Li Wenyuan stood up, rubbed his waist, and waved his hands.
Lead the Imperial Master to the front hall and wait. I'll go find Shi Ji first.
Li Shiming did not accept the invitation and casually gave Mo Yin instructions. Mo Yin wanted to say something, but he still obeyed. When he reached the front hall, he hesitated. This master, the Imperial Master, had just killed the entire Jin family of the royal family. But the young master asked the Imperial Master to wait in the front hall. What if the Imperial Master gets angry? As he thought, he walked into the front hall.
Master, Imperial Master, the young master asked you to wait in the front hall for a while. He will come over after he has taken care of something,
Mo Yin said after thinking about his words.
It's okay. I'll be waiting here. You don't have to worry about me. If you have something to do, go and do it.
Mingbin didn't even dare to sit down, but stood respectfully and said, when Mo Yin saw the Imperial Master like this, he couldn't help but feel bold, thinking that his young master was an immortal. So the Imperial Master really meant nothing. Of course, he didn't dare to be rude. After all, he was a national master of a country. In the eyes of his steward, he was still as high as the sky. Chapter 383 Choice. Li Shiming did not immediately go to see Mingbin, the national master of the Xia Kingdom. In his eyes, the extremely powerful national master of the Xia Kingdom, who could even kill the royal family, was just a loser in the journey of cultivating immortality. He had not even achieved foundation building of poor people.
Shi Ji,
can I come in? He came to Li Shiji's door and asked.
Brother, come in quickly.
Li Shiji ran out of the house with surprise and greeted quickly. This is the first time Li Shiming has come to Li Shiji's room. I don't know what Li Shiji was like before, now that his family is rich.
Li Shiming has assigned Li Shiji a personal maid, a personal servant, 2 maids and 2 nuns. This configuration is the same as his own, which completely treats Li Shiji as his younger brother. In this world, adopted children are treated like parents and children, both legally and emotionally. Not to mention, they are a family by blood.
Shiji, I have something to discuss with you. Do you have any thoughts about becoming the Emperor of Xia?
After Li Shiming sat down, he asked Li Shiji to sit opposite him and asked directly. Li Shiji was startled and almost fell to the ground. He looked at Li Shiming in horror. If such words were spread, the whole family might be in danger.
The entire Xia Kingdom royal family is dead. If you have an idea, I can help you ascend to the throne. And you don't have to worry about the instability of the throne. As long as I live, no one will dare to snatch the Xia Kingdom's throne.
Li Shiming explained calmly. Li Shiji was silent for a cup of tea. When he looked up again, his eyes were shining. Li Shiming knew that he had made a decision.
Brother, I'm willing to give it a try.
Li Shiji gritted his teeth and said, he knew that if he missed this opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. When he was adopted into his family, he was not sensible yet. From the time he was sensible, he received the most orthodox Confucian education. However, within a few years, Li Wenyuan was dismissed from office and his family property was taken away. And he also lost hope of studying for the imperial examination. After that, he read a lot of miscellaneous books and understood a lot of truths. He also has ambitions. But his previous life suppressed his ambitions. Now that his elder brother has given him a chance, he wants to seize it. Although he is not as good as his elder brother and can become an immortal who controls the world, he also wants to have his own value.
Okay, but you have to remember that no matter what, one of your descendants must stay in the ancestral home. Of course, If you encounter a life or death crisis, you can resolve it as long as you come to the ancestral home,
Li Shiming explained with a smile. For Li Shiming, countries in the world are just games in the world. A mortal's lifespan is only 100 years. And very few people can actually live to be 100 years old. And he can currently live for more than 500 years. For a mortal, 30 years is the most golden time in his life. And a mortal's life is too short. He prepared a backup for Li Shiji. As for what will happen to Li Shiji in the end, he doesn't want to get too involved. Everything depends on Li Shiji himself. Li Shiji will be luckier than the emperors of most countries in the world. He has a golden elixir monk behind him. You must know that golden elixir monks do not care about the interests of a mortal country. With Li Shiming, a middle-stage Jindan monk as his background, no force in the Xia kingdom would dare to covet him. Li Shiming smiled and left the room, leaving Li Shiji in a state of excitement. He walked to the front hall and saw Mingbin standing respectfully.
Mingbin has met his senior.
Even though he knew that Li Shiming was less than 40 years old, Mingbin, who was almost 3 times as old as Li Shiming, still bowed and performed a junior salute. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. The world of immortality has never been based on age, but on strength.
Feel free to sit down.
Li Shiming sat on the main seat and waved his hand.
Thank you, senior, for sitting down.
Mingbin didn't dare not listen. He carefully sat down halfway and kept saying,
I came here this time to report to my seniors that all 136 members of the Jin clan were killed. The sect sent me to welcome the new emperor to the throne.
After sitting down, he kept bowing and pressed his body as low as possible. Li Shiming said, one with more heads.
This throne will be held by Li Shiji, as long as you ensure his safety and help him ascend to the throne. You don't need to worry about other things,
Li Shiming said calmly. It seems that this is not about deciding the throne of a country, but about an extremely common thing. In fact, this is also true. Even Mingbin has no feelings about the throne. It makes no difference to him who sits on the throne. As a monk, if it weren't for the specially arranged formation, the monk would not be able to bear even staying in this mortal world for a few days. The aura here is too poor, and monks without a lot of resources would be committing suicide slowly in the mortal world.
Follow the orders of seniors.
Mingbin breathed a sigh of relief. Li Shiming's request was not high, and he could easily complete it. Of course, it is impossible for him to really help with nothing. But Li Shiming's requirements are low, which makes it easier for him to operate.
Mo Yen, take the Imperial Master to find Shiji,
Li Shiming ordered in a deep voice outside.
Master, Imperial Master, please.
Mo Yen came in and made a gesture of invitation. About half an hour later, Li Shiji changed into a dragon robe, went to the main room to meet Li Wenyuan and then Li Shiming, and then got on the dragon chariot brought by Mingbin. Li Shiji's glorious life had begun. Li Shiming looked at these with a smile. These were just casual things to him. He only hoped that Shiji's lineage could live a better life in the mortal world. He turned around and came to the main room, where Li Wenyuan was sitting in his original position again, drinking tea.
I don't know if it's a good thing that this kid Shiji has become the emperor,
Li Wenyuan said slightly reproachfully.
I asked him, and he wanted to give it a try. If he doesn't succeed, he will come back.
Li Shiming replied easily. Li Wenyuan thought about it. With the big brother Li Shiming here, what if he failed? Although he didn't know Li Shiming's strength and status in the world of immortality. But when he saw Mingbin, the national master, and the respect he showed from his bones, he knew that Li Shiming was doing very well. He had met Mingbin before. As a national master and an immortal, Mingbin treated all mortals, including the princes of the royal family, with a condescending attitude. Never before had Mingbin treated a mortal with this attitude. Not even the previous emperors.
Shiming, let's not talk about Shiji anymore. Let's talk about it and see if your level has dropped.
Li Wenyuan changed the topic and said with a smile. The boy next to him came over and laid out the chessboard. Li Wenyuan held the white stones. Li Shiming held the black stones. And Li Shiming played first. This was also the case in the past. Li Shiming was taught Go by Li Wenyuan. When they had some free time from work, the father and son would often play a game. Li Shiming was very careful all of a sudden. It wasn't that he was not good at it, but that he needed to keep his father in a happy mood. So he couldn't win. And he couldn't lose too much to make his father lose interest. The powerful natal magic weapon Z15 has become an auxiliary for playing chess. The day passed amid the laughter of father and son. At night, Li Shiming bathed, washed, and went to bed under Siqing's care. He still used magic to make Siqing fall asleep in the middle of the night, and he went to the underground space to practice. The next morning, when he was greeting his father, a message came. He did not disturb his father. After he finished greetings and exited the room, he rose into the air. Bo Ren stood in the air, holding a body in his hand. After seeing Li Shiming, he threw the body over.
Fellow Daoist, this is Bo Zhao's body. The sect's law enforcement team executed him.
Bo Ren said in a deep voice. Li Shiming's mind grabbed the corpse. This corpse was that of a foundation building monk. Judging from the age and appearance, it matched the description of Bo Zhao's appearance that he heard from Mingbin's voice. However, when he used his Hexin channel to listen, he heard Bo Ren's heartfelt voice. This is not Bo Zhao, but another foundation building monk who looked somewhat similar to Bo Zhao. As for Bo Zhao, he was being imprisoned in Bo Ren's cave at this time, and he was planning to let Bo Zhao change his name after Li Shiming left Tianhai Island.
Bo Zhao? Is this Sun Li?
Li Shiming asked with a sarcastic laugh. Bo Ren's face froze. He couldn't imagine how Li Shiming knew about his swap, let alone the name of the transferred monk. He did this without telling anyone, and no one in the sect knew about it except his son Bo Zhao himself. Even Bo Zhao didn't know the name of the foundation building monk who died on his behalf, which gave Bo Ren a creepy feeling.
Fellow Daoist, you are indeed a genius.
But don't push too hard. The Mingxin sect is not easy to bully.
Of course, Bo Ren cannot hand over his son. The price paid by the Jindan monk to have a son is not small.
It seems I'm going to Mingxin sect to ask for it myself,
Li Shiming said calmly.
Then I will wait for fellow Taoist disciples at the sect,
Bo Ren replied in a deep voice. After saying that, he turned around and left. And Li Shiming didn't take action here. This place is located in the sky above the capital of Xia Kingdom. Once the Golden Elixir monks take action, there will be no aftermath. Even the aura of the Golden Elixir monks will kill the mortals in this city. Besides, monks who have reached the Golden Elixir level are not allowed to fight in mortal areas. This is also the rule of the immortal world. Li Shiming did not want to break this rule when it was not necessary. Although he had the strength to kill Bo Ren without any resistance, he did not do so. When he got home, Li Shiming told his father that he was going to go out to do some errands and would come back in the evening. He did not use
Ubu Shun Lotus,
but used the meteor ink boat to fly to the mountain gate of Mingxin sect unhurriedly. That mountain gate was originally the mountain gate of Tianhai sect. Due to the geographical location of Tianhai sect's mountain gate, it was right in the middle of the original 7 sects. So it was chosen by Mingxin sect to become its own mountain gate. The reason why he didn't use
Ubu Shun Lian,
or even use meteor ink boat at full speed, was because he was waiting for Bo Ren to return to his sect. From Xia Kingdom to the mountain gate of Mingxin sect, if you use
step by step to grow lotus,
it will only take 1 stick of incense to reach it. Taking into account Bo Ren's speed in the middle stage of the Golden Elixir, he suppressed his speed to the extent that he could reach the mountain gate in 2 hours. Looking at the increasingly familiar scenery, the islands on the sea are still the same as before. It's just that these islands have changed sects now, but their functions probably haven't changed much. When approaching Mingxinzong, he saw a reef where his cave was originally located. His heart moved slightly, and he put away the meteor ink boat, and his figure flashed into the sea. Eagle's Mouth Island has long lost its original appearance. This was the destruction caused when he finally used the rocket to leave. The spiritual field on the island was completely destroyed, which caused the seawater to pour back. The most important thing was that the spiritual veins here disappeared, making the place no longer of any use to the monks, and it became deserted. Li Shiming came to the sea and quickly found the dark cave he left behind. He passed through the dark cave and came to an underground space. This is the underground part of the original cave, and the spiritual veins are also sealed here, preventing the spiritual energy from being sent upwards. He sat next to the spiritual spring. The spiritual spring had not changed much. The small fish in the spring did not know what was happening outside and were still swimming freely. He used his spiritual thoughts to catch 2 small fish and made himself a meal of spiritual fish soup. The spiritual fish that was so helpful to him in the past is now just an afterthought. He smiled, took out a high-grade spiritual weapon that he didn't know when he obtained, and placed it next to the spiritual spring. If a monk discovers this place in the future, this high-grade spiritual weapon will be regarded as a chance. No matter who discovered this place, they have some kind of fate with him. Without staying here longer, he left the underground cave and flew out of the sea towards the mountain gate of Mingxin sect. He revealed his aura, and this action made Mingxin sect's sect-protecting formation shine brightly. Since the Mingxin sect had only occupied this place for more than 10 years, they were always on guard against attacks by monks, and their response was extremely quick. Li Shiming stood 10 miles away from the mountain gate. In fact, this place was also within the attack range of the formation. However, given his strength, even if the formation launched an attack, it would not be powerful enough to hurt him from such a long distance. He had no intention of getting closer. Although he knew that Zhang Laozu was approaching his longevity, he did not want to get too close to the mountain gate and give Zhang Laozu a chance to take action. Li Shiming, the elder of the Shushan sect, came to pay homage to the mountain gate and hand over Bo Zhao and Bo Ran who deceived me. Otherwise, I will blockade the Mingxin sect. Li Shiming's voice, inspired by his spiritual power, echoed through the Mingxin sect's mountain gate, swinging. Then he waved his hand, and 12 silver corpses appeared beside him. Even the dueling shape-shifting dragon was summoned by him, but it was hidden aside. Inside the Mingxin sect's mountain gate, Bo Ram was reporting what had happened before to the headmaster and the elders. He did not hide anything. When it came to the elders of major sects in the northern Shu continent, such as the Shushan sect, and he was also an elder who had cultivated to the middle stage of the Golden Core in 20 years, he did not dare to hide anything at all. Are you saying that Elder Li holds Ancestors was token in his hand, and explicitly asks Ancestor Zong not to interfere in the Golden Core stage? The leader asked in a deep voice, holding the token of Yuanying Ancestor in his hand. Li Shiming's position in Shushan sect is even more important. Ancestor Yuanying rarely interfered with the affairs of the sect, let alone Ancestor Yuanying. It was Patriarch Zong within the sect, and it was only when the sect was at risk that he helped the entire sect evacuate the northern Shu continent. Chapter 384 Blocking the Door. Inside the Mingxin sect's mountain gate, affairs regarding Li Shiming were being discussed. The headmaster and the Jindan elders heard the voice coming from outside the mountain gate, as well as the arrogant declaration. This is how Mingxin sect is not taken seriously. And many Jindan monks, including the leader, are filled with anger. But the leader was different. He quickly suppressed his anger. The fact that Li Shiming dared to provoke like this shows that Li Shiming must be sure. Especially when the leader used the sect protector formation to explore Li Shiming. He discovered 12 silver corpses. 12 silver corpses are nothing. But if Li Shiming carries 12 silver corpses alone, the meaning is completely different. Refining a silver corpse requires a lot of resources, including the cost of failure. Therefore, a normal golden elixir monk can refine 1 or 2 silver corpses, which is the limit. In addition, a large number of silver corpses will also affect the gold. Brother Dan's spirit creates stress. From all of this, it can be seen that Li Shiming not only has a high status in the Shushan sect, but is also valued by the ancestor of Yuanying. And he also controls a large amount of resources. He glanced at Bo Ran. Li Shiming had previously asked for Bo Zhao to be handed over, and Bo Ran handled this matter. As the leader, he didn't interfere, thinking that with Bo Ran's experience, there would be no problem in handling such a matter. But the fact is that Bo Ran not only failed to handle it well, but also let Li Shiming knock on the door. Elder Bo, what do you think we should do? The leader asked Bo Ran. Bo Ran was startled. He understood the meaning of the leader's words, which was that he wanted him to go out and communicate with Li Shiming. But how could he dare to go out at this time? Although he didn't know how powerful Li Shiming was, the 12 silver corpses were not something he could deal with. Not to mention that Li Shiming must have other means if he dared to block the Mingxin sect. Master, Elder Li has such contempt for the Mingxin sect, so you should teach him a lesson. As long as he is not hurt, I believe the Shushan sect will not cross the North Sea over this trivial matter. Bo Ran thought for a while and replied. Since Li Shiming wanted to hand him over together, he and Li Shiming were mortal enemies. In this case, it was in his own interest to provoke a fight between the sect and Li Shiming. Master, go out and talk to Elder Li first. You can't let him stay outside all the time. Right. A friend of Bo Ran spoke up to support him. The leader thinks about it, no matter what happens afterwards. The most important thing now is to communicate with Li Shiming to see if the matter can be handled to the satisfaction of both parties. The premise is that there needs to be a monk who can convince Li Shiming. Originally, it would be enough to find a late-stage Jindan monk. But judging from Li Shiming's confidence, it is probably difficult for ordinary late-stage Jindan monks to convince him. Please, Elder Fan.
the leader said in a deep voice as he cast a spell. There was joy on the faces of Bo Ran and the other Jindan elders. Those who can be called great elders are all beings at the peak of the Jindan stage. To some extent, they have broken away from the Jindan stage and come into contact with the nascent soul stage. A trace of strength. In their opinion, as long as Elder Fan comes forward, the matter will be easily solved. In the world of immortality, everything is said in terms of fists. They thought that the reason why Li Shiming dared to provoke outside alone was because he had the confidence to challenge any Jindan elder of Mingxin sect with his own power. As for the siege, the Shushan sect was behind Li Shiming. If all the Jindan monks from this sect really besieged Li Shiming together, it would definitely trigger the Shushan sect's revenge afterwards. This was the confidence of the large sect. Li Shiming did not come here secretly. Under such an open challenge, Mingxin sect really responded with a siege, which was also a huge blow to his own morale. Not long after the master spell was played, a middle-aged monk appeared in the hall. He had no aura on his body and bowed slightly to salute the master. The leader did not dare to show off, and quickly returned the salute, while the other Jindan elders took the initiative to salute him. Elder Fan Shi is the first person in the Mingxin sect besides Patriarch Zong, and he is also the hope of the sect. When Patriarch Zong was about to expire, Mingxin sect invested all its resources in Elder Fan Shi, thinking that Elder Fan Shi could advance to the nascent soul stage. Of course, it is not easy to advance to the nascent soul stage. There are many troubles involved. But no matter what, when Mingxin sect was unable to take action, when Patriarch Zong was unable to take action, Elder Fan Shi was the only combat force that could suppress foreign enemies.
Elder Fan, the golden elixir monk outside is an elder of Shushan sect, and he has some issues with the sect,
the leader explained to Elder Fan Shi.
Do you want me to kill him?
Elder Fan Shi asked in a deep voice. He is now practicing with all his strength and knows almost nothing about the outside world. His cave is blocked from sound except for specific message transmission techniques. So he didn't know about Li Shiming. But with his strength, he didn't pay much attention to any Jindan monk.
You can't kill. I want to ask the Great Elder to defeat Elder Li, and then our sect can have a good talk with him while we have the upper hand.
The leader shook his head quickly and said, if Li Shiming were really killed, just as what Ancestor's token that Li Shiming had revealed before would be enough to get Mingxin Zong into big trouble.
I'll be there right away.
Elder Fan Shi nodded. He wanted to resolve the trouble as soon as possible so that he could go back to practice. He flew out of the sect protecting formation, saw Li Shiming and the 12 silver corpses beside him, and couldn't help but look sarcastic. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple.
Fancy,
he said softly, in the eyes of a most orthodox monk like him. Instead of cultivating 12 silver corpses, it is better to invest all resources into one silver corpse, so that you can have the strongest silver corpse. Poor people like him cannot understand Li Shiming's psychology. The growth rate of the 12 silver corpses is based on the fastest growth rate of the silver corpses, without considering resources. Li Shiming sensed the strength of the great Elder Fan Shi, and couldn't help being slightly startled. He didn't expect that Mingxin sect actually had a great elder. Any sect that has been inherited for many years cannot be underestimated. There are very few great elders even in major sects. With the resources of the Mingxin sect, the probability of a great elder appearing is extremely low. But it has been cultivated.
How will Mingxin Zong respond? Should we hand over Bo Ran and Bo Zhao, or choose to go to war with me?
Li Shiming asked loudly.
How dare you underestimate the Mingxin sect? Let me show you some color first.
Elder Fan Shi was furious when he heard this. As he spoke, a light flashed in his hand and flew towards Li Shiming. Li Shiming did not dodge. The aura on his body suddenly changed, and the terrifying blood rushed to the sky. A cloud above his head was scattered by the impact of his blood. Behind him, a huge shadow appeared, which was the true form of Angry Eyes King Kong. A third-grade sword base appeared in his hand, and he struck out at the flying sword.
Great Elder level body refining.
After Great Elder Fan, she sensed the change in Li Shiming's aura. He immediately changed the direction of the flying sword. He did not dare to compete with the Great Elder level body refining golden pill for magic weapons. The body refining elixir's magic weapon is handheld, and his flying sword is remotely controlled. There are many shortcomings in holding the magic weapon. For example, holding a magic weapon cannot launch long-range attacks. The flexibility is too poor, etc. But the biggest advantage of holding a magic weapon is that the concentration of body refining power can reach 100%. and even under the influence of secret techniques. The power can be amplified with the help of the sharpness of the magic weapon. If the two magic weapons are really connected, the one who suffers must be Elder Fan Shi's flying sword. Just when Elder Fan Shi retracted his flying sword, Li Shiming's body turned into sword light and came closer to Elder Fan Shi. How could Great Elder Fan Shi let a Great Elder's body refining golden elixir get close to him? His body turned into flowing light, and he wanted to stay away from Li Shiming. He felt deeply powerless. It was extremely difficult to achieve the body refining elixir. But once it was achieved, its combat power would be extremely strong. Among the golden elixirs of the Great Elder level, the body refining elixir is the most terrifying. Just like now, Great Elder Fan Shi feels that Li Shiming is like a hedgehog. If he wants to attack Li Shiming with his long-range flying sword, he needs to consider the long sword magic weapon in Li Shiming's hand instead of using the flying sword to attack. For Li Shiming, who is physically weak, it is like scratching an itch. The spells that can be used in battle are not very powerful, and these spells cannot break Li Shiming's defense at all. At this point, Great Elder Fan Shi is very experienced. He met a body refining golden elixir many years ago. Although he has not yet reached the level of a Great Elder, his defense has already made the golden elixir monks of the same level helpless. The battle was going on outside the Mingxin sect protecting formation, and many monks were watching the battle. In that hall, the leader and the Jindan elders were also watching the battle between Li Shiming and Elder Fan Shi. The battle was beyond their expectations from the beginning. They thought that Elder Fan Shi would convince Li Shiming. But looking at the current battle, Li Shiming was chasing Elder Fan Shi. After Bo Ran learned about Li Shiming's true strength, he couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. He even tried to commit suicide in front of a Great Elder. If he had known that Li Shiming had such strength, wouldn't he be just a son? He had tied up Bo Zhao and sent him there early in the morning. So how could these things happen again? He also thought that in the sky above the capital of Xia Kingdom, if Li Shiming had taken action at that time, he would not even be able to escape. At this time, he saw the eyes of the leader and other Jindan elders looking at him, which made him a little scared. Li Shiming's request is to hand over Bo Ran and Bo Zhao. If Li Shiming is really unable to deal with them, then obeying Li Shiming's request is the only option.
It's better to let Elder Fan come back. This battle can't be fought anymore.
A Jindan elder reminded the leader. On the battlefield, Elder Fan Shi relied on the secret method of flying to keep distance from Li Shiming. During the entire battle, he had very little chance to fight back, because once he fought back, his speed would be affected. After knowing that Li Shiming had Great Elder level body refining combat power, the leader knew that there was nothing they could do against Li Shiming. When Patriarch Zan cannot take action, the Great Elder is the strongest being. There is only one Great Elder in the Mingxin sect. If the Great Elder Fan Shi cannot capture Li Shiming, the Mingxin sect will have no way to deal with Li Shiming. Speaking of siege, kidding aside, with all the Mingxin sect mobilized, they could indeed defeat Li Shiming. But it was completely impossible to leave a Great Elder level body refining elixir behind. When it comes to survivability, body refining elixir ranks first.
What happened?
Elder Jindan, who had just warned him, suddenly exclaimed. In the battle in the sky, Li Shiming was a little annoyed with his speed. Without using
Boo Shung Lotus,
he could not catch up with the Great Elder Fan Shi at speed. In any case, Great Elder Fan Shi is also a Great Elder. He has some special secret method in terms of speed, which allows him to maintain a speed similar to Li Shiming. Li Shiming uses the body refining golden elixir fighting method to defeat the enemy without getting close. He also did not want the 12 silver corpses to join the battle. Although the 12 silver corpses were good at defense, they could not block the attack of the Great Elder. However, he did not only have 12 silver corpses. The natal magic weapon Z15 analyzed the battlefield situation and provided him with several battle plans. He followed one of the plans and pressed on the Elder Fan Shi step by step. Elder Fan Shi's action route in the air was unknowingly controlled by Li Shiming. When Elder Fan Shi flew in one direction, the space around him suddenly fluctuated a little, and a big mouth bit his calf. Neither his defensive magic weapon nor his body-protecting spiritual power could block the bite. What shocked him the most was that he didn't sense anything. You must know that during the battle, he kept his spiritual thoughts out at all times. He was sure that there was no object in the area around his body. This bite was caused by the magical dragon. After being promoted to the Great Demon Queen, the magical dragon could not do anything to the Great Elder Fan Shi in a face-to-face battle. However, as an ancient race of spiritual beasts, the dueling transformational Jiao has evolved into a Jiao. Its strongest abilities are its bite and venom. Elder Fan Shi was forced by Li Shiming to the side of the magical dragon, waiting for the dragon to open its mouth and bite him. The dueling transformation dragon was not greedy, and immediately retreated after taking a bite. After it let go, the slightest ripple caused by the attack disappeared, and it disappeared again in the mind of great Elder Fan Shi. Poisonous! Elder Fan Shi couldn't care less about the dueling transformation Jiao. His calves were already numb, and the numbness was spreading to his whole body. Even after hundreds of years, he had never encountered such a terrifying poison. He quickly took an antidote elixir. But this antidote elixir, which was said to be able to cure all poisons, had no effect on the poison in his body. However, he soon no longer had to worry about the poison, because he was in the middle of a chase battle with Li Shiming. As soon as he stopped, he was caught up by Li Shiming. How strong Li Shiming's close combat ability is. It can be said that regardless of spiritual power or magic weapon defense, his close combat is invincible. The combined power of his natal magic weapon Z15, his mind power, divine eye power, third grade sword base, and great elder level body refining strength brought his melee skills and power to the extreme. Among the same level, there are few defensive magic weapons and spiritual shields that can block the close attack of the great elder's body refining elixir. Chapter 385 Negotiation. In a battle at the level of a great elder, a moment's delay can lead to death. Elder Fan Shi was bitten by the magical dragon. The poison slowed his movements, and Li Shiming got close to him. The third grade sword base pierced all of Elder Fan Shi's defenses. The lightning sword intent and the terrifying diamond power caused fatal damage to his body. Elder Fan Shi wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, no words came out. Until his death, he didn't know what had attacked him, which made him die very frustrated. In fact, it is not accurate to say that it is a sneak attack. In addition to the monk's own strength, the monk's strength also includes the corpses and spiritual pets trained by the monks. These are all components of the monk's combat power. Li Shiming's magical morphing dragon was a creature from ancient times and was found in the ruins. There is a high probability that there is no second rule in the current world of immortality, and its particularity leaves the monks with no way to deal with it. In the world of immortality, after a certain method appears, as long as it is exposed, there will be a way to break it. The most special thing is the miraculous shape-shifting dragon. If it doesn't show up on its own initiative, even the monks using their spiritual thoughts won't be able to detect its existence. Li Shiming put away the space ring on Elder Fan Shi's body and sent an order to the dueling transformation dragon. The dueling transformation dragon came over to take back the poison, and then he put the body away. He would not let go of the corpse of such a great elder. This is the best corpse refining material, and it might even be possible to refine corpses with special abilities. Just like the corpse refining Nanming he rarely summoned, he possesses attack-type magical powers such as Nanming Lihua. Although the chance of developing special abilities by refining corpses is very small, the more powerful the corpse, the higher the chance of developing special abilities. Li Shiming's behavior of collecting the body of Elder Fan Shi in a big way was watched by the head of Mingxin sect and the Jindan elders. They wanted to rush out of the mountain gate to avenge Elder Fan Shi. But considering that Elder Fan Shi had already been killed, if they went out to fight Li Shiming, they would not know how many golden elixir monks would die. Although it shows that Xinzong occupied Tianhai Island and drove the seven sects to the seaside, and the long-term suppression made the seven sects now extremely weak. But if the Mingxin sect's golden elixir monks suffered too much loss, even if Li Shiming was killed, the Mingxin sect would no longer be able to control Tianhai Island. Not to mention that killing Li Shiming would have to take into account the revenge from the Shushan sect.
Master, why don't you ask fellow Taoist Jingma to mediate?
Elder Yijindan suggested. The leader's eyes lit up. Li Shiming couldn't be beaten again and again. The matter had to be solved. Even if Bo Ran and Bo Zhao were to be handed over, a monk would need to come forward to negotiate. Looking at the current situation, Li Shiming will probably kill his Jindan elder when he goes out.
Quickly invite fellow Taoist Jing Mo to come over. You can go over and invite me.
The leader pointed at the proposed Elder Jindan and said. Elder Jindan nodded and flew out of the hall. The place where Jingmo was the cave for entertaining guests. All outside sounds were blocked here, and he was also unaware of Li Shiming's arrival. Besides, Jingmo was a guest at Mingxinzong, and it was impossible for Mingxinzong to expose his family's scandal to guests. However, because he could not handle Li Shiming's matter at this time, he asked Jing Mo to come forward. Without waiting long, the Jindan elder came in with a late-stage Jindan monk.
Master Jingma, Our sect is willing to reach an agreement with your firm, and we will conduct transactions at the price you proposed. But before that, I would like to ask Master Jingma to do something for me.
The master said to Master Jingma. Said, the headmaster has great respect for the great shopkeeper Jingma, which is related to the identity of the great shopkeeper Jingma. Shopkeeper Jingma is the external shopkeeper of Beishu Trading Company, and is negotiating a series of resource exchange agreements with Mingxinzong. Although Tianhai Island has few resources, it also has a variety of unique resources. In addition, Tianhai Island has limited capabilities in alchemy and weapon refining, so it also needs the help of Beishu Trading Company. Beishu Trading Company is also preparing to rebuild trade routes on Tianhai Island. The trade routes that had been established with the 7 sects for many years were broken by the invasion of Mingxin sect. Since the negotiations between the two parties involved great interests, the great shopkeeper Jing Mo stayed in Mingxin sect. Some days.
What do you need my help for?
Shopkeeper Jing Mo asked with a smile. He was very happy in his heart. According to the price he set, the interests of Beishu Trading Company in Tianhai Island would be greater than when Qizong was still there. This achievement will allow him to receive rewards from the trading company, and will also enhance his status in the trading company.
This matter is a little troublesome for us, but it is just a simple task for the great shopkeeper Jingma. The Mingxin sect has encountered some troubles. There is an elder from the Shushan sect outside, who has come to hold accountable the elders of our sect. He has killed the elders of our sect. Please ask Mr. Jingma. The shopkeeper came forward to reconcile with my sect,
and my sect will be very grateful afterwards.
The headmaster bowed slightly, and said with compliments,
Elder of Shushan sect, this is not a difficult task.
I agree. Upon hearing this, Grand Shopkeeper Jing Mo felt no difficulty, and nodded his head in agreement. Although the Shushan sect is a large sect, the elders of the Shushan sect still have to give face to the relationship between the Northern Shu Trading Company and the Shushan sect. When Shopkeeper Jing Mo flew out of the mountain gate, and saw Li Shiming standing in the air outside the mountain gate, his expression changed. Li Shiming's portrait has long been spread throughout Beishu trading houses. Even though the shopkeeper, Jingma, was the boss of the Outreach League, he recognized Li Shiming at first sight.
Jing Mo, the great shopkeeper of the Beishu Trading Company's external relations, has met our guest. Master Li.
Mr. Jingma, the great shopkeeper, stepped forward respectfully and saluted.
Is the Beishu Trading Company standing up for the Mingxin sect?
Li Shiming looked at the shopkeeper Jing Mo calmly and asked, although he is a guest of the Beishu Trading Company, if the Beishu Trading Company helps outsiders in this kind of matter, then he does not need to stay in the Beishu Trading Company to work anymore. He is a guest, and a guest is a position that can be left at any time, with a high degree of freedom.
Master Li misunderstood. I didn't know that this matter related to Master Li. I am on your side.
Shopkeeper Jing Mo shook his head repeatedly and immediately chose his position. Just kidding. What is Master Li's status? Although he is the big shopkeeper in the late Jinan period, his status in Beishu Trading Company is far lower than that of Li Shiming.
My mortal father was seriously injured by the order of the true disciple of Mingxin sect. He only has 1 year left to live. I asked them to hand over the true disciple, but they actually deceived me with fakes. My request is not high. As long as I hand over Bo Ren who deceived me, and my true disciple Bo Zhao, I will retreat.
Li Shiming heard what the great shopkeeper Jing Mo said, and he changed his demeanor and gave his reason.
Mingxinzong is so brave. He dares to do this. Master Li, please rest assured that the Beishu Merchant Guild will fully support you. Both of my ancestors have said that as long as you are in need, they will help you.
Jing Mo said. The shopkeeper would stand by him even if Li Shiming was unreasonable, let alone Li Shiming who was still unreasonable. What the shopkeeper Jing Mo said was true. Beishu Trading Company was very fond of Li Shiming. One of them, Patriarch Ling, owed Li Shiming a favor. Patriarch Ling had exchanged the
Juyan Dan
from Li Shiming. The two ancestors both took a fancy to Li Shiming's alchemy ability and believed that Li Shiming could grow up to the level of making alchemy for them.
Master Li, you have been promoted to the middle stage of Jin Dan.
Shopkeeper Jingma suddenly discovered Li Shiming's state, and he screamed in disbelief. You can't blame him for being rude. Any late-stage Jin Dan monk in the northern Shu continent would probably be as excited as him when they learned that Li Shiming was promoted to the middle stage of Jin Dan. Li Shiming was promoted to the middle stage of Jin Dan, which means that Li Shiming has the ability to refine third-grade elixirs for the monks in the late stage of Jin Dan, with Li Shiming's record of never failing. The third-grade elixirs produced by his late-stage monks in refining golden elixirs must be full elixirs and of high-grade third-grade elixirs. Shopkeeper Jing Mo was still very envious of the middle-stage golden elixir monks before, because the middle-stage golden elixir monks could enjoy the third-grade elixir refined by Li Shiming. He originally thought that it would take at least several decades before it would be the turn of late-stage Jindan monks to enjoy the third-grade elixir refined by Li Shiming. I didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. In just a short time, Li Shiming was promoted to the middle stage of Jindan. When I returned to the secular world and gathered with my relatives, I made a breakthrough when I felt something in my heart. Li Shiming explained with a smile. Master Li is so affectionate. Shopkeeper Jing Mo said in praise, whether he believed it or not. If it weren't for something wrong, he would have wanted to take out the elixir he had accumulated and hand it over to Li Shiming and ask him to make elixirs for him. By the way, Grand Shopkeeper Jing Mo will send a letter to the sect for me. I will stay at my home on Tianhai Island for a year, Li Shiming said with a smile, thinking of his previous plan. I will use the trading channel to send the news back later. Shopkeeper Jing Mo nodded repeatedly and promised. Then he thought of the situation and continued. Master Li, you don't need to take action. I will deal with the Mingxin sect for you. If they don't understand, Beishu Trading Company will destroy the Mingxin sect for you. Destroying a sect like Mingxin sect is not difficult for Beishu Trading Company, which has the Yuaning Patriarch. It just depends on whether it is cost-effective or not. But to vent his anger for Li Shiming, I believe Beishu Commercial Bank is willing to do it in all aspects. Especially after Master Jingmo reported back Li Shiming's promotion to the middle stage of Jindan. There wouldn't be any objections. Those in their 30s, who are in the middle stage of the golden elixir, are almost 100% able to become the late stage of the golden elixir. In the late stage of the golden elixir, they can refine some 4th grade elixirs. At that time, even the ancestor of Yuaning would ask Li Shiming to refine elixirs. This kind of genius must be retained by Beishu Trading Company. Not to mention such trivial matters as destroying the Mingxin sect. Even if it means launching a war for Li Shiming. Shopkeeper Jing Mo turned around and flew towards the mountain gate of Mingxin sect. He knew where the head of Mingxin sect and the Jindan elders were. So he flew over directly. What's going on? Do Taoist fellow Jingma and Li Shiming know each other? The leader couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw that Shopkeeper Jingma and Li Shiming seemed to be familiar with each other. Judging from the appearance of Shopkeeper Jingma, he was extremely respectful to Li Shiming. He knew the identity of the big shopkeeper Jingma very well. As the big shopkeeper of Beishu Trading Company, although he was not the most powerful shopkeeper, his status was considered to be extremely high in the Beishu continent. How could he be so respectful to Li Shiming, the elder of the Shushen sect? Some bad feelings arose in the head's heart. Then he saw Shopkeeper Jing Mo flying back, thinking that Shopkeeper Jing Mo had negotiated something with Li Shiming, and quickly released the formation to allow Shopkeeper Jing Mo to enter smoothly. Shopkeeper Jingma, what request did Elderly make? The boss asked the Shopkeeper Jingma, who entered the hall. Everyone, on behalf of the Beishu Trading Company and on behalf of Master Li, I formally lodged a protest with the Mingxin sect. Master Li is my sect's guest. You should be grateful that you are on Tianhai Island. If you were on the Beishu continent, our enemies would be everywhere. The entire northern Shu continent. Shopkeeper Jing Mo ignored the boss's question and said in a deep voice. His words made all the monks in the hall feel inexplicable. Just now, he was out negotiating with Li Shiming for the Mingxin sect, who knew that just a short time later, he became the representative of Li Shiming. This change was so fast that the monks of Mingxin sect could not accept it for a while. Master Li? What kind of master is this elderly? The master heard clearly the title and the words of Grand Master Jing Mo, and he hesitated for a moment and asked. Master Li is the #1 alchemy master in the northern Shu continent. The golden elixir monks who come to him to refine alchemy have been queued up for several years. We in the Northern Shu Trading Company can only hold Master Li carefully. The Mingxin sect is really powerful and dares to deal with Master Li. Shopkeeper Jing Mo said coldly. All the monks present took a breath of cold air. The golden elixir monks knew very well the importance of alchemy. The improvement of their cultivation relies entirely on the 3rd grade elixir. And a top alchemy master is the one that any golden elixir monk must fawn over. Not to mention, the person who came from the mouth of the great shopkeeper Jingma was the #1 alchemy master in the northern Shu continent. If other people said this, they would still be suspicious. But shopkeeper Jing Mo said this on behalf of Beishu Trading Company. So it represents the views of Beishu Trading Company. The spiritual power in the leader's hand moved slightly,
and he winked at several Jin Dan elders around him. These Jin Dan elders understood, and with a soft drink from the leader, they attacked Bo Ren at the same time. Bo Ren was also in shock and regret. He once again regretted his wrong choice. His son Bo Zhao was indeed important, but compared to a being that neither he nor Ming Xinzong could afford to offend, he could only give up this son. Just as he was thinking about it, he sensed fluctuations in spiritual power, and when he wanted to dodge, it was already too late. He received heavy blows in many places on his body, and at the same time, the leader blocked his golden elixir, causing him to lose the ability to move. You? He was about to speak, but his ability to speak was blocked by the leader. Even his two friends pretended not to see him at all at this time. Everyone knows that if Li Shiming wants to calm down his anger, he must hand over Bo Ran and his son Bo Zhao. The sect has already lost the great elder Fan Shi for the sake of Bo Ran. The sect has suffered a great loss, and cannot suffer any more losses. At this time, it is no longer the trouble with Li Shiming, but also the Beishu Trading Company. Li Shiming's trouble alone cannot be dealt with. They know the strength of the Beishu Trading Company better. If they do not handle it well, it will destroy the sect. So it is better to sacrifice Bo Burn. End of chapter 386.
Master Jingma, I know Master Li's request. On behalf of the sect, I entrust you to hand them over to Master Li, hoping to make up for Mingxin sect's mistakes.
The leader of Mingxin sect felt aggrieved in his heart. With a look on his face, he said with an extremely respectful expression, Shopkeeper Jing Mo has been watching with a cold eye. He is not surprised at all by the way Mingxin sect handles things internally. For the continuation of the sect, it is nothing for Mingxin sect to sacrifice a Jin Dan elder.
Ming Xinzong, don't think about taking revenge on Master Li. The consequences are not something Ming Xinzong can bear.
Grand Shopkeeper Jingma did not forget to issue a warning in the end. He was worried that Ming Xinzong would do something stupid. If he really hurt Li Shiming, even the Beishu Trading Company would not be able to forgive him, the middleman who handled Li Shiming's affairs. In fact, his worries were unnecessary. If he had seen the battle where Li Shiming showed his strength, he would not have such worries. The thing that a great elder-level body refining golden elixir like Li Shiming is least afraid of is a sneak attack. Without the great elder-level golden elixir monk of the Mingxin sect, no golden elixir monk can easily hurt Li Shiming's body, no matter whether Li Shiming does it or not. Out of defense, his body is the strongest defensive magic weapon, and it cannot be broken through by ordinary golden elixir monks.
I promise on behalf of the Mingxin sect that I will never have any conflict with Master Li again,
the head of the Mingxin sect said with a bitter smile. Shopkeeper Jing Mo nodded, and now just waited for Bo Zhao to be brought. Bo Zhao is hiding in Bo Ran's cave, which is extremely safe. Elder Jin Dan's cave is also in the Mingxin sect's formation. As long as the formation is not breached, nothing will happen to the cave. Of course, this also has a prerequisite. That is, it will only happen if Ming Xinzong itself does not take action. When Ming Xinzong decided to hand over Bo Ran, he would not be polite to Bo Ran's cave. With the cooperation of several formation masters and the Jin Dan elders, they used the Sect Protector formation to forcefully resist the Dongfu formation. It didn't take long for the Dongfu formation to be broken open. A Jin Dan elder rushed into the cave and caught Bo Zhao, who had no idea what was going on and looked confused. There is also Elder Jin Dan left behind to record everything in the cave, and everything here will be returned to the sect. Bo Zhao wanted to scream and ask his father, Bo Ran, to save him. But the Jin Dan elder, whom he knew very well before, was merciless and sealed his whole body, leaving him with only the ability to breathe. Now any of the Jin Dan elders in the Mingxin sect who knew about it all harbored resentment towards the father and son duo of Bo Ran and Bo Zhao. Just because of Bo Zhao's wrongdoing, Ming Xinzong disgraced Fan Shi, the great elder. This has delayed the revival of Mingxin sect for at least hundreds of years, or even 1,000 years. With the great elder around, both monks and sea beasts in the Golden Core stage of Tianhai Island will restrain themselves, and resources in some dangerous places can also be used, easily obtained. Without existences like the Great Elder, Mingxin sect can only use ordinary golden elixir elders to fight desperately when acquiring dangerous resources. Not to mention that the remaining forces of the 7 sects will definitely take this opportunity to counterattack, and Mingxin sect will be even more difficult. All of this was thanks to Bo Zhao in his hand. The Jin Dan elder held back not to slap him to death, thinking of handing him over to Li Shiming's hands to solve the most pressing trouble. When Bo Zhao was sent to the hall, despair flashed in Bo Zhao's eyes when he saw Bo Ran. who was also restrained and had weak breath.
I'm sorry for the trouble, Master Jingma.
The head of Mingxin's sect bowed and said. Shopkeeper Jing Mo waved his hand, and Bo Ran and Bo Zhao were grabbed by his spiritual thoughts and flew out of the mountain gate. The space bracelet on Bo Ran's body was still there, and no one proposed to take it off.
Hey!
The head of the Mingxin sect couldn't help but sigh as he watched the great shopkeeper Jing Mo leave. He knew that after this time, the reputation of the Mingxin sect would be greatly damaged. But compared to the annihilation of the sect, this is the most appropriate choice.
Restrict the sect disciples not to go to the Xia Kingdom, and let the garrison disciples in the Xia Kingdom take good care of Master Li's mortal relatives. Don't let anything happen again.
He thought for a moment and issued an order. The monk's relatives are the most troublesome. Using the monk's mortal relatives as a threat is most likely useless. Because although normal monks have feelings for their mortal relatives, they are not too deep. Once something happens to a mortal relative because of the monk, it is very easy to trigger the monk's revenge. The most important thing in a monk's practice is his state of mind. This revenge is not necessarily because of his feelings for mortal relatives, but more so that his own state of mind is not damaged. That's why in the world of immortality, there are mortal families of monks from any force, and they will be treated kindly by all forces.
Master Li, you have lived up to your fate,
Shopkeeper Jing Mo said with a smile when he brought Bo Ran and Bo Zhao to see Li Shiming.
I wonder how long Patriarch Zong can last.
Li Shiming looked at Mingxin Zong and said inexplicably. He didn't even bother to look at Bo Ran and Bo Zhao. He was 100% sure that Zong Laozu really couldn't do it anymore. He even reached the door like this and Zong Laozu didn't even show up. Although Zong Laozu couldn't take action, if Zong Laozu came forward to discuss with him, he really wouldn't dare to stay here.
Master Li, do you want to destroy the Mingxin sect?
Shopkeeper Jing Mo understood the meaning of Li Shiming's words and asked softly. Although his voice was soft, Bo Ran, who was close at hand, heard it. Horror flashed in his eyes, but it immediately turned into vengeful gloating. Li Shiming's eyes fell on Bo Ran, and he couldn't help but sigh that he was really a villain.
I will deal with Mingxin Zong in the future. I still want to thank the shopkeeper Jingma for his help. This matter is over,
Li Shiming said to the shopkeeper Jingma with a smile.
I'll leave them to you. I'll go do something for you first,
Shopkeeper Jing Mo said with a bow, and then turned and left. Li Shiming has a good impression of the big shopkeeper Jing Mo. In fact, these businessmen who can be all round outside, although they are Jindan monks, have the tact of businessmen, and they are indeed very easy to get along with. With 2 taps of his fingers, he killed Bo Ran and Bo Zhao, the father and son, and put away the bodies. Then he turned around and flew away from Mingxin Zong. His father Li Wenyuan was still waiting for him at home. When he went back, he deliberately used Budging Lotus, which allowed him to reach home not long after. When it was not dark yet, he calmed down his aura and changed his clothes into a Confucian shirt, which was his father's favorite clothes.
Son greets father.
He walked into the main room and said with a smile and a big salute.
I came back early. Things have been taken care of. I just have time to talk about a game with me.
Li Wenyuan nodded and pointed to the chessboard arranged outside. Li Shiming saw a trace of relaxation in his father's expression. With Li Wenyuan's lifetime experience as an official, how could he not see that what Li Shiming was going to do was definitely not simple? However, he did not put his worries on the surface, but hid them deeply in his heart. His son was already an immortal, but he came back to accompany him. With his little understanding of immortals, he also knew that immortals could not live in the mortal world for long. The difference between immortals and mortals is not an empty talk, but there is an insurmountable gap between mortals and immortals. He didn't want his emotions to affect his son. His son had grown up and had his own way of doing things. Li Shiming was completely relaxed physically and mentally, and talked with his father. The problem of Mingxin Zong was solved, and the Li family would no longer have trouble on Tianhai Island.
Master! Master! There are senior officials outside who want to see Master.
Mo Yin jogged in and reported. Li Shiming was slightly unhappy to be disturbed. He and Li Wenyuan were holding hands and talking about interesting things from the past. This warm time was affected.
Mo Yin, didn't you say you won't see anyone?
Li Wenyuan looked up at Mo Yin and said in a deep voice.
Sir, these are 2 first-rank officials from the court.
Mo Yin explained quickly.
No.
Li Wenyuan waved his hand and said. He looked at Li Shiming and said with a smile.
Zhiji became the emperor. These officials were worried about their official positions, so they decided here, let's talk to Zhiji later, and don't let anyone come and disturb my father's rest.
Li Shiming had no interest in mortal affairs, and said directly. Li Shiji became emperor without any trouble. Because of the assistance of National Preceptor Mingbin. High-ranking officials all know Mingbin's background. He is the mortal supervisor of the immortal family, and has the power of life and death, regardless of how active the Xia Kingdom's internal power struggle was in the past. They unanimously expressed their support for Li Shiji becoming emperor. I was really frightened by the methods of the National Preceptor Mingbin. The entire original royal family was killed. In front of the immortal, the army was a joke. Li Shiji was also smart. With the help of Mingbin, the national teacher, and the support of officials, he got started quickly. Although he often made mistakes during this period, he had officials around him who corrected him, making him more and more experienced. After receiving the news from Li Shiming, he immediately sent 10 royal guards to guard outside the ancestral home to avoid being disturbed at home. On the 10th day after Li Shiming came back, shopkeeper Jing Mo arrived.
I've seen Master Li.
Shopkeeper Jing Mo sat on the chair. He sat very carefully. Such an ordinary chair without the slightest aura would crush the wooden chair into pieces if he showed the slightest breath based on his cultivation. If he breaks the chairs in Li Shiming's house here, it will probably make Li Shiming's impression of him worse. The tea on the table is also the most ordinary fan tea, but it has a little more aura than fan tea. Shopkeeper Jing Mo liked this fan tea very much because he drank it. This fan tea was roasted by Li Shiming himself. Although the spiritual energy in fan tea was thin, and it did not benefit the monks, it had an impact on the mood. But it's the same. Li Shiming is not stingy. But he is in the mortal world and must be careful when using spiritual items. Especially spiritual items that reach the 3rd level. The fluctuations of spiritual energy they emit are fatal to mortals. This is his home. And he doesn't want any harm to his father, Si Qin, Mo Yin, or other servants.
Thank you, shopkeeper Jing Ma.
Li Shiming thanked with a smile.
It's not troublesome. Elder Su of the Shushan sect asked the trading company to bring you a message so that you can stay here with peace of mind and come back to the sect whenever you want.
Shopkeeper Jing Mo said with a wave of his hand. Li Shiming had a smile on his face, and warmth flashed in his eyes. He knew that staying here this time was an extremely willful move. As the best alchemy master in the sect, his absence for a year would affect many of the sect's alchemy tasks. The master, Elder Su, did not consider this, but was thinking about him. The monk's state of mind was very important. He just practiced too fast and lacked the experience of other monks. Accompanying loved ones in the ordinary world is also an experience.
Beiju Trading Company found out that Master Li was promoted to the middle stage of the Golden Elixir. They specially selected 3 late-stage Golden Elixir formulas and the corresponding elixirs, and sent them over for Master Li to practice with. Even if they all fail, it will be fine.
Shopkeeper Jing Mo said. Then he said,
no more elixirs will be sent to you within 2 months. I will accept these 3 elixirs.
Li Shiming shook his head and said with a smile. The Beiju Trading Company didn't want him to practice. They placed an order, but they just changed it to a more euphemistic and nicer way of saying it. Everyone knows that Li Shiming has never failed. This is the experience gained from countless times of alchemy.
Actually, I also personally have a 3rd grade elixir. I want to ask Master Li to take action. I have prepared the reward.
Shopkeeper Jing Mo said, a little embarrassed.
Okay. Plus, I won't send you any more for 2 months. I still have to spend most of my time with my relatives.
Li Shiming thought about it and changed his words. In any case, he owed the favor to the shopkeeper Jing Mo for helping him. Since the great shopkeeper Jing Mo wants to repay the favor through alchemy, he is naturally willing. As for saying that alchemy affects his ability to spend time with his relatives, that's just a way of saying it to the outside world. You must know that the time required to refine 3rd grade elixirs in the later stage of the golden elixir is 2 or 3 times that of previous elixir refining. And even some complex 3rd grade elixirs will take even longer to refine. For 3rd grade elixirs in the later stages of the golden elixir, the number of main ingredients of 3rd grade elixirs is more than 3 flavors. Some 3rd grade elixirs may have 5 or 6 flavors of 3rd grade elixirs. And for each additional 3rd grade elixir, the elixir refining time will increase by 1 or 2 hours. Therefore, if you are really serious about refining the 3rd grade elixir in the later stage of the golden elixir, it usually takes the alchemy master more than half a day from preparation to the end of the elixir. In addition, you need to recover yourself after refining the elixir. Continuous refining. This is known to outsiders. But Li Shiming's alchemy is different. Being in the mortal world, he only needs to send all the elixirs to the computer room space to make alchemy. and leave a brain to refine the elixir in the computer room space. It will not delay his normal life, nor will it affect his cultivation or anything he does.
Thank you, Master Li. If you have any needs here, Beiju Trading Company can satisfy you.
Shopkeeper Jing Mo quickly bowed and thanked you. He took out a space ring, which contained the 4 elixirs he brought this time. Using a space ring to store the 4 elixirs is an emphasis on the 4 elixirs. The space in the space ring is more stable. The value of these 4 elixirs is extremely high, and the trading company does not want any trouble at all. Chapter 387 coming to the door. Li Shiming lived a mortal life, except for the practice time every night. He was no different from an ordinary mortal. Since the royal guards were guarding the ancestral home, no outsiders have come to disturb it. And with Li Shiming, a spiritual plant master, there is basically no need to buy ordinary green vegetables outside. The vegetables he cultivates have greatly strengthened the health of everyone in the family. There was no trouble in refining the 4 elixirs. It took him 2 days to complete the refining of the 4 late-stage third-grade elixirs. However, he did not spread the news about the third-grade high-level spiritual elixir. Instead, he waited for the shopkeeper Jing Mo to come and pick it up 2 months later. There was no difficulty in refining the third-grade elixir in the late stage of the golden elixir. There may be a magic weapon Z15. He felt that there was not much difference between refining the third-grade elixir in the later stage and the previous elixir. The only difference was that it took a longer time. When using the
100 points pill technique,
when producing the elixir, you still get double the amount of elixir. Each elixir actually produced 6 third-grade high-level elixirs. He got 4 of them, and the party that produced the elixir got 2. In addition, the party that produced the elixir also needed to pay him a certain amount of compensation. Most of these rewards are third-grade spiritual objects, or valuable jade slips, etc. From here, we can see how much Li Shiming, the alchemy master, has gained. But this is not a common phenomenon among alchemy masters. Most alchemy masters have a certain failure rate in refining late-stage third-grade elixirs. Even if the refining is successful, it is difficult to reach the full elixir, which is the number of 3 third-grade elixirs, let alone guarantee the quality of the third-grade elixir. Why was Grand Shopkeeper Jing Mo so excited when he learned that Li Shiming was promoted to the golden elixir in the middle stage? It was because Li Shiming took action to refine the elixir, and the profit of the monk who provided the elixir would be several times higher than if he found other alchemy masters. Of course, Li Shiming would not tell anyone the true number of his elixirs. In the understanding of monks, elixir generating techniques such as
101 points pill technique
are luck-based techniques. Today, his father Li Wenyuan was a bit sleepy and went to bed early at noon. Li Shiming was sitting on the rocking chair in the yard, his spiritual mind exploring the space ring obtained from the great elder Fan Shi. He didn't take this space ring seriously and threw it casually into the computer room. Not only this space ring, but also the space bracelets of Bo Ran and Bo Zhao were also thrown into the computer room without checking. It is true that Li Shiming has long lost interest in other monk space objects. The spiritual objects that he can like are most likely to be 4th-grade spiritual objects. He was in a good mood today. He thought about the trophies in the computer room and had the idea to take a look. The magic weapons used by Great Elder Fan Shi are all top-grade magic weapons. There are only 2 magic weapons, a flying sword and a protective tortoise SH.L magic weapon, which seems a bit shabby. But when he saw a jade box covered with talismans in the space ring, he understood why the Grand Elder Fan Shi was so poor. Because most of the wealth of Great Elder Fan Shi was exchanged for the elixir in this jade box. Opening the jade box, he saw a lotus with 7 leaves. The lotus was like jade.
7-leaf jade lotus.
Li Shiming sat upright in the rocking chair and said to himself in disbelief.
7-leaf jade lotus
is one of the auxiliary elixirs for promoting nascent soul. It can increase the chance of condensing into nascent soul by 10%. This probability is a common understanding in the world of immortality. So the
7-leaf jade lotus
is extremely precious and particularly sought after. What surprised Li Shiming was how Elder Fan Shi, a golden elixir monk from a sect such as Mingxin sect, obtained this
7-leaf jade lotus.
Even his master, Elder Su, is still working hard for the sect's adult resources. Even if he obtains the adult resources, it is hard to say whether there are elixirs such as
7-leaf jade lotus
among them. What he didn't know was that this
7-leaf jade lotus
was accidentally obtained by the Mingxin sect many years ago. It has been kept in the sect's treasure house and collected by Zhang Laozu. because Patriarch Zong was about to expire. He handed over the
7-leaf jade lotus
to Elder Fan Shi for safekeeping. Of course, he also planned to use the
7-leaf jade lotus
when Elder Fan Shi had the opportunity to be promoted. Who would have known that this treasure fell into Li Shiming's hands? Even the head of Mingxin sect didn't know about this matter. Even if he knew about it at the time, there was nothing he could do. Li Shiming put the
7-leaf jade lotus
together with the
red infant ginseng fruit
he had obtained before. In terms of the elixir for promotion to the nascent soul, he got 2 pieces. Considering the rarity and preciousness of the nascent soul elixir, many monks would dare to try to break through as long as they got one of them. Li Shiming showed a look of satisfaction. He looked at Bo Ran and Bo Zhao's space bracelets again. Not surprisingly, there was nothing he could like in them. However, after seeing some low-level cultivation resources in Bo Zhao's space bracelet, he thought of something. In the future, if there are immortal cultivation seeds with spiritual roots in the family, then his senior will also leave some resources. Anyway, these resources are nothing to him. What other monks were most worried about was that leaving resources behind in the mortal world would bring disaster to future generations. But he didn't need to worry, because there is a silver corpse in the family's ancestral home. It can protect the family. He took out some useless items from Bo Zhao's space bracelet, added a few jade slips and some low-level elixirs, and then handed the space bracelet to Silver Corpse Killer. Every few years, Silver Corpse Killer scans the old house with his spiritual mind. After discovering the spiritual root seeds, he will hand over a small amount of resources to the spiritual root seeds and guide them to get started. Refining corpses can only have this ability after reaching the Silver Corpse level and being able to use spiritual thoughts. Li Shiming also approached Li Shiji and informed Shiji of the matter. Shiji passed on the matter and brought all descendants to the old house at a fixed time every few years. As for which sect the younger generation chooses to join after receiving resources, he will not ask.
A golden elixir monk came here?
Li Shiming, who was sitting in the rocking chair, suddenly looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing with light. Golden elixir monks have great influence on mortals and rarely appear in the mortal world. Needless to say, the Golden Core Cultivator came to find him. But he didn't know which faction of the Golden Core Cultivator actually knew his location. Ming Xian Zong was unlikely to disturb him, although it seemed that his feud with Ming Xian Zong was over. Ming Xian Zong did not get along well with him, and the hatred between them had already been forged. Ming Xian Zong has seen his strength. No more Jindan monks should dare to come here. As for Beishu Trading Company, shopkeeper Jing Mo is the only monk who can contact him. While he was thinking, his figure disappeared and flew into the air. In the air, he saw an acquaintance who he knew was Yu Gu, the original head of Tianhai sect. Yu Gu, who was in the late stage of foundation building, is now in the early stage of golden elixir. It's just that the head of Tianhai sect is different from the head of Mingxin sect. Because of the invasion, Mingxin sect has many important decisions to make. So the leader is the most powerful Jindan monk in the sect. The Tianhai sect had been at peace for 10,000 years, and the Golden Core monks were the sect's top combat power. The Golden Core monks rarely interfered with the sect's affairs, leaving everything to the Foundation establishment monks. Therefore, the head of Tianheizong was only Yu Gulai, who was in the late stage of Foundation establishment, and his power was far from that of the top few of Tianheizong. Li Shiming looked at Yu Gu, whose aura was completely different from before. Back then, Yu Gu was friendly, but now, Yu Gu has an aura of awe and a solemn expression.
Fellow Daoisli, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your demeanor is heartbreaking.
Yu Gu seemed to have not smiled for a long time, and his smile was a little stiff.
Master Yu, congratulations on your promotion to Jindan,
Li Shiming said with a smile.
Golden elixir,
Yu Gu said to himself with a bitter smile. And then he explained.
My golden elixir was forcibly pulled out by the spiritual elixir. I have no hope of promotion in this life.
After finishing speaking, he looked at Li Shiming with envy, sensing the aura of Li Shiming's middle-stage golden elixir. The Li Shiming in front of him was just a Chi-Chain monk at the beginning. But now Li Shiming's realm is higher than him. More importantly, Li Shiming's future is bright.
I wonder what brought Master Yu here.
Li Shiming didn't want to discuss the matter anymore, so he changed the topic and asked.
Tianhai sect has long since disappeared. You don't need to call me the leader. Fellow Daoisli. You should call me Fellow Daoist Yu.
Yu Gu shook his head and continued.
I heard that there was a conflict between Fellow Daoisli and the Mingxin sect not long ago. So the Mingxin sect, the loss is not small?
He seemed to be asking for confirmation. In fact, he was able to find this place. And of course, he got accurate information. We were able to find this place because Li Shiming was a disciple of the Tianhai sect. And the Tianhai sect had relatively detailed information about Li Shiming. As Yugu is the head of the clan, the Tianhai sect's mountain gate was breached. And this part of the information was kept by him. After he heard about Li Shiming's current strength and the conflict with Mingxin's sect, he immediately came over.
A small conflict has been resolved,
Li Shiming replied calmly.
Fellow Taoist Li, no matter what, you were born in the Tianhai sect. Now that you have the ability to avenge the Tianhai sect, please help us deal with the Mingxin sect,
Yugu asked, staring at Li Shiming.
Fellow Taoist you, not to mention that the Tianhai sect took the initiative to retreat and did not give up the mountain gate without even resisting. But when the sect retreated, no monk informed me and asked me to stay alone to face the army led by Zong Patriarch, Mingxin sect monk. If I hadn't had some tricks, he might have been killed by Mingxin sect.
Li Shiming thought of what happened before and retorted in a loud voice. He hasn't said anything about this to anyone. But that doesn't mean he doesn't care. At the beginning, he was just a chi chain monk. And the entire sect retreated. But no monk informed him of the sect's retreat. That is to say, he had some sense of urgency at that time. Built a rocket. And escaped with the speed of the rocket. Even if he used rockets to escape, it would still be a dangerous journey. He had faced 4th grade sea beasts in the sea. These Mingxin sects were on one hand. But the most important responsibility was the Tianhai sect.
Fellow Taoist Li, there was some urgency during the evacuation. Maybe there was some oversight. But you have to believe that the sect did not think of leaving any disciples behind.
Yugu tried his best to explain.
Fellow Taoist you, I am no longer a disciple of Tianhai sect. I have joined other sections. You don't have to come to me for conflicts with Mingxin sect.
Li Shiming rejected Yugu very firmly.
Fellow Taoist Li, it was the Tianhai sect that trained you and introduced you. Even if you join another sect now, you should avenge the Tianhai sect,
Yugu said in a deep voice while suppressing his emotions.
Let's go!
Li Shiming shook his head and said. He didn't want to say anything more. Yugu was obviously obsessed with revenge. Yugu actually wanted to tie him up with emotions. Seeing that Elder Yin had already left, it was obvious that Tianhaizong had no cohesion for a long time.
You can't be ungrateful,
Yugu shouted uncontrollably. His breath exploded, and the terrifying golden elixir breath was about to spurt out and impact downwards. At this moment, a ray of silver light appeared, blocking all the golden elixir aura, and headed upward, rushing towards Yugu. Just as Yugu was about to take action, he felt a bone-chilling murderous intent. This was a murderous intent that was almost solidified and made his body stiff all of a sudden. Then he felt a cold hand grasping his neck, and terrifying murderous intent and cold spiritual power poured into his body.
Kill! Save his life! Throw him out!
Li Shiming stopped the killing of the silver corpse and ordered. At the ancestral home, any monk who dares to do anything that threatens the ancestral home will be attacked by the silver corpse killer. Although silver corpse killer is not particularly powerful among all his silver corpses, the predecessor of silver corpse killer is Kakutu, who was trained by Qianba Temple in the method of killing to become a Buddha. After being promoted to silver corpse, he retained his murderous intention. The murderous intention is combined with the cold spiritual power, and the murderous intention becomes even more powerful. Li Shiming believes that the silver corpse's ability to kill is comparable to that of a middle-stage golden elixir monk. This middle-stage golden elixir is not an ordinary middle-stage golden elixir, but a mid-stage golden elixir from a large sect. Golden elixirs, like Yugu, who were born in the Tianhai sect, are still forcibly upgraded with spiritual elixirs, and are not even as good as the golden elixir monks from small sects in the Beishu continent. That's why he was so unbearable when faced with the silver corpse killer, and was defeated without even being able to fight back. Yugu woke up from the near-death situation and felt the big hand on his neck. He finally saw clearly what was attacking him. A silver corpse. Just a silver corpse defeated him. But Li Shiming didn't take any action at all.
Fellow Taoist you, don't come here again. I'm here this time. I won't hold back until I kill. Otherwise you'll be a withered skeleton.
Li Shiming's cold voice surrounded Yugu's ears. Li Shiming shook his head. If he hadn't remembered his original love, he would have killed Yugu long ago. He hates others threatening him with friendship. As a monk, no one can stop him from doing anything he wants to do. And no one can force him to do something he doesn't want to do. He also talked about being ungrateful. And he didn't see Tianhai sect resisting with all his strength when Mingxin's sect invaded. When Tianhai's sect was at its most powerful, they never took revenge. Instead, they wanted him. A disciple who had only stayed in Tianhai's sect for a few years. Revenge. Chapter 388, Vengeance. Chapter 388, Vengeance. Since Yugu left, no monk has come to disturb Li Shiming's life. Although he only practices at night, his improvement in cultivation is not slow at all. The frequency with which he takes the third-grade elixir for cultivation is based on the maximum usage interval of the third-grade high-grade elixir. When his realm reached the middle stage of Jindan, one of the most important changes was the formation of a regular pattern of Nanming Lihua in his body. This was something he didn't have in the early stages of the Golden Core. It was precisely this that made him unable to practice Nanming Lihua even if he obtained the magical inheritance of Nanming Lihua. He could only have the ghosts control the body of the nascent soul to practice on his behalf. After being promoted to the middle stage of Jindan, it seemed that due to the Nanming Lihua flames in his body, a small piece of Nanming Lihua regular pattern was automatically formed during the promotion process. He had not noticed it at first because the small piece of Nanming Lihua pattern was too big. Smaller. As he practiced and the influence of Nanming Lihua's presence in his body, the pattern of Nanming Lihua's rules slowly increased in size. And only then did he notice this change. This discovery allowed him to practice the magical power of Nanming Lihua on his own, and even gave him a slight possibility of using Nanming Lihua in the Golden Elixir stage. You must know that Nanming Lihua is an offensive magical power that can only be mastered by Yuanying stage monks. The terrifying thing about offensive magical powers is that its own level is higher than most energy. Just like the Great Elder level body refining, it is extremely difficult for a Golden Elixir stage monk to break through its defense. But in front of Nanming Lihua, it only takes a little flame to break through the defense of the Great Elder level refining body. One day 3 months later, Li Shiming left Xia's capital and set up a formation in an uninhabited land thousands of miles away from the capital. This time it was for the purpose of refining the corpse of Nanming. After being baptized by thunder and lightning for such a long time, Nanming finally reached the standard recognized by the natal magic weapon Z15 and was able to withstand the thunder tribulation. He attaches great importance to the breakthrough of Corpse Refiner Nanming to the Silver Corpse realm. Although Corpse Refiner Nanming has been promoted from the Bronze Corpse, in terms of potential, he should be the strongest among all his corpse refiners. Even the Great Elder level corpse in his hand has less potential than the corpse refining Nanming. Because although the corpse refining Nanming was initially weak, it was the nascent soul of the nascent soul ancestor that was integrated into it, and inherited most of the essence of the nascent soul ancestor. To be honest, the value of the Yuanying body of Patriarch Wang Xiao is not even 1/10 of that of Yuanying. Most of the cultivation of Patriarch Yuanying in his life was above that of Yuanying. In addition, the corpse refining Nanming was originally a spare body seizing body modified by Patriarch Wang Xiao. After his body was taken away, its potential was immeasurable to Li Shiming's level. Li Shiming's strength improved too fast. Especially his physical training level was directly upgraded to the Great Elder level, which made the silver corpse next to him help him so little that it was almost negligible. The corpse refining Nanming is a corpse refining person who can provide him with combat power in the Golden Core stage and even the Nascent Soul stage. For this reason, Li Shiming deliberately asked Nanming to stay in the corpse refining space for a while. It was not until the natal magic weapon Z15 analyzed that the success rate of the corpse refining Nanming's calamity reached more than 80%. Then he decided to let the corpse refining Nanming do the calamity. The 80% success rate for overcoming the tribulation is the success rate for corpse refiner Nanming to overturn the tribulation on his own, with him guarding by his side. The success rate for staying at one point to overcome the tribulation increases to 100%. Li Shiming stood outside the formation, looking at corpse refining Nanming inside the formation, and he connected a brain to corpse refining Nanming's body. Without sensing danger, he would not interfere in the matter of refining the corpse of Nanming to save the tribulation. Once intervened, it may affect the future development of the refined corpse Nanming. Overcoming the tribulation is a test, but after passing the test, corresponding heaven and earth rewards will be given according to the situation of overcoming the tribulation. The consequences of human intervention will affect the strength of the heaven and earth rewards. Corpse refining Nanming's promotion went very smoothly. Li Shiming had not been practicing for a long time, but he had extremely rich experience in corpse refining. There are 13 refined corpses in his hands that have been promoted to silver corpses. This number is a number that most Golden Elixir monks cannot reach in their lifetime. The changes in the corpse refining Nanming's body ended, and the appearance of the corpse pill triggered a thunderstorm. A huge thundercloud appeared, which made Li Shiming feel worried. This thundercloud is obviously much larger than the thundercloud when ordinary silver corpses are promoted. But considering the specialness of the corpse refining Naming, the changes in the thunder calamity are normal. At this moment, multiple breaths came from the distance, and these breaths were approaching quickly. Li Shiming looked around and saw that they were some foundation-building monks. This was not common. Tianhai Island was different from the northern Shu continent. The number of foundation-building monks here was far less than that of the northern Shu continent, especially among casual cultivators. The chance of a foundation-building monk appearing is very low. Of course, that was still the situation when he was on Tianhai Island. He didn't know what the situation was now, or whether it had changed. While he was still observing, two more figures were faster than these foundation-building monks, flying towards him. While he was shouting to drive them away, he discovered that one of the two Jindan monks was someone he knew. He smiled, said nothing, and stood quietly waiting. Two golden elixir monks, Bailey Luo and Elder Xie, are leading a group of remaining monks from the seven sects to conduct a transaction in the market here. After the seven sects merged into one, although they were suppressed by the Mingxin sect, some of the seven sects' heritage remained. They hid some resource points. These resource points were in relatively remote areas and had not been discovered by the Mingxin sect. The resources produced by these resource points need to be traded in order to exchange for suitable cultivation resources. This matter was nothing in the past, but in today's Tianhai Island, it requires the cooperation of two Jindan elders to ensure safety. He brought a group of disciples with him. These disciples took this opportunity and were protected by two Jindan elders to go out and trade some resources for their own use. You must know that it is always dangerous for these disciples to go out alone. Many monks of the Mingxin sect are like hunters, constantly hunting the remaining disciples of the seven sects in exchange for contributions from the sect. At the time of the transaction, all the monks felt the strong fluctuations in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The foundation-building monks thought it was a rare treasure from heaven and earth that appeared, and immediately rushed in the direction of the fluctuations in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The two Jindan elders also quickly ended the transaction and chased him out. They also wanted to see who was going through the tribulation here. Of course, they also have the idea of taking advantage of the opportunity to rob. Everyone knows that the combat power of the Golden Core monks who have survived the Golden Core tribulation has not truly reached the Golden Core level. If you want to have the combat power of the Golden Elixir stage, you need to practice your main skills again, accumulate spiritual power, and refine magic weapons. This all takes time. Ordinary Jindan monks have to spend this time, ranging from half a year to several years, depending on how prepared they are before the tribulation. A monk who is out there surviving the Golden Core tribulation, whether successful or not, is a good prey. Bai Liyuo and Elder Xie were extremely fast and quickly surpassed the foundation-building monks. When they saw the thunderclouds in the sky, their eyes flashed. Such a huge thundercloud shows that the monks who can save the tribulation are extremely talented and are tabooed by heaven and earth.
Hey, why does this monk look so familiar?
Elder Xie saw Li Shiming. Li Shiming deliberately concealed his strength, so he looked like an ordinary mortal. But how could anyone standing here be a mortal?
Li Shiming!
Bai Liyuo also recognized Li Shiming, and he gritted his teeth and called out Li Shiming's name. He thinks of Li Shiming's face almost every day. His feud with Li Shiming was initially due to his son Bailey Jinyan, but later he approached Li Shiming, but fell into the trap set by Li Shiming, and even the magic weapon was destroyed that time. He fled back to his sect. His failure in the hands of a chain of Qi monks was the greatest shame in his life, even more than the murder of his son Bailey Jinyan. He had always wanted to take revenge on Li Shiming. But then, the Mingxin sect invaded and Li Shiming disappeared. So he never found any trace of Li Shiming again. However, Bai Liyuo did not want revenge at this time. After he recognized Li Shiming, he was about to turn around and escape, because of the conflict between Li Shiming and Mingxin sect. Especially the fact that Li Shiming blocked the mountain gate of Mingxin sect. It became known to the monks on Tianhai Island over time. He didn't think he could defeat Li Shiming. According to rumors, Li Shiming's level had reached the middle stage of Jindan, although he did not believe that Li Shiming's realm had reached the middle stage of the Golden Core in less than 20 years. But even if Li Shiming's realm had not reached the middle stage of the Golden Core, Li Shiming alone could block the mountain gate of Mingxin sect with one person. It is not something he can fight against. When he turned around to run away, a sword light was faster than his speed. The sword light passed through his body, protecting spiritual power. He looked at the wound on his chest, Unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Too weak. Li Shiming only used the magic weapon of the heart sword, and used sword cultivation methods to drive the heart sword to attack, killing Bailey Luo with one blow, which made him feel how weak Bailey Luo was. He remembered that Bailey Luo had frightened him with just a breath. He shook his head with emotion. He still had to go out after all. The monks on Tianhai Island were generally weak, which was related to the inheritance of Tianhai Island. Among the original 7 sects of Tianhai Island, the best inheritance only reaches its peak when it reaches the Golden Elixir stage. In the Beishu continent, the top skills are all based on reaching the nascent soul stage, not to mention the existence of skills beyond the Yuanying stage. Tianhai Island also lacks cultivation resources, which makes most of the Golden Elixir cultivators unable to make any further progress when they reach the early stage of the Golden Elixir, no matter how powerful the talent is. If the skills and resources cannot keep up, it will only become mediocre. When Elder Xie saw Bai Liyuo suddenly turning around and running away, he didn't know that he had met Bai Liyuo's enemy. And looking at Bai Liyuo, turning around and running away without even daring to fight him, it shows that the opponent is extremely powerful, far more than Bai Liyuo. Just when Elder Xie was thinking about how to deal with himself, Bai Liyuo had been killed. For a moment, he didn't dare to escape or resist. Li Shiming's strength was too terrifying, and his speed was no faster than Bai Liyuo.
Li Shiming has met Elder Xie.
Li Shiming withdrew his heart sword and greeted Elder Xie with a smile on his face.
You are Li Shiming.
Elder Xie finally knew why Li Shiming was so familiar. He thought of the Qi Chain monk he had seen on 7-Star Island more than 10 years ago, the genius of the Tianhai sect. He thought about the conflict between Li Shiming and Mingxin's sect again, which explained Li Shiming's strength. As for why Li Shiming took action against Bailey Luo, he had heard of the reason. It is not a secret that Bai Liyuo and Li Shiming have enmity. Elder Yin even came forward to find Bai Liyuo about this matter.
I have an old grudge with Bailey Luo. When I was still a Qi Chain monk, he chased me many times. Elder Jie, please take his body back,
Li Shiming explained with a smile.
Hey!
Elder Xie sighed. He really couldn't say anything about this matter. Revenge in the world of immortality is what monks must do. If you want to have a clear mind, you need to kill your enemies decisively when you encounter them. The mental state plays a special role at the critical moment of promotion. This is recorded in many classics, and is also recognized by the monks. Elder Xie couldn't say who was right and who was wrong. With Li Shiming's strength, he couldn't avenge Bailey Luo. He could only take Bailey Luo's body back and report it to the sect. At this moment, the Sky Thunder also disappeared, and a silver-white corpse walked out of the formation. Elder Jie glanced at Nan Ming, who had just been promoted to Silver Corpse. For some reason, the hairs all over his body stood up. In his perception, Nan Ming was as terrifying as a wild beast. Li Shiming put away Nan Ming with a wave of his hand. He naturally knew the reason for Elder Jie's frightened expression. Nan Ming had just been promoted and could not perfectly control the energy in his body. The Nan Ming Lihua in his body leaked a trace of aura. Nan Ming Lihua, let alone a weak golden elixir cultivator like Elder Xie. Even a great elder-level golden elixir cultivator would be frightened. Elder Xie woke up from the fear just now after being put away by Nan Ming. He took a big breath of air to calm the fear in his heart. He couldn't understand Li Shiming's strength more and more. Even in the middle stage of the Golden Core, he couldn't easily kill the early stage of the Golden Core, let alone the terrifying aura exuded by the newly promoted Silver Corpse. He can be 100% sure that even at the peak of the 7 sects, there was no Golden Elixir Elder whose aura could be as terrifying as the one who had just been promoted to Silver Corpse. That was a difference in level. He was suppressed by the aura exuded by the Silver Corpse. If the Silver Corpse attacked him, he wouldn't even have room to resist. He couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Originally, he had the idea of taking advantage, and was preparing to rob the monks who were being promoted here. Fortunately, Bai Liyuo's matter was delayed, and he didn't really take action. Otherwise, with the terror of the Silver Corpse, there is a high probability that he would be torn into pieces by the Silver Corpse. He looked at Li Shiming again, and thought about whether his choice back then was wrong. He chose to stay on Tianhai Island, a place that was considered safe even though the Mingxin sect existed. Unlike some other Jinan elders, he did not leave Tianhai Island and go to Beishu continent to find his own opportunities.
It's time to leave,
Elder Xie decided in his heart. He bowed and saluted to Li Shiming. Chapter 389 Zongyuan.
Shopkeeper Jingma, why did you come here before the time?
Li Shiming looked at the shopkeeper Jingma and asked curiously. Shopkeeper Jing Mo is not a person who is in a hurry. In more than half a year, he has received 3 orders for alchemy from Beishu Trading Company. Shopkeeper Jing Mo always comes when the 2-month deadline is reached. Never in advance. So as not to disturb Li Shiming. No matter what reason Li Shiming came to the secular world. It was a rare mental experience. Shopkeeper Jing Mo is a late-stage Jin Dan cultivator. So how could he not understand the importance of this? That's why Li Shiming was so strange when he saw the sudden visit of Shopkeeper Jing Mo.
Master Li, you are in some trouble. According to the secret report I left in Mingxin sect, the fake infant ancestor of Mingxin sect is recuperating his body and is preparing to come out of seclusion to find you.
Shopkeeper Jing Mo said with a look on his face. He replied anxiously. Li Shiming was startled. He did not expect this to happen. Ancestor Zong is the strongest being on Tianhai Island. Although his strength in the fake infant stage is still not enough in the Beishu continent, he is absolutely invincible on Tianhai Island.
Master Li, please leave first. I believe that Patriarch Zong will not take action against mortals. I have also notified the trading company. Patriarch Ling will come over as soon as possible.
But it will take at least a few days.
Shopkeeper Jing Mo tried his best to persuade. This is for Li Shiming's good. No matter how old Ancestor Zong is at the end of his life, he is still a fake infant monk. If he really wants to take action against Li Shiming will never be able to face it.
Thank you. I've taken note of this.
Li Shiming bowed seriously and said, he knew that obtaining such information was not as simple as what Shopkeeper Jing Mo said. Forces like Beishu Trading Company would not, and did not need to lay secrets in a sect like Mingxin sect. The only possibility was to do so for Li Shiming's safety. Li Shiming must bear the price and effort he has paid. Li Shiming also guessed why Zong Patriarch would personally deal with him. On the one hand, Zong Patriarch was afraid that his time was running out. Since Mingxin sect had a formidable enemy like Li Shiming, Zong Patriarch was about to die before his longevity. Eliminating Li Shiming would eliminate a big trouble for Mingxin sect. Don't believe in the so-called settlement of grievances. If it weren't for the existence of the fake infant ancestor Zong in the Mingxin sect, Li Shiming would have come to the door long ago. Of course Patriarch Zong knew this. Even Elder Fan she died at the hands of Li Shiming, which shows that Li Shiming's combat power is absolutely invincible at the Golden Core stage. If Patriarch Zong does not deal with Li Shiming, once he falls, the Mingxin sect will inevitably be wiped out by Li Shiming. On the other hand,
the 7-leaf Jade Lotus.
In the hands of the great Elder Fan, she was obtained by Li Shiming, which made the Mingxin sect's plan to produce another nascent soul ancestor go bankrupt.
If the 7-leaf Jade Lotus
cannot be retrieved after the death of Patriarch Zong, with the strength of the Mingxin sect, there is almost no possibility of obtaining another elixir of this level. Ancestor Zong no longer considers the revenge from the Shushan sect, because he has no time. If Li Shiming is killed, the Shushan sect's revenge is still undecided. But the preciousness of the
7-leaf Jade Lotus
is completely worth the risk. For a 4th grade elixir that can be promoted to the nascent soul stage, no matter how big the risk is, it is worth taking. Shopkeeper Jing Mo thought that Li Shiming followed his advice and chose to leave. So he left immediately. Li Shiming confessed and flew away from his ancestral home and the capital of Xia Kingdom. He did not choose to leave, but followed the route to meet him. He analyzed Patriarch Zhang's route, based on Patriarch Zhang's situation and strength. It was the first choice to go straight to Xia Kingdom. He would also choose this way, because the distance was the shortest and the time was fastest. At the edge of Xia Kingdom, he took out the 4th grade Tiangang 4-phase formation disc and activated the formation. The 4th grade Tiangang 4-phase array shields the space so that the aura inside cannot leak out. He then summoned the nascent soul's body and the false baby's body. The heavenly ghost was able to control the false baby's body. Although he could not fight yet, he was able to move freely. He summoned Venerable Huijing out again. Venerable Huijing's injuries were still recovering slowly. But this was the real ancestor of nascent soul. He flew a drone high into the sky and could monitor a large area at a distance of 10,000 meters. After everything was ready, he used his
spiritual eyes
to observe the distance. With his eyesight and the cooperation of the drone, Zong Laozu could detect anyone as long as he got close to 1,000 miles away. After waiting for about 2 hours, he saw a spaceship sailing here. There are 3 levels of flying boats, and they are first-level flying boats. It is very rare on this island. You must know that even Mingxin sect has very few flying boats of this level. The flying boat magic weapon is not a necessity, but more of a means to show one's identity. As long as the third-grade resources are not overly abundant, the monks will not consider preparing a magic weapon-level flying boat for themselves. It is really a waste. A magic weapon-level flying boat can be exchanged for magic weapons, and even high-grade magic weapons can be exchanged for several pieces. When the flying boat magic weapon appears, it is most likely that Patriarch Zong has arrived. In fact, it is easy to understand. In Patriarch Zhang's situation, when his lifespan is about to end, he can use his own abilities as little as possible. So flying on a magic weapon-level flying boat is the best choice. If you have more strength, you can use more combat power when needed. Ancestor Zong was extremely angry. His life was about to end, and he was already arranging his funeral arrangements and handed over some important treasures to the sect. He chose to hand treasures such as the 7-leaf jade lotus into the hands of the Great Elder Fan Shi. He hoped that the Great Elder Fan Shi could be promoted to the nascent soul stage. Even if he could not be promoted, the 7-leaf jade lotus could be exchanged for the promotion of the Great Elder Fan Shi. Resources for fake babies. Compared to being promoted to nascent soul, the success rate of being promoted to fake infant is much higher. Everything had been planned, and he did not wait for death. Instead, he used a sect treasure in his hand to try to continue his vitality. As long as there are no foreign enemies attacking the sect's formation, he will not interfere with foreign affairs. But he never expected that when he woke up from seclusion, he heard that Elder Fan Shi had been killed. But he didn't even take back the body. He became angry within the sect and decided to take action himself. As the most important fighting force of the sect, and his lifespan is about to expire, it is impossible for him to leave the sect to find Li Shiming. He needs to explain a lot of things, because he may not be able to return to the sect this time. His body could only support one shot, which delayed him in the sect for a while before he came to Li Shiming. Li Shiming rose into the air. He stood on top of the Tiangang 4-phase formation and escaped from the protection of the formation. When he was still more than 300 miles away, Zong Laozu also discovered Li Shiming. When Patriarch Zong was in the sect, he found information about Li Shiming, especially the image of Li Shiming recorded in the sect's formation. So when he saw Li Shiming in the air, he recognized Li Shiming at a glance. Seeing that Li Shiming seemed to be waiting for him, he was a little confused and couldn't help but slow down. Li Shiming looked at Zong Laozu with a smile. Looking confident, he waved his hand, and the isolation effect of the Tiangang 4-phase array was turned off, which was almost impossible to conceal. The auras of the two nascent soul ancestors and the fake infant ancestor rose into the sky. Zong Laozu was stunned. His first reaction was to turn around and run away. He didn't even have time to put away the flying boat magic weapon. He directly faked the baby out of his body and ran away with his body with all his strength. He understood that Li Shiming had found a helper. Considering Li Shiming's identity, the #1 alchemy master in the northern Shu continent, it was not impossible for such a monk to be able to ask two nascent soul ancestors and one fake infant ancestor to help. Of course, if he perceives carefully, he will find that one of the nascent soul ancestors and one of the false infant ancestors have the aura of empty bodies, and there is no breath of the nascent soul and the false infant. But Venerable Huijing's aura was too terrifying, covering up the condition of the nascent soul body and the false infant body. Li Shiming smiled slightly. This was what he had expected. He didn't want to fight with Ancestor Zong at all. Although the heavenly ghost could control the body of the fake baby, it was just a mere appearance and could not support the fight. Venerable Huijing's condition is also not good. Participating in the battle without recovering from his injuries will affect his injuries. It was extremely difficult for him to recover from his injuries. If the injuries were aggravated, he might not be able to recover for hundreds of years. Therefore, as long as there is no extremely dangerous situation, Li Shiming will not let Venerable Huijing take action. Li Shiming put away the body of the false infant, the body of the nascent soul, and the Tiangang 4-phase array with a wave of his hand. He grabbed the body of Venerable Huijing with one hand, and then used the Ubu Shenglian. When he passed by the flying boat magic weapon left by Zong Patriarch, he conveniently collected the flying boat magic weapon. The drone in the sky guided him to Zong Laozu's escape route, and his divine vision could also see Zong Laozu's figure. As long as Patriarch Zong does not exceed the range of 1,000 miles, he can track Patriarch Zong. In order to prevent Zong Laozu from returning to Mingxin sect, he even tried his best to activate Ubu Shenglian and intercepted Zong Laozu on his way back to the sect before Zong Laozu could do it. This made Ancestor Zong even more frightened. He didn't understand how many Yuanying ancestors Li Shiming had invited.
Doesn't Li Shiming know that asking the ancestor of Yuanying to take action requires paying a price? For this little fake baby, one nascent soul ancestor is enough. So why bother asking so many nascent soul ancestors to deal with him? Ancestor Zong was like a headless fly, scurrying around but did not dare to return to his sect. He also thought about it. If he really returned to the sect, he would probably lead these Yuanying ancestors to the sect. As long as he doesn't return to the sect won't be worthy of being dealt with by the Yuanying ancestor. At least there is still hope of survival. Li Shiming followed Patriarch Zong. The faint aura of nascent soul on Venerable Huijing's body made Patriarch Zong not dare to stop at all. Li Shiming did not press Ancestor Zong too hard. He knew very well that if he pressed too hard, Ancestor Zong would most likely fight for his life. It was hanging from a distance like this that allowed Patriarch Zong to feel a glimmer of hope of escaping. Li Shiming was like a herdsman, and Venerable Huijing's nascent soul aura was the whip in his hand, constantly beating Patriarch Zong, causing Patriarch Zong to escape continuously. The chase and escape lasted for 3 hours. Zong Laozu did not dare to go deep into the sea, so he could only run away on Tianhai Island and nearby. As time passed, his speed became slower and slower. Escape took a huge toll on him, and his remaining life was about to expire. He stood with a sad expression on his face. He didn't want to run away anymore. No matter whether he was caught up or not, he would soon run out of life and die. He looked in the direction behind him, where the aura of the nascent soul ancestor was staring at him. He wanted to see which ancestor was chasing him with the other party's speed. It was clear that the nascent soul could catch up with him, but he was playing like a cat playing with a mouse. Li Shiming found that Zong Laozu had stopped. His spiritual vision could clearly see every detail of Zong Laozu's face. The aura of death that was about to end his life was lingering on Zong Laozu's face. He hesitated for a moment, and his mind connected with Venerable Huijing. Venerable Huijing reached out and grabbed his arm. It looked like Venerable Huijing was flying with him. Afterwards, Venerable Huijing flew towards Patriarch Zong with Li Shiming without using
Boo Shung Lotus. Venerable Huijing, why are you dressed like this?
When Patriarch Zong saw Venerable Huijing, he actually called out Venerable Huijing's name. Li Shiming couldn't help but be startled. He had changed Venerable Huijing's appearance. His hair had changed, and even his face had been changed by Venerable Huijing himself. However, he immediately realized that the monks who knew each other could identify each other not by their faces and body shapes, but by their breath. This Patriarch Zong must have dealt with Venerable Huijing before, so he could recognize Venerable Huijing's identity after sensing his aura.
I never thought that Venerable Huijing would change his appearance to work for others. After Mingxin's sect loses me, it will only be reduced to a medium-sized sect. I hope Venerable Huijing will not touch Mingxin's sect for the sake of past friendship. I'm going to die soon, so this is my last request before I die.
The look of death on Patriarch Zhang's face became more and more serious. He looked at Venerable Huijing with expectant eyes and made his last request. Venerable Huijing nodded slightly. Of course, this was done according to Li Shiming's instructions. When Patriarch Zong saw Venerable Huijing nodding, a look of relaxation appeared on his face, and his deathly aura quickly spread throughout his body. Originally, he was about to expire, but after a long period of running away, he was on the verge of death. After seeing Venerable Huijing and having his request approved, his last sense of survival disappeared, and death followed. Li Shiming did not expect Zong Laozu to die so simply. He thought it would be delayed for a while. He was still thinking about how to deceive Zong Laozu. His spiritual mind reached out and caught Zong Laozu's body that was about to fall. Li Shiming did not expect that Zong Laozu, the enemy he considered to be a formidable enemy, would be eliminated without even making a move. This was the first time he saw a monk running out of life and dying of old age in front of him. Ancestor Zhang's life was considered smooth among the monks, because he could live until his lifespan was exhausted. Many monks will die in adventures. For resources, monks need to fight spiritual beasts, dangerous environments, and similar monks. It is a blessing to live until the lifespan is exhausted. Chapter 390 Honor. Ancestor Zhang's body is still useful, and there is hope that it can be turned into a golden corpse. Of course, the possibility of whether this fake baby's body can be turned into a golden corpse is very low. But as long as it is possible, Li Shiming will not give up. Although Li Shiming has a fake infant body, a nascent soul body, and a nascent soul servant, there are very few monks who are as lucky as him to have such dealings with the nascent soul ancestor during the golden core stage of Not to mention being able to take advantage of Yuanying ancestor. What he got was obtained by risking his life and death again and again. If he hadn't been lucky enough, any one of them would have killed him hundreds of times. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is extremely difficult to obtain the corpse of either the fake infant ancestor or the nascent infant ancestor. Generally speaking, the false infant ancestor and the Yuanying ancestor are the most important members in a certain sect, and their status is the top existence. Even if their lifespan is exhausted, their bodies will not be desecrated in any way. It is estimated that there are monks in the sect who want to sacrifice their corpses into refined corpses. The first thing they object to is other top beings. This is touching the interests of their group. Li Shiming used Boo Shang Lotus to return while checking the body of Zhang Laozu. Ancestor Zhang was very poor. Apart from a 4th grade flying sword magic weapon and a 4th grade pearl, he had no other treasures. The 4th grade flying sword magic weapon was Zhang Laozu's natal magic weapon. Li Shiming took one look at it and threw it aside. The fate of this 4th grade flying sword magic weapon is very likely to be traded by him. Not to mention that the quality of this 4th grade flying sword magic weapon is not high, but it can only use half of its power. The utilization value is greatly reduced. On the contrary, the 4th grade pearl and rare treasure made him pay more attention to it. Through Hushing communication, he heard from the voices of Mingxin sect monks that Zhang Patriarch used a Mingxin sect treasure to maintain his life. Needless to say, these 4th grade pearls should be that rare treasure, with surging vitality inside them. But vitality is not equal to longevity. Using surging vitality to delay survival is a painful experience, putting oneself in the torture between life and death. No wonder Zhang Patriarch chose to go out and fight for his life after hearing about Li Shiming's incident. Li Shiming's incident gave him a choice to get rid of the pain earlier. With Li Shiming's knowledge, he could not find any information on 4th grade pearls. But he was certain that Zhang Laozu did not study deeply on 4th grade pearls. The quality of the 4th grade pearls is extremely high, and it is the highest quality among the 4th grade spiritual objects he has ever seen. It is absolutely a huge waste to use 4th grade pearls as a life extension. Li Shiming decided to check more information after returning to see if he could find any information about 4th grade pearls. In addition, he would add a study on 4th grade pearls. If he could not find information about 4th grade pearls, he would have to rely on his research. The function of 4th grade pearls has been analyzed. In fact, with his current strength, he can already destroy the Mingxin sect. However, after Zhang Laozu died, he gave up this idea. The existence of Mingxin sect is more beneficial to him. He has carefully analyzed the situation on Tianhai Island, and this is his decision after analysis. Tianhai Island is currently dominated by the Mingxin sect, and the remaining 7 sects have merged into one. It seems to have formed some new sect, and its strength is much weaker than the Mingxin sect. After all, the Mingxin sect came from the northern Shu continent. In terms of magic weapons and cultivation techniques, they were more advanced than the natives of Tianhai Island. The most important thing is that all the real elites among the remaining forces of the 7 sects have left, and those who remain are the monks who don't want to stay away. If Li Shiming destroys the Mingxin sect at this time, it will certainly be the best thing for the remaining forces of the 7 sects. If Yu Gu hadn't come to him and made him sick, maybe he would have really destroyed Mingxin sect for Tianhai sect. But now, he is thinking more about the tranquility and peace of Tianhai Island. With the presence of the Mingxin sect, he can at least guarantee the status of the Li family of Xia Kingdom. If the remaining forces of the 7 sects really gain power, then the remaining forces of the 7 sects will fight for power, and let Tianhai Island remain in chaos for who knows how many years. That is not in Li Shiming's interests. The Mingxin sect is so powerful that it can even block the attacks of sea beasts, and ensure the safety of Tianhai Island. A few days later, in the Mingxin sect, the headmaster and the Jin and elders were sitting in the hall, discussing important matters related to the survival of the Mingxin sect.
There is no news about our ancestors. Master Li is still living well in the Xia Kingdom. This is the message sent back by Mingbin, the monk stationed in the Xia Kingdom. Our ancestors made a mistake. What do you think we should do?
The leader looked at the Jin and elders and said in a deep voice, asked, even when Mingxin Zong was in the northern Shu continent, he was not in such danger. The threat from the Sanluo sect did not actually cause huge damage to the Mingxin sect. The Mingxin Zong left the northern Shu mainland in advance and retreated to Tianhai Island. Unexpectedly, just over 10 years after arriving on Tianhai Island, the sect's pillar of strength, Zong ancestor, had fallen, and he had also lost the great elder Fan Shi. which meant that the Xian sect's strongest combat power was gone.
Master, since Master Li didn't take action against Mingxin sect immediately, he probably wouldn't want to destroy our Mingxin sect,
said a Jindan elder.
We have no retreat. There is no living space for us in the northern Shu continent, and we have no retreat on Tianhai Island. In this way, the Mingxin sect worships Master Li as the honorary elder, and the sect's profits are in his hands. Everyone can see how about it.
The leader glanced at all the Jindan elders and put forward his own suggestions. None of the Jindan elders objected. When Patriarch Zong proposed killing Li Shiming, they all thought that Li Shiming would die. But now there is no news about Patriarch Zong. But Li Shiming is still alive. Judging from time, Patriarch Zong should have arrived in Xia Kingdom long ago, no matter how much he delayed. The only possibility is that something happened to Patriarch Zong. Ancestor Zong wanted to kill Li Shiming, but something happened to him. So it was most likely Li Shiming's method. Considering Li Shiming's identity as an alchemy master and his relationship with Beishu Trading Company, this matter is not impossible. Of course, the most important point is that worshipping Li Shiming as the honorary elder will give Mingxin sect a backer. As for the sect's 10% income, after losing Patriarch Zong and Grand Elder Fan Shi, the sect lost 10% of its income, and the resources shared by the Jindan elders increased instead of decreasing. As long as the sect's situation can be maintained, they don't mind having one more honorary elder. After the top leaders of Mingxin sect reached an agreement, they were worried about what Li Shiming would do. So the next day, Elder Zhang came forward to go to the capital of Xia Kingdom.
Elder Zhang of the Mingxin sect asked to see Master Li.
Li Shiming received the message transmission method. The other party did not fly to the sky above the capital, but waited outside the city. It can be seen how humble the attitude of Elder Zhang is. Elder Zhang has witnessed with his own eyes how powerful Li Shiming is. The Grand Elder level body refining golden elixir is almost invincible at the golden elixir stage. When Li Shiming came outside the city, Elder Zhang bowed and bowed his head. This was because he was afraid that Li Shiming would take action without saying a word, so that Li Shiming would not misunderstand and kill him.
Greetings to Master Li.
Elder Zhang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was not slapped to death by Li Shiming immediately. The rest of the matter will be easy to say. His realm was only at the early stage of the Golden Core, so he was helpless when he was sent here, because he had the lowest status. Li Shiming looked at Elder Zhang with a smile. With a
"Is mind communication
activated?" He knew his intention in advance. Li Shiming was slightly surprised. He did not expect that the head of Mingxin sect was very capable, and thought of wooing him in this way. He also has no plans to stay on Tianhai Island forever, and become the honorary elder of Mingxin sect. Which doesn't matter. Anyway, Mingxin Zong wanted to borrow his name, but his role in Tianhai Island was limited. If the Mingxin sect were in the northern Shu continent, he would never accept the offer to become an honorary elder, because in the northern Shu continent, his name would have too much influence.
What's the matter with you?
Li Shiming asked with a smile.
I was entrusted by the head of Mingxin sect to invite Master Li to become the honorary elder of Mingxin sect and share 10% of Mingxin sect's income every year.
Elder Zhang did not dare to say any nonsense.
Honorary great elder? What to do?
Li Shiming then asked.
You don't need to do anything. Mingxin sect hopes to maintain friendship with you. When the safety of the sect is involved, with the help of your reputation, the head has said that you can leave the position of honorary elder at any time.
Elder Zhang replied respectfully.
Do you know that I won't stay on Tianhai Island for long?
Li Shiming asked again. Elder Zhang was overjoyed. Hearing Li Shiming ask this question, he seemed to be planning to accept the invitation from Mingxin sect.
How can Xiaxia Ocean Island accommodate you? No matter where you are, Mingxin sect will hand over 10% of its income every year to you through Beishu Trading Company.
Elder Zhang replied quickly.
I agreed to this matter.
Li Shiming nodded and said,
This is the identity jade disc of the honorary elder. Currently, the sect's formation is not perfect. The Xia Kingdom's formation has not yet been covered. It is impossible to directly use the identity jade disc to communicate. However, we are already preparing to prioritize the construction of Xia Kingdom's formation. In addition, the Xia Kingdom will also become the permanent territory of the Li family, and the Mingxin sect will ensure this.
Elder Zhang bowed and handed a jade plate of identity to Li Shiming and said, Back home, Li Shiming played with the jade plate of identity and was thinking about Mingxin Zong. But he received a message from the great shopkeeper Jingma. The meeting with the great shopkeeper Jingma took place in his ancestral home, which also reflected his relationship with the great shopkeeper Jingma.
Congratulations! Masterly, for becoming the honorary elder of Mingxin sect,
Grand Shopkeeper Jing Mo said with a smile upon meeting him.
Your information is quite good.
Li Shiming shook his head and smiled. Both he and the great shopkeeper Jing Ma knew that this honorary great elder was nothing. Mingxin sect's 10% profit seems to be a lot, but it depends on who it is given to. For Li Shiming, a master of alchemy, the Mingxin sect's 10% profit is, at best, just the icing on the cake. Li Shiming was not surprised by the news from the big shopkeeper Jing Mo. Even if Patriarch Zong wanted to trouble him, Beishu Trading Company could find out in advance. So the news didn't matter.
The trading company has decided to enter into a cooperative relationship with Mingxin sect. I will explain to Mingxin Zong that this is for Master Li's sake.
Shopkeeper Jing Mo continued.
I am just a guest, and I will not interfere with the affairs of the trading company.
Li Shiming did not refuse, but made his attitude clear. He also knew that forces such as the Beishu Trading Company would be divided into many factions, and he did not want to participate in them, because there was no need for it, and he did not need to do so with his status.
Masterly, I know it's a bit presumptuous. How about Patriarch Zong?
Shopkeeper Jing Mo hesitated slightly and asked. He struggled with this problem for a long time. He notified Li Shiming to leave in advance, but soon he discovered that Li Shiming only left for a short time before returning home. Then, there was no news about Zong Patriarch. If he hadn't known that Li Shiming's strength was only in the middle stage of the Golden Core, he would have thought that Li Shiming had killed Zong Patriarch.
Zong Patriarch's lifespan is over,
Li Shiming replied calmly. Although he is a guest of Beishu Trading Company, he has too many secrets that he does not want Beishu Trading Company to know. So his answer is somewhat ambiguous. Shopkeeper Jing Mo took a breath. He had more things to consider. He was 100% sure that Li Shiming had no other helpers, and the Beishu Trading Company had no other helpers on Tianhai Island. However, the intelligence network had been set up. If there really was a powerful existence that could resist Zong Patriarch, it would be impossible for no news to come out. As for the saying that Zong Patriarch Shou Yuan was exhausted before meeting Li Shiming, this is even more impossible. Monks at this level are self-aware of their own situation, and can calculate very clearly when they will die. There is only one possibility. Li Shiming used some means to make Zong Laozu consume a lot of energy, causing Zong Laozu to run out of life early.
Master Jingma, I want Beishu Trading Company to collect some classics on high-level spiritual objects for me, and the fees will be deducted from my remuneration.
Li Shiming thought of 4th grade pearls. The channels of Beishu Trading Company are very wide.
I will report this matter when I get back. It may take some time to collect the classics. I will inform you of the progress in time.
For such a small matter, Grand Shopkeeper Jing Mo can take care of it on Beishu Trading Company's behalf. On the 5th day after Shopkeeper Jing Mo left, Meng Bin, the national advisor of the Xia Kingdom, sent a storage bag. The mouth of the storage bag was sealed with a secret method, and Meng Bin could not open it himself. According to Meng Bin, this was a gift sent by the Mingxin sect for this year, and it was 1/10 of the sect's income this year. Obviously, almost half of this year has passed, and Mingxin Zong did this just to make good friends with Li Shiming. Li Shiming was not polite. If he spoke to the outside world in Beishu continent, I don't know how many forces would be willing to pay more than the Mingxin sect to hire him as an honorary elder. After he opened the storage bag, he found that the total amount of resources was still quite large. But the grade was not very high. The number of 3rd grade resources was not large. It was probably enough for 3 or 4 early-stage Jindan monks to practice for a year. And the most was 2nd grade product resources. Mingxin Zong probably also understood that the 2nd grade resources were of little use to him. So most of the 2nd grade resources were replaced with alchemy materials. Even among the 3rd grade elixirs refined by alchemy masters, there are also a large number of 2nd grade elixirs as auxiliary ingredients. Li Shiming shook his head. Tianhai Island's 3rd grade resource output was very limited. This can be seen from the development of the 7 sects on Tianhai Island. Chapter 391 Leaving. Li Shiming has lived in Xiaoguo's old house for nearly a year, and Li Wenyuan's physical condition has been deteriorating recently. Although he used some methods, and even used the vitality in the 4th grade pearl, the constraints of the rules of heaven and earth made him only watch Li Wenyuan slowly become weak. He spent most of his time with his father, and he knew his father's time was running out. But his father's smile grew more and more. He had long been indifferent to life and death during his life as an official. He was proud that his son became an immortal, and his adopted younger son became an emperor. He has no regrets in life. With his son by his side, He is happy every day. Under the tree, Li Wenyuan sat on his usual chair, and the sunlight fell on his face through the gaps in the leaves. Li Shiming sat aside, with sadness in his eyes. But he did not cry. Li Wenyuan had a smile on his face. But life disappeared from him forever. Li Shiming had already predicted the exact time of this day through the analysis of his natal magic weapon Z15. He and his father were talking under the tree. His father played the last piece of the game and stopped making any moves. Next to Li Wenyuan, there is a baby cradle, which contains the third generation of the Li family. This was Li Shiji's first child. Shiji sent his first child to his ancestral home. He was unable to accompany his father due to his usual busy schedule, and he kept this child in order to continue the Li family's bloodline. As an emperor, he knew the dangers of power. Even with the support of the imperial advisor, he felt the backlash from forces affected by interests after issuing some important orders. He knew even more how safe the ancestral home was, as it was the foundation of the Li family. Li Shiming was very satisfied with Li Shiji. Li Shiji gave away his first child so that his father Li Wenyuan left without any regrets.
Mo Yin, I will leave it to you to handle my funeral affairs. I am leaving.
He turned to Mo Yin, who was crying silently, and told him,
Master, are you leaving now?
After nearly a year, Mo Yin almost forgot that his young master was still an immortal.
The world is not a place to stay for a long time. Take good care of Sichin for me.
Li Shiming didn't like to say goodbye, so he confessed in a deep voice. After saying this, he glanced in the direction of Sichin, and his figure rose into the sky, in front of the door of the left wing. Sichin looked at the figure rushing into the sky, with a look of reluctance on his face. She knew that the young master was gone again, but this time he left without knowing the date of his return. Li Shiming took one step at a time, and each step was a small distance away. Due to his improvement in realm, he was able to perform
south close to the world.
In a short time, when he left his ancestral home, he felt as if a sword had cut off his connection with the world. From then on, the only concern in this mortal world was his ancestral home. His whole body felt light, and an inexplicable feeling made him spend less time using
south close to the world.
Although the change in his state of mind had no impact on the improvement of his cultivation, it brought him a lot of benefits.
South close to the end of the world
consumes a lot of spiritual power, and he can probably last for half an hour. The scariest thing about
south close to the end of the world
is not the speed, but the fact that it ignores obstacles. That is, most of the formations, in which there is no restricted space arrangement, can be crossed by
south close to the end of the world
in one step. To a certain extent, the formation breaking ability of
close to the end of the world
exceeds the cooperation between Li Shiming and his natal magic weapon Z15. For those formations that have no restrictions on spatial layout,
south close to the end
doesn't even require analysis and calculation, and it can be overcome by forcibly connecting them through space. Li Shiming used
close to the end of the world
for practice. The practice of divine foot power is very important. The natal magic weapon Z15 requires a large amount of data to analyze and study.
Close to the end of the world.
In order to give him the optimal display plan. While moving in the air, he took out the jade disc of Mingxinzong's identity and sent a message, informing Mingxinzong that he would leave Tianhai Island. After sending the message, he put the identity jade disc into the space ring without reading the reply. This time he didn't hide his figure. After feeling that his spiritual power had been consumed a lot, he changed to Meteor Emojo. The Meteor Ink boat sailed over Tianhai Island. Such magic weapon level flying boats were extremely rare on Tianhai Island. Now he has one more magic weapon level flying boat. But since he is on Tianhai Island and has become the honorary elder of Mingxin sect, he can't take out Zhang Laozu's magic weapon level flying boat for use. His whereabouts were seen by many monks, and those who recognized him began to guess where he was going. Li Shiming's identity is no longer a secret on Tianhai Island. The entire Tianhai Island knows that he is a middle-stage Jindan monk who was born on Tianhai Island. He is an alchemy master in the northern Shu continent and an honorary elder of the Mingxin sect. Yu Gu looked at the information in his hand. After all, the 7 sects had experienced thousands of years on Tianhai Island. Although they were forced to such an extent by the Mingxin sect, they still retained some intelligence systems. This was a piece of intelligence about Li Shiming's whereabouts. He saw that Li Shiming set off from Xia Kingdom without hiding anything along the way. The monks along the way spread the news about Li Shiming's whereabouts, which was collected and reported by the intelligence system.
As expected, he left. This traitor,
Yugu murmured with a sharp look in his eyes. He asked Li Shiming to deal with the Mingxin sect together, but was rejected. Then he got the news that Li Shiming had become the honorary elder of the Mingxin sect. In his opinion, what Li Shiming did was a betrayal of Tianheizong. But he didn't want to think that the current Tianheizong had long since ceased to exist, and Li Shiming had long since left the Tianheizong. Besides, Li Shiming did much more for Tianheizong than he did. Even Zhang Laozu, the culprit who forced Tianheizong to retreat, was forced by Li Shiming to exhaust his lifespan and die. Yugu's heart had long been filled with hatred, and he thought about Bai Liyuo's murder. Although he also knew that Li Shiming had a grudge against Bai Liluo. Bai Liluo was the Jindan elder of the new sect. Li Shiming did not give any face to him, and directly killed Bai Liluo. This was also helping the Mingxin sect, and weakening the new sect. The strength of the door. The more Yugu thought about it, the angrier he became, with killing intent in his eyes. Naturally, he did not dare to go to Li Shiming. He had heard of Li Shiming's terror. He thought of the ancestral home where Li Shiming had always lived. He heard that Li Shiming was very fond of it. As a golden elixir monk, he actually lived in that mortal residence for a year.
Since you like it, I will destroy it,
he said coldly to himself. Without any hesitation, Yugu flew forward and drove the flying sword towards Xia Kingdom. In the capital of Xia Kingdom, National Master Mingbin carefully observed the formation. Since Li Shiming left, he had been staring at the palace formation and not daring to relax at all. The sect has already said that 2 foundation-building monks will be sent to garrison the Xia Kingdom in the near future. Before the 2 foundation-building monks arrive, he must ensure the safety of the Xia Kingdom's palace. Suddenly, the formation sounded an alarm, and a breath was detected by the formation.
Jindan monk!
Mingbin shouted in horror. He knew very well that if the sect's Jindan monk came over, he would be notified. And if he is a friend of Li Shiming, then of course he knows that Li Shiming has left and will not come back. He took out the identity jade discs one after another, and thanks to the sect's construction at all costs some time ago, Xia Kingdom was equipped with a formation to connect it with the formation of the Mingxin sect's mountain gate. This allows him to contact the sect more conveniently using the identity jade disc without having to go through troublesome communication formations. After he reported the discovery, there was a response from the sect, telling him that Elder Jindan would be here within an hour at most. Mingbin also knew that 1 hour was already the fastest speed. It must be that one of the Jindan elders had something to do somewhere close to Xia Kingdom, so he could arrive so quickly. But in 1 hour, for a mortal city, the Golden Core Cultivator is enough to destroy it many times. He thought of Li Shiming's possible anger, and couldn't help but pray secretly in his heart. If Li Shiming really goes crazy, all the forces on Tianhai Island will be in trouble. Yugu flew close to the capital, and he also restrained some of his aura. If he really caused the death of mortals in a city, then he would not hang out in the world of immortality in the future. He will be considered an evil demon by all the monks. This is not a demonic cultivator. Demons are existences that even demonic cultivators look down upon. Besides, according to rumors in the world of immortality, if monks kill a large number of mortals, it will cause great damage to their own souls. This impact may not only affect this life, but also affect the next life, regardless of whether this statement is true or not. It makes the monks have scruples about killing mortals. But Yugu is not afraid of killing a small number of mortals. He set his sights on Li Shiming's ancestral home. He didn't believe that Li Shiming would leave a golden elixir level silver corpse. In his opinion, a silver corpse was very important to a golden elixir monk. Barren places like Tianhai Island made his vision narrow. In addition, the psychology of poor people can never understand the thoughts of rich people. Yugu came to the top of the Li family's ancestral house, and his murderous intention restrained and surged downwards. He didn't have to actually take action at all. The killing intent of the golden elixir stage alone could kill all the mortals in the second courtyard below. His murderous intent surged out, and when he approached his ancestral home, a silver light blocked his murderous intent. When Yugu saw the silver light, he immediately thought of the process of being manipulated by the silver corpse here. At that time, he was restrained before he could even react. He only felt that his mouth and tongue were dry, and he didn't even think about evading. He knew how powerful the silver corpse was, and he couldn't figure out why Li Shiming would really leave a silver corpse in the mortal world. This is a silver corpse, with golden elixir level combat power. He clearly remembers that this silver corpse possesses a special, substantial killing intent. Shouldn't this silver corpse be carried around like a treasure? Just as Yugu was thinking about it, a substantial killing intent broke through his killing intent and swept over him. He was self-aware and didn't even resist. allowing the actual killing intent to erode his entire body. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, but that he had encountered Silver Corpse killing once. No matter how he analyzed it after he returned, he found that no matter how he dealt with it, the result was the same. The gap between him and Silver Corpse killing was really too big. Silver Corpse Shoshin broke Yugu's neck. His red eyes flashed with excitement, and his murderous intent became even stronger. The killing intent of the Silver Corpse was extremely well controlled, with no trace leaking out to the surrounding areas. Although it looks very crazy, it actually obeys Li Shiming's orders 100%. Li Shiming asked it to protect this yard, and it would never have any other ideas. Silver Corpse Killer grabbed Yugu's body and flew back to the underground space of the second entry courtyard in a flash of silver light. Yugu's essence and blood will become food for killing. It is normal for the corpse to absorb the essence and blood. However, the corpse cultivated by the monks will not actively go out to look for human essence and blood, but it will not be polite to the essence and blood delivered to the door. National Preceptor Mingbin saw the entire battle, and he naturally recognized Yugu. The Golden Elixir monk, who was promoted after Mingxin sect occupied Tianhai Island, and the former head of Tianhai sect. Although Yugu's strength is at the bottom among the Jindan monks, he likes to kill monks whose strength is lower than his. So within the Mingxin sect, Yugu's reputation is still very high. Mingbin opened his mouth wide as he watched Yugu, who had a reputation for being vicious, being casually crushed to death by a silver corpse. He had a creepy feeling. He had no idea that Li Shiming had left such a behind-the-scenes plot in his ancestral home in the capital of Xia Kingdom. A silver corpse that can easily kill a Golden Elixir monk. How strong is this silver corpse? He thought about it, and did not report the matter. In his opinion, keeping the secret for the honorary elder would not be considered a betrayal of the sect. After being worried and scared, he felt full of security. The capital of the Xia Kingdom will be so safe. With such a silver corpse guarding it, he no longer has to worry about any unthinkable monks coming to cause trouble. I hope that the two foundation building monks, who come later, will not provoke this silver corpse. Li Shiming's meteor ink boat was flying on the sea. He sensed the abnormality of silver corpse killing, and his mind was connected to silver corpse killing through an inexplicable connection. He watched with cold eyes as Ji Shoshin casually squeezed Yugu to death. But this time, he did not say a word to stop him. He ordered Silver Corpse Killer to put away the space bracelet left by Yugu, and use it as a resource for Li's spiritual root seeds. It was also regarded as Yugu's compensation to Li. The process of returning to the sect was very smooth. This time he chose a longer route, directly bypassing the Sunluo sect's sphere of influence. He circled the coast of the Beishu continent and arrived at the coast that belonged to the Zhendao sphere of influence. Anyway, there is no need to rush. Flying on the sea is also an experience. He discovered that cultivating immortals is not only the improvement of one's own cultivation, but also requires the cooperation of the state of mind. And the best way to improve the state of mind is to travel and experience various different scenery and things. After entering the Beishu continent, his magic weapon Z-15 was connected to the drone satellite system, and he actually felt like he was in another world. There was no problem with the drone satellite system, whether it was his luck or the drone stealth system. Not a single drone had a problem in a year. The drone satellite system spread over the entire Beishu continent gave him a feeling of being in control of everything. Chapter 392 Return to the Clan. In 1 year, the Shushan sect had not changed. When Li Shiming's figure appeared outside the sect's formation, he felt a lot of attention. "Master, I'm back!" He saw his master, Elder Su, waiting for him outside the sect, and he quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Has your cultivation reached the middle stage of Jindan?" Elder Su asked as he looked at his disciple in surprise. Li Shiming couldn't help but be startled. His promotion to the middle stage of Jindan should not be a secret. He had already informed Beishu Trading Company. Judging from the appearance of his master, Elder Su, we still don't know about his promotion to the middle stage of Jindan. How did he know that Beishu Commercial Bank deliberately concealed his promotion to the middle stage of Jindan? Why did he not explicitly ask to inform Shushan sect of this news? As for why, Beishu Trading Company had the exclusive order for Li Shiming to refine the late-stage third-grade elixir of Golden Elixir during this year. We must know that Beishu Trading Company really wanted to inform Shushan sect of Li Shiming's promotion to the middle stage of Jindan. How could Shushan sect let Li Shiming not refine elixir for a year? The monks in the late Jindan period within the Shushan sect are all elders with extremely high status, and their alchemy needs cannot be ignored by the Shushan sect. Li Shiming's thoughts turned quickly, and he figured out the reason why Beishu Trading Company did not release the news. But he couldn't blame the Beishu Trading Company. On the one hand, the Beiju Trading Company was keeping his secrets, and its ethics were impeccable. On the other hand, the behavior of the Beiju Trading Company allowed him to spend this year quietly with his family without being punished. Interference from the outside world.
When a disciple feels something in the home center, he breaks through.
Li Shiming replied with a smile.
It seems that it is right to let you stay at home for a year. What is lacking in you is not your cultivation, but your state of mind. This cannot be helped by spiritual pills and martial arts books.
Elder Su was also very happy. Smiled. Elder Su felt extremely emotional. What he was most worried about had finally happened. His disciple was too good and had already caught up with his cultivation. And if he wants to advance to the late stage of Jindan, he doesn't know how long it will take to reach it. But he can only be happy. In the world of immortality, besides improving one's own cultivation, the most important thing is inheritance. In his opinion, Li Shiming is his inheritance. Even though Li Shiming has not practiced his main technique, Li Shiming is his true disciple, and his inheritance status is certain. Li Shiming nodded in agreement. Even though he was in the mortal world this year, his gains were huge. His cultivation level has not been greatly affected, and his cultivation speed is progressing rapidly with the help of nascent soul-level spiritual veins and a large number of third-level cultivation auxiliary elixirs. He even began to practice the magical power of Nanming Lihua. This was a huge progress and indicated that he was slowly gaining control of the Nanming Lihua magical power.
Don't be in a hurry to retreat after you return to the sect. The elders in the sect in the late stage of the golden elixir will probably come to you soon. Refining the third-grade elixir in the late stage of the golden elixir consumes a lot of money. Don't refuse to refine the elixir, even if you ask for a high price. What a reward!
Elder Su thought of something and gave Li Shiming some advice. Different from before, Li Shiming can use various reasons to shirk the third-grade spiritual elixir in the early and middle stages of the Jindan, even if it is requested by the Jindan elders of the sect. However, the status of the late Jindan monks in this sect is different, so it is best not to be casual. Offend. Of course, it is not easy for Li Shiming to refine elixirs. Refining the third-grade elixir of the golden elixir will delay Li Shiming's cultivation time. None of the sect's late-stage Jindan monks are poor. Elder Su said this publicly outside the mountain gate, just to tell all the late-stage Jindan elders that they can make alchemy and pay enough for it. Li Shiming returned to the sect, and many pairs of eyes were staring at them. The master and apprentice flew towards the sect while talking. Li Shiming returned to the sect in the middle stage of the golden core, and the news spread throughout the Shushan sect at an extremely fast speed. From every corner of the Shushan sect, figures with late-stage Jindan auras flew out and headed towards the sword-holding peak. Li Shiming didn't even know that Shushan sect had so many late-stage Jindan monks. In one day alone, he received 7 late-stage Jindan monks, including a great elder. These late-stage Jindan monks were very generous. They didn't need Li Shiming to say anything before they proposed the reward, even more than Li Shiming wanted. It's not that these late-stage Jindan monks are generous, but they see clearly that Li Shiming's cultivation speed shows that Li Shiming's cultivation talent is extremely high. It is difficult to say whether Li Shiming can be promoted to the nascent soul stage, but his promotion to the late Jindan stage is almost certain. No one among the late-stage Jindan monks wants to make Li Shiming dissatisfied with a little reward, because once Li Shiming is promoted to the late-stage Jindan, their nascent soul resources will still need to be refined by Li Shiming. Li Shiming lined up all the alchemy orders on a first-come, first-served basis and announced them. He refined it at the rate of 1 furnace every 10 days. Fortunately, there were not many late-stage Jindan monks in the sect. In addition, the elixirs required by the third-grade elixirs for late-stage Jindan monks were more precious and scarce. Even if he added even with the accumulation, the schedule was only over 4 months. No one had any objections to his arrangement. Every late-stage Jindan monk understood that Li Shiming's practice was as important as alchemy. Li Shiming's alchemy refining cannot affect his practice. Otherwise even the Yuaning ancestor of the sect would not agree. When Li Shiming is promoted to the late stage of Jindan, he can make elixirs for the Yuaning ancestors. Although most of the Yuaning ancestors in the sect are in retreat, so an ancestor pays attention to Li Shiming's sword-holding peak from time to time. This shows that the Yuaning ancestors have Li Shiming paid attention to it. After Li Shiming returned to the sect, he was visited intermittently by the elders of the sect's golden elixir in the first few days. After he waited until the affairs of the late-stage elders of the sect's golden elixir who were in need were dealt with, he announced that he would no longer accept the third-grade spirits of the middle stage refining golden elixir. Dan's order? The news he announced made the Jindan elders of the sect wailing. But they had no choice but to find a way to use the path of Elder Su, Elder Ma and other few monks, who could ask Li Shiming to take action. Even his senior brothers and sisters. Many monks came to visit him. What he did was praised by the alchemy masters. There was nothing he could do about it. His alchemy level was too high, which seriously affected the alchemy master's business. Li Shiming also understood this. When he was able to refine the third-grade elixir of the middle-stage golden elixir, he rarely took orders for the third-grade elixir of the early-stage golden elixir. Even though he didn't stay in the early stage of the golden elixir for a long time, he refined a lot of third-grade spiritual elixirs in the middle stage of the golden elixir. The main reason is because he is so famous. Within the sect's allies, Beishu Trading Company, and some friendly orders allowed him to refine a large amount of third-grade golden elixirs during this period, which was enough for his cultivation. Even though the clone Li Yuanba has not yet been promoted to the middle stage of Jindan, the third-grade elixir of the middle stage of Jindan has been prepared for a long time. As the news spread, the late Jindan monks from Qianwan sect and the late Arhat monks from Qianya Temple all came to visit him through connections. The three major demon sects also placed orders for him through Beishu Trading Company. But at this time, Li Shiming went into seclusion. In addition to the sect's alchemy orders, he even stopped the orders from Beishu Trading Company. This is hunger marketing. Although alchemy and marketing are different, in his opinion, they are similar. He would never cherish something that was too easy to get, especially the Beishu Trading Company. He was going to give it a try. Otherwise, he would really be taken advantage of by the Beishu Trading Company. In the training room, Li Shiming's mind entered the computer room space. Nowadays, the computer room space is getting smaller and smaller. There are 4 of them: Venerable Huijing, Nascent Soul Body, False Baby Body, and Great Elder Body Refining. If he hadn't put all the resources collected in the computer room space into the space items, the occupancy of the computer room space is reduced. And the computer room space has long been completely occupied. After Z15 was made into a life magic weapon by him, the computer room space became a warehouse. Fortunately, he got a lot of space items, so that the warehouse only occupied a corner of the computer room space. Li Shiming released all 4 of them, and took out the 4th-grade pulse locking plate. The formation in his cave was very safe, and no breath would leak out here. The only pity is that the levels of the 3rd-grade golden lotus and pure spirit koi in his cave are still too low compared to the Yuanying level spiritual veins, and they have little effect on improving the Yuanying level spiritual veins. He arranged the 12 silver corpses into the underground space factory to continue his previous research work. Only Silver Corpse Naming was left by him, and Silver Corpse Naming was taken into the computer room space by him. Li Shiming was a little jealous of Silver Corpse Naming's talent. What can make even Li Shiming jealous is naturally ensure Naming's control over Naming Lihua. The foundation of Silver Corpse Nanming is really too strong. Patriarch Wang Zhao did not know what method he used to integrate the nascent soul that controlled Nanming Lihua into Nanming's body. You must know that Nanming was only in the Qi Chain stage at the beginning, so he was able to control Nanming Lihua to a certain extent. When Li Shiming himself was in the early stage of Jindan, he couldn't even practice the magical power of Nanming Lihua on his own. He clearly had the inheritance and fire of Nanming Lihua, but he could only watch. If he hadn't been promoted to the middle stage of Jindan, and the pattern of Nanming Lihua rules appeared in his body, he wouldn't be able to practice this magical power. But after Silver Corpse Nanming was promoted to Silver Corpse, the pattern of Nanming Lihua rules in his body strengthened many times, which enabled Silver Corpse Nanming to use Nanming Lihua. How can this not make Li Shiming envious? In fact, it is easy to understand. Patriarch Wang Zhao has practiced the magical attack power of Nanming Lihua all his life, and prepared a spare body for the nascent soul to seize the body. It is a targeted preparation. Plus the Yuaning the transformation during the baby's integration process creates this special body. According to Patriarch Wang Zhao's idea, this new body should be able to use Nanming Lihua to kill everyone in the Golden Elixir stage, and be invincible in the Golden Elixir stage. Only in this way can we obtain as many cultivation resources as possible and prepare for the impact. Prepare for the nascent soul stage. It's just that he didn't expect that in the end. All of this would be cheaper for Li Shiming. Li Shiming's brain entered Inshur Naming's body, and completely controlled Inshur Naming. The 4th grade Tiangang 4-phase array disc was taken into the computer room space, and activated and deployed to protect Silver Corpse Nanming. It shouldn't be said to protect Silver Corpse Nanming. but to protect the computer room space. Li Shiming had tried it, and the computer room space was almost indestructible. But he did not intend to use Nanming Lihua to test the strength of the computer room space. The silver corpse Nanming was sitting in the four-phase array of Tiangang, with orange flames lighting up in front of it. Through silver corpse Nanming, Li Shiming began to try to control this small orange flame. Under his control, the flame slowly increased in power. As the master, silver corpse Nanming was not affected by the flames. But the Tiangang four-phase array was under the influence of the flames, and the outer shield kept shaking. This is a fourth-grade formation, and its defensive power is enough to block several attacks from the nascent soul ancestor. But after this small flame released its power, it felt like it couldn't be sustained. The power of the flames weakened, and the shield of the Tiangang four-phase formation returned to calm. Li Shiming shook his head. Silver corpse Nanming could indeed control Nanming Lihua in his body, and his power exceeded the level of the golden core stage, and even exceeded the power of the Grand Elder. But the flaw is also very obvious. Nanming Lihua can only be used 1 meter in front of silver corpse Nanming. Such huge energy will lose control if it is far away from the body. The distance of 1 meter makes it extremely difficult for silver corpse Nanming to use Nanming Lihua in battle, unless it is a sneak attack. Li Shiming himself can easily deal with a monk who can get silver corpse Nanming 1 meter closer. However, Nanming Lihua of silver corpse Nanming is not useless. With Li Shiming's participation and the special space of the computer room, Li Shiming can make Nanming Lihua's control accuracy reach the extreme. Although he cannot meet the requirements of elixir refining, the weapon refining is completely sufficient. He had never used the third-grade metallic top-level refining material, meteorite, he obtained from the Tianqing Trading Company's stronghold. Meteor metal stone is the best refining material for flying swords. The magic weapons refined by oneself in the golden elixir stage have a closer innate connection, which makes the monks more comfortable when using the magic weapons they refined. As early as when he first became an elixir, he assigned the task to his natal magic weapon Z15 to design a flying sword for himself with meteorite goldstone as the main material. Later, because he learned the Shenmu power, he had more maneuverability in the weapon refining process. The natal magic weapon Z15 has completely revised the flying sword design, which can bring out Li Shiming's weapon refining skills to the greatest extent. The most difficult thing in refining a weapon is melting the materials. The higher the grade and quality of the materials, the harder it is to melt them. Third-grade weapon refining materials normally need to be melted by elixir fire. But top-grade third-grade materials such as meteor metal stone, which are metallic and inherently strong, require the elixir fire of fire-attributed golden elixirs to melt them. But even this takes a lot of time. So refining a third-grade magic weapon generally takes a very long time. In addition, during the refining process, it is necessary to continuously engrave magical runes on the magic weapon in order to bring out the maximum characteristics of the material and give the magic weapon various special abilities. These all take time to be carried out slowly. It is normal for some magic weapons to take several months or even more than a year to refine. Chapter 393 Weapon Refining. Part of the reason why Li Shiming decided to retreat this time was to refine the flying sword. You must know that the meteor metal stone he obtained is enough to refine 10 flying sword magic weapons, even with the help of silver corpse Nanming Lihua. He didn't know how long it would take to successfully refine the 10 flying sword magic weapons. Of course, due to the Z15 of the natal magic weapon, the process of refining the flying sword magic weapon will not affect his ability to do other things. Even refining alchemy will not be affected. He opened the design drawing from the natal magic weapon Z15. The file of the design drawing was extremely large. Li Shiming's nanoscale control in the computer room space has increased from 27 nanometers to 10 nanometers. This is an increase after his overall quality was improved after he was promoted to the middle stage of Jindan. The flying sword magic weapon refined this time. The internal magic runes are prepared to be engraved using 10 nanometers of control power. When he started refining, what he thought was the most difficult task of melting meteorite gold turned out to be extremely easy. Nanming Lihua of silver corpse Nanming, within the power range that the Tiangang 4-phase formation could withstand. It only took 10 breaths of time to melt the meteor metal stone. He also melted several prepared third-grade metals through Nanming Lihua, and mixed them with meteorite to form a third-grade alloy with various properties. Since Nanming Lihua is powerful enough, there is no need to add any catalyst during the entire melting process, making the third-grade alloy extremely pure. Li Shiming used his spiritual thoughts to separate 1/10 of the third-grade alloy. Silver Corpse Nanming lowered the temperature of Nanming Lihua a little, solidifying 1/10 of the third-grade alloy. His spiritual thoughts turned into a hammer and kept pointing at the third-grade alloy. The alloy is forged. At this time, the number of brains involved in refining the weapon increased to 4. After forging, the third-grade alloy soon became completely consistent with the design size of the Z15. The error will not be greater than 10 nanometers, which is the theoretical limit he can achieve. And he has reached this limit in actual operations. Although there is no magic attached yet. Just looking at this flying sword makes me feel that it is perfect. The curvature of the flying sword's blade, the length of the flying sword's blade, and the length of the hilt have all been conducted. A lot of analysis and research by Z15. The appearance design of the flying sword was derived from a large amount of weapon refining knowledge, as well as the magic weapon of the flying sword made by the predecessors, and combined with the scientific theory of the previous life. Really seeing the appearance of this flying sword magic weapon, Li Shiming felt that this flying sword magic weapon should be like this. The next step is to enchant. The more enchantment runes there are, the better the effect will be. However, when he was refining second-grade spiritual weapons in the past, due to material limitations, the number of runes he could enchant was greatly limited. This time, the quality of the third-grade alloy reached the third-grade extreme, allowing him to fully exert his abilities. Adhering to the philosophy of sword cultivation, flying sword magic weapons will not carry any special abilities. Although such flying sword magic weapons have some special power, they are easily restrained. In the philosophy of sword cultivator, only the purest flying sword magic weapon, blessed with the most basic attachment method, can exert the power of sword cultivator's sword intention. Although Li Shiming is not a pure swordsman, he plans to refine the flying sword magic weapon that conforms to the concept of swordsmanship. He arranged the solid runes, acceleration runes, sharp runes, free-size runes, spirit storage runes, and air-breaking runes in the 6 directions of the 6-Yao formation. Each rune is drawn with lines of 10 nanometers, although the lines are too thin, which reduces the consumption of materials during the inscription process and makes the effect of each rune much weaker. This method of inscription is the number of enchanted runes that can be used to refine flying sword magic weapons is tens of thousands of times greater than that of normal methods. It can be said that most of the golden elixir monks cannot see clearly the enchanted runes he engraved on the sword blank, unless they practice the secret method of enhancing their eyesight. They can only see the enchanted runes. His method of refining weapons has gone beyond the scope of a weapon refiner. Not to mention a weapon refiner at the golden core stage. Not even the Yuan'ing ancestor can achieve his weapon refining methods. If it weren't for the spiritual eye, the organic room space, and the natal magic weapon Z15, he would not be able to achieve the control ability of 10 nanometers and apply this control ability to the weapon refining. Nanning Lihua maintains the temperature, making the sword blank always at a hardness that can be engraved. Starting from the tip of the sword, he engraved 6-Yao formations one by one and arranged them into larger 6-Yao formation combinations. This is the first time that Li Shiming has refined a magic weapon in this way. Although there is a simulation analysis of the natal magic weapon Z15, which gives a success rate of 100%, there are still some differences between the actual and the simulation. Fortunately, there are a lot of materials for refining this time. If he takes out a sword blank to practice, he won't have too many regrets even if he fails. Each brain is devoted to the engraving work, which is completely different from other weapon refiners. What consumes the most time is not melting the weapon refining materials, but engraving. Even though he invested more than 100 brains and only left a small amount of brains to maintain his alchemy and cultivation, it still took 10 days to complete the engraving of his first flying sword magic weapon. There is no way to speed up the process of engraving on the sword blank. You can only increase the input of your brain and share the inscription work. 10 days later, Li Shiming held a flying sword magic weapon in his hand. Since it was refined by himself, his spirit was incorporated into the refining process, so that the flying sword magic weapon was 100% refined by him after it was refined. Status: this flying sword, which he named Liu Guangxingyun, was flashing with a strange light. The light on streaming stars is emitted by those 6-Yao formations, and the 6-Yao formations are composed of spell-attached runes that are so tiny that they cannot be seen clearly by the naked eye. On the small flying sword magic weapon, 360,000 6-Yao formations are drawn with lines of 10 nanometers, and each 6-Yao formation is composed of 6 enchanted runes with different effects. Just as he was holding the flying sword magic weapon, he suddenly looked up at the sky. The flying sword magic weapon that had just been successfully refined seemed to be rejected by the rules of heaven and earth. And a thundercloud appeared in the sky. The appearance of Lei Yun naturally attracted the attention of many monks of Shushan sect. But when they discovered that Lei Yun appeared at the sword-holding peak, they no longer paid attention. If this thundercloud appears elsewhere, perhaps some monk is preparing to survive the thunder tribulation. But if it appears at the sword-holding peak, it is most likely that one of Li Shiming's refined corpses is preparing to survive the tribulation. A year ago, Li Shiming allowed many corpses to undergo thunder tribulations one after another, and the monks of the sect have not forgotten this. Just when they thought this, Zhuo ancestor flew outside the sword-holding peak, quietly suspended in the air, and watched the thunder clouds. Elder Su paid special attention to Li Shiming, even though he guessed that it was most likely Li Shiming's corpse refining to save the tribulation. He still came over.
I've met Ancestor Zhuo.
Elder Su bowed and saluted Ancestor Zhuo in greeting.
Boy Su, you taught a good disciple and made brilliant achievements in alchemy. I didn't expect that the weapon refining would be equally extraordinary.
Zhuo ancestor looked at Lei Yun, shook his head at Elder Su and sighed.
Ah, is this a weapon robbery?
Elder Su looked stunned and said in disbelief. No wonder he was surprised. Weapon catastrophes were extremely rare. Most of the time, weapon calamity occurs when refining 4th grade magic weapons. To refine a 4th grade magic weapon, only the nascent soul ancestor can do it. For no other reason than the 4th grade weapon refining materials require infant fire to melt. Not to mention, if you want to control the 4th grade magic weapon, it is impossible to achieve it without nascent soul. Li Shiming is only in the middle stage of the golden elixir. Elder Su believes in the weapon refining. But Elder Su does not believe that Li Shiming has refined a 4th grade magic weapon. It is true that no matter how powerful the golden elixir is in the middle stage, it cannot melt the 4th grade weapon refining materials. Even if Li Shiming had the 4th grade weapon refining materials, he should not start refining the weapon at the golden elixir stage. To put it in perspective, even if the refining was successful, he would have to at least advance to the nascent soul stage before he could use it.
It is indeed a weapon calamity, but it doesn't look like a 4th grade magic weapon.
Zhuo ancestor was also a little confused. He shook his head and said, Zhuo Laozu didn't know much about the weapon tribulation. His 4 magic weapons were inherited from the sect. Although the nascent soul ancestor has the ability to refine 4th grade magic weapons, the 4th grade weapon refining materials are too rare. Generally, even if he obtains them, he will find a way to use the obtained 4th grade weapon refining materials to exchange for more from other nascent soul ancestors. 4th grade weapon refining materials suitable for you. This makes many Yuanying ancestors of large sects never refine 4th grade magic weapons for themselves in their entire lives. Anyway, the inheritance of the sect can always inherit suitable 4th grade magic weapons. Zhuo Laozu was like this. His understanding of weapon tribulation was the scene of weapon tribulation he saw with his own eyes when he visited a nascent soul Taoist friend who successfully refined a weapon many years ago. Li Shiming's weapon robbery here is obviously different from that time. The power of this thunder tribulation is far less than that one. It is obvious that this is a weapon tribulation targeting 3rd grade magic weapons. This is even more rare. If a 3rd grade magic weapon can cause a catastrophe, it means that the 3rd grade magic weapon exceeds the scope allowed by the rules of heaven and earth. The rules of heaven and earth will bring down thunder and calamity. 3rd grade magic weapons will become more powerful after surviving the thunder and calamity. They are allowed to exist by the rules of heaven and earth and will be rewarded. With a boom sound, a thunderbolt fell straight towards the top of the sword-holding peak. The Liuguang Xingyun and Li Shiming's hands seemed to be spiritual and flew towards the sky thunder. Powerful sword intent erupted from the Liuguang Xingyun. This was the lightning sword intent that Li Shiming had introduced into the sword body before. Unexpectedly, the Liuguang Xingyun Feijian actually kept it in the sword body to fight against the sky thunder. Li Shiming looked at Liuguang Xingyun worriedly. This was the flying sword magic weapon he had refined, and he had already recognized its owner. Although it was not a natal magic weapon, if Liuguang Xingyun was damaged, he would also have to bear a certain amount of mental damage. In addition, it took him 10 days to successfully refine the meteor star. The mental exertion alone made him reluctant to let the meteor get damaged. The sky thunder struck Liuguang Xingyun's sword, and a dense 6-Yao formation appeared on the surface of Liuguang Xingyun's sword, blocking the sky thunder's bombardment. The 360,000 strong runes make the small sword body unimaginably strong. Even in the face of thunder, the sword was protected and did not suffer any damage. On the contrary, the spirit storage rune took the opportunity to absorb a lot of the power of the sky thunder and stored it in the sword body. The thunderstorm disappeared just as quickly as it came. The thundercloud dissipated after one strike. Li Shiming moved his hand, and Liu Guangxingyan flew back to his hand. After experiencing the thunder tribulation of Liu Guangxingyan, the sword body seemed to have changed a bit. The sword body carried the sword's intention more fiercely, and contained the aura of heavenly thunder. This new sword intention, which is the fusion of sky thunder and lightning sword intention, is born out of his sword intention, so it is innately compatible with him. He stretched out his finger and tapped it lightly on the sword body, and a bolt of thunder sword intent followed his finger and entered his body. His body trembled slightly, but his face showed surprise. Although he has not yet realized the heavenly thunder sword intent, he has felt the direction. He only needs to continue to comprehend the heavenly thunder sword intent in Liu Guangxingyan, and his thunder and lightning sword intent will gradually transform into the heavenly thunder sword intent. There has always been a big gap between his sword intention and his clone Li Yuanba's Jiang sword intention, especially in terms of the power of his sword intention. Even if Li Yuanba did not use Xingyi Jian to increase his sword intention, his son's sword intent was several times more powerful than Li Shiming's thunder and lightning sword intent. But as long as Li Shiming understands and masters the Tianlei's sword intention, he can catch up with his clone Li Yuanba in terms of sword intention. Sky thunder is the power manifested by the rules of heaven and earth. The rules of heaven and earth will rain down thunder with different powers according to the life forms of different levels. What Li Shiming realized was the golden elixir level sky thunder. Although it was not very powerful, the sky thunder was the nemesis of all life. No matter what monk faced the sky thunder, he had to prepare in advance before daring to survive the thunder tribulation. In particular, the power of Tianlei's sword intent will continue to increase as his sword intent increases. Li Shiming was about to continue to comprehend the thunder sword intent on the meteor star, but he discovered Zhua Ancestor and Elder Su who were outside the sword peak formation. He didn't know what happened, but it alerted Zhua Ancestor, and he quickly flew out of the formation.
No need to salute. Show me the magic weapon you just refined.
Zhua Laozu waved his hand to stop Li Shiming from saluting. His curiosity was aroused, and he was eager to see what kind of third-grade magic weapon it was. Can cause thunder disaster. If other monks asked for it like this, Li Shiming would definitely not agree. But facing Zhua Ancestor, he didn't have the strength to oppose him. Besides, it was impossible for a dignified Yuanying ancestor to hack a third-grade magic weapon from him. What Li Shiming didn't care about the most was that he didn't plan to refine just one Liu Guangxingyan, but 10 of them. Even if Zhua Ancestor didn't return it to him, he would still have 9 more. Zhua Laozu took over the Liu Guang Starfall, and with his abilities at the nascent soul stage, he could clearly see the 6 Yao formation on the Liu Guang Starfall, as well as the tiny enchantment runes that made up the 6 Yao formation.
Although the weapon refining process can make a powerful magic weapon and enhance your own combat power, you should not invest too much time in it. This flying sword magic weapon probably took a long time to refine. Right?
Zhua Ancestor shook his head and asked. Road. He knew that Li Shiming had received the inheritance of Qinya Temple's Shinmu Tong. After seeing the densely packed magic runes on the Liu Guangxingyan, he thought it was a weapon that Li Shiming had spent several years completing. Probably all his previous time in the mortal world was spent on this flying sword magic weapon. He was worried that Li Shiming's shift in focus would affect Li Shiming's cultivation path. Chapter 394 Visit.
What Ancestors was said is that this magic weapon did take a lot of time.
Li Shiming bowed and said. He was thinking of 10 days, and there was a huge gap between the time he understood and Zhua Ancestor's understanding. Of course, this is understandable. When he was refining the meteorite, he used more than 100 brains to work together. If there were monks who had cultivated Shin Vision and had the same hands-on ability as him, maybe it would be like this as Zhua Laozu judged. It would take almost more than a year.
This magic weapon is very powerful. It seems that you have the power to protect yourself in the golden elixir stage.
Zhua Laozu saw Li Shiming's attitude and returned Liu Guangxingyun with a smile. Li Shiming's eyes flashed with divine light, and being able to be said to be powerful by Zhua Ancestor showed that his weapon refining was very successful this time. He has not yet tested the true power of the meteor. Although there are some speculations about the magic weapon Z15, there is no real data to verify it.
If I have a chance to get materials suitable for refining magic weapons, and your cultivation is sufficient, I will come and ask for your help.
Zhua Ancestor then said something that surprised Elder Su on the side. Elder Su knew that under normal circumstances, the Ancestor of Nascent Soul would refine the magic weapon materials by himself when he got them. Only the Yuanying ancestor can refine the 4th grade weapon refining materials. And no Yuanying ancestor is willing to hand over his magic weapon to be refined by other Yuanying ancestors. In addition, the most important thing is that the magic weapon refined by Yuanying ancestor himself has some bonus effects in terms of power. Zhuo Laozu said this, which shows that Li Shiming's level of weapon refining far exceeds his own.
It's my honor,
Li Shiming responded with a smile. He also knew that Zhuo Laozu meant that on the surface, he would have to reach the nascent soul stage at least to achieve the ability to refine 4th grade magic weapons. That's on the surface. But the fact is that when he or Silver Corpse Naming's, Nanming Lihua, magical power improves to a certain level, they can melt the 4th grade weapon refining materials. If the nascent soul ancestor is involved, it is still possible to refine a 4th grade magic weapon. But it was impossible for him to reveal too much. To refine magic weapons like the meteor star, he used too many methods that he didn't want outsiders to know. Ancestors would nodded, turned and left.
Sure, Ming. I can't see through you any more and more.
Elder Su finally had the chance to speak. And he sighed. This disciple taught very little. It was because Li Shiming's time to get started was too short, compared to other disciples.
Master, I'm just a little lucky.
Li Shiming touched his head and replied. He really didn't know how to explain it.
Don't tell anyone about your weapon refining. Now your alchemy refining has affected your practice. If you add the weapon refining, I'm afraid you won't even have any free time.
Elder Su said after thinking about it. Anyway, the only ones who really knew about this matter were Zhuo Ancestor and him. Zhuo Ancestor did not even meet other monks. So of course, it was impossible to spread the news to the outside world. It is enough to describe this thunder catastrophe as a silver corpse. Anyway, Li Shiming has a lot of silver corpses, so having one more is not a big deal.
Follow the master's arrangements.
Li Shiming would not object. Returning to the sword-holding peak, he smiled helplessly, thinking that even if the other 9 meteors were refined, they would not be able to complete the final steps in the sect. Who would have thought that refining a 3rd grade magic weapon would lead to a calamity? If a meteorite triggers a weapon tribulation, it would be considered luck. But if he really causes 10 weapon tribulations in a row, he may cause himself a lot of trouble. Zhuo Laozu's agreement, which seemed to be a compliment but also seemed like a joke, would become true if he really continued to suffer weapon tribulations. Li Shiming did not stop refining the 9-handled meteorite. But all the meteorites would not be truly completed to avoid a calamity. The avatar Li Yuanbao lived a very peaceful life in the town of Shirwanda Mountain. The only impact is that because Li Shiming left the northern Shu continent, the alchemy channel between him and Li Shiming was closed. However, both the Jindan elders on the Sunluo sect side and the Jindan elders on the Zhengdao side understood this. This situation occurs without any comments. You know, since Li Shiming left, no force in the entire northern Shu continent can invite Li Shiming to make elixirs. The matter of Beishu Commercial Bank asking Li Shiming to refine the late 3rd grade elixir was kept secret, and all orders were digested internally by Beishu Commercial Bank. Li Shiming only received an order once every 2 months, which was not enough for Beishu Commercial Bank's internal funds, distributed by monks in the late Dan period. The news that Li Shiming had become a middle-stage Jindan monk and could refine 3rd grade elixirs for late-stage Jindan monks had not spread in the northern Shu continent for at least a year. Li Yuanbao was sitting in the training room. The aura on his body had already reached the peak of the early stage of the golden elixir, and he was only 1 step away from a breakthrough. But it was this small gap that prevented his cultivation from going any further. Although Li Shiming shared the insights of breaking through the middle stage of the golden elixir, due to the different cultivation paths of both parties, the insights were only of some help, but could not have a decisive effect. Li Shiming's main training method is the
5 Rhymes Chi training technique
and the
9 Heavens Thunder strike technique,
while Li Yuanbao's main training is the
Sword Intention climbing into the sky technique,
which is a pure top-level sword cultivation technique. Li Yuanbao was not in a hurry. His breakthrough couldn't be compared with Li Shiming's. Even if he broke through in a few years, he would be considered the youngest person in the middle stage of the golden core. He spit out the Jiyang sword intent from his mouth, and the Jiyang sword intent merged into the Wanjian peak in front of him, interacting with the sword intent in the Wanjian peak. Every time he retracted the Jiyang sword intent, he could feel the effect of the Jiyang sword intent. A slight increase, since his cultivation could no longer be enhanced. He spent most of his time condensing sword intent. At this time, a message transmission technique flew in, and he slowly withdrew his sword intention and put away Wan Jianfeng. Those who can come here to cast the message transmission formula are all his friends. Even if other monks cast a message transmission spell, they will be rejected by the formation. This was a setup he made to prevent being disturbed. Who knows that the place he is in is a commercial city like Jieshan City. There will always be some forces that want to visit him and join in Jieshan City's transactions.
Why did Senior Brother Qi Jin come here when he was free?
He opened the message transmission method and unexpectedly found that Senior Brother Qi Jin had arrived. Senior Brother Qi Jin guards the Zhenghan Mountains and rarely leaves there, unless he is participating in a gathering of their group of Golden Elixir monks. He will not leave the Zhenghan Mountains at any other time. Li Yuanba cast a spell, activated the formation, and went out.
Senior Brother Qi Jin. Long time no see.
Li Yuanba saluted with a smile.
Junior Brother Li. I'm here to ask for something.
Senior Brother Qi Jin was more direct.
Okay,
he said after returning the courtesy as a monk.
Come in first. Jiang Pu and the others said I don't know how to entertain guests.
Li Yuanba knew that he was going to the Three Treasures Hall for no reason, so he made an invitation gesture. After coming to the living room and sitting down, Li Yuanba poured a cup of third-grade spiritual tea for Senior Brother Qi Jin. Senior Brother Qi Jin took a sip of the 3-grade spiritual tea, and his eagerness eased a bit.
Senior Brother Qi Jin, we have experienced life and death together. If you need anything, just say it. I will definitely help if I have the ability.
Li Yuanba said proactively. He doesn't have many friends in Saluo sect now, and Senior Brother Qi Jin is one of them.
The news from the Shushan sect is that Master Li has been promoted to the middle stage of the Golden Elixir, and is already able to refine the 3rd-grade elixir of the late Golden Elixir. However, he only accepted orders from Shushan sect's late-stage Golden Elixir monks, and no longer accepts orders. I have no other channel, so I can only come to Junior Brother Li to find a solution.
Senior Brother Qi Jin stated the purpose of his visit this time. Li Yuanba was not surprised. Senior Brother Qi Jin had previously used resources to participate in the smuggling channels in Jieshan City. Especially the 3-grade spiritual tea fried by Li Shiming had some effect on Senior Brother Qi Jin. This was Li Yuanba's special channel. Previously, due to Li Shiming's state, he was unable to refine 3rd-grade elixirs in the later stages of the Golden Elixir. Therefore, the most important refining of 3rd-grade elixirs through special channels had nothing to do with Senior Brother Qi Jin. Senior Brother Qi Jin heard about Li Shiming. How could he not come over in a hurry?
I'll ask around first. I think there should be no problem.
Li Yuanba assured with a smile. When Senior Brother Qi Jin heard Li Yuanba's assurance, a big stone finally fell in his heart.
This is the elixir I prepared. And this is the reward I prepared. You can help me see how it works. If the reward is not enough,
I will think of another way.
He immediately took out 2 storage bags and placed them in front of Li Yuanba and said. Li Yuanba's mind swept through the 2 storage bags and unexpectedly found that in the storage bag containing the elixir, except for a 3rd-grade elixir that used a combination of demon elixir and 3rd-grade elixir to assist cultivation, and 5 elixirs in addition. There is an elixir for healing injuries and a spiritual elixir, which is a 3rd-grade healing elixir for late-stage Golden Elixir monks. The 5 elixirs showed that Senior Brother Qi Jin had prepared enough for himself. With Li Shiming's alchemy level, he could obtain 10 3rd-grade high-level elixirs, which was enough to improve his cultivation level. In the later stage of Jindan, every step of improvement is extremely difficult. What surprised Li Yuanba was the 3rd-grade healing elixir. For a 3rd-grade healing elixir of this level, if it weren't for the late-stage Jindan monks who were seriously injured and urgently needed this kind of healing elixir, no late-stage Jindan monks would be willing to pay so much. It's a big cost and a waste of resources in this area. It is extremely rare for monks in the late stage of Jindan to be injured in the northern Shu continent. It is a huge waste to usually store 3rd-grade healing elixirs. It is better to put resources on improving strength.
Are you using this healing elixir?
Li Yuanba thought for a while and asked. The last time Senior Brother Qi Jin was injured, the most troublesome poison was cured. Could it be that the injury had changed in some way? Li Yuanba was only in the early stage of the Golden Elixir, and even using his Shinai power, he could not detect the injuries in Senior Brother Qi Jin's body.
Although the poison from the last injury has been cured, the injury is extremely stubborn. This has seriously affected my practice. I need to completely resolve the injury.
Senior Brother Qi Jin explained helplessly.
I will ask Master Li to take action as soon as possible.
Li Yuanba put away the 2 storage bags and renewed his promise. This time, he directly agreed to make alchemy on behalf of Li Shiming. But Senior Brother Qi Jin did not have any surprises. Li Yuanba has a personal relationship with the alchemy master Li Shiming. and their friendship is extremely irresistible. This is no secret in their small circle. Being able to jump in the queue at will, allowing Masterly to make alchemy, and also being able to get the third-grade spiritual tea cooked by Masterly that even Yuanian ancestor wanted to get. These things all illustrate that the relationship between Li Yuanba and Masterly is not simple. But neither senior brother Qi Jin nor several other Jin and elders had ever spread the word about this matter. They all understand that once this news gets out, their advantage in this small circle will be gone. The elders with higher status in the sect would ask Li Yuanba to ask Masterly to make elixirs on their behalf. Masterly's time is limited, and the relationship between Li Yuanba and Masterly cannot be used indefinitely. By then, the small circle will no longer be what it is now. As long as sufficient resources are accumulated, it can be used through Li Yuanba's special channels. Please let Masterly make elixirs. Li Yuanba also knows this. He is now enjoying the benefits of this relationship. He is taken care of by the Jin and Elder of Jishan Pass. There are almost no trivial matters that will trouble him and affect his cultivation. Thank you, Senior Brother Qi Jin said solemnly. At this moment, another message transmission technique flew in. As soon as I mentioned Senior Brother Jiang, Senior Brother Jiang is here. Li Shiming summoned the message transmission tactic to check, and then said to Senior Brother Qi Jin with a smile. He opened the formation. Jiang Pu was very familiar with this place, and came in directly without being guided. Junior Brother Li, is it true that Masterly will no longer take orders for third-grade golden elixirs? Before entering the living room, Jiang Pu's voice was heard. Hey, Senior Brother Qi Jin is here too. Senior Brother is really lucky. Masterly can refine the third-grade elixir of the late golden elixir. When he walked into the living room, he saw Senior Brother Qi Jin, and a look of envy flashed in his eyes. Road. Junior Brother Jiang, I was envious of you before, Senior Brother Qi Jin said angrily. Indeed, when Senior Brother Qi Jin joined their small circle, the only thing he could trade was third-grade spiritual tea. He had long been envious of the third-grade spiritual elixir that other Jin and elders could ask Masterly to refine. Junior Brother Li, please tell me if you can still ask Masterly to make elixirs? Jiang Pu turned to look at Li Yuanba and asked. The rules remain unchanged, but the news cannot be spread outside. Otherwise, the existence of this channel will not be guaranteed. Li Shiming replied with a smile. I knew Junior Brother Li had a way. Now they can rest assured. Jiang Pu heard Li Shiming's answer, and the smile returned to his face, and he laughed. The recent news made them feel so uneasy that they couldn't even concentrate on their cultivation. Due to the special channels on Li Yuanba's side, their cultivation levels can be improved quickly, and their hope of advancing to the later stage of Jin Dan becomes greater. But if the channel for alchemy is cut off at this time, their hope will be shattered. This is even more unbearable than having no hope. It is the cruelest thing to give hope and then kill it. Chapter 395 Raid. Jiang Pu left first. He needed to tell the news to several other Jin and elders. Junior Brother Li, seeing that you have reached the peak of the early stage of the Golden Core, are you looking for a breakthrough? Senior Brother Qi Jin looked at Li Yuanba, hesitated slightly, and then asked. He didn't know how to repay Li Yuanba, so he could only start elsewhere. After seeing Li Yuanba reach the peak of the early stage of Jin Dan, he still has some experience in breaking through the realm. Yes, I've been stuck at the peak of the early stage of the Golden Core for 7 months. Li Yuanba shook his head helplessly and replied. Although he was not in a hurry, he had already advanced to the middle stage of Golden Core. If he delayed any longer, he might distance himself from the realm of his original body. Now his combat power lags far behind that of his main body. If his realm lags behind further, the clone's role will become smaller and smaller. Junior Brother, you are a sword cultivator. When you reach the bottleneck, what you need to do is fight, not practice in seclusion. Senior Brother Qi Jin reminded with a smile. Li Yuanba's eyes lit up, and he had almost forgotten the nature of sword cultivators. Sword cultivators are warlike, and the title of #1 attacker is not achieved through practice. He can be regarded as a fan of the authorities, mainly because his master, Elder Jian, was in retreat. Without the guidance of his master, he took a detour. But where can I find a suitable opponent? Li Yuanba began to have a headache again. Naturally, battles need to be fought against enemies of comparable strength to be meaningful. If the enemies are all disposable, there will be no sharpening effect at all. Senior Brother Qi Jin couldn't help scratching his head when he heard his question, but he also couldn't find any good solution. It's not that enemies at the peak of the early Golden Core are difficult to find. As for Li Yuanba's true combat power,
Senior brother Qi Jin knows it, and he simply cannot treat Li Yuanba as a normal monk at the peak of the early Golden Core. Li Yuanba's body refining strength is only one step away from the Great Elder level, and only enemies who are close to the peak in the late Jindan stage can match him. But among any force, a Jindan monk with such strength has a noble status, and it is impossible for him to take action at will.
Junior brother, I will ask my friends in the sect to pay attention to this matter. I will inform you immediately if there is any news.
Senior brother Qi Jin finally said. He owes Li Yuanba a lot of favors, and this time he plans to use some connections to find a suitable enemy for Li Yuanba. After senior brother Qi Jin left, Li Yuanba went to the Jieshan checkpoint and personally delivered the storage bag to the Zhendao area of influence and handed it over to Li Shiming's silver corpse. It is true that the materials this time are somewhat precious, and they are also related to senior brother Qi Jin's injury. Speaking of Li Shiming's silver corpse, it is also an interesting anecdote in the Shushan sect. Li Shiming applied to the sect for a certificate of entry and exit for his silver corpse, and the sect actually agreed. A strange thing happened in the Shushan sect. A silver corpse came in and out of the righteous Shushan sect in a grand manner, received guests at the sword-holding peak, and handed over elixirs to the Northern Shu Trading Company. However, no monks in the Shushan sect objected to this matter and made a special case for Li Shiming, and all the monks in the sect agreed. On the third day after Li Yuanba returned to Jieshan City, his identity Yudi received urgent news. He took out the identity Jade Disc and found that it was a warning from the Boundary Mountain Pass. A monk was trying to break through the Boundary Mountain formation. He did not hesitate and turned into a sword light and headed towards the Boundary Mountain Pass. Jieshan City and Jieshan Checkpoint have a mutually supportive relationship. Especially in recent years, Jieshan Checkpoint has taken over all the chores, leaving Jieshan City's guarding monk Li Yuanba completely free. If something serious had not happened, it would have been impossible for the Jieshan checkpoint to issue a warning. While flying, he contacted Li Shiming, the real person, and borrowed the drone satellite system to check the situation at the Jieshan checkpoint. He first had to make sure that no nascent soul ancestor appeared there. Of course, he had already set up multiple insurances to prevent the Yuanying ancestor from breaking through the Boundary Mountain Pass and raiding the Boundary Mountain City. Contacting the drone satellite system was also to confirm again. He was really scared by the ancestor of nascent soul. When he saw the situation at the Jieshan checkpoint through the drone satellite system, he couldn't help but take a breath. In the direction of the buffer zone close to the Sanluo sect's Boundary Mountain Formation, 6 teams were attacking the Boundary Mountain Formation, and each team had more than 6 monks. The only ones who dared to do this are Jindan monks. It has been so long since Li Yuanba came to the Boundary Mountain Pass that he saw so many golden elixir monks dispatched to clear the pass at the same time for the first time.
Senior brother Jiang, what happened?
His spiritual mind connected to the identity Jade Disc and sent a message to Jiang Pu.
Junior brother Li, come here and help. I don't know what's going on. These Zhengdao Jindan monks are crazy. They are all mid to late stage Jindan monks who are attacking the formation. Seeing that the formation can no longer withstand it.
Jiang Pu's voice sounded a little strange. Eager. Li Yuanba knew about the formation at the Jieshan Pass. Although it could intercept the Jindan monks, it was not impossible to break through the formation. As long as there are enough golden elixir monks, this formation can be broken. The function of the formation is to detect and warn enemies. When the number of enemies is small, it can be blocked. When the number of enemies is large, it can be held for a period of time to wait for support from the sect.
I'm almost there,
Li Yuanba replied in a deep voice. When he couldn't use
Ubu Shenglian,
he could only use Sword Escape, which was already the fastest speed he could perform publicly. He also understood that the Zhengdao Jindan cultivator definitely had a plan in advance. The simultaneous attacks from 6 directions, even if he tried to block them, could only block one team, and the other teams would still have time to break through the formation.
When will the support from the sect arrive?
Li Yuanba asked Jiang Pu again on the identity Jade Disc.
The sect is summoning the Jindan elders. You should be able to find out about the killing mission soon,
Jiang Pu quickly replied. At this time, Li Yuanba arrived at the Jieshan checkpoint. He did not pay attention to the attacks farther away from the Jieshan checkpoint. Even if those attacks broke through the formation, they would not have any impact on the 3 Jindan elders inside the Jieshan checkpoint. But this team that directly attacked the Jieshan Pass was different. Once the formation was broken, the 3 Jindan elders would become the first targets of attack, since they took such a big risk to attack the Boundary Mountain Pass. These righteous Jindan monks definitely didn't care about killing the 3 Jindan elders. Killing at least 3 Jindan elders can slow down the recovery time at the Boundary Mountain level, making their exit from Shirwan Mountain more smooth. The one who attacked the Jishan Pass head-on was a team of 7 mid to late-stage Jindan monks. Their combat power was extremely fierce. The formation at the Jishan Pass was the most defensive place. But when Li Yuanba arrived, at that time, 7 mid to late-stage Jindan monks had already broken open the formation. The Jishan city where Li Yuanba was located was not far from the Jishan Pass. It didn't take long for him to use Sword Escape to rush over. But even so, he was still a step too late. He first took a look and saw no familiar faces among the 7 middle and late-stage Jindan monks, which meant that these 7 middle and late-stage Jindan monks were not monks from the 3 major righteous sects. The reason why this is certain is because if the 7 middle and late-stage Jindan monks are really monks from the righteous sect, with the social circle of the original body, Li Shiming, and the memory of the natal magic weapon Z15, it is impossible for none of the 7 middle and late-stage Jindan monks to be disciples. Understanding of the situation. First of all, none of the 7 middle and late Jindan monks are monks, which rules out Qinya Temple. It is even more impossible for Li Shiming, the Jindan monk of Shushan sect, to be able to recognize them. Although he was not too familiar with Qinhuan sect, he could still identify its identity. Secondly, he found 2 different marks on the bodies of 7 mid to late-stage Jindan monks. These 2 marks should be owned by 2 sects. Since he didn't know him, he had no intention of holding back.
Kill them all!
A late-stage Jindan monk headed by 7 mid to late-stage Jindan monks shouted loudly. They are the key force in this attack, aiming to clear the Boundary Mountain Pass with all their strength and destroy the base of the formation. In this way, Sunluo sect will not be able to restore the defense of the formation for at least a short period of time, giving the monks who entered the 100,000 mountains this time a chance to return. The auras of the 7 mid to late-stage Jindan monks were rising. The first thing they encountered was a transport convoy that was passing through the checkpoint. Several magic weapons flew out and fell towards the convoy. The strongest one in the convoy was only an early-stage foundation building monk, and there were even some mortals among the rest. How could they withstand the attacks from the 7 mid to late-stage Jindan cultivators? The entire convoy was instantly shattered into pieces. No matter whether they were monks or mortals, all their bones were destroyed by this force and turned into blood mist. Their attacks did not have much impact on their speed. Their target was the core of the Jishan Pass, where the 3 middle-stage Jindan elders, Jiangpu, Mengsheng, and Shurkan, were guarding the formation at the core with ugly expressions. But the formation here has no blocking effect at all, and a few blows from the late-stage Jindan monks can break through it. Just as the 7 mid to late-stage Jindan monks were approaching the core of the Boundary Mountain Pass, a loud shout was heard in the sky.
Press!
The small Wanjian Feng flew out from Li Yuanba's hand and landed on the heads of 7 middle and late-stage Jindan monks. Wanjian Peak returned to a huge mountain peak, and the terrifying gravity and the sword intent of the thousands of flying swords inside all headed towards the 7 mid to late-stage Jindan monks. Li Yuanba had long been extremely proficient in how to use Wan Jianfeng's tactics. He threw himself directly into Wan Jianfeng's envelope. He did not use Xingyijian, but used the 3rd-grade sword base to use his powerful body-refining strength to fight in close quarters. Behead! 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 He shouted one after another, and 3 middle-stage Jindan monks were beheaded by him. At this time, Wan Jianfeng could no longer support it. Wan Jianfeng shrank sharply and turned into a small mountain peak again. This time, the enemies that Wan Jianfeng suppressed at the same time were too strong, and they were broken after just one breath of suppression. No matter how fast Li Yuanba struck, he could only kill 3 middle-stage Jindan cultivators. He recalled the magic weapon of Wan Jianfeng with his spiritual thoughts, and a sword flew out of his body, flying towards the most powerful late-stage Jindan cultivator. The opponent also has 2 late-stage Golden Core monks and 2 mid-stage Golden Core monks, all of whom are monks with rich combat experience. After breaking away from Wan Jianfeng's suppression, they launched an attack on Li Yuanba at the same time. The 4 magic weapons carried terrifying power, and because the distance between the 2 sides was too close, it seemed that Li Yuanba had no way to escape and could not avoid it. Xingyijian blocked the magic weapon of the most powerful late-stage Jindan monk, and the 3rd-grade sword base in his hand blocked the magic weapon of another late-stage Jindan monk. As for the magic weapons of the 2 middle-stage Jindan monks, he punched one away and kicked the other away.
Body refining golden pill!
the leader of the late Golden Pill Cultivator exclaimed. What was even more horrifying in his heart was that this body-refining Golden Pill was also a sword cultivator. And the Jiang sword intent coming from his own sword had some impact on the spiritual imprint in his magic weapon. That is to say, his realm is much stronger than Li Yuanba. Otherwise, if it were a magic weapon belonging to a mid-stage Golden Core monk, I am afraid that this sword could damage the magic weapon. While he was thinking about it, the speed of Xingyijian suddenly increased several times, and it hit his magic weapon continuously, causing his magic weapon to let out a mournful cry. He quickly took back the magic weapon and replaced it with another. Li Yuanba's whole body felt refreshed. Although he did not all use sword cultivation methods to fight, his fighting enthusiasm was not affected at all, since he was already very close to the 4 Golden Core cultivators. After Wanjin Peak was destroyed, these 4 Golden Core cultivators did not immediately choose to distance themselves, but chose to attack. He liked this kind of enemy the most. After knocking away the magic weapons of 3 Golden Core monks, he just moved sideways and got close to a middle-stage Golden Core monk. The 3rd grade sword base penetrated his body at a strange angle. While thrusting out the sword, he did not stop moving. When the 3rd grade sword base was retracted as he moved, the middle-stage Golden Elixir monk had no breath. In front of him, a monk in the middle stage of the Golden Core was nothing more than a being that could be destroyed with one sword. At this time, the remaining middle-stage Jindan monks realized that they could not fight such an enemy at such close range. His figure flew backwards, but his speed could not compare with Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba turned into sword light and flashed past him, and he also fell from the air. It sounds complicated. In fact, Li Yuanba had not been in contact with the 7 late-stage Golden Core monks for more than 3 breaths. Only 2 late-stage Golden Core monks were left on the battlefield, and the remaining 5 mid-stage Golden Core monks were all wiped out. At this time, the 2 late-stage Jindan cultivators looked at Li Yuanba with complete horror, and were stunned by Li Yuanba's combat power. In particular, the most powerful late-stage Jindan monk was entangled by Xingyijian. The terrifying Jiang sword intention and the natal magic weapon of Xingyijian made him overwhelmed. He felt that even if Li Yuanba didn't use his physical training ability, this Xingyi sword alone could restrain him. Li Yuanba focused part of his mind, and while controlling Xingyi's sword, he got closer to another late-stage Jindan cultivator. Jiang Pu and his 3 Jindan elders were also rushing out of the formation. It was impossible for them to let Li Yuanba fight alone. But when they were halfway through the rush, they froze. Li Yuanba's combat power obviously exceeded their imagination. When did killing mid to late-stage Jindan monks become as easy as killing a chicken? Chapter 396 Solution. Li Yuanba used the short-distance sprint secret technique of Scorching Sun Jade Body Technique. His speed was significantly faster than the nearest late-stage Jindan cultivator. The main reason is that this late-stage Jindan monk's own strength is not good enough. Although he is in the realm of the late-stage Jindan, his combat power is far different from that of senior brother Qi Jin whom he knows. The late-stage Jindan monk kept retreating, and at the same time, talismans were thrown out one by one, forming a series of defensive or offensive spells in front of him. Li Yuanba ignored these spells. Whether they were offensive spells or defensive spells, he broke them with a single sword. As long as it is not a great elder-level attack, his body-refining defense cannot be broken, and his body-refining attack coupled with Jiang sword intent allows him to fight as a sword cultivator to a certain extent. When he was in close combat, he used a special melee swordsman fighting method among swordsmen. He still uses the Sword Demon's Secret Book, a sword cultivating melee technique, and combines it with his body-refining strength in actual battles. And the power it unleashes is still extremely powerful. Fire and ice exploded in front of him, and he passed between the exploding spells. His spiritual vision could clearly see the horror on the face and the despair in the eyes of the late-stage Jindan monk. The late-stage Jindan monk never expected that he had accumulated the strongest trump card for many years, and the number reached 10 late-stage Jindan monks. The magic talisman had no effect. Even Li Yuanba's speed had a limited impact, which was beyond his imagination and beyond his comprehension. It is not easy to break the spell. The spell in the later stage of the Golden Elixir is very powerful. If you use the talisman to cast it at the same time, even the great elders need to be careful to deal with it. In fact, what this late Jindan cultivator didn't know was that under the gaze of Li Yuanba's spiritual eye, he could immediately discover the energy nodes of each talisman after it was activated. Although Chunai power is known as the most useless magical power in battle, It is compared with other magical powers. In real battle,
Shinai power
still has some effects. The energy node when the talisman is activated. Even if ordinary monks have magical powers such as
Divine Eye power,
they will not have any impact on the activation of the talisman. But Li Yuanba is a swordsman, and the third-grade sword base in his hand can accurately destroy the energy nodes when each talisman is activated. The Sun Sword Intent enters the energy nodes of the spell, destroying the energy balance inside the spell. This is Sword Cultivator. A sword cultivator who can defeat all kinds of magic with one sword. Even if Li Yuanba uses a melee combat method, he is still a sword cultivator. In the eyes of the late Jindan monks, Li Yuanba was like an ancient demon. The explosion caused by the 10 talismans was like building momentum for Li Yuanba, giving Li Yuanba's attacks brilliant special effects. Under the desperate gaze of the late Jindan cultivator, Li Yuanba came closer, and the third-grade sword base slashed away the defensive magic weapon with unparalleled force, breaking through his defensive spiritual power. With a scream, the late Jindan monk lost his life. Only then did Jiang Pu and the others rush over. But they were no longer needed in the battle. On the battlefield, there was only one late-stage Golden Core cultivator left, and he was being attacked by Xing Yijian. There was no need for them to join him. Li Yuanba put away the third-grade sword base and focused entirely on controlling the Xingyi sword. Xing Yijian's sword speed suddenly increased, allowing the late Jindan monks to block it. Under the full control of the
Sword Intent climb to the sky technique,
Xing Yijian's power in all aspects was greatly improved. Xing Yi's sword cut strangely on the late Jindan cultivator's body, and the Jiang sword intent caused his defensive spiritual power to continuously dissipate. To be honest, under the current circumstances, Xing Yijian combined with the
Sword Intention Chong Xiaoju
and Jiang sword intent are not as powerful as Li Yuanba's body refining power. But combat power is not considered in this way. Li Yuanba's body refining power was obtained by piling up 4th-grade body refining resources. He used the cultivation resources of the ancestor of nascent soul on him in the early stage of the golden elixir. The
Sword Intent to the sky technique
is his foundation. With just a flying sword, he can suppress the late Jindan monks with his peak cultivation in the early stage of Jindan. From this, you can see the terror of swordsmanship. Place. This late-stage Jindan cultivator didn't last long. In just 5 breaths, his defense was broken, and he ended his life with a single sword stroke.
They are monks from Lingyi sect and Wuya sect. Why are they so crazy?
Jiang Pu stepped forward to check the body and said to Li Yuanba in a deep voice. Jiang Pu pointed at the marks on the corpse's robe. Those 2 marks represented the 2 sects. Li Yuanba thought for a while and realized that these were 2 medium-sized sections. Neither he nor Li Shiming had any contact with these 2 medium-sized sects. In the Beishu continent, the 6 major sects and major forces are considered to be on one level, while the remaining small and medium-sized sects and forces are on another level. This level is only slightly higher than that of casual cultivators, but it is far from the level that major forces take seriously, because small and medium-sized sects do not have Yuanying ancestors. No matter how they jump around, one Yuanying ancestor can easily make them destroy the sect. In addition, due to the disadvantages in resource allocation, it is difficult for small and medium-sized sects to have top monks. Just like the 7 golden elixir monks Li Yuanba faced just now. If they were middle to late golden elixir monks from the 6 major sects, the battle would not be so easy, whether in terms of resources, skills or secrets. Lingyi sect and Wuya sect are 1 level weaker than the 6 major sects, which is also reflected in the combat power of the sect monks.
Ask fellow Taoist Ho. There should be an explanation from the righteous side for this incident.
Li Yuanba thought for a while and said, although he has a cooperative relationship with Ing Ho's station Jindan, and they have a good relationship with each other, but it involves such a big event, and there has been no news from Ing Ho's side, which is a bit wrong. Jiang Pu contacted Ing Ho and had a discussion. Li Shiming also put away all the corpses and trophies. He was not polite at all in this regard. All the enemies were killed by him, and the spoils would naturally belong to him, and the other monks would have no objection. His spiritual thoughts entered the space objects of these golden elixir monks, and found that these golden elixir monks probably wanted to sacrifice themselves. Apart from very few spare spiritual objects for combat, there was nothing else in the space objects. It can also be seen from this that the other party was prepared and premeditated for the attack. Just to enter the 100,000 mountains and make such a big noise will definitely trigger the Sunluo sect's revenge. It is not worthwhile no matter how you look at it. But then I thought about it. If Li Yuanba hadn't joined, this team of 7 would have most likely destroyed the Jieshan Pass. It will take at least several months for the Sunluo sect to repair the formation at the Boundary Mountain Pass. During this period, the formation at the Boundary Mountain Pass is almost undefended. And no matter how many monks there are, they cannot guard against the long border.
Fellow Daoist said that all the Golden Elixir monks this time passed the checkpoints in batches through commercial activities.
Jiang Pu said to Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba also knew that the checkpoints on the right side did not have strict control over the right monks passing the checkpoints. Anyway, even if they passed the checkpoints there were no corresponding procedures, and they could not pass the strictly managed Sunluo sect Realm Mountain checkpoint. On the contrary, strict inspections were carried out on the monks passing through the Sunluo sect Realm Mountain checkpoint to prevent demonic cultivators from sneaking across.
Senior brother Jiang, didn't I hear that there is hidden combat power here at the checkpoint?
Li Yuanba thought of something and asked curiously. Normally, it would be impossible for him to pry into such secrets. But today it has reached this level, and he has not seen the hidden combat power at the checkpoint. In his judgment, there will be at least one late-stage Jindan combat power hidden at the Boundary Mountain Pass. Or even a Great Elder. This is a late-stage Golden Elixir monk from a large sect. If he really cooperates with the 3 Golden Elixir Elders, he can completely withstand the 7 mid to late Golden Elixir monks just now for a long time, waiting for the reinforcements from the sect to arrive.
Originally, there was a late-stage Jindan senior who was about to expire, but the sect considered that you were nearby, so the sect asked that senior to return to the sect for retirement.
Jiang Pu replied with some embarrassment. Li Yuanba was stunned for a moment. He turned out to be the big boss of the Jieshan level. This cannot be blamed on the sect. The huge sect controls the complex area of 100,000 mountains and lacks strong combat power everywhere. After discovering that Li Yuanba's combat power was comparable to that of late Jindan monks, the sect naturally transferred the excess combat power away.
The sect's mission has been released, and there are many Golden Elixir monks on the way,
Meng Sheng reminded while looking at the jade plate of identity. Li Yuanba took out the identity jade disc. And sure enough, among the sect tasks, he had the task of hunting down the Jindan monks from the Lingyi sect and the Wuya sect who had invaded the Shirwanda mountain, based on the Sunluo sect's previous methods. Within 3 days at most, the invading monks from the Lingyi sect and the Wuya sect could definitely be hunted down to the heavens and to the earth. Li Yuanba just glanced at the task and had no intention of taking it. The mission rewards did not appeal to him at all, and he was too lazy to compete with other monks.
Since there's nothing going on here, I'm going back to Jieshan City.
He said goodbye as there was something going on at the checkpoint.
Thank you, Junior Brotherly, for your help. We will report it to the sect.
Jiang Pu and the other 2 Jindan elders bowed and expressed their gratitude. This time, if Li Yuanba hadn't come to the rescue in time, the 3 of them would have been in trouble. Li Yuanba returned to Jieshan City. He contacted the drone satellite system and observed the invading Jindan monks of Lingyi sect and Wuya sect. He was a little curious about why so many Golden Core cultivators were so anxious to break through in this way. You must know that if you want to cross the border illegally, as long as you pay the minimum price, there is no big problem for 1 or 2 Jindan monks to cross the border at one time. Of course, the checkpoints on both sides cannot allow too many Golden Elixir monks to sneak through. This is probably why Lingyi sect and Wuya sect have to force their way through the checkpoints. Otherwise, it would be difficult to let so many Golden Elixir monks enter the 100,000 mountains at the same time. The consequences of this are very serious. First of all, the mountain gates of Lingyi sect and Wuya sect cannot be saved. Even though Lingyi sect and Wuya sect were within the sphere of influence of the righteous path, they could not stop the revenge from Sunluo sect. Lingyi sect and Wuya sect took the initiative to provoke Sunluo sect, giving Sunluo sect a reason to take revenge for such provocative behavior by small and medium-sized forces against the 6 major sects. The 6 major sects had the same attitude and did not interfere in retaliation. The matter of recovery. Otherwise, how to establish the majesty of the 6 major sects, and how to safeguard the interests of the 6 major sects. There is only one possibility for Lingyi sect and Wuya sect to do this, and that is that they have discovered interests in Shirwan Mountain that are more precious than their mountain gate, and this interest makes them do such crazy things. Now, more than 30 Jindan monks from Lingyi sect and Wuya sect were divided into 5 teams and entered Shirwan Mountain. Their whereabouts are monitored by the drone satellite system. Currently, the 5 teams are doing their own thing, but according to their movement direction, they are all heading towards the Nanyuan Mountains. The Nanyuan Mountains are within the control range of spiritual beasts. The monks of Saluo sect rarely enter. Once they enter, they may be attacked by spiritual beasts. There are a lot of big monsters there, especially in the core area of the Nanyuan Mountains, where there are even more big monsters. Li Yuanba's eyes flickered. Perhaps the goal of Lingyi sect and Weeaw sect was somewhere in the Nanyuan Mountains. There were treasures coveted by the two sects there, and they could even pay the price of destroying the foundation of the mountain sect. This made him extremely excited. If his judgment was true, then maybe this treasure would have a great effect on him and his body. Now that he knows it, he will not let it go. God will not take away the punishment, but he will take the blame. He wants to leave Jieshan City. In this case, he needs to leave the power to protect Jieshan City. He summoned the generals, whose combat power was not a problem against the early Golden Core monks, and they were able to inform him of the news when danger occurred. Of course, the general is just taking precautions, and with the monitoring of the drone satellite system, if there is a monk who really wants to harm Jieshan City, he will find out in advance. This time, he didn't tell anyone and left Jieshan City quietly. After leaving Jieshan City, he used Lotus growing every step and headed towards the Nanyuan Mountains. Judging from the feedback from the drone satellite system on the way, there are more than 100 Jindan monks from the Saluo sect heading towards the Jieshan Pass. It seems that the sect is extremely angry at this provocation and is prepared to prevent an invading Jindan monk from surviving. However, in Li Yuanba's view, the Lingyi sect and Weeaw sect's invasion of the Jindan monks had clear goals and plans. After entering Shirwan Mountain, they continued to use various methods to mislead and track them. If his monitoring hadn't come from the drone satellite system in the sky, he might have been misled by these Jindan monks. Through this period of monitoring, he became more and more certain that the destination of the Lingyi sect and Weeaw sect's invasion of the Jindan monks was the Nanyuan Mountains. Because his speed was too fast, he stopped outside the Nanyuan Mountains and used the 4th grade Sumeru mustard seed array to set up a 4th grade formation to hide himself. He didn't know the true goals of Lingyi sect and Weeaw sect, and they needed their Golden Core monks to lead the way. And given the danger level of the Nanyuan Mountains, it would be easier for him to act secretly if the Golden Pill monks of Lingyi sect and Weeaw sect attract the attention of the spiritual beasts. Chapter 397 Tracking. Li Yuanba looked at the nearest team of Jindan monks from Lingyi sect and Weeaw sect. It would take several hours to arrive. The sky is slowly getting dark. Fortunately, the camera of the drone satellite system has been upgraded several times. When switching between multiple modes, the traces of the Jindan team will not be lost. He took a deep breath, and with a slight movement of his mind, his body began to change. And the breath on his body also experienced extreme changes. His body increased in height, reaching a full length of 4 meters. And the aura on his body also changed from yang to yin. It seems that because the corpse refining body is naturally strong, his body refining strength in the corpse refining state even exceeds that of the human state. In the human state, he was only 1 step away from the great elder level body refining. But in the corpse refining state, he was only a tiny bit away. He had the feeling that he could touch the great elder level at any time. But just this little bit still blocked him for several months. He sighed helplessly, sighing in the corpse refining state, making the surroundings even colder in the darkness. The reason why he switched to the corpse refining state was to conceal his identity. He didn't know how precious the spiritual object targeted by Lingyi sect and Weeaw sect was. If the spiritual object was really precious to a certain extent, even if he succeeded, but the news leaked out that he had obtained the treasure, then he would have no small trouble. In the absence of significant interests, the monks of Saluo sect would be friendly to Elder Jian because of his relationship with Patriarch Lu. But when there are really important interests, the monks of Saluo sect are not so easy to talk to. After all, Saluo sect is a demon sect, and there are a lot of demon cultivators. The strength shown by Li Yuanba is indeed extremely strong. But the background of a large sect such as Saluo sect and the top combat power of the Golden Core stage is not lacking. The secret method of Evil Corpse Spirit Record was operating, and the silver light on his body disappeared into his body. He looked like the most ordinary low-level corpse refiner, without the ostentation before. He put away the Sumeru mustard seed formation disc, and his 4-meter-tall body perfectly blended into the darkness. His corpse refining state is extremely special. Corpse refiners who can practice the exercises are extremely rare. Each one has the potential of a corpse king. But no matter how spiritual the corpse king is, he is not as good as Li Yuanba, who possesses real human wisdom. Moreover, divine eyes, other mines, and divine feat can all be used in the state of corpse refining, which makes his combat power even more powerful, and has not decreased. Although he was unable to use the Shingi sword and the third-grade sword base, his hands turned into claws in the state of corpse refining. The sharp claws were completely comparable to magic weapons, with the body refining strength close to that of the Great Elder. His claws could easily break through the defense of the late-stage Jindan monks.
When will the third and fourth teams arrive?
Elder Jinggung asked in a deep voice. Nearly 20 golden elixir monks gathered around him. The gathering of so many golden elixir monks formed an extremely powerful fighting force. But there was no smile on his face. Not long ago, intelligence came from the sect's secret line that the entire second team was wiped out and no one survived. Most importantly, the original plan to destroy the Sanluo sect's boundary mountain pass was not successfully implemented. This made it extremely troublesome for the Jindan monks to evacuate from Shirwanda Mountain. Their surprise attack was successful this time. Large sects such as Sanluo sect never expected that medium-sized sects such as Lingyi sect and Weia sect would use their entire sect's strength to attack the boundary mountain pass, which was why this attack was successful. Elder Jinggung even thought about Sanluo sect's revenge afterwards. But in his opinion, everything was worth it. No one would know that the two medium-sized sects, Lingyi sect and Weia sect, are actually one entity. There is constant friction and opposition between the two sects, which makes the three righteous sects relax their attitude towards the two sections. Supervision. In fact, the 6 major sects are all the same, and they will not allow any sect within their sphere of influence to increase too much. Suppression and resource restriction are common methods used by the 6 major sects. In history, many sects in the northern Shu continent wanted to overthrow the suppression of the 6 major sects. But in the end, these sects became the dust of history. After many years of accumulation between the two sects, Lingyi sect and Weia sect, the combined number of Jindan monks exceeds the upper limit allowed by the large sections. If the two sects did not exist in opposition, perhaps the large sects would already have the door was suppressed. After this incident, both Lingyi sect and Weia sect will cease to exist, and the mountain gate that has been in operation for countless years will also be destroyed. But this time is a rare opportunity. Elder Jinggung is willing to take risks for himself, and for the sake of his fellow sects.
Great Elder. Team 3 and 4 still have 1 stick of incense, and it's time.
A Jindan monk on the side contacted Team 3 and 4 and continued.
The second team missed the target. The monks tracked by the Sanluo sect will arrive soon. The means set up along the way will not deceive them for long. Let the third and fourth teams speed up.
Elder Jinggung frowned and ordered. The second team is the team of Jindan monks, who mainly attacked the Sanluo sect World Mountain Pass. They are all composed of elites from the two sects, and their strength ranks second among the 6 teams, although they arranged misdirection methods along the way when converging to the Nanyuan Mountains. Demon sects such as the Sanluo sect had many weird methods. Once they discovered their mistakes, it would be impossible to use the same method to deceive them. If all the golden elixir monks did not enter the Nanyuan Mountains in time and enter the sphere of influence of the spirit beasts, they would probably be intercepted by the golden elixir monks of Sanluo sect. The most worrying thing did not happen. 2 teams of 3 and 4 arrived. 33 Jindan monks gathered together, especially the presence of the Great Elder, which made Li Yuanba, who was hiding in the distance, feel frightened. Of course, the 33 golden elixir monks could not detect Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba was more than 300 miles away from them. Li Yuanba was observing these golden elixir monks with his divine vision.
Form the formation according to the method practiced before.
Elder Jinggung waved his hand and ordered, with a monk named Dong Wei as the center. The other Jindan monks stood in different directions. This Dong Wei is the formation master. He controls the formation formed by the Golden Core monks and issues corresponding orders to each Golden Core monk. Even the Great Elder Jinggung will obey his orders. This is a necessary method to enter the Nanyuan Mountains.
It turned out to be the mysterious Mist secret formation.
Li Yuanba saw clearly and recognized the origin of this formation at a glance. The mysterious Mist secret formation is an expandable third-grade formation. It has a simple layout and a single function, but is extremely fault-tolerant. It is one of the few formations that can be deployed on the move. In particular, the mysterious Mist formation will have a stronger concealment effect as more monks join it. 33 Jindan monks formed a mysterious formation of mysterious fog, and its concealment effect would not be exposed as long as they did not encounter a big demon. This is probably the reason why these Jindan monks dare to enter the Nanyuan Mountains. With such means, their safety is greatly increased. More than 30 Golden Core cultivators, under the control of Formation Master Dongwei, flew at a relatively slow speed towards the interior of the Nanyuan Mountains at low altitude. The mysterious mist formation caused them to be wrapped in a layer of fog. This kind of fog is very common in the mountains, and it is even harder to find at night. Li Yuanba also moved. The corpse refining body used the secret method of
hiding the sky
and the
evil corpse spiritual record
to restrain all the aura. In the darkness, there was no need to worry about being discovered, and he could use
step-by-step lotus
at will, making his movements silent. One after the other, both sides flew through the Nanyuan Mountains and advanced towards the depths. This time Li Yuanba did not keep too far away from the 33 golden elixir monks. After they used the mysterious formation of mysterious fog, the drone satellite system could not detect them. This is why it was dark. If we knew they had formed a cloud during the day, we could still track them. Li Yuanba also discovered another feature of the mysterious mist array. The mysterious mist array formed a sheet of cold mist to cover the monks. This also caused the heat of the monks' bodies to be blocked by the mist, and the infrared surveillance of the drone satellite system could not detect it. Elder Jing Gung's eyes kept scanning the surroundings in the darkness. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and a flying sword flew out from the mysterious formation of mysterious fog. An earth-yellow second-grade ground-sucking gold rat was looking at the low-altitude fog with doubtful eyes. Its nose was sniffing in and out, trying to determine something through the smell. The flying sword struck like lightning, and the second-grade ground-sucking gold-sucking rat didn't even have time to react before being shot dead with a sword. Theijian flew back to the great elder Jing Gong with the body of the earth-boring rat, and he threw the body of the earth-boring rat to the monks aside. The perception of the earth-burrowing gold-absorbing rat is extremely sensitive. Although it is a second-grade creature, its perception is its innate ability, and its perception exceeds that of many great demons. It is also the sentinel of the spirit beast area, and is placed on the edge of the sphere of influence by the spirit beast clan. Once the earth-burrowing gold-absorbing rat detects something abnormal, it will use its unique voice to notify other spirit beasts. Many monks rely on concealment methods to sneak into the spirit beast's sphere of influence and want to make a fortune, but are inexplicably surrounded by spirit beasts. Most of them are discovered by the earth-burrowing gold-absorbing rat. Traces. Elder Jinging waved his hand to Dongwei, indicating that he could continue moving forward and that everything was safe. Li Yuanba saw the flying sword flying out of the fog and killed the ground-burrowing gold-sucking rat with one sword.
It seems that this great elder is difficult to deal with,
he thought to himself. The great elder Jing Gong must have practiced some kind of secret method of perception. The ground-burrowing gold-absorbing rat was born with the ability to hide, but the great elder Jing Gong discovered it first and killed it in one fell swoop. But this way, Li Yuanba felt much more relaxed, although he also has methods of concealing his aura. Spiritual beasts with special sensory talents such as the ground-burrowing gold-sucking rat cannot hide their aura just by hiding their aura. Any trace of smell that does not belong to spiritual beasts or nature leaks from the monk's body will be detected by the earth-sucking rat. Li Yuanba's corpse refining state also has the smell of corpse refining, and it cannot be completely hidden. He doesn't need to worry. There are these golden elixir monks ahead who are clearing the way. He can follow behind and benefit from the glory. He doesn't have to worry about being discovered by the spiritual beasts. The marching routes of the Jindan monks ahead were somewhat special, often bypassing some peaks. According to Li Yuanba's observation, these peaks were all peaks with rich spiritual energy, and there was a high probability that there were great demons among them. Although this made the Jindan cultivator move even slower, except for the elder Jing Gong who took action several times and solved a few spiritual beasts. He never encountered any trouble. A total of 33 Jindan monks marched in the Nanyuan Mountains for several hours. This is a very incredible thing. It can be seen how much preparation these Jindan monks have made in order to enter the Nanyuan Mountains. Finally, after walking for more than 4 hours, the sky gradually became brighter. The sky became a little brighter, revealing the clouds and fog flying at low altitude. This cloud and mist was mixed with other clouds and mist, traveling between the mountain peaks. Seemingly normal. However, the clouds and mist all fly with the wind, and today's wind direction is wrong. The clouds and mist formed by Elder Jinging and the others, with the mystic mist formation, are traveling against the wind. The intelligence of ordinary beasts and first and second level spiritual beasts is limited, and the clouds and mist are in the sky, so there is no problem. But this is the Nanyuan Mountains, and the number of big monsters is very large. The Spirit Beast clan can share the living space with human monks in the Beishu continent, so its strength will not be weak. High in the sky, A great demon-level golden eagle with an iron plume was flying in the air at an extremely fast speed. The eagle's eyesight was extremely strong, and it noticed anomalies when it flew above the clouds and mist. The wisdom of the great demon-level spiritual beasts is almost the same as that of humans. The abnormality of this cloud was naturally discovered. The iron-feathered golden eagle let out a scream, gathered its body, and swooped down toward the clouds and mist.
"Change the formation,"
Dongwei said in a deep voice. 33 golden core cultivators changed their positions, and the mist of the mysterious mist array spread, allowing the iron-feathered golden eagle to fly into it. The moment the iron-feathered golden eagle entered the mysterious formation of black fog, the spiritual power gathered by 33 Jindan monks locked the iron-feathered golden eagle at the same time with the help of the formation. The iron-feathered golden eagle is the king of the sky. Its flying speed is so fast that not even the great elder Jinggong can compare with it. Therefore, to deal with this kind of flying spiritual beast, we must choose to lure you into the trap. The iron-feathered golden eagles cannot be given the slightest chance to escape. Otherwise their whereabouts will be exposed. And their whereabouts will be exposed in the Nanyuan Mountains. What awaits them will be attacks from countless spiritual beasts. The strength of the iron-feathered golden eagle is almost at the mid-level of the 3rd level, although the combat power of a big demon is comparable to that of several human monks of the same level. When faced with the simultaneous attacks of 33 golden elixir monks, among them, there is even Elder Jinggong, a super master. It has no room for resistance. Elder Jinggong killed the ironling golden eagle with one blow after its body was locked. There was no joy on his face for killing a big demon in an instant. They had been preventing encounters with the big demon since they entered the Nanyuan Mountains, and they didn't expect to encounter it so early.
"Master Dong, let's find a place to rest first, and then march at night."
He calculated the time, thought about it, and gave the order. Dongwei would not object. Nor did he have the right to object to the opinions of Grand Elder Jinggong. Under his command, the mysterious mist formation lowered toward the ground. After reaching a mountaintop, he took out many formation flags and set up a formation on the top of the mountain. The formations arranged by the formation master could easily completely hide the figures and auras of the 33 golden elixir monks. Even if a big demon approached, they would not be discovered unless they came into contact with the formations. Chapter 398 Sacrifice. Li Yuanba descended on another mountain peak. From here, he could observe the positions of Elder Jinggong and the others. The distance between the two sides was not too far. His body sank into the soil, and the ground automatically separated. As his body entered the underground, the ground automatically merged again, leaving no trace at all. This is the innate ability of corpse refining to hide oneself in the earth. This innate ability is even more effective than some secret methods of hiding aura. Li Yuanba rarely used the corpse refining state, and he felt very strange at this time. After sinking into the ground, he did not feel suffocated at all. Instead, the energy from the earth made him feel comfortable. Of course, although this kind of ordinary underground can feel comfortable and benefit oneself, its impact is extremely weak. With his level, he may have to stay underground for hundreds of years before he can accumulate the 3rd level spirit in the human state. Dan cultivates energy for several months. This is the gap. The reason why human monks can unify the world is because human monks can make greater use of cultivation resources. Although he sank underground, through the drone satellite system, Elder Jinggong and the others could still detect any movement. The great Elder Jinggong did not move during the whole day. Until it was getting dark, Dongwei began to put away the formation, and 33 Jindan monks restored the mysterious mist formation. During this period, the drone satellite system focused on the changes on the top of the mountain. The time between the formation retracting and the formation of the mysterious mist formation by the 33 golden elixir monks. The infrared mode discovered them. Li Yuanba's body emerged from the soil, but there was no soil on him. When Elder Jinggong and the others were taking action, he also used step-by-step lotus to follow them. This time, Elder Jinggong and the others were obviously faster. They were constantly changing directions among the peaks, and were always able to avoid the peak where the big demon was. Whether it was their good luck or sufficient preparation, they marched for another 4 hours and did not encounter the big demon again. Li Yuanba looked at the map. This place had penetrated deep into the core area of the Nanyuan Mountains. Elder Jinggong and the others in front slowed down, and they would conduct repeated explorations every time they traveled. Li Yuanba is simple. As long as he follows the path opened by Elder Jinggong, he doesn't need to worry about spiritual beasts. From the looks of Elder Jinggong and the others, he seemed to be almost ready to reach their target. While they were thinking about it, 33 Jindan monks fell downwards. They were flying at low altitude and quickly landed on the ground.
Be ready to fight at any time.
Elder Jinggang issued an order in a deep voice. No one knows how much the Lingyi sect and Huia sect paid in order to reach here smoothly this time. Finally reaching the target location, he was extremely excited. His eyes were full of hope. This might be his chance to change his destiny. And he had to seize it even if it cost him everything. Since this place has reached the core area of the Nanyuan Mountains, the number of big demons is extremely large, which has actually greatly reduced the number of first and second level spiritual beasts. Elder Jinggang led the way to the foot of the cliff. He slowly moved a boulder away, revealing a cave. Except for him, the other Jindan monks all showed expressions of surprise and curiosity. This operation was entirely under the command of Grand Elder Jinggang. They only knew that this time, they were going to Shirwan Mountain to retrieve a treasure. This treasure was related to whether their power could produce a nascent soul ancestor. But only Elder Jinggang knew the specific location of the treasure.
Dong Wei, you leave 2 people up there, and use all the prepared formation flags to cover up the entrance of the cave. If there is a spiritual beast attacking, try to delay it for as long as possible.
Elder Jinggang ordered the battle method master Dong Wei.
No problem. Great Elder.
Dong Wei nodded and responded. He took out the 3rd level formation flags and placed them one by one around the entrance of the cave. Soon, the entrance of the cave disappeared from Li Yuanba's sight. It also made it impossible for Li Yuanba to observe the mouth patterns of the great Elder Jinggang through his spiritual vision, and thus identify the words of the great Elder Jinggang with lip language. But he was already sure that this cave was where the treasure was. He waited for a cup of tea before his figure flashed into the formation. As early as when Dong Wei arranged the formation flags. Before activating the formation, he saw the position of the formation flags arranged by Dong Wei. From this point on, he recognized the formation used. Dong Wei's formation inheritance is not a particularly special formation inheritance. It is a typical formation inheritance from the northern Shu continent. In the database of Li Shiming's natal magic weapon Z15, there is detailed information on the formation currently arranged by Dong Wei. This makes Li Yuanba not even need to break the formation, but directly relies on his familiarity with the formation to use.
Ubu Shum Lotus.
Appear within the formation. Li Yuanba stood in the formation, and the distance between him and Dong Wei and the other 2 golden elixir monks was only 3 meters. But Dong Wei and the 2 golden elixir monks did not notice his presence. For a formation master, the formation is his own weapon. But when his opponent's formation level is higher than his own, this weapon may become his opponent's weapon. Just like now. Although Li Yuanba is not a formation master, his real body Li Shiming is. Which means that Li Yuanba also has the ability of a formation master. Not to mention how a formation master from a medium-sized sect could compare with Li Shiming. A formation master. Regardless of the help given to Li Shiming by the natal magic weapon Z15, which gave Li Shiming analytical computing power that other formation masters could not match. Li Shiming's total formation knowledge far exceeded Dong Wei. Li Shiming's formation knowledge system is divided into the part obtained from Tian'ai Island, the part obtained from Shushan sect, the part obtained from Sunluo's sect, the formation inheritance he received from various Jindan monks as an alchemy master, and the part obtained from Tianqing merchant, the formation book obtained from ancestor Zhao. This knowledge of formations is what makes Li Shiming far superior to other formation masters. At least in the Beishu continent, there is no formation master whose total amount of formation knowledge can compare with him. Li Yuanba entered the formation and used the power of the formation to block the space between him, Dong Wei, and the 2 Jindan monks. He did not attack these 3 golden elixir monks. With his combat power, he could kill these 3 golden elixir monks in one breath at most. He bypassed the 3 Jindan monks in the formation, passed through the formation and entered the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he felt a sense of relief. It was full of cold energy, which was the most conducive environment for corpse refining. He saw patterns engraved on the cave wall. These were isolation patterns engraved with second-grade materials to prevent the cave from being discovered. There are isolation patterns every 5 meters, ensuring the concealment of the entire cave to the greatest extent. This is the Nanyuan Mountains. It is not an easy task to arrange so many isolation patterns here. Every time you come here, you have to take a huge risk. And the spiritual power will fluctuate during the inscription. So every inscription needs to be made sure that there are no powerful spiritual beasts nearby before it can be carried out. Moving forward along the cave, you enter the heart of the mountain. Li Yuanba felt that the spiritual energy was getting stronger and stronger.
There should be a very high-level spiritual vein deep in the cave. But he didn't know whether it was a golden elixir-level spiritual vein or a higher-level nascent soul-level spiritual vein. The rich spiritual energy is mixed with even stronger cold energy, stopping his progress. He sensed the aura of the golden core cultivator in front of him. It seems that they are isolated from the aura and inside the mountain. So Elder Jinging and the others no longer hide their own aura. Of course, they will not intentionally spread their own aura. Li Yuanba, who was also in the cave, could clearly sense the location of these golden elixir monks. He didn't move forward. He didn't care about the other Jindan monks. But he sensed the danger from Elder Jinging. There is no obvious spiritual power fluctuation in front, which means that the other party has not yet taken action to obtain the treasure. He was extremely curious in his heart. What kind of treasure was here that made Grand Elder Jinggung use so many golden elixir monks to come here? Deep in the cave, Elder Jinggung stood in a gap, looking at the huge space below. This place was accidentally discovered by the master of the great Elder Jinggung. At that time, his master was collecting elixirs in Shirwanda Mountain and was discovered by a monster and pursued him. While running for his life, he accidentally entered a crack. Not only did he escape the tracking of the big demon, but he also made an unexpected discovery. The crack was very deep, and there was a big demon outside, which made his master keep looking inward. His master mastered the secret method of shrinking, passed through several gaps that were so small that only young children could pass through, and went deep into the mountain. He suddenly discovered that the cracks brought him to a space inside the mountain. First of all, his master sensed the changes in the spiritual energy. There was actually a Yuanying level spiritual vein here. The value of this Yuanying level spiritual vein alone was unimaginable. Of course, if you want to collect spiritual veins, you need the nascent soul ancestor to do it. However, if you sell the information to Yuanying ancestor or a large trading company, you can get sufficient returns. His master made a big discovery in that space. For this big discovery, he went deep into this place many times, reopened the passage, and made some concealments. Unfortunately, Elder Jinging's master died before the harvest, leaving this big secret to Elder Jinging. For so many years, Grand Elder Jinging has been sending people to explore the information leading to the core of the Nanyuan Mountains. Finally, Grand Elder Jinggung waited for the opportunity, and he had the strength to use the great discovery. He felt that all of this was a miracle given to him by God. Some of the golden elixir cultivators beside Elder Jinggung were also secretly looking at the space outside the gap. Apart from the rich spiritual energy, they only saw a piece of calm water. This water is definitely not ordinary. They are in a gap, dozens of meters away from the water, but they can still feel the cold air emanating from the water. Such cold air would have turned into ice long ago if it were ordinary pool water. But there was no trace of ice on the water in front of me, and it was just dead. Everyone go to the water and wait. There is a 4th grade lotus here. This time our goal is this 4th grade lotus. Once the 4th grade lotus is born, it needs to be picked immediately. No matter who picks it, you must get it into my hands, Elder Jinggung said in a deep voice to the golden elixir monks beside him. After hearing his words, the eyes of all the golden elixir monks flashed with light. Although Grand Elder Jinggung did not explain clearly what the 4th grade lotus flower is, it is unimaginable in the world of immortal cultivation that the value of a spiritual object reaching the 4th grade is unimaginable, let alone a special lotus flower among spiritual objects. Lotus spiritual objects have always been special treasures. For example, the spiritual object golden lotus can purify spiritual energy. And there are various spiritual objects lotus, each of which has a special function, and is the top existence among spiritual objects. It is conservatively estimated that the resources that can be exchanged for the 4th grade lotus are enough for them to cultivate to the level of Great Elder. They may even become nascent soul by relying on this 4th grade lotus. Although not all Jindan cultivators have this kind of mentality, who would not have any ideas when faced with treasures that can affect the future of cultivation. 29 golden core cultivators flew out of the gap and floated above the water. They suddenly discovered that for some reason the great Elder Jinggung did not come to the space through the gap with them. And Elder Jinggung patted the gap with his hand, and a formation of light blocked the gap. Great Elder, what are you going to do? A Jindan monk noticed something was wrong and asked loudly. Some Jindan monks are more direct. After taking out the magic weapon, they will attack the gap. Just when they were mobilizing their spiritual power, the calm water suddenly started to roll. Strips of black, foul-smelling roots stretched out from under the water and rolled towards the golden core cultivator above.
although the space is nearly 30 meters high and the area is not small. There are so many black and smelly roots in the water that the 29 golden core cultivators have no room to move around. These golden elixir monks would not sit still and wait for death, and used magic weapons to attack the black and smelly roots. The black and smelly roots were not solid and exploded one after another with the attack of the magic weapon. At first, the golden elixir monk was still happy. The black and smelly roots looked scary, but their power was really limited. But after a while, they were no longer happy, because after the black and smelly roots exploded, a large amount of poisonous mist was formed. At the same time, after the magic weapon came into contact with the black and smelly roots, there was an obvious feeling of inability to control it. This was because it was eroded by the poison of the black and smelly roots. The golden pill monks used various methods to expel the poison. Some of them used magic weapons to form a protective shield. Some used spells to blow away the poisonous mist. And some took out antidote pills to avoid poisoning. If the poison that can corrode the magic weapon is contaminated on the body, the consequences will be extremely terrible. The monk's body was far inferior to the defensive power of the magic weapon, and the magic weapon was affected. The golden core monks tried hard to use various means to stop the poisonous mist. In the short term, their method was effective. The poisonous mist was blocked by the protective shield and blown aside by the spell. However, the black and smelly roots extending upward in the water did not stop, and were still stretching out. I really don't know what exists under the water. The black and smelly roots seem to be endless. The Jindan monks can only attack continuously. Once the magic weapon is affected, they will change the magic weapon. The magic weapon cannot be used. There are still talismans. If it doesn't work, they will spend time casting spells. Chapter 399 Corpse Lotus. The golden elixir monks in the space attacked the black and smelly roots with all their strength, not wanting the black and smelly roots to wrap around themselves. The black and smelly roots will explode when attacked, and each black and smelly root will produce a poisonous mist. As more and more black and smelly roots explode, there will be more and more poisonous mist in the space. The Jindan monks soon discovered that with their attack, the poisonous mist exploded by the black and smelly roots had filled the space on the water. No matter what method they use, they want to get rid of the poisonous mist. But the poisonous mist has filled the entire space, and they can't get rid of it. The poison came into contact with the spiritual shield, and the hissing sound was very obvious in the quiet space. The spiritual power shield was being consumed at an extremely fast speed, and it seemed that the spiritual power shield could not last long. Not to mention that there were still black and smelly roots stretching out. The first Jindan monk, who was a little weaker, was caught by the black smelly roots. The spiritual shield on his body had not been completely consumed, but after the black smelly roots wrapped around him, he suddenly became extremely tough. It no longer explodes with one blow. No! Help me! The golden core cultivator screamed as he was dragged into the water, and his screams disappeared. With the first, there is the second and the third. These golden elixir cultivators, who are considered the backbone of the fighting force in the world of immortality, were not able to exert even 1/10 of their own strength in this environment, and were dragged into the water one by the black and smelly roots. Elder Jinggung looked at what was happening in the space, and could not hide the excitement in his eyes. He deceived everyone. If he could give up Lingi's sect and Wea's sect, he had no intention of relying on these Jindan monks anymore. Of course, the most important thing is that without the sacrifices of these golden elixir monks, when this spiritual creature matures naturally, it would be his turn to enjoy this opportunity. What his master discovered back then was a crack in the space caused by an earthquake. According to his research, this space was not ownerless, because this mountain peak has good spiritual energy. But no big demon has come to occupy it. This shows that this mountain peak has an owner, and its owner can frighten the big monster. In addition, from the four walls of the space, you can also find some isolation methods of the Spirit Beast clan. This is something that only 4th grade spiritual beasts can do. In other words, this place is most likely the private treasure land of a certain 4th grade spiritual beast. It's just that the treasures here are not mature yet, and the 4th level spiritual beasts will not come to collect them until they are mature. After many years of research, his master and he found the way to use the life of a golden elixir monk to fill the energy needed for 4th grade spiritual objects, allowing the 4th grade spiritual objects to mature in advance. For this reason, his master and he have been working hard to cultivate Jindan monks, and even established 2 medium-sized sects for this purpose, just to be able to produce more Jindan monks under the supervision of large sects.
After the 29 golden elixir monks fell into the water, they were pulled into the bottom of the water, and countless roots penetrated their bodies. Their bodies shriveled up quickly, and even the spiritual power in the golden elixir was extracted at an extremely fast speed. During the whole process, they were still alive, but due to the influence of the poison and the cold water, they were unable to move. Feeling that the results of hundreds of years of cultivation were being stripped away bit by bit, they almost went crazy. They cursed the great elder Jinggung in their hearts. They were so loyal to the sect that they even risked their lives to become enemies of the Sanluo sect for the sake of the sect. But what did they get? They were sent to this situation by the great elder Jinggung. Soon after, they couldn't even think. The monster in the strange pool not only absorbed all the energy in their bodies and golden elixirs, but also devoured their souls. The water's surface parted, and a holy lotus flower emerged from the water. It emerged from the mud, but remained unstained. Who would have thought that this is a corpse lotus? Elder Jinggung stared at the lotus with his eyes fixed on it, and murmured to himself. Corpse lotus is a kind of lotus conceived in corpses. The more powerful the corpse still contains a huge amount of energy even after death. Not to mention that the corpse will undergo abnormal changes if it exists in a special environment for a long time. This is like corpse refining. Corpse refining is a sublimation of the corpse's original energy, transforming it into another life form. But as long as the corpse lotus is there, no matter how powerful the corpse is, given the most suitable environment, it cannot be transformed into a refined corpse, because all the energy will be supplied to the growth of the corpse lotus. The corpse lotus is like using a powerful corpse as fertilizer. All the energy generated by the powerful corpse will be swallowed up by the corpse lotus. Fourth grade corpse lotus. Grand Elder Jinggung could not imagine what kind of corpse would give birth to a fourth grade corpse lotus. But he didn't have the guts to investigate. Not to mention the pool of water. Even contact with the pool water was something that his Dharma cultivator could not bear. He was waiting for the corpse lotus to fully mature. Then that would be his chance to take action. The gestation of the life essence of 29 golden elixir monks gave the fourth grade corpse lotus enough energy. In the center of the corpse lotus, a tender lotus pod appeared. The color of the lotus pod slowly changed from tender yellow to gold, and then from gold to dark gold. In a cave thousands of miles away from the inner space of the mountain, a fourth-level spiritual beast with a wolf-headed human shape opened its eyes with doubts in them. He felt a trace of chi. It was a precious thing that was very closely related to him, and it seemed to have matured in advance. There is a gap of several decades between this time and the time he calculated. If he hadn't made a small profit recently, and was in the stage of self-organization, he might have missed the maturity opportunity of the thing. He flew out of the cave, and turned into a stream of light flying in the air. Except for a few alien species of heaven and earth. Most of the fourth-level spirit beasts will choose to transform their bodies into human forms due to their natural bloodline, because the human form is the form most recognized by the rules of heaven and earth. The cultivation effect is best in this form, and it is also the easiest to access the great avenues of heaven and earth. This is how this wolf-headed fourth-level spiritual beast uses its wolf body to break through the shackles of life and race and achieve fourth-level status. He is truly the darling of heaven and earth, both in terms of talent and opportunity. You must know that among spiritual beasts, it is difficult to reach the fourth level, if the lifespan of spiritual beasts is far longer than that of humans, giving them a longer time to practice. The number of fourth-level spiritual beasts would be today. The wolf-headed fourth-level spiritual beast was thinking about the corpse lotus. It was a special corpse he got by chance. The aura on the corpse was extremely terrifying, and even he couldn't look directly at it back then. Wanting to use that corpse, he thought of using corpse lotus, and he just happened to get the lotus pod of a corpse lotus. Although it was only second grade, the special thing about corpse lotus is that it determines what level of corpse it absorbs. Own grade. This happened more than 1,000 years ago. After he swallows the corpse lotus, his strength will increase again. It is estimated that only the long life of a spiritual beast can do such things as planting elixirs. If it is placed on a human monk, even the ancestor of nascent soul will only have a lifespan of 1,000 years. And there is a high probability that the corpse lotus will not be seen. Mature. When Li Yuanbao felt that the auras of the Jindan monks disappeared one by one, he continued to move forward from his hiding place. He moves very carefully. In such a cold environment, it has a blessing effect on his corpse refining state, which makes him extremely effective in hiding when moving. Of course, there was also a change in the space where Elder Jinggung focused all his attention. Elder Jinggung did not expect that there were monks who could sneak in secretly. Dong Wei.
who was left at the door, had a communication board that directly contacted Elder Jing Geng. At this distance, even if there was no communication formation covering the place, he could still make contact. If a monk really breaks the formation and enters, Grand Elder Jing Geng will know about it in advance and be prepared. It was precisely because of this that Elder Jing Geng's sense of what was behind him was much weakened, and Li Yuanbao was able to sneak up on him, especially when he came close to the gap. Li Yuanbao found that there were a large number of formations densely packed here. For other monks, this adds a lot of trouble. But for Li Yuanbao, it gave him great convenience. He took advantage of the formation's cover and the isolation effect of the formation to get closer to the position of the Great Elder Jing Geng. He did not attack the Great Elder Jing Geng. He could not guarantee that he would be able to deal with the combat power of such a great elder. The real person Li Shiming is the Great Elder, and Li Yuanbao has a deeper understanding of the Great Elder. Although Li Shiming is a Great Elder level body refining elixir, it also reflects the specialness of the Great Elder. Li Shiming's body refining strength has surpassed the Golden Core stage in terms of level, and is between the Golden Core stage and the Nascent Soul stage, touching the edge of the Nascent Soul stage. Therefore, in theory, Great Elder Jing Geng also touched the edge of the Nascent Soul stage in a certain method of cultivation. If such an enemy cannot be killed with one blow, once he strikes back, it will be absolutely fatal to Li Yuanbao. His body refining was not perfect, and he did not reach the Great Elder level. Even though his body refining is only a little bit different from that of the Great Elder, it is this little bit that makes his body refining completely different from that of the Great Elder. His body refining is still in the Golden Elixir stage, but the Great Elder level body refining is beyond the Golden Elixir stage. With the help of the formation, he moved above the head of the Great Elder Jing Geng, where he could see the situation in that space through the gap. Li Yuanbao has supernatural vision, and he sees things more clearly. When he saw the lotus, he thought about the disappearance of the 29 Golden Elixir monks. He thought about whether the Elder Jing Geng had sacrificed those Golden Elixir monks through some means just for this lotus. The lotus pods inside the corpse lotus are getting bigger and bigger. The dark golden lotus pods, and the petals next to it make the corpse lotus even more holy. Suddenly, Li Yuanbao's expression changed drastically. He received a warning from his real body. Li Shiming. In the picture transmitted through the drone satellite system, an image that blurs the void is approaching here at an extremely fast speed. Judging from the distance, it will probably take a few breaths to arrive. It was too late for Li Yuanbao to escape. Only the Yuanying ancestor could produce a blurry image in the void. As long as you think about the 4th grade resources here, it is very likely that the owner here has found it. He is here, and in the eyes of the owner, he is a thief who wants to steal 4th grade resources. He will naturally kill him when he sees him. At this time, the corpse lotus was completely mature. Elder Jing Geng did not know what was going on outside, so he opened the isolation of the formation at the gap. A refreshing fragrance came, and just by smelling the fragrance, Elder Jing Geng felt the qi in his body surge. He had a feeling that as long as he swallowed this corpse lotus, he would be able to advance to the nascent soul stage. He looked at corpse lotus and felt impatient in his heart. He had sacrificed so much for this corpse lotus, and today he finally got his wish. He turned over and crossed the gap into the space, and carefully took out a jade box with space storage effect. This was a 3rd grade treasure specially prepared for corpse lotus. He did not dare to touch the water, so he used his spiritual thoughts to control the jade box to fly to the corpse lotus. A flying sword shot out and cut the lotus stem below the corpse lotus. When the 4th grade corpse lotus fell, it was caught by the open jade box. Just as he was taking back the jade box, another white lotus appeared next to the jade box, which almost made him think that another corpse lotus had appeared. But then a terrifying corpse appeared on the white lotus. The corpse grabbed the jade box, and the white lotus disappeared. Elder Jing Geng was stunned. He never thought that at the most critical moment, a monk would intervene and snatch the 4th grade corpse lotus away from him. This is the 4th grade corpse lotus, and it is his hope to advance to the nascent soul stage. It took their master and apprentice more than 600 years and countless efforts to obtain this 4th grade corpse lotus. Just smelling the fragrance of the 4th grade corpse lotus, he felt like he could break through at any time. If he actually took the 4th grade corpse lotus, he was very sure that he could break through. Elder Jing Geng's days lasted only a moment. He quickly realized that the corpse refining user level was the divine foot powers. Step-by-step lotus, Bu Shanglian, does not have the ability to break through the barrier, which means that the refined corpse is still in this space. The corpse refining had been hidden aside before, and was not discovered by him. This shows that the corpse refining has extremely powerful hiding methods. His aura exploded, and the great elder level aura enveloped the entire space. Of course, he could only envelope the top of the water, but could not affect what was below the surface. Even with his strength, he did not dare to come into contact with the water. The cold power in the water would be extremely harmful to him.
No! How come there isn't?
He shouted angrily. He didn't understand. It was clearly
Lotus every step.
And he stood in the gap, blocking the gap. How could the corpse refiner use
Lotus every step
to leave this space? He did not believe in evil, and drove the flying sword to sweep back and forth in the space. If the corpse refining really had special hiding methods, it would not be able to avoid the indiscriminate cleaning of the flying sword magic weapon.
Yes!
At this moment, Elder Jinging received a message from Dong Wei, and he has maintained contact with Dong Wei. But that's it. Dong Wei only said one word and fell silent. The hair on Elder Jinging's body stood up, and an extreme fear arose in his heart. This was an instinct coming from his body. His expression changed drastically, and he no longer cared about the fourth grade corpse Lotus. He took out a golden talisman from the storage space and activated the talisman without any reluctance. Chapter 400 Hidden. The figure of Elder Jinging turned into a ray of light, drilled a hole in the mountain wall, and escaped into the distance. This talisman is not simple. It is passed down from his lineage. His lineage has a complete inheritance and is the remnant force after a large sect was destroyed. This talisman has been passed down in their lineage for thousands of years, and has been carefully guarded so that the spiritual energy in it has not been lost. He was extremely decisive. After sensing the extreme danger, he immediately activated this talisman. He didn't care at all that this talisman had been passed down for thousands of years. This life-saving talisman was meant to be used in the most dangerous times. The brilliance he turned into emerged from the heart of the mountain and escaped at a speed several times faster than what it should have been in the golden elixir stage. The wolf-headed fourth-level spiritual beast has arrived. His perception is extremely powerful, and this is his territory. He immediately discovered the formation at the cliff. Perhaps if he hadn't arranged the formation, he wouldn't have discovered something wrong so directly. The formations arranged by the formation master Dong Wei may be useful against great demons, but they have no effect on fourth-grade spiritual beasts, which are equivalent to the existence of the Yuanying ancestor. The wolf-headed fourth-level spiritual beast smashed the formation with one palm, revealing the formation master Dong Wei and two golden elixir monks in the formation. Formation master Dong Wei maintained contact with the great elder Jing Geng. He only had time to utter a single word with his spiritual thoughts before he was swallowed up by the terrifying aura. The three golden elixir monks were as helpless as babies in front of the fourth-grade spiritual beast. When the wolf-headed fourth-level spiritual beast passed by, the three golden elixir monks had turned into a ball of dirty blood, with no corpses left. It was at this time that the wolf-headed fourth-level spiritual beast discovered that the brilliance transformed by the great elder Jing Geng was escaping far away. The fourth-level wolf-headed human spirit beast also discovered that the corpse Lotus it had arranged for more than 1,000 years was missing, and there was a trace of the corpse Lotus in the distant brilliance. Without any hesitation, he chased after the escaping brilliance. When Elder Jinging escaped, he still had a little thought in his mind. When he thought about it, the refined corpse should still be in the space at the center of the mountain. He could not find the refined corpse, but he thought that the fourth-level spiritual beast coming over would definitely be able to find it. As long as the refined corpse can delay the fourth-grade spirit beast for a moment, he can escape with his life by using the activated life-saving talisman. As for the corpse Lotus thing, he was just glad. If there was no corpse refining, maybe he wouldn't even be alive. What's the use of the corpse Lotus? But just as he was thinking about it, he felt the terrifying aura behind him. That is to say, the fourth-grade spirit beast behind him did not want to destroy the environment of Shawandishan, so he did not use his full strength. Otherwise, the breath of the fourth-grade spirit beast alone would be able to immobilize him.
What's going on? Why don't you go after the real thief?
He was full of confusion. He didn't know that the fourth-level wolf-headed human-shaped spiritual beast had not found any trace of Li Yuanba. Where is Li Yuanba at this time? The place where he is a place that no one expected. He is inside the body of a corpse underwater, which is extremely large. The cold water of the pool makes it impossible for the spiritual thoughts of the Golden Core stage monks to penetrate, so they cannot know the situation in the water. But Li Yuanba didn't use his spiritual mind. He could see the situation under the water using his spiritual powers. He saw a huge corpse, A strange beast that he had never seen before, and was not even mentioned in any classics. The body of the alien beast filled less than half of the bottom of the pool, and its body was entangled with countless remaining corpse lotus roots. When Li Yuanba discovered that a 4th grade spiritual beast was coming, he had no extra time to think about it. With the help of Li Shiming's natal magic weapon Z15, he got the best plan. Without any hesitation, he first used step by step to live lotus, and came to the side of the corpse in the pool. He felt the cold air of the pool water. Fortunately, he was in the state of refining the corpse. The powerful body refining ability and the defensive power of the corpse refining allowed him to resist the erosion of the cold air. Without any pause under the water, he used all his spiritual power to perform south close to the end of the world. Again, since the realm of the original body, Li Shiming has reached the middle stage of Jin Dan, and he has learned south close to the end of the world. What Li Shiming has mastered is naturally shared with him. It's just that he was in the early stage of the golden elixir, so it was too difficult to use south close to the end of the world. So he had to appear next to the corpse in the pool and then use south close to the end of the world. Even so, the cold spiritual energy of his corpse refining state was exhausted. This is exactly what he needs. According to the analysis of the natal magic weapon Z15, in front of the 4th grade spiritual beast, it is best to have no spiritual power fluctuations and be the safest like a mortal thing. Of course, he couldn't really have no spiritual power at all. But when he used close to the end to penetrate the body surface of the huge corpse and enter its belly, the huge corpse could block the rest of the spiritual power fluctuations. The biggest difference between south close to the end of the world and step by step is that south close to the end of the world can move in space regardless of obstacles. He was successful. When he entered the inside of the huge corpse, Elder Jingdong didn't find out where he was hiding. The 4th grade wolf-headed humanoid spirit beast that entered later also did not find Li Yuanba. But Li Yuanba didn't have it easy. He thought that the predecessor of this huge corpse should be a 4th grade spiritual beast. He also had a deep understanding of the nascent soul stage. Although his own body refining strength has not yet reached the level of a great elder, there will still be no problems in the corpse of a 4th grade spiritual beast. If an ordinary Jindan cultivator were to be so close to the corpse of a 4th grade spiritual beast, he might be affected by the power of the corpse. But he never imagined that he would be suppressed while inside this huge corpse. The terrifying power was beyond his imagination, and his spirit was affected, leaving him without the ability to move. However, Li Yuanba did not panic. Although he could not move, his body, Li Shiming, could take over the control of his body at any time. And because this kind of takeover can use remote force takeover, it will not be affected by this suppression. He did not immediately ask the main body to take over the body. He knew that under the current circumstances, this was the safest place. He didn't know where the 4th grade spiritual beast had gone, but as long as he left the mountainside, he could encounter the 4th grade spiritual beast. Li Yuanba maintained the corpse refining state. Only in this state could he better resist the pressure from this terrifying corpse. He was already 100% sure that this was definitely not the corpse of a 4th grade spiritual beast. The corpse of a 4th grade spiritual beast could not be suppressed by just one corpse. A golden elixir monk who had reached a level close to the great elder level. So, through the drone satellite system, he saw the 4th grade spiritual beast chasing the great elder Jinggung. He thought the time had come and was about to ask his real body, Li Shiming, to take over his body and leave. But the strength of the 4th grade spirit beasts exceeded his imagination. Elder Jinggung could only escape for 20 breaths before he was caught up. After that, Elder Jinggung disappeared from the surveillance of the drone satellite system. Come to think of it, Elder Jinggung may have been broken into pieces. Of course, the drone satellite system cannot monitor him. Afterwards, the 4th grade spirit beast returned to the Nanyuan Mountains, and the entire process only took a few tens of breaths. Li Yuanba truly understood the difference between these 4th level spiritual beasts and the golden elixir stage. It can be seen that Elder Jingting was moving very fast at that time. So fast that if it weren't for the drone satellite system monitoring it from a perspective of 10,000 meters above sea level, maybe he would have long since lost track of the great Elder Jinggung. He can be sure that Elder Jingung's speed at that time was almost comparable to his. Building Lotus step by step. In theory, if the ancestor of nascent soul did not use nascent soul to leave the body, he would not be able to match this speed. But even at such a speed, he was quickly caught up by the 4th grade spiritual beast. It seems that these 4th level spiritual beasts are good at speed, and may even have the talent for speed. which makes him even more afraid to act rashly. The wolf-headed 4th level spiritual beast returned to the mountainside. He did not find the corpse lotus on the body of the great elder Jinggung. He has the racial talent of the wolf clan, and is the best among spiritual beasts in terms of tracking. He sniffed lightly, and found an extremely slight smell of corpse refining in the smell. Li Yuanba's body refining did not reach the great elder level, so he could not really prevent any aura from leaking. However, the wolf-headed 4th level spiritual beast found this aura. But the wolf-headed 4th level spiritual beast later discovered that the corpse refining aura had disappeared. He used his abilities in disbelief and checked nearby. No matter how he checked, the result was the same. The corpse refining aura simply disappeared out of thin air. He let out a roar, and the arrangement of more than 1,000 years was lost. He looked at the water again, thought about it, and prepared to look for corpse lotus seeds. The corpse could not be consumed by just one corpse lotus. Without hesitation, his figure flew out of the mountain and headed into the distance. Li Yuanba breathed a long sigh of relief and was about to let his real body, Li Shiming, take over his body and leave the body from this huge corpse. But when Li Shiming took over the body, he found that the body was stuck and could not get out of the huge corpse. When Li Yuanba entered the huge body, he used the
so close and so far away
method of spatial movement. But at this time, the spiritual power in Li Yuanba's golden elixir was almost exhausted, and it could not be replenished in a short time. Li Shiming took over Li Yuanba's body and wanted to use his body refining ability to forcefully break open the huge corpse and get out. But he soon understood that doing so was in vain. The strength of the huge corpse was far beyond what Li Yuanba could break open. Even if he used a 3rd-grade sword base, he would not be able to harm the corpse even a little. Li Shiming was a little embarrassed. He did not expect to encounter such a situation. Of course, as long as you give him some time, and let Li Yuanba take the 3rd-grade elixir that replenishes his spiritual power, he can use
south close to the end.
Again when his spiritual power recovers. He took a 3rd-grade elixir from Li Yuanba's space ring and drank it. What follows is a long wait. Without practicing any major skills, relying solely on the 3rd-grade elixir to restore spiritual power will be extremely slow, and the 3rd-grade elixir cannot be taken continuously. Taking too much will form erysipelas in the body, causing extremely bad effects on the body. Time passed little by little, and Li Shiming didn't feel it at first. But as time went by, he discovered that there was a trace of cold energy flowing into Li Yuanba's body in the state of corpse refining. He quickly checked Li Yuanba's condition. The corpse of such a terrifying existence was very likely to be contaminated, causing the monk's body to be damaged. To Li Shiming's surprise, Li Yuanba's physical condition was very good, and the cold energy flowing into his body was strengthening Li Yuanba's corpse refining body. With a thought in his mind, he started to use the
evil corpse spirit record,
a corpse refining cultivation method. Just as the
evil corpse spirit record
was operating, more cold energy flowed into Li Yuanba's body from the huge corpse. This cold energy followed the route of the
evil corpse spirit record
and continued to circulate in the body, transforming this corpse refining body. With a boom, Li Yuanba's corpse pill, which was in the corpse refining state, was affected by this cold energy and actually broke through. From the early stage of silver corpse to the middle stage of silver corpse, the cold energy flowing from the huge corpse into the corpse refining body has no tendency to decrease at all, even due to the improvement of his realm. The cultivation effect of
evil corpse spirit record
has also increased. The yin and cold energy flowing into the body is also increasing.
Is this a breakthrough?
Li Shiming and his clone Li Yuanba were both in shock. Li Yuanba was not as lucky as Li Shiming. After observing the spiritual power in the body of Venerable Hui Jing, he came to a realization. Coupled with the improvement of his mood after going home, Li Shiming almost broke through in the early stage of the golden elixir. Li Yuanba practiced the
sword intention climbing into the sky art
and majored in sword cultivation. Venerable Hui Jing's spiritual power and sword cultivation system were different, so he gained relatively less insights. He had been stuck at the peak of Jin Dan for more than 7 months. If it hadn't been for this opportunity, he doesn't know how long it would have taken him to break through. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is common for monks to stay at the bottleneck of the golden elixir stage for decades. And there are even many monks who cannot break through in their lifetime. After Li Yuanba's Tai Chi Dao body broke through the corpse refining state, his human state would also break through after returning to a human body. What surprised Li Shiming even more was that Li Yuanba's body was constantly being strengthened, and his corpse refining body soon reached the great elder level. The corpse refining body also did not stop strengthening after it reached the great elder level body refining realm. It is not known whether it is because the body refining realm of the corpse refining body still has a range that can be improved, or because the cold energy of the huge corpse is too special. The cold energy of the huge corpse is indeed special. It was the first time that Li Shiming encountered such quality of cold energy. According to his judgment, the quality of this cold energy is probably reaching the Yuanying level. This is also related to his vision. He has never seen the energy quality above the Yuanying stage, so he can only do this. Judge. The evil corpse spirit record is still running, and Li Yuanba's corpse elixir contains only a very small amount of cold spiritual power, because he has just been promoted to the middle stage of silver corpse. But this very small part of the Yin cold spiritual power was transformed from the Yin cold spiritual power in his previous corpse elixir. It was the Yin cold spiritual power in the middle stage of silver corpse.